Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story.
Chapter 1. Is it wrong that I'm not surprised? Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? By HappyVainGlory. And stay out. We don't need RIRA like you. A harsh voice called out and then a door slammed shut. I winced and slowly stood up on my feet, leaning against the stone wall behind me as I did. What the hell? I slowly shifted my gaze to look around my surroundings. As I did, bits and pieces of my memories were starting to come back. I was in Orario. I wanted to come here to be an adventurer after my grandfather died. A hero like in the stories he used to tell. No. The truth was that I wanted to pick up girls like he said, but it wasn't the whole truth. That part about wanting to be a hero was true at least. And most importantly was my name. Belle Cranel. Except that wasn't my name. I could feel the memories drift in, but I could also feel that they weren't mine. At least, not mine to start with. Almost like if I had experienced them from a third person or read them as a story. Instead, I was someone else. I couldn't remember the details anymore. And I had a feeling it wasn't that important even if I could. Or rather, a situation like this. I'm pretty sure I died. I mumbled and then took a look around. People were staring at me. Not just people, adventurers. Those who lived in this city and fought monsters day in and day out. Some looked at me with pity. Others with scorn. But overall, it wasn't a positive reception. I shook my head and then gathered up the tiny bag on the ground next to me that held my belongings and started walking mixing back into the crowd. I had a headache. Was it from smacking my head against the wall, or because I had emerged and overlapped Belle's memories? Was I really Belle? Or was Belle me? I didn't know the answer, and I had a feeling that it wasn't really important anymore. What mattered was that I was here with his memories and his body. And more importantly, this is Danmachi, isn't it? Belle Cranel. The name was familiar, but only just. I think I remembered reading the manga and light novel a while back, but I didn't remember much from it since only the RST few volumes were translated at the time. What I did remember was that this place had a game-like system, gods, and a lot of trouble. Ha! This is weird. I glanced at the people around me as I walked. It was busy. I was going down the main street of the city, so there were a lot of other people around. But they were dressed like you'd expect to see from an anime page rather than reality. Swords, armor, staves. Not only that, but I could sense some weird thing in the air emanating from some of them as well. Mostly the ones that looked like mages or priests. Was that mana? Either way, it was a problem. Belle, no, I didn't have anything on me except the clothes on my body, my bag, and about 200 valis, which equated to roughly $2 USD in terms of comparison. In short, I was at broke. From what I could remember, it seemed like I spent most of my money on a carriage here and for food. What an idiot. I cursed Belle. No, I cursed myself for lack of preparation. I came here to be an adventurer without even a proper weapon or funds. At the least I could have saved up a bit more. Not only that, but the worst part of it all. I don't remember the story. I knew this setting, but I didn't know what happened. I didn't know the characters either. The only person I remembered was Bell because his design was pretty unique. White hair, crimson eyes. Well, in hindsight not that unique considering all the iSky Pro tags that came out, but unique enough at the time. If I did, I might be able to cheat things around a bit. Find important items, people, get strong, etc. But I didn't. All I knew was what Bell knew and what I knew. In terms of what Bell knew, this place had a dungeon with monsters and the only real way to make a living of that was by getting a god's blessing, or a fauna and becoming part of their family, familia. In terms of what I knew a lot about general ways to get strong, study, science, etc. But I didn't know what would work here and what wouldn't. Testing would be needed. I was fairly certain I could get things going if I had some setup. I wasn't a genius, but I was fairly intelligent. Definitely more than Bell, that much was for sure. And from what I remembered, I would only be 14. The prime growth time. I passed by a shop window and stared at my reaction. It was odd. A weird sense of both recognition and incongruence. The person staring back at me was a young man with white hair and crimson eyes. His face was a bit androgynous, but in the way that would probably be really handsome if he led out a bit more with some muscle. He was also around average height. I'd say 5 feet 5 inches or so. Not too tall but not too short. He was also thin. Spry. It was weird. I'd never been this thin in my life. Did this guy never eat properly at all? No, he did, so was it his genetics? Well, easier to build up than tear down. Even if it wasn't a game like World, with this sort of base, I could get it fairly with some time. But that required funding. Which required a job. Which, in this town, meant ending work as an adventurer or someone helping adventurers. Thankfully, I could read so I could do some basic jobs. Maybe I could ND some bookkeeping things? There was an Adventurers Guild, right? In this sort of place, I'd bet there weren't too many people who knew arithmetic, so. A sudden prickling sensation, no. A tangible sensation like someone stabbing the back of my skull, enough to make me inch and spin around. What the hell? I scanned my surroundings for the source of the sensation and didn't see anyone. But I could still feel it. Frowning, I traced the area and then pinpointed the source. It was a building. Around the FTHOR. There, someone was staring at me. I couldn't make out the features of that person, but I could sense it. Like a third eye, or a sixth sense, I saw that the person. There was a woman. A beautiful woman beyond words. At the same time, she felt vaguely familiar, like I should recognize her. Or know her. But as soon as I had that thought, her gaze vanished. Hey! Get out of the way! Someone brushed by me, shoving me to the side. I was mildly annoyed at that, but let it be, still thinking about that gaze. Weird. The gaze wasn't malevolent. Instead, it felt like the sort where you found a person who caught your eye in some way. Not love. At first sight, but maybe someone who reminded you of an old friend? Nostalgia? That was what I felt anyway. I shook my head and kept walking forward. As I did, I stared up at the sky to think. It was getting dark. Or rather, the blue sky was turning orange from the day passing by. Bell. Or rather, I had been running around Orario all day looking for a familia that would accept me, but the ones that looked interested weren't ones that wanted an adventurer, and the ones that catered to adventurers didn't want someone as scrawny as me. I sighed and came to a stop in the middle of the road. Should I just try it anyway? The dungeon didn't require you to be part of a familia to enter, but it'd be dangerous. No. That's an easy way to die. I quickly got rid of that thought. Maybe if I was in my real body, I'd chance it. While not the most skilled, I did train martial arts as a hobby. Enough to where I was content in running away if things got hairy. It'd be risky, but worth doing, not. Even if I wanted to try and risk it, my current body wasn't like that. Thin, spry. I didn't think I could even lift a pair of dumbbells properly, let alone GHT. At least, not unarmed. In that case, what should I Something in the corner of my eye. A young girl. No, a petite beautiful woman was talking to a man. I couldn't make out the conversation, but the man shook his head and walked away. And afterwards, the young girl looked sad. No, even a bit depressed. I took the time to examine her a bit more. There was something about her that just caught my eye. A bit like how I felt that gaze on me. There was a presence about her that felt different from normal people. And not just because she was beautiful. And oh, was she beautiful! Silky black hair that were tied in cute twin tails. Glittering blue eyes that looked like pure sapphires. A perfect and olive face with soft pink lips that pulled at the heartstrings now that it was set in a deep frown. But not only that. While she was petite, probably a few heads shorter than me, her chest very much wasn't. Something made clear by the fact that she wore a thin white dress that barely teed her. But that wasn't important. Instead, a goddess. I was sure of it. While I hadn't met any gods personally, there was just something that told me that was who the person I saw was. A divine being. Though it was odd that she looked so helpless. Even so, I nodded to myself and walked over. As I did, I could hear her talking to herself. That's number FTY. A dejected but beautiful female voice echoed. A few people noticed, but they walked around her, purposefully ignoring the goddess. Only I was approaching her. But even then, she didn't seem to notice yet. Is it because I'm a failure of a goddess? The fauna should be the same, but is it because nobody knows me? A self-deprecating statement. Clear depression. Odd, coming from a supposed goddess. But even so, she was a beautiful young girl who shouldn't be making that sort of expression. So I put on a smile and said, I'd say it's because they're all idiots. Who wouldn't want to join the familia of such a cute goddess? The young girl no, the goddess inched and started to fall backwards. Before she could, I reached out and grabbed her hand. Her sparkling blue eyes stared into my own, confusioning them. I laughed and helped her up. Now. You shouldn't be acting like that, Miss Goddess. Sorry. The goddess quickly stood up. As she did though, she gave me a sorrowful expression. You. To think that I showed such a pathetic side to myself. Now. You shouldn't underestimate yourself. I don't know your circumstances, Miss Goddess, but whatever the case, a frown like that doesn't suit you. Her face turned red and then she laughed. Thank you. But what was that you said earlier? I tilted my head. That you were a cute goddess. The goddess blushed an even deeper shade of red, but she shook her head. No, not that. You said who wouldn't want to join my familia. Then she lowered her gaze, poking her angers together. A bit of hope, but also a bit of fear. I could understand it. From what I overheard, it was her 50th rejection. Even for a goddess, that would take a toll on the mind. No, especially for a goddess. And seeing such a beautiful goddess. No, such a compassionate young girl look so distressed pulled at my heart. So I put on a wide smile and said, Yep. I want to join your familia. Really? Really? Her eyes lit up. Really? I laughed and said, Really? The name's Belle by the way. Bell Cranel. Odd. It came out smoothly. But I didn't stop to question that. Instead, I stared at the goddess and said, could I have my lovely goddess's name? Oh. I'm Hestia. That is. She started to jit. I smiled and said, Lady Hestia then. Or would Tia be okay? I frowned. Lady Hestia is a bit too formal, and Hestia is kind of long. Not to mention Tia is cuter. Though I suppose it'd be better to use a proper name in public. Yet. Hestia stared at me with a blank look. No, it looked like her brain short-circuited. I laughed again at that and shook my head. Well, never mind. I suppose that's a bit rude for me to do anyway. And no. That's any. Hestia's face went back to normal and a bright smile led it. She grabbed my hand and said, Tia's any. Mr. Cranel. Then Bell's any, Tia. But. I looked around at the people staring at us and said, it'd probably be best to get going. We're starting to make a scene. Oh. Hestia looked around at the people staring and lowered her head. Sorry. I didn't even notice. What a. Before she could knock herself down again, I shook my head. It's any. Being happy always makes people lose track of time. Right? Now. Is there a place we could go for a more private chat about me joining your family, Tia? Yes. Right this way. It's not mine, but I prepared a place to give my blessing to my RST child. Chapter 2. Is it wrong that I like her already? Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? By HappyVainGlory. Tia. Or rather, Hestia led me through the labyrinth that was Orario and pulled me into a bookshop. The owner smiled at us as we entered, but then left to give us some privacy. After that, Hestia led me to a room in the back, LED with towers of books all around. As she did, she turned to me and said, I'm sorry, Belle. It's a bit messy, but I wanted to welcome my RST familia member in a place surrounded by books. I shook my head. It's any, Tia. I'm rather fond of books myself. Hestia gasped and stared at me with sparkling eyes. Really? I nodded. Really? Though, with the rate I read them, I guess it probably looks the opposite. Even Belle used to read those storybooks his grandfather gave him. As for me, well, I burned through hundreds of thousands of words every day and wrote thousands, so, yet. Hestia smiled. Amazing. This, maybe my luck's turning around. I'd say it's more my luck. I let out a wry smile and said, to be honest. I don't really have much to offer you, Tia. I hefted my bag and said, all I've got are the clothes on my back and this bag, you know. Hestia shook her head. It's fine. I don't want my familia to worry about that. She punched out her chest and said, leave it to your goddess. I smiled and said, then I won't say I'll pay you back. Instead, I won't let you down, Tia. Hestia smiled back at me. Then, should we get started? I nodded and pulled over a chair. Afterwards, I spun it around and sat down. When I did, I took off my shirt, exposing my back. To Hestia. Like this. Be Belle. Hestia stammered and covered her eyes. Aren't you embarrassed? I paused and then nodded. Well, I guess. My body's still not very well trained, so it's a bit embarrassing to show this scrawny build, but it's not like I have anything to hide. That's not what Hestia sighed and then shook her head. Never mind. She pulled over a chair and then sat down behind me. In that case, shall we welcome you into my family? I'd be delighted. I couldn't see her from my point of view, so I just waited. Then I'll start. Hestia's voice echoed, and then a sharp scent led the air. Blood, but sweeter than that. At the same time, I felt something else. Similar to the presence I felt everywhere that was but different at the same time. Before I could dwell on it, something light brushed against my back. And then my world changed. Was this what it was like seeing color for the RST time? All at once, I could see everything that I was feeling. A thin mist cloaking everything that felt warm and mana. Not only that, but a pure and pristine white light emanating from behind me, feeling like a soft Campri divinity, or rather, Hestia's divinity. Not only that, but I could sense something being added to me. And with that addition, a connection. Warm, just like Hestia. No. It was Hestia. Her blood, her essence, her divinity. Hestia's surprised voice echoed from behind me. I glanced back and said, "Is something wrong?" And no. But. Belle. Your status. She shook her head and then handed me a slip of paper. Here. Take a look RST. I grabbed it and did as she asked. XXX. Belle Cranel. LV1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Energy manipulation, I. Compilation, I. Magic. Quantum magic, instant magic. Skills. Liar's phrase, reality is nothing more than the lies we tell. Growth is determined according to the user's will. External nuances are subsumed and overwritten. XXX. Hey. Belle didn't know much about stats, but from Hestia's reaction and my vague memories, I was pretty sure my status was O. For one, I was pretty sure energy manipulation and compilation weren't stats. For another, I was absolutely sure quantum magic wasn't a normal thing. Especially if it was quantum in terms of physics. And not quantum in terms of having minuscule amounts of something. No, even in that case, it'd be pretty extreme. But the most important part was that skill. Liar's phrase. Hestia nodded, a strained smile on her face. That's right. Belle is, really special. Having magic, a unique skill, and then 2. Unknown developmental abilities. You should be happy. Was it because she was afraid I'd leave her after seeing my status? She was clearly pushing it. I lowered the piece of paper and shook my head. Don't worry, Tia. I smiled and said, if you're concerned about me leaving. You're the only person who gave this helpless kid a chance, so I won't leave you behind. Besides. My smile widened and said. We're family now, aren't we? And family doesn't betray each other. Hestia stared at me, mixed emotions running through her eyes. I stared back, keeping on a warm smile. And then. Belle. Hestia let out a watery smile and jumped to hug me. Ah. Wait, Tia. XXX. I'm sorry, Belle. Hestia. No, since we were Ochali family now, Tia and I were heading back to our home. She was leading the way, but because she seemed guilty about knocking me over, she kept glancing back. I let out a warm smile to reassure her and said, it's never wrong to express your happiness. Well, unless that happiness has you going around ruining the happiness of other people. But Tia's not the sort of person to do that anyway. You're too nice to me, Belle. Only because you're so considerate of me. Hestia gave me a bright smile, and then that smile started to fade when we arrived. It was an abandoned church. A towering goddess statue stood in the center of it, but the features were long ground down by the elements. The building itself was crumbling apart. While there was an iron fence around the perimeter to provide protection from people randomly looking in, and there weren't any open holes in the building facing out, a few places were crumbled, letting in the elements. While I was sure that wasn't the case for all the rooms inside, it seemed like there should be at least a few. Even so, Hestia lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, Belle. For a new goddess like me, this is the best I can do." I placed my hand over her head and said, "It's great, Hestia." And it really was. While the place was crumbling apart, it wasn't cold. Maybe I would have thought so before getting my fauna, but I could see it now. Traces of Hestia's presence. Her warm aura all over, reminding me of a comforting re-in home. The entire area had her wishes inscribed into them. So even if it was falling apart, that pure wish made up for it. To me at least, it was more comforting than anywhere else I'd been in this world as either Belle or me. Hestia glanced over at me, her eyes wide. "You're not lying. Why would I lie to my adorable goddess?" I patted her head and then laughed before saying, "Now come on. Why don't you give me the grand tour?" Hestia sighed and said, "Belle, has anyone ever told you that you're too nonchalant?" "Many times. But hey." I pulled my hand back and said, "I'm alive. I've got a roof over my head. I have family now, and I've got a beautiful young woman caring for me." I smiled and said, "How could I be worried when I have all of that?" Hestia blushed and then poked me in the side. "Stupid Belle." I laughed. "Well." Hestia unlocked the front gate and said, "I'll show you around then. It isn't much, but..." She turned back to smile at me. "It's home. XXX." After giving me a brief tour of everything, mainly showing me the bathroom, the bedroom, and a basement for storage, Hestia made some tea and sat down on an old couch in the living room. Well, I called it the living room, but it was actually a small room to the side that probably used to be for prayers. Anyway, we sat down together on the couch and decided to talk about the future. Mainly. "So what brought you to Orario, Belle?" Hestia sipped her cup of tea and then set it down on the table in front of her. She stared at my clothes, mostly at how worn they were, and frowned. I sipped my tea and then shook my head. "It's just something that I've always wanted to do." I smiled and said, "My grandfather used to always tell me stories about heroes and adventurers. Now that he's gone, and since I didn't really have much else, I decided to go take my chance and try it out." I laughed and then rubbed the back of my head. "Of course, it seems like I underestimated things a bit. Honestly, Belle. If you wanted to be an adventurer, you should have at least done some light training. Running, sword swinging. Hell, even some walking. Not only that, but coming here without even making proper plans. It really wasn't any surprise that Guy struggled so hard until I showed up." Hestia frowned. "Your grandfather's gone?" "Ah. Yeah." I nodded. "My parents died shortly after I was born and Grandpa took care of me afterwards. When he died a few weeks ago, I didn't really have much else, you know? So I figured I might as well give trying to be an adventurer a shot." A wave of emotions and memories swelled up at that time. Belle's, and now mine. As it did, I realized it. He didn't just want to come to Orario to become an adventurer and be famous. Or rather, should I say that wasn't the only motivation? It was quiet. Maybe Belle didn't even realize it himself. But I could. Does it matter if I die trying? A carefree attitude that didn't care whether or not he succeeded. Since he didn't have anything left, he would give it his all. And while he was covering that up with his desire to be a hero, underneath it all was a sad and desperate young boy, no, young man who just wanted to end something, anything to hold onto now that his world fell apart. A pair of warm arms, and then something soft pressing against my body. "Hestia. I'm sorry, Belle." I blinked and looked down. Hestia had given me a hug, putting her head against my chest. I didn't know. I smiled and hugged her back. It's any, Tia. Well, I guess that's a lie. But it's better now. And that's all that matters. Hestia leaned back and stared at me, as if trying to see if I was lying. No, not as if. I felt a strong gaze, similar to the one that I had walking in the alleys. Hestia's divine aura, presence, authority. Examining my words for her falsehoods. But it wasn't a lie. Seeing that, Hestia sighed and gave me a faint smile. You're strong, Belle. I nodded. Well, of course. All adventurers have to be, don't they? Hestia laughed, but then she seemed worried. But do you really need to be an adventurer? I frowned. Why? Do you not want me to be? I didn't have too much of a problem with that. Since I got this second lease on life, I was more than happy to spend it doing other things. Though, I had a feeling that things weren't going to be that easy. Hestia shook her head. No. If you really want to be an adventurer, that's any. And to be honest, we really do need the money. Hestia shifted her gaze to the cracked walls and sighed. But even so, to send my RST child into the dungeon. She lowered her head and said, I'm such a useless goddess. If I was only good at something like Hephaestus or Machigatte. Her clear blue eyes started to tear up. Seeing that, I sighed and patted her head. You aren't useless, Tia. But no buts. And don't worry. I smiled and said, the dungeon might be dangerous, but I won't take it lightly. I'd never forgive myself if I died and left you all alone, so I'll make sure to run away RST. Being an adventurer is cool and all, but being with family is more important. You know. I wanted to comfort her. I wanted to make her stop crying. Unfortunately, I underestimated how emotional Hestia was. Belle. Hestia sneezed and then hugged me, tears streaming down her face. Hey. Tia Hestia. Stop that. I can't help it. You're too nice. Tia. Chapter 3 Is it wrong to have cheats this early? After that emotional talk, Hestia went to sleep, fired up. She said that she had a job to do early in the morning selling potato puffs, so she needed to get some sleep. I didn't mind, the main problem though was that we only had one bed. Or rather, one mattress and one sofa. It was enough for the two of us, but she insisted that I take the mattress. I wasn't about to let her do that though when she needed the rest more than me since she was getting up early, so I forced her to sleep on the mattress. In the end, we made a compromise that I'd sleep in the mattress with her. It was small, but it was big enough for the two of us considering how skinny my body was and how petite Hestia was. But before then, I wanted to make some notes, so I stayed up. Hestia's light breathing echoed from the floor nearby, a peaceful smile on her face. With that, I could see just how stressed she had been up until this point. Her expression right now was the same as someone who had a giant load taken off their shoulders. I smiled and lightly brushed her hair. Don't worry, Tia. You won't be lonely anymore. Did she hear me? Or was she happy at the touch? Hestia smiled and then snuggled into the mattress more. I smiled back and then looked at the book in front of me. The book that didn't exist. Interesting. I'd been curious. Well, that and since I'd committed to being an adventurer, I wanted to make preparations. Tomorrow, I'd be heading to the guild office to register as an adventurer. After that, I planned to head in the dungeon to test things out, and make a bit of money to treat Hestia out for some good food to celebrate. I could see her pained face that she had when she couldn't afford to provide a proper celebration for me joining. It'd be nice to see her smile again after having a proper party. And also, she needed to eat better. While she was clearly not a little girl, the fact that she was so short, and the fact that the only food around were cold fried potato puffs that were apparently left over after her job, she wasn't eating right. Even for a goddess, that was bound to take its toll. So I planned to make some money to fix that problem. But first, I imagined a pen and then picked up the book. It was odd. How should I describe it? Both of them didn't exist. If I stared at them hard enough or if I actually focused on what I was feeling, there was nothing there. But if I didn't, I could see and feel them. Kind of like VR? It seemed to be a delusion that only I could see and use. Is this that compilation skill? Hestia explained that she didn't know what my status meant. I had a unique skill, magic, and 2 developmental abilities that she never heard of. I had an inkling of what they were though. Energy manipulation definitely came about as a result of me being here. Since I was from a place without mana or divine powers, and since that place routinely used energy in everything we did, it seemed like that got translated as a skill somehow. There were a lot of things I wanted to test out with that, but it was something for later. Anyway, the book and pen. I wanted to say it was my skill, but it might also be my magic. Quantum magic? Hey. It seemed to be physics-based magic, if that made sense. I didn't know how to use it, but there was a sort of instinct? Reflex? That I had that wasn't there before. Like, I could make things there and not at the same time. Maybe it had something to do with quantum physics and how things existed in a constant flux when you went down to that level and how reality might actually just be indeterminate, or something. Or maybe it was how energy was measured in quanta and synergized with my energy manipulation ability. Either way, definitely useful, but also something I didn't have the luxury to play with at the moment. What I needed to focus on was my skill. Liar's phrase. I muttered and started writing in my book. It was similar. If I remembered right, Bell's skill was called Liar's freeze. That guy's skills increased his growth as long as his feelings lasted, and his feelings increased the effects according to how strong said feelings were. But my skill. Reality is nothing more than the lies we tell. Growth is determined according to the user's will. External influences are subsumed and overwritten. That was the description. Bell didn't know much about skills, and Hestia didn't either other than that they emerged from a user's story. In that case, was it because I wrote some stories in the past? Growth was determined according to my will and external influences were subsumed and overwritten. It was a bit ambiguous, but it seemed like it was that. If I thought it was possible, it was possible. If I thought it wasn't, it wouldn't be. A powerful double-edged blade. Right. Nobody answered me, but I was sure of it. Like Bell, I got my own cheat skill. No, from how similar the name was, I was certain that it was actually his, but changed. Corrupted. His required unending ambition to strive for greater heights in order to fulfill his desires. First was to match the girl he fell in love with and later. Well, I didn't know what came later, but he would probably have grown to match up with the heroes he admired. As for me, I needed arrogance. The belief that I myself was the strongest. That there was always a way. But fortunately, I was used to thinking like that. Or rather, I should be able to figure it out. I was different from the people in this world. Or rather, I had a different common sense. Everyone believed in the power of the gods. They believed in humanity's weakness. That it was impossible to survive without their aid. Not that I minded relying on divine power when it was there, but they shouldn't blindly trust in it. What happened when the gods vanished? Bell had read stories of the past. And so I knew about them. The dark ages before gods descended. How heroes rose up to stop the monsters and the gods came in response to those heroes. If humanity. No, not just humanity. If the mortals weren't prepared, then a situation like that could repeat itself. If there came a day where the gods were forced back to the heavens, the earth would be defenseless. Because we were given blessings. And blessings could always be taken away. So, I'll need to work on that. I nodded to myself. It was a long-term project. Something to slowly work on in the future. But for now, I yawned and took a look out the window. It was dark, but I could see due to my new abilities. Or rather, to my awakened abilities. The moon was high in the sky, and night had long arrived. That's enough for now. I nodded and then went over to sleep on the bed. Hestia stirred as I tucked myself in, but she didn't move much. Well, she grabbed my arm and hugged it to her chest, but it wasn't that embarrassing. Maybe because I was shameless? Unlike Belle, I appreciated the skinship. I closed my eyes and went to sleep. Was it because I was tired? Before I knew it, I drifted off. XXX. Hestia opened her eyes to the sound of birds chirping. And also to a young man's face inches from her own. She immediately opened her mouth to scream. And then stopped, the events of yesterday flowing through her mind. Afterwards, a warm smile crossed her face. Good morning, Belle. He didn't respond, fast asleep. Hestia's smile widened and then she stood up. Or she moved to stand up when she realized her position. Yet. Her arms were entwined around his left arm. Not only that, but she had drawn it against her chest, using him as a pillow. Seeing that, Hestia's face burned and she quickly untangled herself, jumping out of bed. Even so, Belle didn't notice. Seeing that, Hestia calmed down and she frowned, thinking about her new familia member. Cranel. A young man who came to Orario with nothing else. Despite suffering misfortune throughout his life, when he met her he had nothing but a smile. Well, that and a silver tongue that made him seem like a shameless flirt. Remembering his compliments made Hestia feel warm again on her face, but she managed to calm down. As she did, she thought about him a bit more. Did he stay up late last night thinking? Or was he more exhausted than he let on? Either way, Belle was deep asleep and didn't even stir when she poked him a few times on the cheek. Belle. A handsome young man with striking looks and a confident demeanor. While young, he also seemed to carry a weight of maturity in his eyes that betrayed his age. Was it because he had to grow up so soon? In all honesty, Hestia thought it was a bit pitiful. But she didn't dwell on that fact. If Belle didn't let it bother him, then she definitely didn't have the right to think to worry about it. Hestia sighed and started getting ready for the day. Is this what Hephaestus meant? The first child was always special. Even though Hestia wanted to have a large family like her friend Hephaestus. It should be fine to stay like this a while, right? Hestia blushed and remembered Belle's warm hand and reassuring smile. Arg! What am I thinking? She slapped her cheeks and nodded. Let's go, Hestia. Even if you can't do anything else, you can at least do your job. Selling potato puffs for money, providing a warm home. That much she could provide. And if Belle wanted to become an adventurer, I'll make sure he returns to a warm house. She could give him her bright smile and a welcome back. But first, her job. XXX. I was dreaming. No, was it a dream, or a memory? It was a distant past. Goblins had come to attack the village. During that time, I was small and scared. I couldn't do anything and just hid. In the end, I had to be saved by Grandpa. Was it then that I desired to be a hero? To cheer me up, Grandpa told stories. People of the distant past, great heroes who stood before great dangers and fought off monsters. Not only that, but people who had ladies fall for them left and right. He always emphasized that part. But it didn't matter to me. It was definitely a memory. But at the same time, it wasn't. I was seeing it both as Belle and myself. So I could judge it. Oi! Belle! You know, being a hero isn't that great. Because heroes were only heroes when people believed them to be. And because of that, heroes could only save some people. No, they ignored others in order to save those in front of them. Every story had two sides. One villain was a hero to another and vice versa. The hero who slayed the dragon terrorizing the village. Who was to say the village wasn't disturbing the dragon? What if the dragon was in the right? If the hero changed his mind, he would instantly become the villain. So, I didn't want that. A hero. That didn't matter to me. If I could protect the people I cared about. If I did what I thought was right. Even if I was marked a villain by others, I would be fine as long as I did what my conscience said. So. Chapter 4. Is it wrong that I can read so fast? Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? By HappyVainGlory. A dream, hey. I muttered and opened my eyes. Hestia was gone. But there was a note on the table nearby wishing me well and saying that she would be back later. I sighed and stood up, getting ready. Brushing my teeth, washing my face, as I did all that, I thought about it. Bel's desire. He wanted to be a hero. But I didn't. Well, not completely. It wasn't wrong to want to save people. But saving people didn't always mean you would be a hero. It was a dilemma that Bel would inevitably have faced. Something that would tear him up. But I'm different. I stared at my reaction in the bathroom. A young face. Crimson eyes, messy white hair. Unfamiliar. But at the same time, familiar. Was it because I knew how most stories ended? A happy ending always came at a cost. If one really wanted to be a hero, they would only remain as such if they died. Living beyond the ending would lead to the hero becoming the villain when people became dissatisfied. Bah! I shook my head and walked out. Enough philosophy. I didn't need to worry about that. All I needed to worry about was being an adventurer and earning money for Hestia. One step at a time. XXX. The guild OCE was a fair walk away from the church. It was also close to the dungeon, but that wasn't what I came for. I opened the door to the guild OCE and looked around. Although it was morning, there were already people around. Adventurers in full gear talking with receptionists behind what was basically a bank teller booth. There was a line, but there were also some open tellers. Was it because people were waiting for a particular receptionist to speak with? I didn't know, but I walked over to an open teller and greeted the person there. Good morning. The receptionist looked up. A young woman with pink hair? Even so, it looked natural on her. She blinked and then gave me a bright smile. Good morning. How can I help you? I'd like to register as an adventurer, but I don't know how to do that. Could you direct me to what I need to do? Oh, is that all? She nodded and said, I can do that for you right here. 1 second. She reached beneath her and rummaged around for a pen and paper. Afterwards, she looked at me and said, could you give me your name and your familia? Bel Cranel, Hestia familia. Bel Cranel. And Hestia. She frowned and said, that's not familiar. A new goddess. That's right. I smiled and said, I'm actually the RST in her family. Oh. Congratulations then. Although starting as an adventurer, hey. She stared at me and hummed. I could sense her judgment, but it couldn't be helped. After all, Bel was pretty scrawny. Something I'd have to X soon. Well, that's any. The procedure's pretty simple, though since Lady Hestia is new, she has to LL out some tax forms. She slid a few papers over on the tabletop and said, tell her to LL these out and return them later. All familia need to register with the guild if they're in Orario to pay for some taxes, so make sure she doesn't forget. I grabbed the papers and tucked them beneath my arm. I won't. In that case. Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Mr. Cranel. I blinked and said, is that it? Almost. There's one last thing to do before we officially accept you. The guild likes to assign adventurers a personal advisor in order to ensure things go well, and to also help with the workout. It wouldn't do to have people charging in whenever, you know. I nodded. Even so, we want to ensure an amicable relationship between an adventurer and their advisor. Is there any sort of criteria you want? Criteria? MMHM. The receptionist nodded and said, we'll do our best to meet them if we can. For example, if you're comfortable working with humans, we can ND someone like that. Or if you want someone knowledgeable with ting styles, we can look for someone who can help point you out there. In that case, I frowned and rubbed my chin. Do you think you could ND me someone who can teach me about everything? The receptionist blinked. Everything. I nodded. That's right. I don't want to have Hestia be sad, so I want to make sure I'm absolutely prepared before I enter the dungeon. Things like what monsters to expect, common adventurer mistakes, useful tips, someone who knows all of that. The receptionist blinked again and then frowned. In that case. She turned around and said, Ina? Are you busy? Ina. Before I could dwell too much about it, a woman emerged from the back to stand beside the receptionist. She was beautiful. That was the RST thing I noticed. Light brown hair kept in a bob cut paired with glasses that gave her the appearance of a librarian. Slightly pointed ears, meaning she was either an elf or half-elf. Ina gave the pink-haired receptionist an irritated stare and said, What is it, Miss Ha? I'm busy studying the latest reports. The receptionist, or rather, Miss Ha, smiled and looked towards me. I found you a new adventurer to teach. Hey. XXX. A private room in the back of the guild OCE. Seated in front of a table, I waited for Ina to come back. As I did, I took a look around. I was in her private OCE. Ina's, or rather, my new dungeon advisors. The first thing I noticed were the books. Lining every wall were countless bookshelves LLED with thick tomes. The next thing I noticed was the paperwork. Just like the books, there were a ton of them lying around. Though, from what I could see, it seemed more like notes than normal paperwork. Well, she seems knowledgeable enough. Even if some people put books up as decoration, when it got to a level like this, it wasn't for show. And as if to confirm my thoughts, the door opened and Ina walked in carrying a towering stack of books. She closed the door behind her with her foot and then walked to her desk before dropping the stack in front of her. After that, she sat down and adjusted her glasses, staring at me with a stern gaze. So, you want to be an adventurer? A hint of irritation. I didn't know why, but I nodded, not letting it bother me. That's right. Someone as scrawny as you, hey? What are the gods thinking these days, letting any kid just walk in to be an adventurer? I narrowed my eyes at that, but let it be. It seemed like she had some trauma with that, so I couldn't blame her. Ina sighed and then looked at me. Well, if someone like you wants to be an adventurer, you had better prepare yourself. She pushed the pile of books towards me and said, Start reading. Afterwards, I'll give you a test. And if you do well enough, maybe I'll consider letting you go into the dungeon. A challenge. While she said it lightly, the way she looked at me made it clear that she didn't expect me to succeed. No, was she actively trying to push me away? To have me choose someone else? Either way. Sure. She'd be disappointed. I picked up the RST book and started ipping through. After, I picked up the second. And the third. And the fourth. And then Ina glared at me. Are you ignoring me? No, are you making fun of me? Of course not. I'm reading. She slammed her hand against the table and said, stop messing around. Do you understand what the dungeon is? What it means to be an adventurer? Taking it lightly like this. I'm not taking it lightly, Miss Toole. I picked up the next book and started ipping through. Like I said, I'm reading. As if anyone can read that. Goblins are creatures that tend to travel in groups. While weak, they make up for it with cunning. Although not to the extent that they can harm trained adventurer, they're a common cause of death for arrogant or careless newbies that think they're facing a mindless enemy. The best way to confront them is to quickly dispatch them and to never lower your guard. They are adept at playing dead, and also tend to enjoy playing with their opponents once they are vulnerable. I placed my book aside and started ipping through the next in the pile. That's what it said in the RST book, page 1 to 4. Right. In the corner of my eye, I saw Ina freeze. And then she quickly pulled out the RST book I read and opened it, scanning the pages. As she did. That's right. Her eyes narrowed and she shook her head. But that doesn't. The primary monsters that appear on the RST3 are kobolds and goblins. However, it's possible for monsters from the next OR to ascend or spawn on rare occasions. These include the war shadows and battle ants, both of which are difficult to face without proper equipment. War shadows are known for their intangibility and rapid speed, while battle ants are known for their durability. A worst-case scenario would be facing both at once, especially alone. I closed my book and looked at Ina. Need I go on? She stared back at me and then looked at the fourth book in the stack. I could practically see the gears in her head spinning. And then she stared at me and narrowed her eyes. Have you read these before? Not before you showed them to me, no. Ina frowned and then stood up. Turning around, she pulled a book off her shelf and handed it to me. Here. If you're not lying, then read this and tell me what it's about. I shrugged and set my book down. I was expecting a situation like this. Before becoming Belle, I was already a fast reader. And by fast, I meant insanely fast. There was this thing called fatoriating. It worked by basically letting your eye capture the pages and words faster than you could comprehend and treating them as images while letting your subconscious mind process it. That meant I read fast enough already. To the point where I could niche a textbook of 1,000 pages in a few hours. But now that I had my abilities as Belle, as fast as I could turn the page. Compilation seemed to include compiling information since the words practically LLED my mind the moment I saw them. Not only that, but parsed in a way I could comprehend them. And as for the book in my hands now. Hey! I closed the book and handed it back to Ina. Fairly gruesome, and also non-standard. A compilation of reported deaths, statistics, and potential countermeasures that could have been taken. It's not really a book and more personal notes. Yours, right? Ina paused and then straightened her glasses. Afterwards, she bowed her head. My apologies, Mr. Cranel. It appears that I let my emotions get the better of me and cloud my judgment. I handed her book back and shook my head. It's any, Miss Toole. To be fair, I'm pretty sure that most people wouldn't believe me if they saw me reading like that. Ina frowned. Are you really reading though? Is it a skill? If you're asking if it's something I learned to do after I got my falna, then nope. I could read roughly the same speed as this before I came to Orario. I paused, thinking about the macros I used to read ebooks that clicked through the pages in 17 ms per page. Actually, I think it might have been faster since I had some special tools to turn the page faster. In a blinked. How in the world should I teach you? I looked around the room and said, you read a lot for your job, right? It'll probably be more helpful if you can increase your reading speed to free up your time. Here. Do you have some pen and paper so I can explain? Chapter 5. Is it wrong that I have combat passives? Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? By HappyVainGlory. I spun my newly acquired dagger in my right hand and mulled over my meeting with Ina. Although it was meant to be teaching me about the dungeon, since she handed me a comprehensive database of information to work with regarding the RST few hours, and since I could parse all of that in about an hour, the meeting turned to me teaching her instead. And to be honest, I was jealous. Maybe it was because she was an elf. At least, that was my rationale. Once I explained to her how Fatoriating worked, and also how memory worked. Namely how it wasn't necessary to read every word to remember the sentence, how sentences themselves were hooks that could be used to remember passages, etc. And how constantly ipping through pages could get the mind used to perceiving them as images and subconsciously processing them. Once I explained all of that, it took her about 2 hours to be able to Fatoriad better than me. Not only that, but after she was able to, a strange glint shone in her eyes. The sort that someone who was obsessed would have. I hoped that I was her only advisee. If not, the next guy was in for a whole world of hurt when Ina started using her new info. But anyway, Ina quizzed me a bit on the RSTOR and then let me go with a warning to not take the dungeon lightly. Also with some new equipment. The guild gave each adventurer a starting bonus to work with basic equipment so as to not send people into their deaths. For me, it was a knife and a thick cotton tunic. In terms of long-term use, it was basically nothing. But when considering they sorts of monsters on the RSTOR, mostly just goblins and kobolds that traveled around in small groups, if not alone, it should be enough. Should. I entered the tower over the dungeon. Babel. It was bustling with activity. People going back and forth from the dungeon. People coming down from stairs above, probably from shops. I ignored them all and headed towards the stairs down into the dungeon. As I did, people ignored me as well, though a few glanced my way and shook their heads. Not my problem. I walked down the stairs, listening to my footsteps echo around me. As I did, I felt and saw something else in the air. Mana. Not only that, but a sinister presence in the air. Similar to how Hestia's was warm and friendly, this one was cold and hostile. I frowned and adjusted my grip on my dagger. Damn it. If I could, I would love to just ignore the dungeon for now and prepare more. But I couldn't. Hestia was working hard selling her potato snacks at the food stall, but even then that only brought in 1,000 or so valis for a day's work. And at best, a sum that could be made up with a single goblin's magic crystal. I continued my descent down the stairs and went over my plan. It was simple. Groceries would run about 10k valis for the week. We didn't have any utility fees or obligations, so that wasn't a problem. In that case, our weekly expenses would run about 10k, meaning I had to kill 10 goblins a week to get by. That or kobolds. But no. I could do it. The main worries in this hour were just slashes from goblin knives and kobolds smacking me with clubs. Unlike later hours, the strength of these monsters were roughly on par with humans. Meaning that I could GHT them the same as I did people. And with a weapon in hand, I wasn't scared. At least, not in one-on-one GHTS. I stepped out onto the OR. The RST of who knew how many. It was quiet. Despite adventurers heading into the dungeon, it was big enough to where it was rare for adventurers to cross each other. I was wondering how that'd be the case, but now that I saw it with my own eyes, I understood. Nobody knew just how deep the dungeon went. And nobody really mapped out the entirety of every ore either. While there was a lot of maps around, and while the dungeon layout was mostly stable, there were always minor changes here and there. New rooms opening up, old rooms closing. It was why the warning was always to not get complacent and also to always get the latest maps. Well, let's do this. I adjusted the bag around my waist that I intended to use for magic stones and then spun the knife around in my hand to a reverse grip. Like that, I ventured forth. If I had to be honest, it was terrifying. I'd been in caves before, and I'd seen them in games, but this was on a different level. The feeling of something at the bottom of the basement in the middle of the night. The fear of shadows moving in the dark. Those were imaginary for the most part. But not here. I could see it. I wasn't sure if others could, but I did. Ominous hostile presences shifting around in the dark. In the walls, things moving around. Most ignored me, either because I was too weak or because they found others more enticing. But then, a crack. In the ore in front of me, a gur began to emerge. Short, stubby. Sharp claws and ugly as all hell. A goblin. My heart raced in my chest. Sweat gathered on my palms. My legs grew tense. That was the normal reaction. One I should have had. But at the moment... Hey! I didn't feel it. The goblin screeched and then charged at me, lunging at my face, mistaking my inaction for fear. But... they tend to make simple attacks. While the depth of their tactics increase further on, when on the RSTOR, goblins are fairly straightforward. Wordsling my mind faster than I could register them. When it's something like this. You know, right? Once in the air, the opponent loses maneuverability. Not only that, but they're extremely vulnerable. My body moved before my mind could catch up. My arm lashed out and grabbed the goblin's arm. At the same time, I spun, throwing it at the wall. There was a loud crack, the goblin's skull smacking against the sturdy dungeon walls. But I didn't stop moving. Remember, they're good at playing dead, especially against stronger opponents. So ensure the kill. I quickly closed the gap and then slammed my knife through the goblin's eyes. It screamed, reaching for my hand. But I already pulled it back. Good. But that's not enough. To kill it, ensure the vitals are taken care of. I spun around and then threw a sidekick at the goblin's head. My boot met resistance, but one that quickly vanished. And then the goblin stopped moving. Be careful. Monsters can sometimes make one last-ditch attack. I lowered my foot and then quickly stepped back. The moment I did, the goblin's headless body lunged out, lashing with its sharp nails. And then it hopped over, completely unmoving. I blinked and then stared at my knife. Hey! That went a lot better than I thought. So well that I wondered if it wasn't cheating, but I wasn't about to complain. I walked over the goblin corpse and then started dismantling it. My knife cut through its skin and opened its chest. After that, I pulled out the shining crystal inside. When I did, the goblin's corpse vanished. No, not completely. A single ear was lying on the ground where it was. A drop item. I picked it up and then stared at it. While it looked like a normal ear, which meant it was gross, it also wasn't a normal ear. Magical energy emanated of it. Not a lot. But enough to glow in my eyes. And then there was the magic stone. I stared at the glittering crystal and hummed. This seems usable. I could sense it. The magic stone wasn't called that for no reason. If I focused, I felt like I could pull out the magical power inside and use it. But this wasn't the place for experiments. Should I go a bit more? I glanced into the dungeon and considered it. Right now, I wasn't far from the stairs. If we put it in RPG terms and treated each passageway as a room, I was about 3 rooms away. Only a couple minutes out, enough to beat a hasty retreat. Yet. I nodded and then turned back towards the direction of the stairs. I shouldn't press my luck. This wasn't a game. Caution was the better virtue here rather than courage and bravery. After all, we didn't respawn and healing wasn't cheap. Since I wasn't injured, I could count that as a plus. Besides, I didn't want to spend too much time down here. It was already noon when I nished with Ina, so if I wanted to have time to shop for groceries and make dinner for Tia, I'd have to leave early. So. Crack. Not just one. I tensed and then looked around. 1, 2, 4 shadowy presences in the walls around me. Not only that, but a few more blocking the path to the stairs. Well. Shit. I quickly considered the situation. This shouldn't happen. Or rather, this wasn't normal. Monsters didn't usually show up in groups on this hour, but this was the dungeon, and it seemed pissed at me. Was it because I took care of the goblins so easily? Did it change its mind on my threat level? I didn't know. But I did know that I couldn't afford to play around. Running won't work. This body's stamina is too low and I can't move fast enough. Not only that, but ting won't really work. Either for the same reason. The goblin was one thing, but these enemies. I could see a few kobolds, and then more goblins. Thankfully, the encounters were normal. But still, the amount wasn't. A group is dangerous, but it can also be used to your advantage. I kept my cool. A dozen monsters were around me now. All of them hostile. Dangerous. But at the same time, actually less than ting one-on-one. Because they're not coordinated. And when your enemy is not a unit, they can be used against each other. A cramped room. The space I had been in was now packed with hostile monsters. That would normally be a bad thing. Normally. But in actuality, it's a good thing Belle's so thin. This might work. I focused. Howls and screams led the room and then rushes of wind towards me. A chaotic surge of footsteps. A goblin lunging for my head. A kobold swinging a stone club. Another goblin lunging for my ankles. And more on the way. Which is weakest? The goblin in the air. Momentum was set once you were in the air unless there was secondary acceleration from a force. So. I grabbed its arm when it arrived and spun, throwing the goblin at the kobold. The kobold stumbled, staggering back and dropping its club. I rushed after it, shoulder checking the dog creature before grabbing the club in my left hand. The kobold fell over, the scrambling goblin on its face. The goblin lunging for my ankles missed, but it rushed towards me again. I spun my knife around again and then stabbed its eye. The goblin screamed and staggered back. But I didn't have the luxury to watch. Range is key, especially in group battles. You will be cornered if you allow them to coordinate. So don't. The club was too heavy for me to use properly with one arm. But that didn't mean I couldn't use it. I stomped on the ground and spun, using leverage and momentum to throw it at the approaching goblins. There was a funny scene where they got bowled over, but I didn't have the time to laugh. Pain. My body was quickly becoming sore. My muscles were tensing up from going through these motions without proper training. But I couldn't stop. Focus. I did. A kobold approached, stone club held over his head for a powerful swing. I didn't inch. Instead, I charged. The kobold swung its club at my head. But before it struck, I interrupted the attack with a tackle. The kobold growled. But before it could do anything, I headbutted its nose. A low whine. I brought my knife down on its neck and severed its spinal cord, causing it to slump and drop the club. But I didn't stop moving. Too many enemies. Too little room. So I had to make it. I let the kobold slump on me and then spun, tossing it to the side. More monsters were bowled over on the ground. I sheathed my knife and then grabbed the forgotten club. Spinning again, I brought it down on a goblin lunging at my head. There was a disgusting squelch and then the goblin's headless corpse slid in front of me. I kicked it away and then let out a breath to focus. Time to be an adventurer. Chapter 6. Is it wrong that I improved so quickly after that fight from hell? No. It's not. Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? By HappyVainGlory. Fuck. Shit. Ass. Damn it. I limped up the stairs, clutching a bag full of magic stones and drop items. I am not coming back. Until I'm better prepared. Fuck. I wasn't bleeding or seriously injured, thankfully. Although there were a lot of monsters, they weren't dangerous. Well, they were, but it was on the level of being jumped by a group of people. I'd been through a few of those, so I managed to pull through. Especially with the useful info I got from reading earlier. The weak points and attack tendencies I memorized helped me out a lot. It was weird how my body somehow automatically moved according to that info, but I wasn't about to question what kept me alive. Even so, though I wasn't injured, my body wasn't any. My memories allowed me to move like I wanted, but my body wasn't up for it. Bell hadn't exercised a day in his life. At least not seriously like I did. As a result, pulling those martial arts moves and attacks had strained a bunch of muscles. Not to mention the few bruises on my arms and shoulders from blocking and tackling the monsters. I sighed and stepped back into Babel. The sun was setting outside already. Seeing that, I sighed again. Well, there goes the chance to get groceries. I'd have to head there tomorrow morning instead, if I could get up. No, walking was good for rehab, so I'd have to force myself. I made my way over to the automated exchange machine and dumped about half of my magic crystals inside. 6. In exchange, a small mountain of golden coins spilled out, each one marked with a V that had 2 lines through it. Each one worth 100 valis. A quick glance and estimation brought the total to be around 8k. More than enough for at least a few days of rest. I sighed and scooped it all into my bag, along with the others too, and then started walking back. Or, that was the plan. As I made my way towards the entrance, a familiar face showed up. One that I met just a few hours earlier. Ina. Her eyes were frantic, scanning around the lobby. And then when she saw me, her eyes lit up and she sighed in relief. But that relief quickly turned into anger. However, she was professional and kept her face neutral as she approached me. I held up my hand and gave a tired smile. Heya, Miss Toole. Mr. Cranel. She narrowed her eyes and then stared at me, her face becoming grim. What did I tell you? I chuckled and said, don't worry. I listened to your suggestion and kept to the RSTOR. Unfortunately, it seems like the dungeon has it out for me. I sighed and said, stupid goblins and kobolds. About a dozen of them spawned and trapped me in. She gasped. A dozen? Trapped? Well, forget what I said about her being professional. It seemed like even surprise could break her mask. Ina inched, realizing her actions were drawing attention. After that, she ushered me into a side room. Closing the door, she looked at me and said, tell me what happened. I nodded. Right. Hopefully you can help me figure it out too. Is it normal to have monsters spawn in groups to ambush you? Ina frowned. Technically, yes. But that shouldn't be the case on the RSTOR. Especially with the monsters being cleaned up so regularly. Well, guess I'm just unlucky. I sighed and leaned against the wall, resting my body. I stuck around near the stairs, planning to just GHT a goblin or kobold before heading back. And I did. But when I was walking to the stairs, I got jumped by a mixed group of goblins and kobolds. Ina's eyes widened. That would explain your condition. But I'm surprised. You don't look injured. I'm not. Well, not really. I inched as my shoulder started throbbing and massaged it. Just not used to moving so much, I guess. I'm planning to take a few days to rest up and train now that I don't have to worry about funds for a while. Ina shifted her gaze to my bag and said, "It seems like you made quite the pro-tea. I damned better well have for all the pain I went through. Did you exchange it all?" I shook my head. I'm planning to make another trip later. I don't have the space to carry it all anyway in my bag if I exchange them, and I also have monster drops to appraise. I'll probably head to the guild building tomorrow morning. Ina nodded. I'll keep my schedule open for you then, Mr. Cranel. I waved my hand. Just bells any. She let out a faint smile. Then it will be any for you to just call me Ina, Bell. Although. She frowned. Monsters showing up in groups that large on the RSTOR. I'll need to report this. Please do. And let me know if they get that sorted out. I really don't want to deal with that again when I barely made it out. The RST time. Ah, and thanks for all that info by the way. Definitely a lifesaver. Ina nodded, a bright smile on her face. You're welcome. And I'm simply glad that you're alive. So don't do anything stupid. Like trying to go GHT again when you're injured. Don't worry. I know when I'm over my head. Good. In that case. My apologies for holding you up, Belle. I waved my hand. It's any. I'm sorry to have worried you. Thanks for sticking around to watch out for me. Ina blushed and said, I was doing nothing of the sort. I was just curious to see if you listened. I chuckled and then waved. Even so, thanks. I'll see you tomorrow, Ina. With that, I left. XXX. God, I hurt everywhere. I muttered and unlocked the iron gate to the abandoned church. It was night now. I had to take my time since my body revolted against my orders. Well, more like it just couldn't handle it anymore rather than revolting, but the sentiment was there. I shut the gate behind me and then glanced at the church. The light was on, so it seemed like Hestia stayed up waiting for me. I felt a pang of guilt at that. She was definitely worried. I walked into the front door and then put on a smile before calling out. I'm home, Tia. Belle. Footsteps dashed over and then Hestia came into view. She stood in front of me, her eyes wide with worry. Relief led them for a second when she saw my face and then she pulled me in for a hug. Welcome back. GRK. I did my best to not inch from the pain and said, could you not do that? I appreciate it, but I'm really sore from. Ding. Oh. I'm sorry. I should have realized. It's any. Hestia stepped back and then motioned for me to get in. I walked inside and then slumped on the couch, letting out a deep sigh. After that, I unfastened my bag and placed it on the table nearby. Hestia walked over to sit beside me and said, Are you hungry? You were out for a while. Now that she mentioned it, I could feel my stomach rumbling. I let out a wry smile and said, Sorry to bother you, Tia. And here I wanted to treat you out. I'm just too tired right now. Though. Hestia smiled at me and said, Don't worry. I saved some potato crepes from work. I'll be right back. She walked over to the kitchen and rummaged around in the fridge. Seeing that reminded me of just how weird this place was. Mostly medieval but with random modern conveniences like a shower, indoor plumbing, etc. Well, I guess even gods didn't like being forced to live in the Stone Age. They probably had a hand in that. Hestia came back with some wrapped food that looked like hash browns and then offered one to me. She frowned and said, "It's probably not the best, but it should LL you up. I hope." I smiled and took it from her. "As long as it's from you, Tia, I'm more than happy. Seeing you happy washes away the pain in my body, is what I'd like to say." I sat up and then winced. But damn! I should have done more training before jumping in. Hestia frowned. "Was it that bad, Belle? You don't have to be an adventurer if it's that dangerous. I'm sure that we could ND something." I shook my head. "No. I have to be an adventurer." "Do you?" Hestia stared at me, biting her lips. I could see why. This time, I wasn't injured. But in the future if she saw me come home with injuries, well, I'd just have to make sure that didn't happen then. I stuck up my thumb and said, "Of course. How else are we going to make the Hestia familia the biggest in Orario?" Hestia blinked and then she laughed. "Vel. You're silly." Her smile turned soft and said, "It's any, you know? You don't have to work so hard." "But I want to." I took a bite from the hash brown, potato thing, and then said, "My beautiful and cute goddess deserves the best in the world, and by the gods I'm going to make it happen." Hestia's eyes widened and then she sighed. "Well, if you're that resolved, I won't say anything else. But, be careful, all right? If you were to get hurt, I don't know what I'd do." I nodded. "I will. But for now, I think a nice cold shower is overdue. That should help my sore muscles a bit." Hestia nodded. I pushed myself to my feet. Well, tried to. The moment I did, I started to wobble. "Vel." Hestia reached out to steady me. "Sorry about that, Tia. Could you help me to the bathroom? I'll be any once I'm inside, but I guess I pushed it a bit too much walking all the way back." Hestia let out an exasperated sigh, but she smiled as she helped me over. "Come on then. And then after your shower we can update your status." "Oh yeah. That was a thing. There was something else I was forgetting too." "Oh, right. By the way, Tia. The guild gave me some papers for you to LL out. Something about tax forms. Could you go through those for me? I'll hand it back to them tomorrow when I go see my advisor." "I will. Now, go relax those muscles, Mr. XXX." Hestia bit her lips as she stared at Belle's status. "This fast? XXX. Belle Cranel. LV1. Strength, I50. Endurance, I50. Dexterity, I50. Agility, I50. Magic, I50. Energy manipulation, I. Compilation, H. Magic. Quantum magic, instant magic. Skills. Liar's phrase, reality is nothing more than the lies we tell. Growth is determined according to the user's will. External influences are subsumed and overwritten. XXX. It had only been a day. No, not even a day. But he was already halfway to the next rank in all his stats. "Vel." Hestia trailed and then said, "Just what exactly did you go through today?" He let out a long swearing sigh and said, "A pain and a half. Apparently, the dungeon doesn't like me very much. That or I was unlucky. I only went a few rooms away from the main stairs but I got jumped by a dozen monsters." "A dozen?" Hestia growled and said, "What is the guild doing? Ambushes on the RST or?" Bell waved his hand and said, "It's any, Tia. It's not a normal occurrence. My advisor reported it to the guild as well, so we should be any Though I'm making sure to take a few days to be sure. You'd better. I'm not letting my belle go anywhere that dangerous until it's safe. My belle. Hestia froze, blushing. Did she really say that out loud? Oh no, what if? Belle laughed. It's any. Then, I guess you're my lovely goddess. Hestia poked his back. Arg. That hurts. Stupid IRT. Belle laughed again and said, I can't help it, alright? You're fun to tease. Humph. Hestia placed a piece of paper over Belle's fauna and copied his status over. After that, she handed it to him. Belle sat up and stared at it. Hey! I improved a lot. I was wondering why my body felt a bit lighter. Don't go making a habit out of it. Hestia frowned and said, You got lucky today, Belle. And he did. While the growth rate was incredible, from what Belle said, it came from risking his life. And more than a normal adventurer should have. A new adventurer, forced to GHT for his life with nothing more than a simple knife and not a single piece of armor. Hestia was still new to everything, but she knew a bit from talking with Hephaestus and poking around. 9 out of 10 times, if a new adventurer ran into that sort of situation, they would die. The situation that Belle was placed in was one where it'd be a miracle to come out alive, let alone uninjured like he was. Well, he was a bit bruised and sore, but that was all. Did he have the talent for it? Was that why he was any? Or did his skills have something to do with it? While Hestia was lost in thought, Belle sighed and said, I know, Tia. I really was lucky. He frowned and said, if I hadn't studied so much beforehand, it might have been a stick situation. Good thing Ina was so thorough. Hestia started to nod, but then something stuck out to her. Ina. Yeah. That's the name of the advisor the guild assigned to me. She's really knowledgeable and wicked smart. He frowned and said, it only took her a couple hours to figure out what I spent years working on. Elves really are unfair. I'll have to thank her for helping my Belle get home safe then. Ina. Yes. She would have to go see for herself just who this Ina person was. Belle yawned and said, anyway. I think I'll go to bed now. There's a lot I want to work on, but sleep is more important. Ah. Hestia nodded. I'll go get it ready then. Thanks Tia. Appreciate, you. Was he that tired? Before Belle could get out of the sofa, he slumped over, already asleep. Hestia sighed and then carefully pulled him to the mattress. This child of mine. He must have really pushed himself today. Hestia patted Belle on the back for a bit and then turned back to look at the table. There, a small pile of golden coins spilled out from his bag. Already more than Hestia could make in a single week. Seeing that made Hestia a bit depressed. But she pushed through it. She might not be able to do anything for Belle to help the bills very much, but she could provide him a warm home. That much. At least. But is that enough? She turned back to look at Belle. A single day, and he was already halfway through in all of his stats. If this pace continued, wouldn't he be ready to level up in just a few weeks? At that time, would it still be alright for someone like him to be with her? Hestia bit her lips, but then she pushed that thought away. It didn't matter. She would believe in Belle. Even so. Hestia crawled into bed next to Belle and stared at his face. Tucking a strand of his white hair away from his forehead, she said. You won't leave me, right Belle? He didn't answer. No, if he could hear her, he would probably call her stupid for thinking that. Hestia sighed and closed her eyes. Chapter 7 Is it wrong to do some studying? Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? By HappyVainGlory. When I woke up, I was alone. The scent of lingering hours was nearby, something sweet, but also sharp. Almost like Cinnamon, but not quite. I blinked and then realized that I must have collapsed last night and Hestia tucked me into bed. Ha! How embarrassing! Why did Belle have to be so weak? I never collapsed before in my life, and now I had to deal with this almost anemic body. I sighed again and then pushed myself on the mattress. The side of the bed was still warm, so Hestia must have just left. A look outside confirmed that, since the sun was still low in the horizon, casting everything in golden hues. I stretched and then walked over to the table to grab my bag. It seemed like Hestia had nished up the papers too, so I grabbed those as well and then got ready for the day. A brief splash of water to my face, some toothbrushing away, and then I was headed to the guild. Let's see. It's probably not a good idea to head back right away. My body was NE now, probably a result of the status update. But it was still too risky. After all, I wasn't sure of what to expect. And while I managed to get out of that mess the RST time, I had a feeling the dungeon might try something worse since I did. So a few days to let it cool its head. Probably best. Anyway. Since that was the case, it was time to start working on my physique. And get groceries. And come to think of it, did this place have any casinos? It was probably a bad idea to try and cheat at them, but if there were card games, since I had enhanced memory and visualization now, I could probably win pretty easily. Roulette might be good too. Though, if things got hairy, I was still too weak, so maybe it wasn't such a good idea. Ah! A female voice echoed from behind me. Excuse me, sir. Sir. I blinked and then turned around. A young woman stood there. She was. I guess you could call her beautiful, but in the adorable and cute way rather than smoking hot. Her hair was a wavy silver and her eyes were the same color. From her outie, a light green dress with an apron. Over it, she seemed to be either a waitress or a cook. And she was also holding a magic stone. She straightened and then gave me a bright smile. I'm glad you stopped. Here. I think you dropped this. I froze and then quickly checked my bag. 1, 2. Nope. The 6 magic stones left over were still there, along with my drop items and the tax papers. I turned back to the young woman. No, I guess since she looked around the same age as me, it would be better to call her a girl. Anyway, I turned back to her and said, thank you for the sentiment, but I haven't lost any of my magic stones. Oh. The girl blinked and then frowned. Well. You can have it anyway. Hey. I blinked and then quickly shook my head. No. I'm NE. I appreciate it, but it's not my policy to take what's not mine. The girl smiled and held it out again. It's NE. From your outie. You're just starting out as an adventurer, right? This should help a lot with your funds. It would, but I'm NE. Besides, you were the one who found it, so you should keep it. From her outie, she was nightly working a service job, probably as a waitress. And I knew from personal experience that they didn't make much money, and dealt with a lot. Something probably worse in a world like this. The girl frowned. But. No buts. And if it makes you feel better. Well, let's just say you returned it to me and I gave it to you in exchange for your kind words and sweet smile. Yet. The girl blushed. That's. I waved and started walking away. Nice meeting you, miss. Have a great day. Wait. Sir. The girl called out after me and started to follow. But before she made it very far, a booming female voice called out. Sir. What do you think you're doing, slacking like this? Sorry, Mamma Mia. I'm coming. I kept walking. As I did, I felt that girl's gaze on my back. And when I did, I wasn't mistaken. I was sure. That was the same one that I felt earlier before I met Hestia. A little different, softer and less obsessive, but the same in nature. Yet, definitely too much trouble. I muttered to myself and then kept walking. I didn't know why, but I wasn't about to mess with a goddess disguising herself as a mortal until I was much more prepared. And had the resources to back myself up. XXX. So how much do you think I can get for this stew? Ina adjusted her glasses and then looked up at me, her eyes wide. We were back in her private OCE, my drops and magic stones laid out on her desk. 6 magic stones, 4 kobold tails, and 9 goblin ears. That was my total loadout. The result of making it through that disaster on my RST day. Ina blinked again and said, "You got all of this, Belle?" I nodded. "That's right. From the monsters you killed? You didn't just pick these up on the way back." I frowned. Seeing that, Ina shook her head. "My apologies, Belle. It's just..." She looked back at the pile and said, "I'm surprised. You said you fought a dozen monsters, right? No, that you fought a goblin and then were ambushed. I take it then that you fought 9 goblins and 4 kobolds. Yet. Why? You have incredible luck." Ina shook her head. "It's not that rare for a goblin ear to drop, so it's not too surprising for you to have so many. But for one to drop from each goblin you killed. And then those kobold tails." Ina frowned and said, "They aren't uncommon on deeper ores when the kobolds are more powerful, but they should only be about 1 in 20 on the RST ore." Hey! I blinked and stared at the items on Ina's desk. Maybe my gotcha luck was useful for something after all? Or maybe the monsters I fought were more powerful than most, thus ensuring the drops? Like a random encounter in some roguelikes where it was a trap room with powerful monsters that had guaranteed drops? Or maybe it was one of my skills. Quantum magic, maybe? I didn't know, but I wasn't about to reject it. Ina smiled. "Either way, this should help you a lot. Totaling everything together. 1,000 valis per magic stone, v. 100 per goblin ear, 1,000 per tail. It should come to a total of 14,000 valis. More than enough to pay back your loan for the knife and to buy proper armor. 14,000 valis, hey? When added to the 6,000 I got yesterday, that was 20k right there. Deducting the 3,500 for that overpriced knife the guild loaned me, I still had 16.5k. Plenty for groceries and everything else." I smiled back at Ina. "That's great. Should I go exchange this for you then?" I nodded. "If you don't mind. I'll be right back then." Ina carefully picked up the drop items and walked out. As she did, I mulled over what to do next. 16.5k valis. Materials for a single meal was about 50. From what I could remember of Belle's memories, an expensive meal at a bar was about 300 valis. Ah, my math was earlier. It looked like it was around 1 to 10 for valis and USD. $30 for a pricey meal, 5 for a basic one sounded about right. 350 for a knife though. I drew my knife and glared at it. "You'd better be made of some damned good steel, you bastard. Back on Earth, that much money could buy me a whole damned kitchen set of stainless steel. Probably more. Though come to think of it, my knife didn't have any nicks or dings despite me stabbing through bone, cutting through tough cobalt ash, and gouging through fat. Not only that, but it didn't have any signs of rust. Alright, maybe it was worth it." The door opened again and Ina walked in with a small bag. "Here you are, Belle. I already deducted the loan from the total, so there's 10,000 and 100 valis exactly." She paused and said, should I count it out for you? I grabbed the bag and smiled. It's any. I don't believe that someone as intelligent and beautiful as you would lie to me. Yet. Ina blushed. Belle. That's too far. I blinked. What did I say? You. She glared at me and then frowned. Is it subconscious? What? Ina sighed. Nothing. Now, did you have any other questions for me while we're here? She paused and then said, and you? Had better not be planning on heading back into the dungeon, mister. Not after yesterday. Geez, both you and Tia are so cautious. But don't worry. I don't plan to. As for questions. I rubbed my chin and said. Do you have anything on magic? Ina blinked. Magic. I nodded. Yet. Magic. You're an elf, so you should know a bit about it, right? Ina frowned. I do. But Belle. You should know that it's rare for humans to learn magic even after obtaining a fauna. Thinking about something you don't even have yet is only going to be a distraction. But I do have it. Ina blinked. Come again? You have what? Magic. Ina blinked again. You? Magic. You know what? I think it's probably best if you just saw my status. Here. I turned around and started taking off my shirt. Wait. Belle, no, Mr. Cranel. You shouldn't just. Calm down, Ina. It's better to verify it with your own eyes, isn't it? Besides, I'm just as embarrassed about this as you are. Damn twiggy body. I'll get some muscles soon. Ina blushed, but then coughed. Seeing that I was keeping calm, she managed to maintain her composure. But then. What the hell is this? Hey! I blinked and turned back. What? Is something wrong? No. But. I've never heard of a level 1 having developmental abilities. Let alone unknown ones like these. Or magic. Especially a magic like this. And then this skill, know your stats, too. Ina stared at me with a strange look in her eyes. Belle. Are you really a level 1? I put my shirt back on and nodded. I am. Then what did you do before becoming an adventurer? Her eyes lit up and said, if the guild can get a record of how this happens, then. Sorry to disappoint Ina, but I wasn't anything special. I sighed and said, all I did before coming here was live out in a remote village with my grandpa tending to sheep. I frowned and said, I couldn't even GHT properly. Still can't, even with the fauna. Ah. Ina blinked and then nodded. I suppose that would explain the large boost in your basic abilities. But that doesn't explain everything else. She frowned and said, did Lady Hestia know anything about it? That's what I wanted to ask you about. Tia, I mean, Lady Hestia didn't know either, and I'd prefer knowing if I had any useful trump cards up my sleeve in case something crazy like yesterday happened again, you know. Ina frowned. I don't know anything either. None of the books I've read have had something like compilation or energy manipulation as developmental abilities. Your skill seems to be a rare one as well, and then there's your magic. She placed her hand on her chin and said, quantum. I've heard that some gods use that term to measure an amount of energy. So maybe that has something to do with your developmental abilities? Compiling an amount of energy to use. I nodded. That's what I thought. But it doesn't explain why it's instant cast. She paused and said, have you tried saying its name as a chant? Oh yeah. That's a good idea. Quantum. Ina's eyes widened. Wait, Belle. You shouldn't. Magic. Ina inched, covering her head with her arms. I inched as well, realizing how stupid I just was. But nothing happened. After a few minutes, Ina carefully lowered her arms. And then she glared at me. Mr. Cranel. What in the world were you thinking? I coughed. I wasn't. Clearly. She groaned and started massaging her head. If that had been an attack spell. I started to sweat. Yet. That would have been bad. Ina sighed. You are nothing but trouble. Honestly. Though I suppose it's better that it's me handling you than someone else. She frowned and said, it's clear that you need thorough and proper instruction. Well, yet. That's why I asked for a book on magic. Ina sighed and sat back down at her desk. There is no such thing. At the least, not one that I can acquire for you without spending a hefty sum. How much we talking? 30,000 for a basic primer. Even then, I don't think it would be of much help considering your magic is apparently congenital. I sighed. Should have gured. Seemed like I would have to do some experimenting after all. Ina let out a wry smile and said, I have to say though. You are definitely the most interesting person I've met in my years working at the guild, Belle. Gee, glad to entertain. Ina laughed and then put on a serious face. Setting that aside. You should be careful. It's any showing me your status since I'm your advisor and legally bound by our work contract. Wait. Ina blinked. Pardon. I stared at her and said, legally bound? Contract. Ina slowly nodded. That's right. Did we not go over this? We definitely didn't. Ina coughed. Oh. Pardon me. I suppose I may have gotten too excited in our last meeting. I laughed. It's any. I was to the RST time I managed to get it working. But anyway, Orario has laws, hey. Ina nodded. Of course. The guild is the one who enforces and writes them as well. Though I suppose that doesn't stop the more powerful families from ignoring them every now and then. Still, for the average adventurer, it's a good idea to have at least a basic understanding of them. Could I get a copy then? Ina blinked. A copy? Of what? The laws? I nodded. Of course. I frowned and said, Tia and I can't afford to make any mistakes, so it's better to avoid them if we can. Oh yeah. I dug out the tax forms from my bag and handed them to Ina. These are the tax forms by the way. She took them and nodded. That's true. Though. Are you sure? There's quite a lot. Even with your reading speed. We'll leave that for me to decide, Miss Toole. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 8. Is it wrong to help other people? Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? By HappyVainGlory. Ina. Yes, Belle. These laws are bullshit. Yes, Belle. I told you, didn't I? I groaned and pinched my nose to stave away headache. Ina came back with a cart full of books. All of them about the current laws active in Orario at the time. It didn't take me long to read them all. Neither did it take long to process the information. I was almost certain now that my compilation ability was helping out with that, since I knew for sure I wasn't comprehending those spaghetti noodle laws so fast on my own. One law forbade an adventurer from stealing from another in the city. But there was an exception for if that occurred in the dungeon. However, there was an exception for that where a dispute could be led and brought before a god to determine proper ownership. And then there was an exception for that which allowed solid evidence to overturn a judgment by a god. Since it was possible for there to be a subjective truth that wasn't a lie. In short, bullshit. Utter bullshit. Still, it was bullshit that I now had memorized and was fully prepared to defend against and use in the future if needed. I glared at the wagon of books and then let out a sigh. Thanks for grabbing everything for me, Ina. I appreciate you. Ina laughed. It's any. It was kind of funny watching your reactions to reading everything. And refreshing to see that I wasn't the only one to think that. I looked up at her and said, don't other people think the same? Well, they do. But not many have read the entire primer set like us and know all of the exceptions. And exceptions to exceptions. And exceptions to those. Ugh. Don't remind me. Ina laughed again and then glanced at the time. Well. It's been a few hours now, Belle. Not that I don't enjoy your company. But you were planning on doing some shopping yesterday, weren't you? That's right. I jumped out of my chair and quickly grabbed my bags of valise. Making sure they were tied securely around my waist, I nodded and said, I've gotta make sure to get groceries and everything before the day's over so I can make dinner for Tia. Ina blinked. Dinner? For your goddess? I nodded. MMHM. Tia's not a very healthy eater, you see. Gods might be gods, but when they're here their bodies are just as mortal as ours. I want to make sure Hestia's eating right so she doesn't get sick. Ina smiled and then said, you really are something else, aren't you, Belle? I dunno. I'm only me after all. I smiled at my inside joke and then waved. Thanks again, Ina. I'll catch you later. She waved back at me and said, I'll see you soon, Belle. And don't go into the dungeon without talking to me. Will do. Take care, love you. LL love. Wait a minute, Belle. I resisted the urge to laugh at seeing Ina lose her composure and instead focused on what else I had to do today. Let's see. Right. I owed Tia an apology, so let's swing by the market and see what I could make for dinner. XXX. So it turned out that increasing your stats actually had an EECT on your physical abilities. I knew that, but I didn't really believe it until after I went shopping for groceries. Some cuts of meat that were apparently a type of boar, cartons of eggs, cabbages, tomatoes, various fruits. Since I had a lot of valise now, I decided to splurge a bit in buying groceries. Unfortunately, I forgot that this world didn't really have cars. Fortunately, I was a superhuman now. While my arms were still twigs, I could easily carry around armfuls of ingredients and maintain my balance. Not only that, but my vision with the weird energy waves had improved too, letting me weave around the crowd as I headed back to the church. Which was a good thing, because I'd be pretty annoyed if I got knocked over all of a sudden and had everything ruined. Though it did remind me to gurr out if bags of holdings were a thing. Or make an inventory spell somehow. But when I reached the church again, I discovered a problem. I couldn't open the gate. It wasn't actually locked since we didn't have anything valuable, but there was a latch preventing it from just opening up. The problem was, I couldn't reach that latch. At least not without putting all the bags down. And if I put all the bags down out here, it'd be a pain to pick them all up again. Maybe I should try that energy manipulation skill? If I thought about it real hard, maybe I could force the gate latch up and... A voice called out from nearby. Mail. Is Hestia expecting a delivery? I shifted and peered at the speaker through my bags of groceries. A handsome tall man with long blue hair and a humble brown cloak. He had a faint smile on, though his blue eyes were sparkling with curiosity. He also radiated divine aura. Something that felt like sunshine and chemicals? Not quite, but that's what my brain registered it as. I shook my head and said, not quite. I'm actually her newest familia member. Oh. The man no, the god nodded and said, Hestia told me about you. Belle, right? Here, let me help you with the gate. He walked over and unlatched it before pushing it open. Thanks, man. You're a lifesaver. The god smiled. I have indeed been called that in the past, yes. I walked through the gate, and then remembered that I had to open the door too. Realizing that, I glanced back and said, would you mind? Of course. Allow me. XXX. I set the bags down in the kitchen and let out a deep sigh. Phew. Gotta remember to get a cart or something next time. That would be the better course of action. Though I'm surprised. I thought that Hestia said you were a new adventurer. You seem to be doing well for yourself. I waved my hand and said, I got lucky. It seems so. Anyway. I held out my hand and smiled. The name's Cranel, newest member of Hestia family. It's nice to meet you. Machigatte's eyes widened before he let out a wide smile. Ah. I see why Hestia's been so happy recently. You are indeed a breath of fresh air. Pardon. It's nothing. He shook my hand and said, you can call me Machigatte, Belle. Machigatte then. I nodded and started sorting through the ingredients. As I did, I waved and said, make yourself comfortable. Tia. I mean, Hestia's going to be out for a while, but I'll be done with this shortly if you need something. It's any. Machigatte shook his head and said, I'm actually just here to drop some things. For you actually. I paused in the middle of unloading some vegetables and turned towards Machigatte. Me? Yes. He reached into a satchel at his side and pulled out a half-dozen glass vials with crimson liquid. Hestia was worried about you and asked if I could help provide some potions. Potions? I blinked and then smacked my head. Of course. Potions. Damn it, I need to remember to buy those when I head down into the dungeon. Machigatte laughed. Well, these should do just any then. They aren't on the level of healing any torn limbs, but the minor cuts and scrapes for the RST viewers shouldn't be a problem with these. You really are a lifesaver, Machigatte. I sighed and then walked over to inspect the potions. And in doing so, I saw that he was underselling himself a bit. At least, from the healing aura they gave, it didn't seem like some minor health potions to me. Machigatte frowned and said, I'm sorry that I couldn't provide more, but it's plenty. I'm not planning to head into the dungeon for a few days anyway. I reached into my bag and then rummaged around for some Valis. Let's see. Healing potions run around VE100, right? For 6 of them. I started counting out the coins. Mahika's eyes widened and he quickly shook his head. That's any, Belle. These are a gift. There's no need to pay me. I stared at him. As I did, I noticed that his cloak was a bit threadbare. While it was well taken care of, it was also patched up a few times. I didn't want to be rude and invade his privacy, but I also didn't want to let him give up so much business when he probably needed it. So, in that case, think of this as advance credit. I carefully counted out 30 coins in a handful and held it out to him. Mahika blinked. Advance credit. I nodded. I've got a feeling I'll be needing a lot of potions in the future, so think of this as me reserving those ahead of time. But hey, no buts. I pushed the coins into his chest and said, besides, if you're willing to help out Tia by gifting potions, it's only fair that I help you guys out by giving you business when I can, right? Mahika stared at me for a while and then slowly nodded. He smiled and said, I see. It seems that Hestia has found a truly wonderful child. Well, here's hoping that wonder doesn't result in more trouble down the line, considering how close those two things tend to be. Mahika laughed and then accepted the coins. Very well. I will take this as an advance payment for your next batch of potions. Please, tell me whenever you are in need of them and my humble family will do our best to provide. Of course. And thanks again. I picked up a potion and said, you really are a lifesaver. I probably would have completely forgotten to buy some without you visiting. Machigatte smiled. Well then, I am grateful to be of help to you. Ah, and if you ever wish to visit, our building is just down the street. I set the potion down and looked at him. It is. Yes. It's the wooden building a few doors down with the potion sign on it. A bit out of the way, but... Wait, that's yours? I remembered passing by it a few times, but it seemed empty, so I didn't drop in since I thought it was abandoned. Machigatte coughed. Yes, well. We do not receive many customers, so I suppose it may seem that way. Good to know. I nodded and said, I might make visiting you guys a daily routine in the future then. Gotta make a note of that. Machigatte smiled. There's no need, but we would welcome your patronage. He tucked the valise into his bag and then waved. I'll bid farewell for now then, Belle. It was a pleasure meeting you. Ah. It was nice meeting you too, Machigatte. Thanks again for the potions. Machigatte nodded and then walked out of the church. After a bit, the gates swung open and then closed, latched shut. Seems like Tia has some nice friends. I was a bit worried since she seemed so lonely when I met her, but it was good to see that she had people looking out for her. To go so far to gift potions when Machigatte probably needed that business. He was definitely a good friend. All the more reason for me to get better at acting then. I clenched my st and made a small vow to make sure to help them out. A good turn deserved another, after all. But RST. Let's get these groceries sorted. Chapter 9. Is it wrong to accidentally make skills with BS logic? Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? By HappyVainGlory. Hestia brushed her hands and closed up her stall. After carefully storing away the valise earned for the day in her bag, she wrapped the unsold Jagamaricuns and carried them in her arms while she headed back home. Along the way though, someone called out to her. You're in a rush today, Hestia. A man wearing a white robe and his hair in a Japanese-styled bun gave a casual wave and smiled. You're usually lingering around to try and get more customers, aren't you? Oh, take. The man. Or rather, the god, was Takemi Kazuchi. Or Take for short. He was someone that Hestia knew decently well and was fairly friendly with. One of the few gods that she could call her friend actually, mostly because he also worked hard to provide for his family by selling Jagamaricuns. In fact, he was still sitting there, waiting for customers at his stall. Hestia nodded and said, I would, but Belle is waiting for me. Belle, hey. Take smiled and said, you're really happy about Nally getting a member to your familia, aren't you? MMHM. Though, he's a bit troublesome. Take sighed. Yes. The RST one is always a struggle. I can still remember how difficult it was adapting to everything in the mortal realm and taking care for my children. He shook his head and said, let me know if I can help, all right? Us poor gods have to stick together. Humph. Hestia grinned and said, says you. I won't be poor for much longer. Oh. Take smiled. I suppose he's paying quite the bride's price then if he's making the infamous virgin goddess so content. Bride's bride. Hestia blushed and then hooed. Whatever. I'm going home. Take laughed. Take care, Hestia. And I'm serious about the help. Thanks. I'll make sure to remember. Hestia waved and then started walking back home. Help. It would be good to have someone to help her sort things out. But while Take was nice, and while Machigatte was kind, she wanted to ask Hephaestus about it. Belle was too special, and the only one she could trust to help figure things out was Hephaestus. Though, considering how busy she was Should I try to make an appointment? It would be a bit embarrassing to ask Hephaestus for favors again after all the goddess of the forge did for Hestia. But if it meant that Belle could be safe and sound when he returned from the dungeon. Maybe she should ask Hephaestus about a weapon too? Maybe not at this moment since Belle was still learning, but... Hestia noticed a fragrant smell drifting from nearby. A tasty smell. One that made her stomach rumble even after munching on potatoes all day in her breaks. That wasn't too odd. Except that it was coming from the church. Her church. Hestia blinked and said, "Is Belle cooking?" She didn't take him for a chef. Then again, he did say that his grandfather died. Maybe he had to learn as a result of that? Hestia frowned and then unlatched the iron gate. After closing it behind her and latching it again, she walked up to the church doors, carefully opening them to peer inside. When she did reach for my hand, I'll soar away into the dawn. Oh, I wish I could stay. Belle's voice echoed through the church. At the same time, the sounds of boiling water and clattering pots led the air. Hestia pushed the door open the rest of the way and walked inside. Belle. Gah. There was a crash, followed by cursing. Hestia's eyes widened and she ran into the kitchen. Belle. I'm any. Belle sighed, picking up a head of cabbage from the ground. I didn't realize you were home, Tia. Hestia stared at him, but it seemed like he wasn't injured. Thankfully, it looked like she didn't interrupt him in any dangerous parts of cooking, like chopping things up. Belle moved the cabbage over to the sink and started rinsing it. As he did, he looked back and said, I thought you'd be home later, Tia. She sat down in a chair nearby and nodded. I was planning to, but I thought you'd be lonely, so I came back a bit early. Belle shook his head. That's no good. Keeping up with your work hours is important, you know. Even if I'm helping out now, you shouldn't throw that away. It's any. I just didn't do overtime today. Today? Belle paused and then turned to stare at her. Do you usually do overtime then? MMHM. The money helps A&D. It was always a bit lonely coming back to an empty home. Belle froze and then shook his head. Well, you shouldn't anymore. To both working overtime and coming back to an empty home. He smiled and said, I'll make sure to come back early to cook dinner for us. Hestia frowned. That's no good. You're already working hard at the dungeon. I can't have you cooking for me too. Well, I want to. And it's not healthy living only of fried potato snacks, no matter how tasty they are. GRK. Anyway. Belle waved to the chair and said, rest up. I'll be nished in a bit and then we can eat. Okay. With that, Belle went back to cooking. Hestia focused on unloading everything. The valise she earned today amounted to 400. Jagamericans weren't expensive to start with, only FTY valise each, and there was a lot of competition. She managed to get 8 customers today. But Hestia sighed and then put the valise away. Pulling out one of the leftover Jagamericans, she started munching on it while watching Belle. What are you making? Nothing too special. Just a lamb soup with the essentials and some fresh bread. Hestia nodded and then paused. Fresh bread? Yeah. Belle absently responded while checking on the oven. I picked up some recipe books today and started sifting through the ones I remembered. So far it's turning out well. You're a man with a lot of talents, aren't you, Belle? I wouldn't say that. I'm just very knowledgeable and stubborn enough to practice a bunch of worthless skills. Though, they're turning out more useful than I thought now. Hestia smiled and then kept watching Belle. XXX. I stepped out into the church courtyard and then focused. Hestia was reading a book inside after we finished eating. Just some casual relaxation before sleeping. I didn't have that luxury though. Or rather, I didn't allow it for myself. It would be nice to just live lazily like that, and it was probably possible for me to do so by amassing funds. But money by itself wasn't enough in this world. That was revealed to me after reading through all the law earlier today. Money helped, sure, but it boiled down to raw power in the end. Freya, Loki, Ishtar, Ganesha, Hephaestus. I repeated the names of the more powerful familia in Orario. While they were a bit varied, they all had one thing in common. Power. Power in the form of powerful adventurers, and also power in the form of financial and political avenues. If I wanted to get Hestia's name up there, I needed to work hard. And the RST step to that. Just what is this magic of mine? I tried to sort it out. It was instant magic, meaning it didn't need a chant. But at the same time, I didn't know how to activate it, or was it constantly activated? I frowned and then drew my knife. Maybe it was a combat spell? I tensed and then lunged forward, calling out quantum magic. And nothing. Nothing but embarrassment. So it wasn't that. Then, maybe it really was something that could only be used with my other abilities? I focused on the energy floating around me that I could see. It was fuzzy. Or rather, I realized now that it was fuzzy. Getting my fauna opened my eyes to color, but now that I recognized things, I was starting to see that I experienced that color in like 144p. Super low quality. Enough to tell what things were, but not in any detail. Kind of like being nearsighted and trying to stare at things in the distance. But it was enough to touch things, at least to pull them closer. So I focused on the floating mana nearby and grabbed it with my hand. I didn't have any thoughts after that, but the moment I grabbed it, at a sudden zap. Realization. At the same time, ashes of information passed through my head. Things I had read once upon a time and forgot, but remembered with a start. Energy could only be transformed, neither created nor destroyed. Energy equaled mass times the speed of light squared. It was possible to put form to the thoughts one had in their mind. Half-assembled bits of knowledge, ashing through my mind. Just like when I was acting against those monsters. Information. Going too fast for me to catch, but simultaneously being instinctual enough to act upon. And with that, can I make it? I tried it out. A convenient utility. Something that would be a game changer in this RPG-like world, but that didn't exist yet. I felt a surge of power. More of the ambient mana suddenly began owing towards me. At the same time, I instinctively said it. Inventory. A ash of light. A ripple in time and space. No, a tear of both, folding in on itself and latching onto me. And then I was staring at a familiar screen. Wait, what? It was an item inventory. Like a virtual reality game menu. I blinked and then waved my hand through it. The window wasn't tangible and my hand passed through as if it wasn't there. Just like the book and pen I made last night to take some notes. Does this work? I frowned and stared at it. Inventory. Most games had it. Since this world had such a game-like system, I was vaguely wondering if it might be possible to recreate it somehow. Of course, I didn't have the faintest idea on how to create it. But using energy manipulation as a tool to cleave a portion of space-time. Just a tiny piece that was barely noticeable and easily mended. With my abilities, I bound it to myself with mana and then attached it to my core. Then, I used the ambient mana to grow it. Creating a pseudo-dimension that could tie items in as much as I had mana to use to build up said dimension. In short, a space that only needed a startup fee to use but afterwards could be accessed freely. And also one that was strictly my own. But how the heck did I do this? I stared at my hand and then the Oding inventory screen. Curious, I picked up a piece of grass. And then pushed it inside. As I did, a tiny icon of it. No, the blade of grass, shrunk down in size, showed up in that inventory box. I frowned and then tapped on the blade of grass. As I did, it popped out, Oding in midair. But not really. It was in that weird, there to me, but not really existing state that was the same as my book and pen. But when I grabbed it with my hand, the grass properly materialized, becoming real again. Hey! Curious, I unhooked my knife and tucked it inside the inventory screen. It shrank down and then slotted neatly into a tiny box. In the top right corner of the item grid. 1, 2, 6 slots, hey! There wasn't much. Probably because I didn't have much mana to use. And it didn't seem to want to accept my mana either. Trying to shove my mana into the item box to expand it only had my mana pass through. It was probably something to do with the nature of mana. I used ambient mana to make it to rip a chunk of space-time and fold it into that inventory, so it looked like I needed to use external mana to upgrade it. Inconvenient, but I had a feeling it was probably for the better. Maybe it was just to prevent things from getting mixed up and collapsing on itself. Probably that, actually. Though. Is this what my quantum magic is? I frowned and tried to recall what just happened. I grabbed some ambient mana and managed to use it. And when I did, I instinctively created an inventory, spell? Ability? That I was thinking about earlier. Was it just a creation spell then? Maybe an ability to make other abilities? No. That sounded convenient, but my gut told me that was wrong. If that was the case, then it would have been labeled something like skill creation magic or synthetic magic. The operative word here though was quantum. Maybe it was physics-based things? No, energy. Like Ina mentioned, quantum was a measurement of energy. A discrete amount of energy that represented the minimum quantity of a physical entity. The thing was, that was energy in the abstract, not energy in physics. My magic wasn't Newtonian magic or physics magic after all. And if it was purely force-based, I would expect it to be something like Joul's magic, or force. Maybe even vector. But it was quantum. And the word quantum didn't only apply in physics. It was used in other places as well to broadly mean an amount of something. So then was my magic the magic of quantities? Could I adjust how much I had of something? Maybe it was luck? I could vaguely recall reading a bit about how quantum physics and quantum mechanics involved some wonky things with probabilities and system states, but I didn't know the details. Whatever the case, it didn't seem to be something I could use directly. It looked helpful for support though, considering I somehow nagled an inventory ability out of it. Or maybe that was my compilation skill/stat. Did it let me compile information into a tangible form? Really wish I had a help system with all this. I pulled my knife back out and frowned, staring at the inventory screen. Since I didn't though, I had to ND things out the old-fashioned way. Fortunately, I had in-night note-taking capabilities. After a while of testing, I found out the following. The boxes were only suggestions. While any items I put in that were different from each other automatically moved into different boxes, I could push them into each other to take up one box. The problem with that though was that I had to remove everything in one go and couldn't pick and choose. Kind of like putting a box into a bigger box, I had to go through an extra layer of unpacking since the items wouldn't materialize unless I separated it. Even then, that cramming only worked so far. After walking around the church and shoving random debris into my inventory, I found that I could only LL up a space roughly the size of my own body. If I tried to put things in after that, I couldn't. Physically couldn't. The object would just phase through and fall to the ore. I did ND that I could increase the size of the inventory a bit by grabbing more of the ambient mana, but it was only about a enger's width for about a bucket's worth of mana. Though, that made me wonder if I couldn't use mana stones to upgrade it. Something to try for later. Next up, I found out that I had a range where I could pick items up. It wasn't much. Basically limited to what I could physically reach out and grab, but it gave me some interesting ideas at least. Mostly shenanigans about grabbing severed monster parts and pulling them out later. Especially since I found that momentum seemed to be saved with items that I picked up that way. Like, if I grabbed a falling rock, I could send it ying out from my inventory by directing it with my mind. Which gave me all sorts of questions on what the heck quantum magic actually entailed and if it wasn't actually a result of my other abilities, but I couldn't tell. Anyway, putting it short and simple, I had auto pickup and item tossing. I wasn't quite sure if I could hide living things inside my inventory, and I wasn't too sure if I wanted to know, but it might be a good idea to try it out with monsters later. Maybe an almost dead one? Food for thought. Bell. Hestia called out to me from inside the church. Are you still training? I blinked and then glanced back to see Hestia standing at the door. It was dark now, barely illuminated by the crescent moon above. Hestia was standing in the doorway in her nightgown, a thin white one-piece that hugged her body and barely left anything to the imagination. She was also holding a tiny candle to light up the surroundings. I shook my head and walked back. Sorry, Tia. I girt something out with my magic and got caught up in it. Hestia smiled. That's any. But don't stay up too late. Sleep is important, you know. I should be saying that to you. I can sleep in, but my cute goddess has work in the morning. Hestia hooted and said, stop teasing me. Fine, Annie. I argued her hair and said, I'll stop, Tia. But seriously, there's no need to stay up on my behalf. I can't sleep without you though. Hestia muttered and then lowered her gaze. Ah. I suppose that made sense. How lonely must have she been this entire time? To have someone nearby with her. Yet. I nodded and said, all right. Then let's head to bed. Yet. Hestia blinked. Really? I frowned. Didn't you want to go to sleep? I do. But I thought you'd be upset. Dummy. I poked her head and said, we have all the time in the world for me to train. It's not like I'm in a rush to get strong. Or we're pinched for cash. So don't worry about it. Too cool. Hestia blushed and said, and nothing. She smiled and handed me the candle. Here. I'll go to bed RST. Blow out the candle. When you're done. Before I could respond, she dashed and hid herself beneath the covers of the mattress. I sighed and then walked over to the bathroom. What a goofy and silly little goddess I had. Chapter 10. Is it wrong to abuse zenkais? Is it wrong that I woke up in Danmachi as the main character? By HappyVainGlory. The next morning, I saw Hestia at the front gate. Bye, Belle. Hestia waved at me, a small bag under her arm. I'll see you later. I waved at her and said, have a good day at work. And you have the lunch I made you, right? MMHM. Hestia beamed and said, how could I forget my Belle's homemade sandwiches? She pulled out a carefully wrapped package to show me. See? Good. I nodded and said, don't stew yourself with those potato Jagamericans. Jagamericans now, all right. I won't. Bye. Hestia waved again and then walked with a slight spring in her step. Someone's in a good mood. I smiled watching her leave and shook my head. Well, it's good that she's happy. A cute girl like that shouldn't be frowning or lonely, so seeing her happy made me happy. But now. Let's see. I stared at the ruined church and placed a hand on my chin to think. My two main priorities were to improve my combat abilities and to end out what my abilities actually did. After that, I had a secondary objective of making some more income. Of course, since I could just go to the dungeon for that second objective, it could be put off for later. Though I really wanted to go check out the casinos and try card counting. Still, bad idea while I was still so scrawny. I didn't have to worry about getting robbed now, but still. That left my main objectives. Improving combat abilities and ending out what my abilities actually did. Should I play around with my inventory ability a bit more? Right now, that was the only working thing I had. And it was a unique thing too, judging from what I knew about magic around here. Which wasn't very much, but... oh yeah. I picked up a rock and idly began playing with it, tossing it back and forth from my inventory. I could go chat with Ina too. Always good to get more info. Especially since I seem to be able to just convert knowledge to experience now. I didn't forget about how my body naturally moved when fighting the goblins and kobolds. Considering that I nightly didn't know how to do that before, either as Belle or myself, it had to be from my abilities. And since it wasn't energy manipulation, that left compilation. Which gave me more questions, but that could be tested later. I had a bit of leeway now with our funds, but it wasn't endless leeway. If I wasn't careful, it'd be just enough rope to hang myself, drag Hestia in as well. And I couldn't have that. Then, a sudden sharp pain in my right hand. Like something smacked it really hard. Ow! The hellhum! I blinked and saw the rock I was messing with rolling onto the ground nearby. I also saw a red mark in my right hand. Like something had smacked it really hard. But it couldn't have been the rock. Even if I threw it all the way up, it couldn't have gathered enough speed to sting that much. Wait! I stared at the rock, and then it hit me. My inventory stored momentum and velocity. My inventory stored momentum and velocity. That meant that I could loop it. Like in Portal, if the distance that an object fell was short enough and if there wasn't any momentum lost from friction, the energy could just keep on stacking and the object could get faster and faster. Or something. I didn't know the details, but I knew I was onto something. So, I picked up the rock again. This time, I tossed it in the air and caught it with my inventory. And since I could freely release anything from my inventory as long as it was within my physical reach, I stared at the space in front of me and imagined it. The rock dropping and then falling back into my inventory. Thankfully, since it was an automatic process, I didn't have to worry about timing. Which was good, since I was pretty sure I'd have missed after it started becoming a white line. After letting it loop for a few minutes, I stopped. When I did. Scary. The rock was in my inventory. But it didn't look like an ordinary rock before. Was it because I'd looped it so much? Instead of being a single grey rock, it looked like a grey smear in the box. And when I cautiously tapped it to direct where to release it, all I got in the preview state was a bright white line. A line that had a boatload of energy, according to what I could sense of it. Was this what it felt like carrying a loaded gun? I carefully put the rock back in my inventory and decided to forget about it for now. It'd be a useful trump card in case, but I definitely didn't want to get reliant on something like that. Though if people decided to start coming after us, I made a mental note to let Orario know what it was like to be put under heavy artillery at practically light speed. And railguns. Definitely railguns. I shook my head and stared at my arms. Well, I definitely need to do some weightlifting. The problem is, that's going to take a long time to show any results. Not only that, but I kind of lacked equipment. No. There were some boulders lying around, so I could always use those. But that still had the problem of me needing time to heal. Heal? I blinked, suddenly remembering the potions my ache gave me. It was a crazy idea, but since the human body adapted to training only after being broken down and healed up. XXX. Pain. Incredible pain. Almost unbearable pain. But I grit my teeth and pushed through it. Crack! I lifted the heavy boulder over my head for the 100th time and then stored it in my inventory just before I dropped it on my head. After that, I pulled out a cup of extremely diluted healing potion and downed it. Almost immediately, I felt a cool sensation spread throughout my body, pushing back against the burn from my workout. But I didn't stop there. Muscles didn't grow from thin air, so I pulled out a bowl of the soup that I prepped beforehand with the essential nutrients, or what I hoped were the essential nutrients, and downed it. I waited until my muscles stopped hurting and then stood up, glancing at my body. It was working. My skinny twig arms whirling out with muscles. It was slow going, but it was definitely noticeable. And even if it wasn't, the fact that I'd upgraded from a small brick to basically a giant boulder that could kill me if I dropped it wrong, showed that I was getting stronger even without gaining too much muscle. I shook my arms to get out the weird tingles that came after the healing and then made some notes. I wonder why nobody else did this. Was it because they weren't aware of how muscles worked? How the human body adapted? Or was it because people were overly reliant on the fauna to increase strength? Not that it matters. What did was that it worked for me. Not only that, but I'd only used a single potion from the stock that my ache gave me. I glanced at the sky and saw that it was getting dark. Tia should be back soon, right? I didn't have a clock, but since she worked a normal job, she should be back fairly soon. In that case, I glanced down at my bare torso. Unlike before, my body was starting to show clear definition. It was still a bit too scrawny for my liking, but at the least I had muscle. I also seemed to be a bit taller now, judging from the fact that my pants legs seemed a few inches too short. Either way, the workout regime was working. That should be enough muscle, so next up, let's work on my cardio. Stamina was needed for sprints. Ideally, the best thing to build that would be, well, sprinting. But running around Orario wasn't the smartest of ideas, and neither was doing that in the dungeon. Both would draw unwanted attention. So the next best thing. Ugh. I guess burpees it is. I sighed and then started dropped to the ground. This had better be worth it. XXX. Ugh. Hestia frowned and stared at her sandwiches. Belle won't be too mad, right? It was closing time now. Today had been a busy day for some reason, and Hestia managed to make a few thousand valis from selling her Jagamaricuns, but that meant that she had been constantly having to fry, sell, and pass out the Jagamaricuns. Which meant she didn't have time to eat her lunch. Hestia sighed and carefully unwrapped her food. The valis from the day's transactions were carefully tucked away into her bag, and she already closed up her stall, so there was nothing to worry about there. But she looked up at the darkening sky and said, I hope Belle doesn't mind. It was only a few hours from dusk. She had been out far longer than she anticipated. Ha, what a useless goddess I am! Hestia mumbled and then picked up a sandwich. It wasn't too fancy. Bread, lettuce, tomatoes, some ham, and cheese. Homemade mayonnaise. A fairly cheap meal she could probably get from a nearby cafe. But it was also made by her Belle, so she didn't dare to skimp out on it. Stupid customers, bringing me so much business. Hestia grumbled and then took a bite of her sandwich. And when she did, she froze in shock. A burst of air. Fresh and crisp, salty but slightly sweet. An invigorating and scrumptious meal that betrayed its humble origins. Against her will, Hestia let out a small moan. People passing by looked at her funny, but she didn't care. Instead, she was angry. I had to wait this long. She quickly took a few more bites, savoring the taste as she did. Was this the result of Belle's love for her? Her love for Belle? Or was he just that good of a cook? Either way, Hestia couldn't help but have her mood lifted as she ate. And then a cocky tomboyish voice called out to her and brought that mood right back down. Whoa, Runt! You seem to be in a good mood today. Business doing well? Hestia paused in the middle of a bite and then lowered her sandwich, glaring at the speaker. A woman with red hair, kept in a short ponytail. Eyes that were mostly closed, with a foxy charm around them. She was wearing a purple crop top with black sleeves and short shorts, paired with black leggings and purple shoes. As if to compensate for the wall of her chest, the woman bared her midriff and thighs for all the world to see. Hestia hooted and said, "So what if it was, Loki? At least I'm making an honest living rather than sitting around lusting after my children all the time." TCH. Loki clicked her tongue and said, "And here I was trying to compliment you. As childish as ever, I see," says the tomboy who started a conversation that wasn't wanted. Sure, sure. Whatever makes you happy, Runt." Loki plopped into the bench beside Hestia. Hestia immediately scowled and scooted all the way to the other side of the bench. "What?" Loki cracked an eye open and said, "Can't I visit an old friend at her work? Like we're friends to begin with, you cutting board." "Cutting?" Loki took a deep breath and then shook her head. "Whatever. I'll let it slide since I'm in a good mood." Hestia took a bite of her sandwich and then said, "Ahoy! What, did that half-elf Nally give into your lewd nature? I wish. Les too uptight about it still." Loki sighed. If only she'd be as nice about it as Tioni and Tiona. "Right. Are you drunk? You sound drunk." PFT. Loki scoed and said, as if. "The only thing I'm drunk on is my love for Ace." Hestia nished her sandwich and picked up the other one. Loki frowned and opened her eyes. "What? You not even going to reply to that? Why should I bother? You're going to tell me anyway, aren't you?" "Hey!" Loki frowned and said, "You're weird. You're weird today. And you aren't." Loki laughed. "That's true. I heard from Take that you got your RST child. Seems like that's made you grow up a bit, hey? Maybe I should call you." She suddenly cut and then opened her eyes, staring at Hestia. Hestia blinked and stared back. "What? No. It's just my imagination." Loki started muttering and said, "There's no way that Runt could have grown. If you're just going to bother me, could you leave? I'm trying to enjoy the meal my Belle gave me." "Your Belle?" Loki's eyes widened again and said, "Could it be that the infamous virgin goddess Nally found herself a man?" Hestia rolled her eyes and then stood up. "I'm leaving." Loki stood up as well and said, I'm joking, I'm joking." Hestia kept walking. Loki didn't follow her. Instead, she hollered from the bench and said, "Fine. Be that way. It's not like I was worried about you or anything, you brat." Hestia hooted. Just what is with that crazy goddess today? It was rare for her to see Loki around ever since Hestia came down from heaven. The only time before then was when Hestia got kicked out. At that time, Loki had come to gloat and mockingly left after buying a Jag American. Whatever. Hestia kept eating her sandwich, smiling as she bit into it again. "I wonder how my Belle is doing. XXX." Loki stared at Hestia's vanishing form and then sighed. Looks like the Runt's doing well for herself. She had been worried there for a bit. While the two didn't get along very well since their time in heaven, it would have annoyed Loki if Hestia didn't manage to end a child for herself. After all, it was only fun to gloat when they were on somewhat level playing grounds. Still, that runt's got some spunk after all. From what she heard, Hestia had gone through FTY rejections before managing to ND someone. Loki was curious about who that person was that accepted being with Hestia. And she was tempted to make sure that it wasn't someone trying to trick Hestia and take advantage of the goddess of hearth's kindness. But it seemed like things were going well. And since that kid of hers was considerate enough to even cook for Hestia, there weren't any problems. Although, damn it, I want a home-cooked lovey-dovey meal from Ace too. A young male voice called out from behind Loki and said, "That can be arranged, Loki. Though, I think you should wait for that until you want to head back to heaven." Loki grinned and turned around. "I suppose you've got a point, Finn." A young man with golden hair and blue eyes. No, what looked to be a young boy due to his short stature. Even so, the maturity in his gaze revealed his age. Adjusting his yellow vest over his purple shirt and trousers, he glanced at Loki and said, "The others were looking for you. We still have to go over our plans for the expedition." "Ha!" Loki sighed. "Don't remind me. Mommy Riveria's probably upset, isn't she?" "Obviously. She was getting ready to blast you with ice magic if you snuck away to drink. Good thing I didn't decide to swing by Mamma Mia's place then." Finn sighed. "Come on, Loki. Let's not make the others more mad than they already are." Hi. Chapter 11, Is it wrong to show off these gains? By the time Hestia arrived back home, it was already night. The sun had fallen beneath the horizon, and the moon had already taken its place in the sky. When Hestia arrived at corner leading to the front of the church, a tinge of guilt filled her chest. Would Belle be worried about her like she was him when he went into the dungeon? She said that she would be back earlier, but instead she took so long. Hestia bit her lips and then walked to the iron gates. Only to be greeted by the sight of a man with a bare and muscular torso doing handstand push-ups. Yet, Hestia was flustered at the sight and she dropped the latch of the iron gate, sending out a loud clang. That caused the man to pause and then do a flip, landing on his feet. After that, he turned towards the gate, letting Hestia see his features. A chiseled and heroic face, with just the faint trace of femininity. Beautiful crimson eyes sparkling like rubies. A completely chiseled torso with muscles that could have been carved from stone. An ethereal white hair that looked like wisps of moonlight. "Oh, there you are, Tia. I was wondering what was keeping you. Was business good today?" A suave and confident voice, as smooth as butter. For a brief moment, Hestia wondered if it was a god standing there. Another trying to court her. Considering Apollo's attempts back in heaven, this wasn't too out there. But this was the first time that Hestia felt like this. Her body was warm and her face felt hot. At the same time, her heart pounded in her chest, as if it was trying to fly out. The man blinked and waved his hand. "Hello? Tia? You alright?" He even called her Tia. Such a cute name and such a sexy voice. "Wait. Tia?" Hestia blinked again and then carefully stared at the man, putting her weird reaction aside for the moment. White hair. Crimson eyes. And that nonchalant manner of speaking as well as the nickname. Hestia cautiously called out. "Belle." "Well, Deai. Who else would it wait? Tia." "Hi." That was weird. She could have sworn she was staring at him. Why was the sky suddenly dash? XXX. I sighed and tucked Hestia into bed. Silly goddess. It seemed like she pushed herself too much today. No, probably in these past few days. I had a feeling Hestia wasn't used to staying up, and she'd been staying up with me for 2 whole nights already while waking up early in the morning. Well, at least it looks like she ate properly. I glanced at her bag and saw that the sandwich wrappers were in there. Maybe her body just wasn't used to proper nutrition and she passed out? I'll need to make her a proper breakfast then. If that was the case, she definitely needed more food. But for now, I considered going to sleep, but my body was practically boiling with energy. If I had to take a guess, I would say it was a side effect of taking too many potions, or maybe because I had improved my physique to the point where I didn't need much sleep. Probably the first option. But that caused a problem. I'm not sleepy. And that meant that I had a lot of time to kill. I stared out at the sky. Since the moon was still high, there was a long time until morning. I stared at Hestia's sleeping form and then walked back out into the courtyard. Might as well keep training. I pulled my knife out from my inventory and then mentally reviewed the weak points of the goblins and kobolds. Image training should be just as effective. So, I stepped out into the moonlight and focused. Space seemed to flicker before shadowy figures emerged. Goblins and kobolds. Not the real thing, of course. I wasn't capable of that. Maybe later if I did some more testing or snuck some out, but definitely not now. No, these were similar to the pen and notebooks I could make. A sort of self-imposed delusion. Imaginary. But to me, they were real enough to fight. I recreated the scenario I found myself in the first time in the dungeon and nodded. Let's go. XXX. Hestia opened her eyes to the smell of eggs frying on a pan. Hi. For a moment, she was confused. The last thing she remembered was that man. Hestia jumped out of the mattress and then ran to the kitchen. And when she did, well, I guess you're hungry after all, aren't you, Tia? Makes sense considering you skipped dinner. It was the man from yesterday. Giving a roguish smile that felt like it could steal her heart, he casually flipped an omelette around in a skillet. He was also familiar. And now in daylight, she was sure of it. Bell. That's you, right? The man. No, Bell rolled his eyes and said, what, am I so different that my dear goddess can't recognize me anymore? Yes. Hestia quickly nodded. You are. She walked over and stared at him, looking up and down. Unlike yesterday, he was fully clothed. His old shirt had been tossed on over his top, but it was too small now, clinging to his body and revealing his midriff. His pants were too short as well, more than a few inches too high from his ankles. As for his shoes, the poor things were ripped now, turned into nothing more than makeshift sandals. Ah! Belle coughed and said, I suppose I did have a bit of a growth spurt. A bit. Belle was already taller than her, but now he practically loomed over her. In fact, she was fairly certain he was just as tall as Machigatte now, if not taller, and that natural gigolo was already towering. Belle shrugged. Well, I am in my growing phase. I mean, I'm only 15, you know. 15. Hestia blinked and then let out a deep sigh. No. I suppose that makes sense. Children do grow a lot in their teenage years. But... She turned to look at Belle and said, how in the world did this happen? Was it his skill? That liar's phrase did say that growth was determined by his beliefs. So was it that? No. Even if there was a ridiculous ability that allowed someone to grow so fast, it wouldn't result in this. Would it? Ah. Belle nodded and set the omelette aside on a plate before starting to cook another. That would probably be because I experimented training with potions. Training with potions? Yep. Belle cracked a few eggs into the skillet and said, the body grows after healing from damage it takes in training, so I thought why not try out using potions to see if that makes it grow faster from healing faster. Hestia frowned. That doesn't work though. The potion would just heal all the wounds. Machigatte told me that. It came up in a casual conversation one time while she was wondering if she could make a way to get super strong adventurers to advertise her familia more. Well, normally it does. But if you dilute it enough, the potion's healing effects actually just jumpstarts the body's normal healing effects. He paused. Though it also doesn't work if you don't train until your body feels like it's on fire. You really need to reach a certain point of damage first so that it doesn't just erase your work. Found that out the hard way. Hestia blinked. And then she sighed. Belle. Has anyone told you how strange you are? Honestly, who would even think of such a thing? No, considering what he said. It didn't seem to be easy even if it was simple. Although the potion would heal the body, if it was to that point, wouldn't he be in constant pain as it healed? More than a few times. But that's what you get for living with storybooks all your life. He shrugged and then grabbed the omelette. Now here. Eat up and get ready for work. I'll get started on your lunch in a bit. Yep. Same old Bell. Even though he'd become a smoking hot stud, he was still the nonchalant and caring young man that offered to join her familia. Tia. Nothing, Bell. XXX. That was a bit embarrassing, but at least it's sorted out now. I stared at my reflection in the mirror and nodded. After Hestia left for work, I went shopping for new clothes. It was a given, considering I looked like I was wearing kids' clothes after my growth spurt. Now I had changed up my look a bit. When I came to Orario, I had a tan coat that Grandpa gave me. It already was a bit too small since it was a gift from a while back, but now the only thing it could serve as was a makeshift cloak. Still, it was fairly fashionable. Other than that though, my clothes weren't too sophisticated. A plain black shirt, a bit loose to be comfortable moving in. Matching pants and a new set of boots. Paired with the knife strapped at my side, I looked like someone fresh off the boat from Final Fantasy or something. A proper JRPG protagonist. Hi. I brushed my wispy silver hair. Before it was a bit of a mess, but now that I had grown a bit, it looked cool instead of dorky. I knew you had it in you, Belle. I smiled and stuck my thumb up at my reflection. Bit scary that it only took a day though. Potions were a heck of a drug. Literally. Though since I looked like this now, I had a problem. Again. I glanced over to the cotton tunic I got from the guild and frowned. I'll need new armor. And I'll need to get more groceries too. I glanced back at the almost empty pantry and frowned. I rolled my shoulder and said, well. Might as well go talk with Ina. It was about time I went back to the dungeon for some refueling. After locking up, I made my way out into Main Street and headed towards the guild building like usual. But as I passed the commercial district, I felt a gaze on me. A familiar one. But it was different this time too. I could sense confusion, excitement. Before I could react to that and move away, someone called out to me. Sir. Wait, sir. A familiar female voice. I considered ignoring it, but my gut told me that it would be more trouble than it was worth. So instead, I turned around. The silver-haired girl in a waitress outfit. Her name was Seer, if I remembered right. She smiled at me and said, I almost didn't recognize you. She laughed and said, did you eat some magic beans and grow overnight or something? I laughed back and said, or something. I was starting to worry that I'd be a scrawny kid forever, but it looks like I finally got my growth spurt. To emphasize that, I pulled my arm out to flex. A vain display, hoping that it would distract her or turn her off. But of course, she didn't care. Instead, I could practically see stars forming in her eyes at that. Wow! I let out an internal sigh and then lowered my arm. It's nothing much. Apparently fighting in the dungeon's a good workout. Who knew? Seer giggled. You're right. Ah, but then does that mean you're heading back into the dungeon today, sir? I nodded, deciding it was better to tell the truth. I am. The name's Belle, by the way. I held out my hand to her. Seer's eyes widened and she smiled, happily grabbing my hand. It's nice to meet you properly today, Mr. Bell. I'm Seer. And thank you so much for letting me keep the magic stone. It made Mamma Mia let me off the hook for skipping dishes the other day. I'm glad to hear it. Now, if you'll excuse me. I tried to pull back my hand, preparing to make a quick escape. But as if she knew, Seer tightened her grip. Wait. Don't leave yet. That time I actually sighed. Still, I put on a faint smile and said, fine, fine. I'll wait. Wouldn't want a beautiful girl like you to ruin her reputation by chasing me across Orario. Seer giggled and said, well, you'd better not leave then, or I'll have you take responsibility. I smiled, taking care not to say anything. Be right back. Seer waved and then dashed off. As she did, I focused on my surroundings. Strange. I was certain that Seer was that goddess, but I could still feel a gaze staring at me. Not only that, but today I didn't sense anything weird from Seer. It was like she was just an ordinary young woman. Did I mistake it last time? Maybe it was my paranoia. Seer seemed nice enough, after all. A bit clingy and definitely crushing on me harder than even Hestia, but that was par for the course for teenaged girls. And since I still felt someone staring at me. Maybe it was a coincidence the first time? After a few minutes, Seer re-emerged, carrying a wrapped purple package. She was also out of breath, although she let out a smile when she saw me. You didn't run away this time. You make it sound like I ran away last time. Seer giggled. Anyway. Here. A gift for giving me the magic stone last time. An adventurer is nothing on an empty stomach, so have some breakfast on me. I blinked. Thanks. I grabbed the package and then looked back at Seer. But are you sure? Since she was only gone for a brief period of time, it was definitely pre-prepared. And from the cloth. Was she making it every day waiting for me? No, girls like to wrap their food in their favorite colors, so was this her breakfast? MMHM. But if it makes you feel better, you can come eat at my workplace to pay me back tonight. Ah. I frowned. That'll be a problem though. I'm in charge of dinner for my familia, so that won't work. Oh. Seer looked upset, but then her eyes lit up. Well, why don't you come for lunch then? Or just whenever you're free. Saying that, she fidgeted with her hands. Seeing her trying so hard, I sighed and said, all right. I'll swing by to grab lunch later. Probably not today, since I really need to go do things, but I'll remember to go visit tomorrow. Great. Seer smiled and said, it's called the Hostess of Fertility, right over there. She pointed to a cafe on the opposite side of the street and said, see it? I do. In that case. She let go of my hand and smiled. I'll be waiting for your visit, Mr. Bell. After a small wave, Seer ran back across the street and into the building. And the moment she did, I felt that sharp gaze from somewhere up above, as if trying to peer into my very soul. All right. So maybe it wasn't Seer after all. A jealous god, perhaps? Whatever the case, I pretended not to notice it and kept walking. Hopefully it would be fine. If not. Well, hopefully I could grind my stats and get famous enough for it to be a non-issue. It'd be a shame to see Orario lit up like the 4th of July. Though I guess it'd be a pretty sight to show Tia. Which reminded me. I should take Tia out on a date sometime. She clearly liked me, and I liked spending time with her. Plus, we were already living together like a couple, so we might as well try it out. Wait. Could a goddess even date a mortal? There weren't any laws against that, but I didn't hear about any married goddess/mortal couples either. Let's delay that a little bit. Gotta make a name for myself first. Now, off to the dungeon. After checking in with Ina. Didn't want to get an earful later when she found out I went in without letting her know. Chapter 12, Is it wrong to pick up a chick in the dungeon? Morning, Ina. Are you busy today? Ina paused in the middle of reading a book and looked up at me, confused. Pardon? Oh yeah. I keep forgetting. It's Belle by the way. Belle. Belle? Belle. Ina jumped to her feet, completely forgetting about her book. At the same time, people in the guild hall turned to look at us. Ina blushed and then grabbed her book. After tucking it under her arm, she grabbed my hand and marched me to her office. After seating me down and sitting down at her desk, Ina let out a sigh and said, I knew it. You're just a real handful, aren't you, Mr. Cranel? I coughed. It's not my fault. I had a growth spurt. A growth spurt that involves you growing 6 inches and putting on over dozen pounds of muscle. It was a calculated growth spurt. Ina groaned and said, what did you even do? Is this your skill? Your magic? No, did you go back into the dungeon? You did, didn't you? Hey now, what do you think I am? Stupid. I shook my head and then pulled out a book from my bag. Or rather, pretended to pull a book from my bag while I really took it from my inventory. Here. This is my training log of what I did in these past few days. Ina took the book and flipped through. And then she paused and flipped through again. On the third time, her eyes went wide and she looked up at me. This. Are you telling the truth, Belle? Of course I am. Come on, Ina. I thought we were friends. My apologies. But you just continue to pull out surprises, don't you? She sighed and shook her head. To create a training regime using carefully measured potions and pushing yourself to the limits. Theoretically, it should work. Experimentally, it does. For you. Ina frowned. But you seem to be a bit of an outlier here, Belle. While I'm sure that this training works, I don't think it was the only reason why you grew so much. True. I probably have good genetics too. Genetics? I mean it probably runs in the blood. Ina nodded. Possibly. It would explain why your status is so strange. She paused and looked at me. Are you sure you don't know why that might be the case? Maybe your parents were adventurers. I paused to think about it. It's possible. Grandpa never mentioned anything like that, but I never really asked either. And since he died. At that, a faint regret passed through me. Not my emotion, but one that was mine now regardless. I'm sorry. I smiled. It's fine. Just another thing to add to the list of regrets. Ina gave me a wry smile. Afterwards though, she looked at my book and said, "Do you mind if I make a copy of this? I'll redact the private information, of course, but feel free. If it helps more people stay alive, then I'm all for it." Ina's smile turned genuine and she said, "You're too nice, Belle. Only for you." Yet. Ina blushed. I laughed. Ina was really too fun to tease. Ina huffed and said, "You shameless flirt. Just because you look older now doesn't mean you should lose your morals, kid." I paused. Oh. Right. Half-elves lived a long time, didn't they? I bowed my head and said, "Sorry, Miss Toole. I'll be more respectful of my elders." That's going a bit too far. I'm only 17, you know. I blinked and looked up. Really? Ina huffed. Really? But you seem so mature. Ha. You're lucky you're so damned cute. I blinked. Alright. Maybe teasing was backfiring. Note to self, rein that back. Nothing. Ina stood up and said, "I'm going to copy this. Anything else you need in the meantime? I might as well grab it." "Oh yeah. Could you get me a few books on fighting styles?" "Fighting styles? Alright. I'll be back soon. XXX. I stepped onto the first floor of the dungeon, mentally reviewing my new information. After Ina came back with the books, she grilled me on the exact details of my training for a while. I obviously elaborated in the excruciating detail expected of me, though it caused her to have a weird expression and make a lot of notes. After that though, we just went over fighting styles, combat techniques, tactics, etc. Ina had a lot of theoretical knowledge in that regard, but she confessed that she didn't have any first-hand knowledge. Of course, that knowledge translated directly to application for me, so that was a non-issue. I spun my knife around in my right hand and then looked around. As always, I could sense that malicious presence staring at me from the moment I arrived. This time though, I also felt something else. A few presences from up ahead that weren't malicious. However, they were fairly powerful. Maybe adventurers heading deeper down into the dungeon? I wasn't about to bother them though. While there were some unspoken rules in the dungeon, those were mostly formalities. And accidents were all too easy to fake. I was fairly confident in my ability to survive considering I made a few more trump cards just in case, but when I thought about how ridiculous some skills other adventurers have might be, I figured it wasn't worth the effort to antagonize anyone. Which was why I went out of my way to head towards a more deserted part of the first floor. It was still morning. Despite that, I didn't sense many other adventurers around. It seemed like the common practice was to rush it down to the deeper floors for better loot. Made sense. Technically, you could charge up to the 7th floor with stats below H. I wasn't about to risk that though. The first floor was fairly low in encounter rates, so it should be good to practice on. Other than me being jumped the other day. But I was prepared this time and even looking forward to that. This time around, I wasn't going to get beat up so easily. But it seemed like the dungeon had been expecting that since no monsters popped up. Even when looking around, I didn't see any of those shadowy presences that indicated a monster. I stopped at a room with an intersection. It was odd. I'd been walking around for more than a few minutes now and there weren't any monsters at all. For something like that to happen. Keeb. A sudden bird cry echoed, followed by a golden blur rushing towards me. There shouldn't be any birds in the dungeon, so what the heck dash? A chorus of roars. Kobolds. Immediately following them, there was the manic laughing of goblins. I blinked and then saw that there was a horde of monsters rushing after the golden blur rushing towards me. I frowned and drew my knife. I don't know what's going on, but I guess this is a good test. The golden blur came to a stop in front of me. When it did, it looked up, letting me get a good glimpse at it. A tiny golden bird with beautiful emerald feathers, only about the size of my palm. Its eyes were a sparkling rainbow color and it was trembling in fear. It glanced back at the monster horde and then started trembling even more, ducking behind my leg. Cheep. I could sense it now. The bird wasn't actually a bird. At least, I had never heard of a bird that had magical powers here in Orario. Was it a monster then? But then why was a monster being chased by other monsters? And why did it try to get me to help? Meh, whatever. Hey, birdie. Cheep. The bird looked up at me. It seemed like it understood. That helped out. Not sure what's going on. But you should step back. I might accidentally hit you in the fight. Cheep. The bird nodded and then stepped back. But it kept looking at me, hesitant. Was it because it thought I was weak? I laughed and said, "Don't worry. I can handle this. After that, we'll sort out just what the heck you are and get you back to your owner." With that, I shifted my focus to the approaching horde. 1, 2, it was a crowd of 12 goblins and 4 kobolds. A bit more than the other day. Even though I had been training a lot, it would still be dangerous to fight them in an open area. Especially if I wanted to keep that cute bird safe. Fortunately, I didn't have to fight them in an open area. Since the bird had been running away from the horde, those monsters were charging in a cramped passageway. Wide enough only for about 3 at a time. I made some mental calculations and then decided. In a pinch, I'd pull my trump cards out. But this should be doable. So. I kicked off the ground and ran towards the first goblin. It shifted its focus to me and screamed, lunging at my head. With that first act, I noticed the other monsters shifting their attention to me as well, probably because I was a bigger threat. Smart, but also not smart at the same time. You see, these monsters were more vicious than intelligent, and the moment that they focused on me, the organized charge became a chaotic mosh pit. Except for that goblin that had lunged away first. Scree! It slashed out its clawed hands, trying to grab my head. But again, jumping isn't very smart. It committed to an attack it couldn't change. The moment it entered my range, I dipped my body to the side, dodging its attack. At the same time, I grabbed its leg with my left hand and then stomped, using the force to send the goblin back at the horde. It screamed and knocked over a kobold before getting lost in the mess near the back. But I wasn't out of danger. Despite the chaotic mess, the monsters were getting back on their feet faster than anticipated. Was it because the dungeon really wanted me gone? Or was the bird special? I didn't know, but just as the goblin got mixed back in, a pair of kobolds charged at me. Like before, they had stone clubs. Unlike before, they showed a bit of coordination. One lunged at me, jumping into the air with a heavy overhead smash. The other charged, swinging the club in a heavy sideways smash to bowl me over. Or rather, to break my ribs. I could end everything by blasting them with my trump cards, but this trip was for training. So. I charged as well. Carefully judging the attack trajectories, I interrupted the kobold on the ground with a tackle, sending him staggering back. Because of that, the timing was off and the kobold in the air crashed into the other kobold, sending both into a sprawling mess. I quickly stepped forward and cut into both of their chests. And as I did, squelch! A disgusting fleshy noise, like a suction cup. From the gap I made in their chests, the magic stones instantly flew into my inventory, causing the monsters to dissolve away. Unlike before, they didn't leave behind any tails though. That was interesting though. I had assumed my inventory was just a passive place. But it seemed like it could be used as a pseudo-appendage in a way as well. If I didn't put something completely into my inventory, then could I? Cheep cheep! The bird's twitter echoed, frantic. I blinked and then realized that knives were being thrown at me. Wait, knives? I looked up to see a group of 3 leering goblins, smirks on their face. It seemed like they were confident. And if I was any other adventurer, that would have been justified. Unfortunately for them, projectiles didn't work on me. I instantly grabbed the projectiles with my inventory, storing them away. When the goblins saw the knives vanish, they froze. That time, I smirked and then opened my inventory, sending the knives back. But not at first. Instead, I looped them at a slight downward angle, building up velocity with gravity as acceleration. And when it reached terminal velocity, I released them. Silver blurs cut through the dark dungeon walls and pierced into the goblins. Immediately, they slumped over. But it seemed that everyone was on a projectile streak today. The two remaining kobolds picked up some goblins and spun, throwing them at me. The goblins screamed, but quickly oriented themselves in the air to attack. In that case, I got my trump cards ready out of caution, but I wanted to try something. When the goblins got in arm's reach, I pulled them into my inventory. There was immediate resistance. Like trying to stuff a box that was already full, no, more like trying to put two magnets together of opposite polarities. The goblins went halfway into my inventory, freezing for a bit in the air, but no more. Then again, I was expecting that. Before they could do anything else, I quickly ejected them, sending them back the way they came. Since I couldn't perfectly store them, some of their momentum was lost, but they still flew back pretty fast. The goblins rolled on the ground, screaming. Seeing that, the kobolds stared at me, cautious. Cheeb. The bird tweeted behind me. I ignored it and slowly walked forward. Yeah. It should be fine like this. I was certain now. Killing them would be easy. My new skill was versatile enough for me to do so in countless ways. But that wasn't the point of me coming down here. I rolled my shoulder and then held out my left hand, taunting them. Come on. Let's get this show on the road, guys. They didn't understand me. But they understood the provocation. The goblins screamed and charged. In unison, the remaining kobolds roared and charged as well. Seeing that advance, I smirked, tightening my grip on my knife. A grey limb, aimed at my head. I dodged it and swung my knife at the joint, cleanly severing it from the body. At the same time, I kicked out behind me, stopping the kobold trying a back attack. Dodge, block, intercept, counter, stab, slash, punch. It was weird. Like a musician playing scales, I had been going over the information in my head and trained my body to prepare for the big rehearsal. And now, it was flowing together. Energy manipulation showed me the faint ripples just before the monsters would attack and mapped out attack trajectories both before my eyes, and as an overall intuitive sixth sense. It was a deluge of information that would have made any other person stagger. But compilation neatly took that information and assimilated it into direct application, letting me react without hesitation by turning it into instinct. Was this the effect of Liar's phrase? I knew it was possible. I believed it to be possible. And because of that belief, I was doing it. A baseless confidence that was being supported by a unique skill that gave it a foundation. No, a foundation that required such baseless confidence. In short, fake it till you make it. I pivoted on my right heel, dodging a kobold's heavy overhead swing. While it was overextended, I quickly stepped back, tackling it. The kobold staggered, loosening its grip on the club. I kicked the club, sending it loose and then grabbed it with my inventory before swapping it to my left hand. Letting my knife go, I switched grips and then swung the club like a baseball bat at the monsters. A clean thwack. A few goblins immediately flew through the air, blood and teeth scattering. The remaining kobold charged at me with his own swing. Did it think I was overextended? Unfortunately, I didn't need such heavy swings to use my pilfered weapon. While it swung, I propped up the stone club to intercept, angling it to deflect the blow. The kobold's swing struck my club, causing a strong feedback and making my hands a bit numb. It also caused my club to shatter, breaking into pieces. As a result, the kobold overextended, caught off guard. I immediately stepped forward and pierced its chest with my knife before sweeping its legs. The kobold slumped to the ground. But it wasn't dead yet. To make sure of it, I rammed the shattered hilt of my club into its nose and then stomped on its neck. A loud crack. After that, I looked up at the remaining monsters. There were 3 goblins left. They were also giving me a leery look, twitching in fear. It was almost pitiful. Almost. Except that I remembered what they liked to do to adventurers, especially female adventurers before they killed them. So before they had a chance to run away, I played my ace in the hole. 3 white lines shot through the air, perfectly aimed at the goblins' chests. A soft crack echoed as their magic stones shattered, and then they turned into dust. And I was alone. Well, alone with a bunch of monster corpses. Speaking of which, I knelt down to the kobold and tried to put it into my inventory, and I failed. Like before, there was a weird repulsive effect. No. This time it wasn't that I couldn't push it in, but rather something was pulling it back. The dungeon. And as I attempted that, I felt something glare at me. A tremendous malicious intent. I immediately stopped trying. When I did, that glare faded. Still there, but less. I will kill you the moment you try that again, and more. One slip up and it's over. But it did confirm that I probably could store corpses in there, just, not when there's an abstract malevolent will already claiming said corpses. At least, I could take the drops and magic stones though. I walked over to each corpse and made a quick incision, just enough to where I could reach in to grab the magic stone. After that, I swept everything into my inventory. The result? 10 goblin magic stones, 4 kobold magic stones, and no drop items. Not this time, it seemed. Though I did pick up some of those goblin daggers and the kobold clubs, so maybe those counted? I didn't intend on selling them though. Much more useful to keep as trump cards. After all, who would expect a random knife to fly at them or a giant stone club out of nowhere in the middle of a fight? I examined my inventory one more time, analyzed the surroundings to make sure that I was safe, and since the only source of energy I could sense nearby was that bird, it seemed like I was. Speaking of that bird, I turned back to look at it. You still here, bud? Cheep. The bird hopped around a few times, cheeping happily, and then dashed towards my leg. After that, it nuzzled its head against me, as if thanking me. I laughed and knelt down to pat its head. No problem, little guy. Though, what are you? I could sense mana from it. Not just that, but I could see that it had a magic stone too. But it was different from the monsters. First of all, it wasn't hostile. Second of all, the color was a bit different. If I had to describe the monster's mana, it was a malevolent reddish purple, almost like blood. But the little bird's mana was a royal violet, like pure amethyst. Not only that, but I could see faint wisps of emerald and gold too. Cheep. The bird tilted its head to look at me. I chuckled and scratched its head. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. You really shouldn't be in a place like this though, little guy. Despite the mana it had, the bird was weak. Like, super weak. So weak that I was pretty sure if I poked it wrong, it would fall over and die. But it was sure good at running away, considering how fast it had been. Cheep. The bird nodded as if it agreed with me. Then, it quickly jumped, flying through the air onto my shoulder. Cheep cheep. I blinked and then laughed. What, you want to come with me? Cheep. The bird nodded its head. I smiled and scratched its head again with my finger, but then I frowned. That'll be a problem though. I'm not sure how the guild treats monsters. The little guy was harmless, but I had a feeling the guild wouldn't think so. That, and I also had a feeling that such a rare monster would immediately get hunted down by other adventurers to see what it dropped. No, to get a hand on its magic stone. And considering how odd it looked to me, I was sure it was probably worth a lot too. Cheep cheep. The bird lowered its head dejectedly. I feel bad about leaving you down here though. It was fast, but not fast enough to where I couldn't have caught it. And since I wasn't much better than the average adventurer yet, let alone the higher level ones, I was sure that it would be caught if I left it alone. That, or it'd get hunted down by other monsters. Cheep. The bird looked up at me, excited. Cheep cheep. Man, I wish I had a translation skill right now. It'd be nice to hear what my new friend was saying. But... I looked at the bird and said, hey. This might be dangerous, but do you want to try something? Cheep. You see, I've got this ability dash. Crack. A sudden surge of shadows. Before I could finish my sentence, the walls, ceilings, and floors opened up with cracks. Cheep. The little bird started to tremble. Guess this place doesn't want you to leave with me. I narrowed my eyes. This time, all I could see were kobolds. But that was fine by me. Well. Stick tight, little guy. I pulled out my knife again and got ready. We'll sort you out as soon as I deal with these annoying guys. But for now. I tried putting the bird into my inventory. As expected, it didn't stick, immediately pulled out by the dungeon, or whatever that malevolent wool was. But did the bird realize my intent? The little guy resisted that pull and forcibly shoved itself into my inventory. Cheep cheep. The moment it did, the bird's cheeps changed. Instead of being off to the side, it sounded kind of like it came from headphones. Somewhere in the middle of my head. But I didn't have the time to think about how or why that was. For now. Let's go. I had to fight. Chapter 13, Is it wrong to give my advisor a big headache? I stepped back onto Babel, my bag stuffed to the brim with magic stones. And my body once again sore. Damn it. I grumbled and massaged my right arm. Stupid dogs. All they know how to do is attack with brute force. That usually wasn't a problem, but when I had to deal with a constant onslaught for over an hour as kobolds kept spawning. Even with my gains, I would get sore. I need to build more stamina. I winced as I massaged a sore spot and sighed before lowering my arm. Cheep. A concerned chirp. In the corner of my vision, I saw the little golden bird look at me. It wasn't actually there. Because I wasn't sure how people would react to it, I politely asked for it to stick around in the inventory until I called it out after explaining the situation. The little guy seemed to understand though, and now it was just in that weird holographic state my books were usually in. I glanced at it and said, "It's fine. Not your fault." Well, it was probably your fault, but I'm the stubborn guy who wanted to fight them properly. It would have been a simple matter to just kill them off with portal-esque shenanigans, but that would build a bad habit. Instead, I fought them off in melee combat to train. Knife skills. Dual knife skills. Taekwondo. Karate. Since I had to face a continuous flow of kobolds, I took the time to practice the fighting skills from the books I read. It went pretty well in my opinion. I wasn't an expert by any means, but I had a good handle for combat flow now at least. And it was definitely confirmed that compilation directly translated theory to practice somehow. Mechanics of how that happened were still up in the air, but it worked. And it made me really want to pick up a magic theory book at some point. I had my thoughts, but I wanted a proper basis to work off first, which meant I needed to work harder and save up more money to buy one. I sighed and then made my way to the exchange hall, only to be greeted by a line about 100 people deep. Seeing that, I changed my mind and started walking towards the guild building where I usually met Ina. A few people glanced at me as I walked past. Probably because of my white hair standing out so much. But since I carried myself well, I didn't get any trouble. I did sense more than a few people stare at my stuffed bag, but they took another look at me, especially my muscles, and decided against it. Yay for judging a book by its cover. I knew getting buff was a good idea. Cheap. Oh yeah. I'm going to go talk to a friend about you, alright? After that, you can decide if you want to stick with me or head out on your own. Cheap. The bird nodded and smiled, well, as much as a bird without a proper mouth could smile. In the meantime, I pulled out the food Seer gave me from my inventory. Well, I made sure to make a show of reaching into my bag first. After that, I unwrapped it. Sandwiches. Cheese sandwiches. Pretty basic, but not bad. I pulled one out and munched on one as I left the Tower of Babel. Sheep. The moment I did, the bird let out a long chirp. Like a sigh. I glanced at it and saw the little guy staring at the blue sky. What, never seen the sky before? The bird shook its head. Cheap. Cheap cheap. Cheap. I still can't understand you, but I'll take it that you haven't. I chuckled and then kept walking. As I did, I saw the little guy spin its head around like a bobblehead to look at everything. Seemed like the little guy never actually did see the outside world before. Then was it really a monster? That reaction wasn't one that a normal bird would have if it was out here. Then again, it was also too smart to be a normal bird. I'd sort it out with Ina. Munching on my sandwich, I glanced around at people as I walked. It looked to be around noon, meaning that I hadn't been in the dungeon that long. Though, considering the amount of trouble I got during that time period, maybe that was a good thing. Anyway, there weren't many adventurers around. I saw a few here and there walking about, probably on a break, but for the most part the people around were normal citizens without a shred of power. Still weird to think I could gauge people by an intangible thing as energy now, but c'est la vie. Life was weird like that. Anyway, normal people. Making my way down the streets, I noticed a lot of them staring at me. Was my appearance really that odd? Or was something wrong? I frowned and gave myself a quick once-over. Nope. I was fine. Clothes were in perfect order. Albeit a bit wrinkled and sweaty, and the only odd thing about me was my bag and my knife. But considering that I could see a few other adventurers with even more dangerous weapons and larger bags bursting with coins, it wasn't that. Not that big a deal. Ignoring the looks I got, I walked over to meet with Ina in her office. XXX. You what? I winced at the loud voice and waved my hand. It wasn't that bad, Ina. Promise. Not that you have 100 kobold magic stones. Oh. Was it that many? I put my hand on my chin, musing about that. I guess I was fighting for a while. Ina sighed and sat down at her desk. I'm starting to regret our relationship. I didn't know we were dating. You know what I mean. I chuckled. We were back in Ina's office with the door firmly shut. It seemed like she had a feeling she was going to get riled up, so she made sure to take precautions ahead of time. Ina put her arms on the table and massaged her temple. What in the world is going on? I didn't even know so many kobolds could be spawned on the first floor. Yet. Me neither. Ina glared at me and said, and you? Why in the world did you stick around to fight them all? Didn't you read the warnings in the books I gave you? MMHM. An adventurer shouldn't go on an adventure. Unless they want to die. So why did you? Because it wasn't an adventure. I frowned and said, I mean, kobolds aren't that dangerous. They are in hordes of that many. Ina facepalmed and said, what am I going to do with you? Are you going to try and take out an entire colony of killer ants too when you reach the 4th floor? Please. I'm not that stupid. So you admit you're stupid. I coughed and said, anyway, it was fine. I was only on the 1st floor, and I could have run away if I wanted to. Although it was a lot, it wasn't like they charged after me in a horde. They learned not to after I shot them down with some metal shrapnel, but I decided to keep quiet about that. Ina sighed. I suppose that's true. And you aren't the reckless sort like some other adventurers I know. Right. I nodded. I know my limits. Today was just a training trip. Ended up escalating a bit too much for my comfort, but overall, good haul. Right. Ina stared at the pile of magic stones and then looked at my bag. Speaking of your earnings. Just how did you fit so many magic stones in your bag? Very carefully, is what I'd like to say. But before then, I've got a question for you, Ina. What is it? Are bags of holding a thing? Or item boxes? You know, things bigger on the inside than on the outside. Ina frowned. I don't believe so. If something like that existed, it would be priceless. And if it does, it's probably held by one of the strongest familia as a secret. Why? Ah. I coughed. Ina froze and then she groaned. Don't tell me you found one in the dungeon. No. But my magic lets me do basically that. Silence. And then Ina sighed. Please be careful, Belle. I don't intend to ask you just how many outrageous things you can do for your own safety, but remember that the gods came down to this world for entertainment. If word gets out about your status or even about that magic of yours, it would get messy. I know. I nodded and said, that's why I'm being careful. Besides, I trust you to not spill the beans. Your trust is too heavy, Belle. Ina sighed. But I'm grateful. She stared back at the pile and said, would you like me to exchange these then? Yes please. And could you open a bank account for me to store the Valis? I mean, I love carrying around a ton of gold as much as the next guy, but dash. I already did. Ina reached into her pocket and flicked a silver card towards me. I caught it and examined it. The card was simple, just silver with my name etched on it. But there was magic floating around inside. You can use that to withdraw funds downstairs at a teller or in Babel at the exchange hall. Thanks Ina. Love you. Ina rolled her eyes. Your sweet words won't make me less annoyed, Belle. She shook her head and smiled. But A for effort. I smiled back and scratched my cheek. Now then. Is this it? You don't intend to go into the dungeon again after this, do you? Nope. I'm planning on getting some proper gear. I frowned and said, somehow, I've got a feeling that I'll need it with my luck. The dungeon seemed pretty adamant about killing off the little birdie. Not only that, but I definitely drained its resources by murdering those monsters. Something that it probably didn't expect considering the last time I went inside. Though it also seemed to be smart, so I didn't want to risk it getting desperate and sending something like the Reaper from Persona after me. Ina gave me a blank stare and said, I'm surprised you're still alive all things considered. She glanced at my outfit and said, are you sure you don't want me to get you a set of the guild-issued armor? No offense, but I think I'll need better stuff. And I also want to try something first. Like getting a giant set of plat email and becoming a literal tank blasting projectiles. Fine. Just don't die. If you do, I'm going to make a public obituary about the cocky adventurer who thought he knew everything and dropped dead. I laughed. Well, looks like I can't die anytime soon then, can I? Ina sighed. You're insufferable. Yes. And thankfully not in suffering. Ina's eye twitched and she let out a deep sigh. Well then, if that's all dash. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Ina narrowed her eyes and said, what is it this time? I glanced to my shoulder and let the little bird out of my inventory. Cheep. It blinked and looked at me. Cheep cheep. Ina froze. I pointed at my new friend and said, this guy followed me out of the dungeon. He's harmless and pretty weak, so I felt bad leaving him in such a dangerous place. I didn't read any laws against keeping monsters and I read that there were a few tamers out there, but I was wondering if you knew any specifics. Hello? Ina. Ina blinked and then lowered her glasses, cleaning them on her shirt. After putting them on, she stared at the bird and then looked at me, groaning. Of course. You would be the first person to tame a jackbird. Cheep. Chapter 14, Is it wrong to try and forcibly evolve my pet? After showing my new friend to Ina, we had an emergency extended meeting to discuss the little guy. Cheep cheep. The tiny golden bird, or rather, the jackbird was sitting on Ina's desk in front of me. Ina stared at it in wonder and then shook her head. I still can't believe it. You either have the best luck in the world, or the worst. I scratched the bird's head, getting some cute coos in response, and then said, what's the problem? Is it dangerous? No. Ina shook her head. Jackbirds might be monsters, but they're the least dangerous monsters in existence. So why is it such a big deal? Ina sighed. Because no one in the history of Orario has tamed one. She paused. Or maybe they did and kept it secret. Either way. This is trouble. She straightened and said, Belle. I know you want to protect it, but as your advisor, I'm telling you to release the jackbird. That, or kill it. The bird froze, starting to tremble beneath my hand. I gently patted it. Don't worry little guy. I won't kill you. Ch Cheep. The bird turned to look at me, pleading with its rainbow eyes. Cheep. Yeah, I promise. Ina blinked and said, you can understand it. What? I laughed. Of course not. It's a bird. But it can understand me. Can it? As if annoyed, the bird looked at Ina and started cheeping. Cheep. Cheep cheep cheep. Cheep. Ina smiled at the bird's antics. But then she sighed. Even so. If you don't want to kill it, you should still release it, Belle. The situation might be different if you were in the Freya familia, but otherwise, it's too dangerous. I frowned. Ina specifically mentioned the Freya familia, meaning that it would only be safe if I was in the strongest familia in Orario. Did the bird sense my concern? It trembled and nuzzled against me. I patted my little friend's head to calm it down and then said, you still didn't explain why. Because the jackbird's drop item of a golden egg is guaranteed and worth 1,000,000 valis. I froze. The bird did as well. And then it twittered, something like a nervous laugh. Cheeb. Ina stared at the bird and frowned. I haven't heard of a jackbird being this small, or this pure golden color, but there's no doubt about it. While the larger familia might not care dash. Basically everyone else and their mother will try to get their hands on this little ball of sunshine here. I frowned. It was basically a golden goose. And while the drop item was guaranteed on kill, since it was an egg, and since birds laid eggs every now and then anyway, if the little guy stuck around, it was inevitable I'd get one eventually. And probably a rarer one considering the little guy seemed to be a variant. The tiny bird turned around to look at me. I stared back at it. The golden bird was so tiny. It probably was just a baby, barely knowing anything about the world. No, it definitely didn't know anything considering how delighted it had been at seeing everything around. If I let it go, I was sure it would die right away. Monsters coveted it, and adventurers would too for that amount of money. Cheeb. It tilted its head, as if wondering what I was thinking. Bell. I stared at the little guy and then sighed. After that, I smiled and picked it up. Cheeb. It's fine. I placed it back on my shoulder and looked to Ina. Thanks for the advice, Ina. And thanks for the worry. But I shook my head. I can't. Cheeb. The bird let out a happy trill and then nudged its head against me. I smiled and rubbed its chin with my finger. Ina sighed. I should have expected it. She smiled and said, I had a feeling you were that sort of person. In that case, should I register you as a tamer then? Do I have to? Ina paused. You don't. But in that case, if something happens the guild can't intervene to help you. In that case, please do. I laughed and said, I've got a feeling I'll need all the help I can get. Ina nodded. It'll be public record, but it won't be thrown out there for the world to see. If you're planning on keeping it, I suggest doing what you did the first time to hide it. I nodded. We'll work something out. Right, little guy? Cheeb. The bird let out a happy trill and then nodded its head. Ina sighed. Well. Since you've given me all this information, I've got a lot of work to do now, Belle. She frowned and said, I might actually be busy for the next few days actually filing all that paperwork. That's fine. Guess I'll just take another break from the dungeon for a while. Ina paused and then shook her head. You don't have to wait on me. I'll admit that you've had a string of bad luck, but so long as you don't go too far, it should be fine to go into the dungeon. Just don't be stupid and try to rush to the 11th floor or something. Yes, mother. Ina rolled her eyes and then walked to the door. Take care, Belle. And be careful. Always. I stood up and motioned for the little guy to head back into my inventory, or what was turning out to be more than just a simple inventory. It did, turning into that weird hologram form and then hopped back on my shoulder. She opened it for me and ushered me out. XXX. Back on the streets in Orario, I walked around, lost in thought. You're a heck of a lot of trouble, aren't you, little guy? I muttered under my breath. Cheeb. Not, it's fine. Can't be helped being born so weak. But in that case, we'll probably need to put you through some training. Right now I'm scared that I'll accidentally hurt you or something, and it's probably better if you can get away from sticky situations by yourself too. Cheeb. Though I can't just keep calling you little guy all the time. Are you even a guy? Cheeb. I leaned against the side of a building and glanced at the bird, mumbling under my breath to disguise my chatter. Or are you a girl? Cheeb. I blinked. So a girl. Cheep cheep. The bird nodded. Hearing that, I laughed. Well. Belle did want to pick up chicks in a dungeon. Hell of a way to fulfill that dream. He probably wasn't expecting it to be literal. Alrighty. Then we need a name for you. You're too cute and beautiful to be called something as ugly as your species, so. How about Fina? The golden colors and royal monocolor reminded me of that famous fire bird. A phoenix. And Fina was just short of that. A happy trill echoed beside me and I saw the bird. Fina rapidly nodding her head. Cheeb. Cheep cheep. She nudged her head against me, clearly happy. I laughed. All right. With that settled, I guess I should give you a grand tour of the place, huh? I pushed myself off the wall and started walking. I need to scope this place out more anyway, so it's a good a time as any. And I need to get more groceries too. Cheap. I placed my hand on my chin to think, but then I heard a voice call out to me. Belle. I turned to look and saw Hestia waving at me from behind a wooden stall with an array of potato snacks. No, Jagamericans. I waved and walked over. Heya, Tia. Didn't expect to run into you. I glanced at the stall and said, so this is where you work. MMHM. She smiled and said, I'm working hard. I glanced at the unopened lunchbox beside her and frowned. Hard enough to forget to eat lunch, I see. She blushed and said, I was just about to eat. It's not like I forgot or anything. I laughed. It's fine. I noticed a few people were staring at us. No, at me. Their gazes flitted back and forth between me and Hestia and talked in whispers. Hestia noticed and started to frown. Cheap. Fina looked confused. I glanced at Fina and smiled before rummaging around in my bag for some coins. Here. I placed a gold coin on the stall and said, since you've been eating my cooking for a while, it's only fair that I get some of yours, right? How about something fresh? Hestia's eyes widened and she looked uncertain. But Belle, I'm not as good dash. It's fine. I just want to enjoy my cute and adorable goddess's personal cooking. Hestia blushed at that and fidgeted. Belle. At the same time, I could see other people staring again. This time though, I got a lot of male attention. Jealous male attention. I chuckled. Hestia didn't seem to notice. After my words, she was fired up and quickly went to work. Freshly peeled potato, cut into slices. Light breading, then into a vat of boiling oil. Carefully spreading on some sugar and cream. Here you go. Hestia beamed and handed me the Jagamerican in a paper wrapper. A fresh Jagamerican from your goddess. I made a dramatic flourish and took it from her. Oh thank you, my dear goddess. Now my sunken energy stores will be restored. Hestia laughed and then stared at me with a bright smile on her face. You silly guy. Only for you. I took a bite of the potato snack. It was pretty good. Definitely unhealthy, but really tasty. Despite looking like a hash brown, it actually tasted like funnel cake. Hestia blushed again and then said, what are you doing here anyway? I thought you wanted to go to the dungeon today. I did, but I felt my limit coming up so I decided to head back. Besides, I was starting to get hungry, and eating in the dungeon is such a buzzkill. Hestia shook her head. Don't take it lightly. The dungeon is dangerous. I know. Which is why I'm taking a few more days off to prepare before going deeper. Good. Hestia smiled. And remember to take your time. I don't mind working longer if it means that you're safe. A soft declaration with firm resolve in her eyes. It was easy to brush off her words, but I didn't. Instead, I smiled and nodded. Thank you. It's the least I can do as your goddess. Hestia lowered her gaze and mumbled. My smile widened and I patted her head. And you're doing more than enough by being there for me, Tia. Your love definitely gives me the courage to keep moving forward in this world. It wasn't a lie. If I was just by myself in a random familia, I wouldn't be working as hard. But knowing that Tia was waiting for me and that she sincerely liked me. Love. Hestia turned a bright red. What are you talking about? I laughed and waved. I'll see you at home, Tia. You. I took another bite of the Jagamerican, feeling light-hearted. Now. Back to preparations. XXX. Cheap. Fina sat on the table, staring at me. I was back in the church now, the trip back home being very uneventful. I thought about heading out to go shopping, but there was a more important issue to settle first. Which brought me to the current situation, Fina sitting on the table with me sitting at the chair in front of her. We need to make you stronger. Cheap. Fina tilted her head. Right now, you're fast and good at running away, but that's it. You saw it yourself, right? If not for me, you would have been monster food. Fina shuddered and then nodded. Cheap. I'll let you know right now. There are tons of people out there much stronger than me. Faster too. Cheap. Fina looked like she didn't believe me. It's a big world, you know? And while I have those trump cards, you never know just what they have in store. My ace was shooting projectiles at insane speeds through physics manipulation and Munchkin logic, but it was still just pure physics. When magic and skills came into the equation, crazy things could happen. Like maybe a shield that completely stopped kinetic energy. I could see it. And knowing my luck, I'd probably run into something like that too. Things might be different if I could be like the King of Heroes and create a vault of magical and legendary armaments, or like the nameless Counter Guardian who could create copies of said magical and legendary armaments, but I wasn't there yet. Maybe in the future when I racked up more funds and skills, but definitely not now. But those were concerns for later. Right now, I had to help Fina out. She was technically a monster, so if she was to get stronger, it would probably have to be in the way monsters did. And from what I remembered from my reading, mostly from one of the gruesome deaths in the readings, a monster could grow stronger by eating magic stones. So. Hey! I pulled out a magic stone and held it out to her. Can you eat this? Cheap. Fina looked at the magic stone and then shook her head. Cheap. Cheap cheap. She pecked on the magic stone and then waved a wing at herself. Oh right. The stone was basically the size of her head. In that case. Here, open your mouth. Fina gave me a skeptical look, glancing at the magic stone. I rolled my eyes. No, I'm not going to shove it in. But if we want to make you stronger, I do need to feed you some magic stones. I've got a way to do it though. I think. Fina still looked unsure, but she nodded and then opened her beak, showing a cute pink tongue. When she did, I focused. Energy manipulation. That was one of my developmental abilities. And from what I knew about those now, they were abilities that let you do things. Like how a blacksmith got better at blacksmithing with that developmental ability, energy manipulation should let me manipulate energy. I had a vague sense of it. Even before getting my fauna, I could vaguely use energy manipulation, or something like it. After all, I could sense mana from adventurers and divinity before I became part of Hestia's familia. But now that ability had been amplified, refined. I could see it. The way that Tia's divine essence in my body drew out my powers and refined it. A guiding hand, nudging me towards the best way to act, while at the same time adding something more to the action. Was it the power of story itself being added? Or experience? Either way, I let that guiding hand aid me and focused on the task at hand. Fina was weak. Too weak. So I wanted to make her stronger. Monsters increased their strength by devouring magic stones. But why? Was it simply increasing the total amount of mana? No. It was probably due to that. A magic stone was the core essence of a monster. Without it, the monster vanished. Like a heart, only more important. Similar to how dragons in some stories were said to have a heart of hearts that stored their soul. Thus, when a monster devoured another monster's core, it gained that monster's essence and power. In that way, monsters could grow and upgrade based on the characteristics of the magic stone they devoured. But it was no good for Fina to grow from devouring goblin and kobold monster stones. It might help, but my intuition told me those energies would inevitably hold her back in the future. An incompatibility that would lead to a distorted growth. Then, I grabbed a handful of magic stones and pulled them apart. Energy manipulation unraveled the monster cores and revealed to me the pattern within. Was it because they were weak monsters? It was simple, mostly just jumpy for the goblin and smashy for the kobold, if that made sense. But that wasn't any good. What Fina needed was strength, resilience, and pure energy. Characteristics that lined up with the phoenix she reminded me of. Unfortunately, I didn't have any magic stones that would have those properties. So I used the next best thing. Carefully examining the magic stone patterns and referencing my own mana and fauna, I carefully pulled out a piece and used it as the base. Then, drawing in ambient mana and the pure energy in the magic stone, I started to refine it. My mana was weird in comparison to other things. Maybe due to my quantum magic, it had a shimmery feel around it, like an optical illusion. Something that changed form depending on how you looked at it. As a result, when it mixed with the ambient mana and the purified energy I drew out from the magic stone, it changed. Tighter, brighter, more condensed. Like turning coal into diamonds, everything I gathered slowly came together and changed form. Not only that, but the faint traces of Tia's power mixed in with the ambient mana and lent it more weight. In the end, there we go. I was left with a tiny glittering bead of pure energy. It was a curious color. Pure white, with a flickering blue flame in the middle of it. It was also more energy than I was comfortable holding, admittedly. But it should be safe for Fina to use, especially if I was here to help her process it. With that, I carefully placed the bead into her beak. Fina raised her head up and swallowed. And then she froze. Fina. My eyes widened and I focused, using energy manipulation to see what was going on. Cheeb. 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 Fina started to chirp and then screech, running around. It looked painful. Her cute little face was distorted in misery. I placed my hand on her and said, "Hold on, Fina. It's painful, but it'll be worth it. Fight." Sheeb. Fina screeched again, but this time she curled up into my hand, as if deriving comfort from that. And when she did, I saw it. Her magic stone was cracking. My eyes widened. Did I miscalculate? I thought that giving her the most energy would be good and that she would be able to handle it, but it seemed like I overestimated her capacity. No, I forgot. While I was perfectly capable of handling ridiculous feats to my body, others weren't. Damn it. At this rate, her stone would shatter and she would die. Not only that, it'd be a painful and miserable death too. But I wouldn't allow that. I focused. Magic stone. Mana. Energy. Fina's issue was that her magic stone couldn't handle what I gave her. And she couldn't spit it out either. The problem was a matter of purity. Like how a hotter flame would subsume a smaller flame, her magic stone wasn't a match for the bead of energy I gave her. The pure energy was cracking it because the magic stone wasn't strong enough. So I had to make it stronger. I stared at the threads of energy and scanned through my mind. I couldn't refine her magic stone. I didn't dare risk that. It was basically her soul, and anything wrong with that would be unforgivable. But we needed to deal with that energy somehow. Her soul wasn't strong enough. My initial idea was correct though. I could see bits of her magic stone adapting, turning a brilliant pure white. But those were too far and few, and the stone was already cracked. So I had to fix it. A means to offload the energy until her core adapted and evolved. I racked my mind and then I remembered it. A bridge between the soul and the physical body to serve as a medium to magical power. Magic circuits. I quickly went to work on it. A loop, directing the excess energy. Offloading the extraneous flow to other parts of her body. Creating new channels, pathways, cycles. No, it wasn't enough. Her body lacked those features to use. It was too simple. After all, she was just a tiny bird. I couldn't even offload it into her bones, since they were hollow. Then I had to add things. Change her body. It was already trying to adapt. I could see the magic stone pulsing and letting out waves of energy to try and adjust. Then, a nervous system. A circulatory system. Respiratory system. Digestive system. Blood, flesh, sinew. Macro system, micro system. Individual cells, organs, organelles. Flashes of half-remembered memories from college and high school biology filled my mind, mixed with the anatomy knowledge of various monsters that I read in the books Ina handed me. After that, diagrams from electrical engineering course I had taken came to mind. The flow of energy, adjusting for pressure and voltage. This wasn't electricity, but the concepts were the same. So then, carefully, painstakingly, meticulously, I constantly monitored the flow of energy. And finally, it was over. Fina placed her head against the table, unconscious from the fatigue. Hi. Good idea. A nap sounds. Chapter 15, Is it wrong to have a daughter with my goddess? Belle? Are you home? Hestia unlatched the iron gate and then walked towards the church. Looking around, she didn't see a sign of Belle, which was odd, considering it was still light out. After Belle left, Hestia got a lot of customers. But it was getting a bit too much to handle, so she closed up shop and ran away. She also wanted to spend some time with Belle and grill him about what he did in the dungeon. Her intuition was telling her that he did something ridiculous again, or got wrapped up in something ridiculous. But he wasn't outside, so. Is he sleeping? Did the dungeon take that much out of him? Hestia frowned and then closed the gate behind her. After that, she walked inside the church. Bell. No response. However, she could feel his presence and hear light breathing, but it was coming from the kitchen. Hestia sighed and walked over to it. After lighting a lantern, she turned towards the table and said, "Belle, you shouldn't dash." Her words frozen in her throat. Belle was fine. He looked like he had just passed out at the table. Considering how hard he trained and worked, Hestia didn't find that odd. But what she did find odd was what? No, who he had fallen asleep nearby. On the table, curled up naked and hugging Belle's outstretched arm, was a young girl. One that couldn't have been more than 5 years old. And that was putting it at the high end. Hestia's mind froze. Did Belle kidnap the girl? No, he wasn't that type of person. But, he did seem to be a natural gigolo like Mike and Take. Did that girl follow him home? No, even then she wouldn't have been naked. So why was she naked? Did he fall victim to his lesser desires and eat the little girl? No, no, no. If that was the case, then Hestia would have been eaten a long time ago. Then? While the gears in Hestia's mind spluttered, the young girl started to move. Hestia froze, staring at the girl. She let out a cute yawn and then rubbed her eyes. Raising her head, she looked at Hestia and blinked. And when Hestia saw the girl's face, she let out a sharp gasp. One eye was a sparkling crimson color, the exact same shade as Belle's. But the other was a color that Hestia knew well. A pure shade of blue that was the same as the pair she saw in the mirror every morning. But more than that was the girl's face. The hair color was all Belle's. A pure white that looked like spun moonlight. But that face? It was a bit different, but it was still the same. One that Hestia knew very well. Hers. The young girl tilted her head and then carefully said, "Mama. Mama. 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 Her. And Belle? And such a cute little girl." Hestia screamed. XXX. I snapped awake and jumped up to my feet. On instinct, I reached for my knife and looked around. It was a scream. Tia's scream. But my mind was still too groggy to process it. There were 3 people here. One was me. The other was Tia. The last was, a weird mix that felt like, me and Tia. Before I could figure out what was happening, a cute voice spoke up. "Papa. Wait. You can't hug him like that." Why not, Mama? You need clothes." "Clothes? What are those?" "There. Arg, just come here. I'll get you changed." "Okay, Mama." A flurry of footsteps, followed by a door slamming shut. I felt like I just heard a ridiculous conversation right now, so I focused, trying to wake up. But it was hard. I just felt so drained. I shook my head and placed my hand on my forehead, trying to stave off a headache that was starting. Just what the heck did I do? It was dark out, so it was still the middle of the night. But what happened before then? I frowned and ran my memories back. Training in the dungeon, fighting off those monsters, meeting Fina, talking with Ina, visiting Tia at her work, coming back, and then... Oh yeah! I did something stupid trying to help Fina and then did everything I could to save her. Speaking of Fina... Daddy! Before I could gather my thoughts further, a white flash appeared and hugged me. I blinked and looked down. A young girl was standing there, a bright smile on her face. Wearing a white dress a few sizes too big for her, she looked super cute. Especially with her pure white hair and heterochrome eyes, one red and one blue. She also looked familiar. Really familiar. Hold on. White hair. Red eye. One blue eye. Hestia ran over, carrying a candle to light up the room. Hey! Don't run away like that. The girl looked back at Hestia and frowned. But Daddy's awake. My mind froze. Daddy? Hestia sighed. Even so, he's probably really confused right now. At least, I know I am. The girl blinked and said, Mommy's confused. Mommy. I rigidly turned my head towards Hestia. When I looked to her and then the girl, I could see the resemblance. There was no way you could mistake the girl as anything other than Hestia's daughter. But she wasn't just Hestia's daughter. That hair color, and that eye. Then how her mana was a mix of my own and Tia's divinity. Since when did? No, I didn't, right? Even if I slept with Tia, I never slept with Tia. Did I? Or did I attack her in the middle of the night? I mean, she was cuddly and it was really tempting sleeping next to her, but I would never. Hestia's eyes widened. Belle. This isn't what it looks like. So this girl's not our daughter. I turned to look at her. Yet. Impossible. She looked way too much like me and Tia to not be our kid. But how in the hell? The little girl's face fell. I'm not daddy and mommy's child. Of course you are. Hestia quickly ran up and pulled the girl into her arm. Mommy won't ever let you go. The girl immediately brightened up and hugged Hestia. Thank you. Love you, mommy. Hestia turned red and then hugged the girl tighter, practically beaming with happiness. But that still didn't answer my question. I could set it aside for now. More importantly, I couldn't see Fina anywhere. I frowned and said, Tia. Did you see a little bird around here? Hestia blinked and looked back at me. A bird? MMHM. I nodded and said, she's gold and pretty small. Just about the size of my palm. She answers to Fina. Hestia frowned and shook her head. But the girl's eyes lit up. Oh. I'm right here, daddy. Eh? I blinked. The girl frowned and said, that hurt a lot but now I look like daddy. And I have a mommy now too. Wait. You're Fina. The girl. No, Fina nodded. Yeah. Nice to meet you, daddy. Yeah, I'm out. Daddy. Belle? Belle. XXX. I blinked, greeted with sunlight filtering in through a nearby window. As always, Hestia was sleeping beside me, hugging my arm. I smiled when I saw that and carefully untangled myself from her. As I did though, I frowned. What a weird dream. To think that I would imagine having a daughter with Tia. What did you dream about, daddy? A lovely cute voice echoed from off to the side. On the couch nearby. I froze and then turned towards it. And there she was. The cute and adorable young girl with white hair the same color as mine as well as a face that looked too much like Tia's to be anything but her daughter. Her daughter that she had with me. Except she couldn't be. Fina. The girl nodded her head and then frowned. You and mommy slept for a long time. Were you that tired? I felt a headache start, but I nodded. Something like that. But you're really Fina? The little bird I took with me from the dungeon. The girl nodded. Yep. But I'm not a bird now. I can talk, and I have arms, and I can hug mommy and daddy. To emphasize that, she hopped off the couch and ran over to hug me, nestling her head against my chest. Ah. So this is how Ina feels. An utterly ridiculous revelation that just had to be dealt with and couldn't be brushed under the rug. Yet. That was a massive headache all right. Nothing, Fina. No, sweetie. Princess? Princess. Fina gasped. I'm a princess. I laughed and patted her head. To me you are. Though. How did this happen? I dunno. But I'm happy. She grinned and then stepped back, spinning. Free. And I can talk now too. An adorable sight. She was just like any other toddler. Except she wasn't really. Or was she? My head hurt. Hestia stirred and then sat up, rubbing her eyes. When she saw me, she blushed. Belle. Good morning. Morning Tia. She frowned and said, I had the strangest dream dash. Mommy. Fina ran over and hugged her. Morning. Ah. Hestia blinked and robotically hugged Fina back. Gee good morning. Fina let out a bright smile and then pulled her up. Come on. Let's go play with daddy. Hestia smiled. That sounds lovely, sweetie. But I think I need to talk to Belle. I mean your daddy first. After that, She sent me a sharp glare. I coughed. Oh. Okay. Fina frowned and lowered her head. Seeing that, Hestia flinched and hugged Fina. It'll only be for a little bit, okay? Why don't you go look for something to eat in the meanwhile? I should have some Jagamericans in my bag. K. Fina nodded and then skipped away, heading towards the bag Hestia pointed at. After that, Hestia stood up and pointed at the office room. Talk. Now. I let out a wry smile. XXX. Explain. Hestia crossed her arms and said, who is that girl, and why does she look like she could be our daughter? I shifted my gaze and said, what? Is that a bad thing? No. But. Conflicted emotions passed across Hestia's face, and then she glared at me. I need answers. I sighed. Well. I'm not too sure how this came about myself, but I'll do my best. I explained to Tia about how I found Fina in the dungeon. And then I talked about how I was worried and tried to make her stronger. As for the end result, I'm not sure. I placed my hand on my chin and said, I guess she has my hair color and one eye red because I used my mana to strengthen her. But I don't know why she looks like you. Maybe because of this place. The ambient mana I used had traces of Hestia's divinity, so maybe that affected Fina's growth? Hestia frowned. So that girl is a monster. She was. Now though. I frowned and glanced out of the room. Fina was twirling around in the courtyard, enjoying the sunlight and staring at everything with wonder. More importantly though, I didn't sense a magic stone from her anymore. The only thing I could sense was that her mana was a mix of mine and Hestia's. Not divine though. Instead, it was, holy, pure, blessed, almost divine, but a step removed from it. Maybe she's a spirit now? No, I don't think she's a whole spirit, so a demi-spirit? Demi-goddess. Fina was definitely half of me and Tia, so, something like that. Hestia blinked and then let out a deep suffering sigh. This is going to cause a lot of problems. How so? How is it not? Hestia huffed and pointed at Fina. She looks like our daughter. No, my daughter. There's no way anyone looking at her won't think otherwise. And she thinks we're her parents too. And it would be a hassle. I definitely needed to speed up that plan of getting things ready to properly marry Tia. Wait. I never even took her on a date. Gotta get that squared away too. Then talk to Ina about marriage licenses, then. And both gods and spirits can't have children, Belle. Wait, what? I frowned. They can't. Demigods were a thing though. Especially for Greek gods like Hestia. Hell, look at Zeus and Poseidon. Yes. We can't. A vehement denial. And coming from a goddess herself, it was probably true. But that didn't make sense. Unless it was because it was forbidden like in Percy Jackson for the Big Three? No, I would definitely have read about that in the logbooks. And the way Tia denied it sounded more like it was a physical impossibility rather than a forbidden one. Which didn't make sense considering that Tia definitely had a human body. But. Well, I'd take her word for it right now. Hestia sighed again and face-palmed. We'll just have to pass it off as a coincidence. Not sure if anyone will believe it, but since it's impossible, they'll have to believe it. I'm sorry, Tia. Don't apologize. Hestia snapped and said, I'm not sure how that child came to be, but since she sees you as her father, I won't forgive you if you treat her wrong. Well, you're the mommy here, so I guess I'll listen. I let out a teasing smile. Hestia rolled her eyes and then turned to look at Fina. Still. She let out a soft smile and said, she's beautiful. I followed her gaze and couldn't help but nod. A pure and innocent young girl, playing and laughing beneath the sunlight. Did she sense us staring at her? Fina paused and turned towards the window, smiling. She jumped up and waved. So what do we do now? I glanced at Hestia and said, I'm not sure if you can sense it, but her mana radiates your power. That was a problem. Hestia groaned. I know. But thankfully, we can fix it. We can. Hestia smiled. Yep. We just have to become a real family. Chapter 16, Is it wrong to have such an cute daughter? Wow. Fina looked at her back in a nearby mirror and then turned to look at me. We match, Daddy. Why yet? I guess we do. The basement room of the church. Away from any prying windows. There, Tia decided to update my status and give one to Fina to avoid any misconceptions. Or rather, to make a misconception. It was a smart move. Now that Fina had a fauna, the part of her that felt like Tia blended in with the blessing she got from the fauna. Of course, that still left the awkward question of why she looked almost exactly like Tia. But it should be fine. Maybe. Hopefully. Of course, we had an issue. Both with my status and Fina's. XXX. Bell Cranel. LV1. Strength, H100. Endurance, H100. Dexterity, H100. Agility, H100. Magic, H100. Energy Manipulation, G. Compilation, G. Magic. Quantum Magic, Instant Magic. Inventory, Auto Magic. Skills. Liar's phrase, reality is nothing more than the lies we tell. Growth is determined according to the user's will. External influences are subsumed and overridden. Storyteller's refrain allows the user to impart a portion of their experiences onto another. XXX. First, my status. The stat-ups were expected, so they weren't too big a deal. But the troubling parts were my magic and skills. First off, it looked like inventory was counted as a magic. The thing was, it was auto magic, meaning it was always on. That was rare in and of itself. But there was the fact that it was freaking called inventory. If anybody saw it, wouldn't they know that I can store items? The heck? Not only that, but there was that new skill. Letting me impart a portion of my experiences. Didn't that just mean I could give Exiliate to people without them having to work for it? If word got out, all of Orario would be after me. But not only that. XXX. Fina Cranel. LV1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Mystery, I. Luck, I. Magic. Spirit Body, Auto Magic. Resurrection, Auto Magic. Phoenix Fire, Instant Magic. Skills. Vesta, Spirit of Everlasting Flame, grants dominion over fire. Grants instant regeneration. XXX. Fina was listed as my actual daughter. Or at least a blood relative. I mean, what else could having my last name mean, right? And then there were her development abilities of mystery and luck, 3 magics that sounded incredibly broken, and then there was her skill which doubled down on those magics. Hestia let out a rigid laugh and said, "Why, you really inherited a lot from us, didn't you, Fina?" "Did I? Yay!" Fina pumped her tiny fist in the air and said, "I'm like Mommy and Daddy." I sighed. "You sure are, Princess." Though, Daddy realizes now just what a hassle he must be to others. I really needed to give Ina an apology gift. Fina tilted her head. "Nothing, Princess." I put my shirt back on and looked at Hestia. "Are you going to take her to work with you, Tia? Or should I watch her?" Hestia frowned. "I don't know if that's a good idea." "And don't you have things to do, Belle?" "I do, but it'll be awkward for you, won't it?" Hestia bit her lips. "It will. But it'll be the same for you." Yet. That was true. Especially if I ran across someone like Ina. Fina put her shirt on as well and then looked between us. "Am I a bother?" "No. Never." Hestia and I responded at the same time. Fina flinched and then lowered her head. "But Mommy and Daddy look upset." "It's because of me, isn't it?" Fina's eyes started to glisten. I quickly stood up to hug her, but Hestia was faster. "It's not that, sweetie." Hestia brushed Fina's hair and said, "Mommy and Daddy just weren't expecting you. But that doesn't mean we don't care about you. Right, Belle?" I nodded. "Right. We just have to sort out who will watch you when we're working." I frowned and muttered, "After all, I don't think I want to be that guy dragging a child into the dungeon. Even if she's ridiculous enough to not get hurt." Fina sniffed, and then she turned to look at me. "But I don't want Daddy to go alone. It's dangerous down there." Hestia nodded. "It is. And because of that, I don't want my sweet little girl to go either. But I know. I looked at the girls and said, why don't we do this? Fina can help you out with selling the Jagamericans until noon while I sort out my affairs and then I'll take her back for lunch. Is that okay? Hestia frowned. Won't it be hard to go into the dungeon for so short a time? I waved my hand. It's fine. I'm taking it slow anyway. I looked at Fina. How does that sound, princess? Do you mind going with mommy to her work for a while? Fina frowned. Promise that daddy won't go do anything dangerous. I'll promise to try. Fina's frown grew deeper, but she slowly nodded. Okay. But I want a sweet. Sweet. Fina nodded. I saw crystal candies on our way back. Daddy has to get me some. I laughed and walked over to ruffle her hair. Fine, fine. Daddy will get you some candy. K. I glanced at Hestia and said, in that case. You should probably get going, right? Hestia sighed. But then she put on a smile and picked Fina up. Come on, sweetie. Let's have a girls' day out and get to know each other, okay? Yay! XXX. Crystal candies, hi. I sighed and ran my hand through my hair. Well, I gotta make sure to get that too. After Hestia left with Fina, I decided to go around sorting out what I had to do. After the mess of yesterday, I really wasn't in the mood for dungeon diving. Was this how a guy felt when he found out that the girl he was interested in suddenly got pregnant after a one-night stand and had to man up? Granted, I was sure I didn't have a one-night stand with Tia and Fina wasn't born like that, but... Yeah, in hindsight this looked pretty bad. Definitely needed to speed up the whole get strong and famous plan. But before all of that, preparations. Let's see. I walked over to the pantry to check what we needed, made a note of what to get, and then walked out of the church, making sure to close everything up behind me. After that, I headed towards the marketplace. Or rather, that was what I originally planned. But since it wasn't too far from the church in the first place, I decided to head to Babel first. It was about time that I started to sort through equipment. Proper equipment. After all, I made a decent amount of Valis. So, with that in mind, I walked off. I noticed that there was a bit of a commotion in the direction of Hestia's stall as I passed around the corner, but I pointedly ignored it for the moment. I wasn't a coward. I just knew where and when to fight my battles, and to delegate trouble to people who could handle it better than I could. Not to mention that my presence would probably cause an even bigger commotion. So I avoided that mess and continued on my way. The rest of my walk was uneventful though, and I arrived at Babel without a hitch. After withdrawing some money with my card, roughly 10k Valis, I used the elevator and headed up to the weapon and armor shops on the higher levels. Inside the elevator, I stared at the buttons and recalled the info about the shops that I read. Let's see. The Hephaestus familia has shops on the 4th through 8th floor. The upper floors probably have the better goods, so, let's start with the 4th. I pressed the 4th floor button and waited. In terms of equipment, my knife was still good, so I didn't need that. What I needed was armor. As for what armor? If I remembered right, Bell used light armor and a chest plate. But he was fast and light, able to dodge. I wasn't. Well, not as fast. I was still pretty fast, but not zoom across the floor and walls fast. Besides that, I also wanted to test something out. I didn't have any proper weights, but plate armor was a thing. Apparently, it wasn't super heavy, but it would still be decent enough to do a workout in. Not only that, but I really needed defense power. Vision wasn't an issue with me since I could see with energy manipulation, so a full helmet was probably best. Then, the elevator door opened. When it did, it immediately opened to a desk. There was a man seated behind it, buff, scarred, the typical blacksmith type. He looked at me and said, "Welcome. Looking for anything in particular?" I glanced around at the various mounted swords and weapons and said, "Armor. Preferably full plate." "Full plate, eh?" He looked at me and then nodded. Got a budget?" I looked back at him and said, "Anything good for under 10k? His face fell. 10k? He rubbed his chin and sighed. "If you're looking for plat email. I don't think so. Decent quality runs around 30k. You could probably get a few pieces, but... Ah. Right, a full set would be pretty pricey. He looked at me and then hummed. Well, if you don't mind the quality, you could always take a look in the back. Saying that, he pointed to the corner. I blinked. The back. Yeah. Some of our new smiths put their work there. Maybe you'll find enough pieces in your range. In short. He was telling me to dig through the discount bin. If you're just looking for something like a chest plate though dash. That's fine. I nodded and said, I'll take a look. Suit yourself. He shrugged and sat back down. When he did, I walked over to the corner. Like the guy said, there were a bunch of armor pieces lying around. Most of them were a mess. Failures that I could instantly tell weren't up to snuff. Greaves that were too thin and brittle. Chest plates that were crooked and uneven. I glanced through the shelves and walked further, carefully scanning the armor. A few were good, but not what I wanted. Others were up my alley, but didn't fit me. Damn it. This was the problem with trying to buy stock equipment. Just as I was about to give up, I saw it. A full armor set, tucked in the back corner. It was sleek, but bulky. Almost like a mech suit. Black steel. No, it was lead. A full set of lead plate email, using steel to support the base frame but lead for defensive protection. Curious, I went over to pick up the vambrace. Heavy. On its own, not much, but when taking into account that the armor was meant to be worn while moving, I could see why it was tucked away. Something like this was impractical. A person able to wear it would probably be strong enough to afford better quality armor that could provide the same protection while being lighter. For practical purposes, it was not trash. I could see that the maker intended to have it be proper armor and was testing out an idea. But the execution was flawed. Something like this would have been better done with a stronger base frame and then a lighter exterior. Still, for my purposes, it worked perfectly. I didn't plan to use it in the dungeon beyond the first 5 floors anyway, but on those levels it'd be more than enough to face tank all the attacks. Not only that, but it looked cool. Call it a man's passion? I picked up the display card showing the information about the maker and the price. Price. It was 10k for the full set. A severe underprice for the materials, but since it was impractical for the average adventurer, it was reasonable. As for the maker, Welf Krazo. I frowned. The name seemed familiar. But I couldn't remember why. Still, I memorized it. The craftsmanship and idea behind the armor was really good. Granted, the execution was flawed, but the guy had good taste and decent skills. I'd have to remember to hunt him down later when I had more money for a proper armor commission. What do you mean you put it in the corner? A shout echoed from the front of the room. I blinked and turned around. There, I saw the receptionist arguing with a young man that had red hair. He wore a blue scarf and a black tunic. There was a giant sword strapped to his back. And he looked angry enough to use it. Almost, anyway. The shopkeeper huffed. Did you really think anyone would buy that failure? Black Demon isn't a failure. It's meant to provide defensive power while being too damned heavy for any person to wear. The man slammed his fist on the table and said, "Get it through your head, you brat. If you're planning to sell things in Lady Hephaestus's shop, they have to be usable. You're lucky I even allowed it here at all. It is usable. And just you wait, I bet it's going to sell in the week. Ha! If that happens I'll eat my dash." I coughed. The man behind the counter scowled and said, "Look, you're disturbing the customer." "Ah!" The young man leaned back. He still looked frustrated, but he turned towards me and apologized. "Sorry. Didn't mean to disturb you. It's fine." I waved my hand and then walked up to the counter. The man turned towards me and said, "Did you decide on something?" "Yeah." I placed the card on the table. "This one. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, but it should do for the time being." The man nodded and moved to pick up the card. "All right. Let me see what dash." When he saw it, he froze. I blinked. "What's wrong?" The young man with red hair leaned over and said, "Yeah, Garrett, what's the deal with dash?" He saw the card as well and also froze. But then he burst out laughing. "The man. Garrett turned red and then crossed his arms. This doesn't mean anything. Yet. Whatever you say. The young man grinned and then leaned on the counter. Picking up the card, he spun it around and said, "So you're buying this, huh?" That was the plan. I looked at the reaction of the two and frowned. But it looks like that's an issue. Nah. It's just hilarious. The young man slid the card over to me and then tapped the name there. You see that? The person who made the armor. Yes. I frowned. The young man grinned and said, "That's me. Welf Krazo, maker of Black Demon." Garrett groaned. "I still think that's a terrible name for the armor." Yet. The young man. "No," Welf waved his hand and said, "Not talking to you. Anyway." He looked back at me and said, "Could I get your name, pal?" I couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. I held out my hand and said, "Bell. Bell Cranel." He grinned and shook my hand. "Great. Glad to meet my first customer." "Wait, first customer?" I looked at Garrett and said, "Don't I pay you?" He shook his head. "Ordinarily, but the money goes to the maker anyway." Welf nodded. "Yet. So butt off already, Garrett." Garrett held up his hands and then walked off. "Fine. I'll go package the armor then. Anyway." Welf looked at me and said, "You said that Black Demon wasn't exactly what you were looking for. So what are you looking for? Is the design too showy? Parts too heavy?" "No." I shook my head. "It's fine. And I like the design actually." I grinned and said, "Super slick and intimidating while being able to face tank most attacks. It's great." Yet. Welf pumped a fist in the air and said, "I knew someone would get me." He paused. "Then what's the problem?" He scanned my physique and frowned. I made it with my body as the base, so it's a bit bigger than most people, but you're around the same build as me, so it should fit, right? I'm guessing that's not the problem. Do you not like the material?" "That's right." I nodded and said, "I think it was a good idea to have a base with an exterior layer to support it, but you chose the wrong metals. Lead is good for the exterior, but it's too heavy. It also dents pretty easily. Not that much of an issue, but repair would be a hassle. The steel base was a good idea though. If anything, I'd do something like a steel base with layered alloys on top to dampen attacks while stopping them at the core." Welf blinked and then he let out a wide grin. "Damn! You a blacksmith too, Bell? Those are some pretty good ideas." He placed a hand on his chin and said, "It's pretty hard to do, but something like that would be pretty good." I shrugged and said, "I just like to analyze things and come up with ideas." "That's so." Garrett came back with a big box and said, "You wanna carry this back now? Or should I send it somewhere?" "Ah. I wanted to just toss it in my inventory, but that would definitely raise flags. So instead, I gave him the address of the church." Got it." Garrett nodded and said, "I'll have it out by the end of the day." Welf looked at me and then said, "You not planning on wearing it out?" I chuckled. "That'd be fun, but I have a few more errands to run. Maybe in the future though." "Errands? Hey." Welf looked at me and said, "You want to grab some food?" "Hi. Since you're a fan of my work, I've got a proposal for you." Chapter 17, Is it wrong to throw my new friend into the wolf's den? Welf slid a tray with a sandwich over to me and then sat down at the seat across from me. After mentioning that he had a proposal for me, Welf led me to a small cafe on the second floor of Babel. Or rather, a small table outside of said cafe. "Here you go. It's not much, but I hope you don't mind." I shook my head and took the sandwich. "It's fine. Food is food." Welf laughed. "True enough." I picked up the sandwich and then said, "So what did you want to talk about? Since you're treating me to food, I'm guessing it's fairly important." Welf nodded. "You see, I'm looking to join a party. You look like a pretty experienced adventurer, Belle, so I was hoping I could party with you in exchange for being your personal blacksmith." "Ah." I frowned and took a bite of my sandwich. After that, I said, "Not that I mind you joining my party, but I'm still a newbie, you know." Welf blinked and said, "You're a newbie?" I nodded and said, I've only been in Orario for, I think, a little under a week. I paused and said, come to think of it, I don't think it's even been a full week yet. Wait. Welf held up his hand and then said, what familia are you from, Belle? If you don't mind me asking. I'm from Hestia's familia. Welf frowned. I don't recognize that name. A new goddess. Both of us are actually pretty new to Orario. Then how did you get the money to buy Black Demon? No offense, but even if it was underpriced by that bastard, it's still more than what a new adventurer could afford. Ah. I nodded. That's because I got swarmed on the first floor. I paused and said, I think I had to fight off about 100 or so kobolds. Either way, money adds up fast. Welf blinked again and then muttered, that explains why you need better armor. But seriously. Seriously. I took a bite of my sandwich and said, why? Are you second-guessing yourself now? Welf shook his head. No. If that's true, it's definitely what I need to level up. Level up? I blinked and said, you're a blacksmith though, aren't you? Is there a need to level up? Welf nodded. There is. You might not know about it yet since you and your goddess are new to Orario, but it's possible to earn a developmental ability when you level up. And for blacksmiths like me, it's essential to get the blacksmith ability. Can't you go train with your other familia members though? In a place like this, the first place to turn to for help should be your own familia members due to the inherent danger in things. But to go to someone like me? Welf sighed. I would, but... well, it's complicated. He shook his head and said, anyway, I need to level up, and getting stuck in challenging situations like that is exactly what I need. So. He leaned forward and grinned. What do you say, pal? Wanna make a party? Sure, but just to make things clear, I think the dungeon hates me. Every time I've entered it, I've had a string of bad luck with ambushes and monster hordes. Odds are more likely than not that you'll be in mortal danger every time we enter. And when is an adventurer not in mortal danger? Besides, you made it out all right, didn't you? Can't be that bad, right? Well, don't say I didn't warn you. I held out my hand and said, welcome to the party, Welf. Welf grinned and shook my hand. Glad to be working with you, Belle. Now. Should we get going? It's probably good to get a handle on how we fight, right? Just let me finish my sandwich. And if it's too much for you down there, feel free to leave whenever you want. It would probably be dangerous, but if I wasn't alone, things should be fine. And it wasn't like the dungeon would spawn another horde of monsters so soon after I cleared one out, right? Welf waved his hand and said, I'll be fine. I might be a blacksmith, but I'm a lot tougher than I look, you know. If you say so. XXX. Welf grit his teeth and then kicked a kobold out of his way. Afterwards, he spun around, swinging his greatsword and cleaving through a horde of goblins running towards him. You weren't kidding, Belle. The white-haired man slid past a kobold swinging its club and quickly snapped its neck. Afterwards, he grabbed it and threw it backwards, bowling over some goblins. I told you. Dungeon hates me. Welf quickly wiped the sweat out of his brow and then looked around. It was the first floor. It was the first floor of the dungeon, but it had somehow turned out like this. Belle hadn't been joking when he mentioned the dungeon hated him. After finishing their food, the newly formed party headed down into the dungeon for some light training. A bit of coordination to get a feel for how each other fought. At least, that was the plan. But barely a few rooms in, the walls, ceiling, and floor burst into cracks, flooding the place with monsters. If Welf was being honest, he was scared shitless. 10, 20, at least 100 monsters were spawning in. And more as he stared at the surroundings. If he was alone, he might have choked up and made a fatal mistake. But he wasn't alone. Come on. Don't stand around stiff like that. Even dumb guys like this will be able to hit you if you stop moving. Belle calmly spoke out advice while cutting monsters apart. 1/3 dead. An inhuman precision, killing as many monsters as he could while maintaining a calm demeanor and reserving energy. True to Belle's word, 3 goblins suddenly leapt at Welf. He stepped back and swung his sword, cleaving them apart. And then he moved back some more, scanning his surroundings. Easier said than done, Palestine. Everywhere Welf looked, all he could see were monsters. Monsters that wanted nothing more than to rip him apart. It's easier done than said, actually. Just keep moving and slashing. These guys aren't that dangerous as long as you keep an eye on their weapons and prevent being grabbed. Besides, you've got the reach of that great sword. Just use it and keep them at bay. Welf chuckled and then tightened his grip on his sword. Right. Can't be dragging my pal down like this. He narrowed his eyes and focused. It was like Bell said. Welf had the advantage of having his weapon reaching the enemy before they could reach him. Even the kobolds with their clubs were out of range if Welf fought properly. The problem was the fighting properly bit. It had only been 10 or so minutes, but he was already drained. Even so, seeing Bell fighting off so many monsters with just a small knife, Welf couldn't slack off. Gwoo! Letting out a battle cry, Welf stepped forward. Before, he had been just enduring the onslaught, but now he went on the offensive. A heavy slash, cleaving a dozen goblins in half. Stomping the ground, he stepped back and pivoted, swinging his sword up. A kobold trying to sneak attack Welf fell apart in halves. Bell laughed. Good. Like that, Welf. He idly dodged a knife thrown at his head and then threw one back. Keep pressing the advantage. How the hell are you so relaxed? Welf spat out his words in between slashes. A lot of training and a meticulous workout regime. I'll share it with you sometime. Ah, and to your left. Welf spun and slashed to his left. A goblin screeched, trying to grab Welf's knee and failing. Welf sighed and then raised his sword again. Only 60 or so left to go. Great. XXX. Here. I handed Welf a potion and then sat down beside him. Thanks. The blacksmith downed the potion and let out a content sigh. Never thought the day would come when I'd be exhausted fighting just some goblins and kobolds. Regretting your life decisions? Nah. Welf grinned and said, stuff like this is just what I need to build up Exelia to level up. Although. He frowned and looked at me. You seem used to all of this. Did you fight monsters before coming to Orario? Nope. I was just a regular farm boy living out in the countryside with my grandpa. Welf shook his head. You must be super talented then. He looked out at the surroundings and said, to be able to do all of this. I didn't blame him. Over 100 monsters' corpses littered the ground. Mostly goblins, but quite a few kobolds as well. A quarter of them were ripped apart by giant slashes, Welf's handiwork. But most of them were killed with precision strikes, perfectly aimed and calculated to kill with the least amount of effort. I shrugged and said, maybe. Grandpa never told me who my parents were, so it might just run in the blood. Blood, huh? A strange emotion crossed Welf's face and he nodded. I guess things like that can happen. Anyway. You did pretty good, Welf. I was somewhat expecting you to just get stalled up somewhere, but you did a good job pressing forward and whittling the enemies down. Not as good as you. Damn. He shook his head and pushed himself to his feet, using his sword as a cane. Only a week, huh? I can't even imagine how far you'll go if you're already this strong, Bell. You gotta give yourself some credit too, Welf. Personally, I can't think of a person who wouldn't be panicking at being mobbed with so many monsters. Keeping your calm during all of that. Definitely impressive. Hat. Welf grinned and said, enough puffing ourselves up. He looked around at the monster corpses and then rolled his shoulder. We should get started on collecting all of these if we want to get back before nightfall. Ah. I waved my hand and said, don't worry about it. I've got this. No. You did most of the fighting, so at the least huh? Welf cut off. I didn't blame him. After all, the 100 or so monster corpses suddenly vanished, turning into smoke. In their place, monster drops littered the floor. This time, not just goblin ears, but also goblin fangs mixed in with the kobold tails. Rare drops, maybe? That was inevitable considering how many we killed. But it looked like it wasn't a guaranteed drop from each monster. Maybe since Welf killed a few of them? Or maybe my luck streak was running out. Needed to do some testing on that later. Welf blinked, still confused. Wait. What just happened? I walked over and started picking up the drops, auto-sorting them into piles in my inventory before dropping them back out. After that, I glanced at Welf and said, "You good with a 50-50 split?" Welf nodded. "That's fine, but seriously Belle. What just happened? Where did all the monsters go? And why are there so many drops?" I walked back over to Welf and held out my hand. "Bag please. It'll be simpler to fill it this way than by hand." Welf blinked but did as I asked. When I grabbed his bag, I opened up my inventory and then shoved as many things as I could inside. Mostly magic stones, but also all of those fangs. As a blacksmith, Welf could probably get better use out of those than I could. But even as I filled his bag, there were still a lot of random drops left. I finished filling his bag and then frowned. This will be a bit troublesome to carry out, but here. Welf took his bag back and then looked inside. When he saw the glittering magic stones, he blinked again and shook his head. Looking at me, he said, "A typical farmer boy, huh?" "Yep." I swept the remaining drops into my inventory and said, "Just a typical farmer boy dreaming of being a hero." Welf shrugged. "Well, guess this makes things easier." He looked towards the direction of the stairs going down and said, "Are we going any deeper today?" "I'd love to. But I made a promise to get back early today." I did a mental count of the time that passed and then nodded. "It's around 2 right now, so I'd like to head back for now. Besides, I think you need some rest, and we probably shouldn't tempt fate." Welf nodded. "Rest, yeah. I could definitely use some after all of that. Though." He stared back towards the stairs and said, "If this is what it's like for you on the first floor, I'm a bit worried about what it'll be like going forward. Might have to make a few things to keep us safe." I sighed. "Yeah. I'm worried about that too. Still not sure why the dungeon keeps trying to ambush me, but it's better for us not to press our luck. You never know if it might decide to drop a super monster or something our way. Like the Reaper from Persona or the other various floor cleaners in mystery dungeon games where you dragged your feet too long." That's true. Let's get going then." I sheathed my knife and then headed back towards the stairs. Better not give the dungeon time to rethink its life decisions. Wait for me, Belle. Chapter 18, Is it wrong to want a happy family? Thank you for buying some Jagamericans, Mr. Fina let out a bright smile and waved. Come again next time, okay? The adventurer was a gruff middle-aged man with dark brown hair and scars over his grey eyes. A serious and stern individual. Even so, he let out a soft smile at Fina's expression and nodded before walking away with the potato snacks. It was an odd sight. After all, the man looked like someone who wouldn't even grunt if he got stabbed, and yet when facing Fina he couldn't help but return her bright expression. And he hadn't been the only one like that today. Hestia watched Fina and let out a sigh. I suppose this is a good thing. After Fina came to help Hestia sell the potato snacks, there was a surge of business. Part of it was due to the novelty of seeing a cute young girl, but soon enough it turned into a sort of indirect support. Curious individuals came over to see what the commotion was about, and then when they saw Fina's energetic waves and service, they stuck around to help her out. Of course, Hestia made sure to keep a careful eye on everyone to make sure there weren't any impure intentions. But it seemed like there weren't. At least, none that had come to buy snacks from Fina yet. Fina carefully counted the valise from the last purchase and then handed them to Hestia. Here you go, mommy. Hestia smiled and took them. Thank you, sweetie. Hee hee. Fina smiled back and lowered her head, shifting shyly in place. Seeing that made Hestia's heart warm. It was still odd. The fact that Fina looked so much like her that it was impossible to not think Fina was her child, and the fact that her features were just like Belle's with her one red eye and that pure white hair. It was like looking into the future of what could be. Or rather, like peering into a dream. A child. Her child. Not just a part of her familia, but her flesh and blood. And she was, in a way. Like Belle said, Fina had a bit of herself inside of her, as well as a bit of Belle. While Fina wasn't birthed by Hestia, and while Fina's true nature was unclear, the fact was that, in that moment, in the present, she was their child. And that thought. Hestia set the valise aside and then pulled Fina in for a hug. Yet. Fina shifted in Hestia's embrace and looked up. Mommy. It's nothing, sweetie. Hestia brushed Fina's long white hair and let out a soft smile. Mommy's just happy right now. Oh. Fina nodded and hugged Hestia back. I'm happy too. Hestia let Fina go and then looked up at the sky. The sun was setting now, long past noon. Seeing that, Hestia frowned and said, did something happen to Bell again? He said that he would only take a quick look in the dungeon, but he hadn't returned yet. Daddy. Hestia nodded, still mulling over her thoughts. That's right. Mommy's just thinking about your daddy right now. No, Mommy. It's Daddy. And look, he brought a friend. Yet. Hestia blinked and then looked down. When she did, she saw that Fina was right. Belle was walking down the street, the same as always. A heroic face, lightly curled white hair and a confident smile. Even now, Hestia could see a few female adventurers and travelers turn to stare at him. It annoyed her a bit, but she let it be. After all, it was impossible for them not to stare with how he was now after his ridiculous training. Perfectly trained muscles like a sculpted statue and that confident aura, paired with his sharp eyes and bright smile. If Hestia fell for him after being a virgin goddess since the dawn of time, she couldn't fault any other girl. That didn't mean she'd let them step in on her territory though. To rub it in, Hestia stood up and waved at Belle. Putting a bright smile on her face, she said, "Hi honey. Back from work already?" The man walking with Belle, a young man with red hair and a giant sword strapped to his back, stumbled. He blinked and quickly flitted his eyes to Belle, Hestia, and then to Fina. As he did, it was almost possible to see the gears spurring in his head. Belle sighed and opened his mouth, presumably to explain to the red-haired man. But before he could, Fina dashed out from the counter. "Daddy!" She grabbed Belle's waist, pulling him in a tight hug and said, "I missed you." Belle sighed again and pinched the bridge of his nose. But after that, he put a smile on his face and patted Fina's head. "I missed you too, princess. Did you have a good day with mommy?" Fina nodded and said, "We sold a lot of Jagamericans." "Oh, I sold a lot too." She smiled and said, "There were a lot of nice people." "Is that so?" Belle tilted his head and looked over at Hestia. Fina wasn't a bother. Hestia huffed. "How could our sweet Fina ever be a bother?" Belle laughed and patted Fina's head again. "Of course. Just being silly, I guess." Hestia looked over to the young man beside Belle and said, "I see you made a friend, Belle." "Oh yeah." Belle nodded and turned towards the young man at his side. As he did, he spun Fina around, holding her in his arms and said, "Fina. Tia. This is Welf, my party member. He's a really nice guy that put up with a troublesome guy like me." Hestia hummed. "Welf, is it?" "Oh. Welf quickly bowed his head and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Lady Hestia, is it?" Hestia started cleaning up her stand and said, "Just Hestia's fine. If you're helping Belle, then there's no need to be on formalities." "Alright." Welf nodded. But then he glanced at Fina, confusion filling his eyes. He looked up at Belle and said, Not to pry or anything, Belle, but this girl I'm Fina." Fina smiled and waved. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Welf." "Right. Nice to meet you too, Fina." "But, Welf glanced back at Hestia and then at Fina. Hestia hesitated, wondering how to explain the situation. Especially when she saw some nearby adventurers idling to hear the explanation. But Belle wasn't deterred or put off. Instead, as if to affirm it, he lifted Fina up and plopped her around his shoulders. "Yeah. Daddy." Fina giggled and said, "I'm not small anymore." "You can't do that." "I can, and I will." Belle grinned and then turned to Welf. "As for who Fina is, isn't it obvious? She's my daughter and sweet little princess." He made a point to glance around at the surroundings and said, "That's all you need to know." "Ah." Welf seemed to be quick on the uptake and nodded. "Got it." Belle's grin widened and he said, "I knew you were reliable, bro." Welf laughed. "Bro, huh? What an honor." Belle winked. "Oh, it is. You just don't know it yet." Welf shook his head and then turned back towards Hestia. With a short bow, he said, "It was nice meeting you, Hestia." He raised his head and waved at Fina. You too, Fina. Take care. Hestia blinked and said, You're leaving, Mr. Welf. She turned to Belle and said, You aren't inviting him for dinner. Belle shrugged. I offered, but dash. Welf laughed. It's fine. I've got more than enough from Belle here today. Besides. He rolled his shoulder and winced. After the workout we went through, I think I'll be taking it easy for a day or two and relax in the forge. Belle chuckled. Only a blacksmith would call banging metal in a blazing furnace relaxation. You know it. Welf waved one last time and then said, I'm off then. You know where to find me if you need me, right Belle? Considering the number of times you told me on the way back, it'd be hard not to. Great. Then I'll catch you tomorrow to go over some new armor ideas. Let me know how Black Demon fits, alright. With that, Welf vanished into the crowd. Hestia finished closing up her stall and then walked over to Belle. She stared after where Welf had gone and said, Seems like you've found a good friend, Belle. Fina leaned forward and said, Mr. Welf seems nice, Daddy. Belle smiled. Yeah. Welf's a good guy. Ah. Almost forgot. He reached into his bag and then pulled out a smaller bag. Unlike the one Belle used to hold his dungeon spoils in Valis, this new bag was clear and transparent, holding magic stones? No, it was just candy that looked like magic stones. Hestia blinked and then tilted her head. Belle. Before she could ask anything else, Fina squealed and said, You remembered. Of course I did, Princess. Belle held up the bag and said, Here you go. Don't eat too many now, alright? Too much sugar isn't good for you. K. Fina snatched the bag from Belle's hand and then opened it, carefully pulling out a single crystal. Afterwards, she plopped it in her mouth and then let out a happy squeal. Belle smiled at that and then turned towards Hestia. Glancing at the stall, he said, You done for the day? Hestia moved close to Belle and nodded. Since a certain someone took longer than he said he would, I figured I might as well turn in for the day. She glanced at Fina and said, Our cute mascot did more than enough to make up for it anyway. Belle chuckled. Alright. Let's get going then. With that, Belle started walking towards the church, holding Fina on his shoulders while the young girl munched on the crystal candy. Hestia smiled and followed after them. XXX. At the top of Babel, gazing down on the world below. From her seat by the window, a goddess of beauty watched a certain trio making their way down the street. Strange. Freya muttered and carefully observed her targets. The first was a young man. He was different now, but there was no mistaking who he was. A wondrous mix of pure black and white, perfectly separated and yet swirled together in harmony. It was a stark contrast from the beautifully clear soul she first saw. From that time, and from how he seemed to be able to sense her gaze, Freya had been interested. But now she was even more interested. How did he change his body so quickly? Freya idly swirled her finger around a wine glass and hummed, lost in thought. The young man she saw the first time had been a frail and wispy thing, like a pure white bunny. One with a beautiful transparent soul. But that young man and beautiful soul was nowhere to be seen now. In his place was a... Well, who he would become was yet to be seen. But at the moment, Freya thought he seemed quite like a hero. A brilliant, confident and unyielding hero that would face down any foe, and one with such a curious mix of black and white in his soul. Of good and evil, kindness and malice. But while interesting, the other small light next to him was even more so. A beautiful young girl with a soul the purest white that Freya had ever seen. A pure white surrounded by a lovely blue flame. A blue flame the same color as Hestia's divine authority, emanating the same light as well. Close enough that it was impossible to see it as anything but an extension of that childish goddess's authority. But it wasn't. Others might not be able to distinguish it, but Freya could. The same shade, but a different texture. Where Hestia's flame was calm and comforting, that blue flame around the young girl's soul was bubbling and energetic. As if Hestia's flame had mixed with something else to change in nature. As if that girl was her child. But that was impossible. At the least, it should be impossible. Yet, the signs were all there. The Virgin Goddess. Well, it was debatable whether that title remained true. Either way, the goddess of home and hearth had hidden it well, but it was impossible to hide it from Freya. Freya placed her finger on her chin and thought about what she should do. For now, it could be explained away. After all, it was fundamentally impossible for gods to have children. Because of that, while it was suspicious, most would brush it off as coincidence. But Freya had no doubt the more astute gods had noticed. And with Ganesha's banquet coming up, I suppose I should help her out a bit. If that girl was truly Hestia's child, and if that child was one born from a union between her and that adventurer Freya had her eyes on. Well, Freya was a goddess of love and beauty. She could accept Hestia being the first as the goddess of home and hearth, but there was no way that Freya would lose out on being any later than the second goddess to birth a child. Especially when they turned out to be as cute as that lovely little thing. Chapter 19, Is it wrong to make your friend deal with your BS? I felt a shiver down my spine. The same sensation that I noticed before. Someone watching me. No, not just me. But Fina and Hestia as well. Even so, I suppressed my reaction. I didn't think the gaze was hostile, but I didn't want to risk it. Especially not with Fina here. So instead, I put on a smile and turned to Hestia and said, I'm guessing your day went well then. Hestia nodded and responded with a smile of her own. It was great. She looked up at Fina and said, our little princess here was wonderful. Fina giggled and said, it was fun. Good to hear, princess. I'd be upset if you didn't have fun. Hestia huffed. And what's that supposed to mean, Belle? Are you implying something? Of course not. Just saying that I'd be sad that our little princess here wasn't enjoying herself. Fina shook her head and said, I'm happy as long as I'm with mommy and daddy. Fina. Hestia's gaze softened. The rest of our walk back to the church passed by in comfort, just idle chatter passing between us. I noticed some people give us strange looks, but I didn't sense any hostile gazes. And that mysterious presence seemed to have stopped observing us too. That was good. Though, the fact that I still didn't know who or what that presence was bothered me. Daddy. Fina leaned forward, teetering over my head. I flinched and quickly adjusted her. Oi, hold on there. That's dangerous. Oh. Sorry. But look. Fina pointed and said, there's a big box. Hestia looked over and blinked. She's right. Did my ache drop something off for us? A giant wooden box was standing in front of the iron gate. Well, not too giant. Still, considering the fact that it looked like Fina could fit inside of it, the box was pretty big. I also knew what it was. Oh, that's just my new armor. I set Fina down and then walked over to the box. Fina dashed after me, staring at the box with wide eyes. Oh. What does it look like? Well. I opened the box. It was nailed shut. Probably because it needed to be sturdy to hold the heavy armor. But that wasn't a problem for me. I just reached out and pocketed the nails in my inventory. The lid was left after that, and I easily pried it off, revealing the shiny black armor inside. Oh! Fina let out a gasp of admiration and said, that looks cool. Hestia leaned over to look and frowned. And expensive. She looked up at me and said, how much did it cost? I waved my hand and said, don't worry about it, Tia. I made more than enough. And besides, it's Welf's creation. Buying it let me run into him, so I'll take it as a good investment. Hestia frowned and slowly nodded her head. I suppose. But even so, it can't have been cheap. I patted her head and said, like I said, don't worry about it, Tia. I make more than enough to cover up something like this. And it should help me make even more in the near future. After all, the only thing I had to fear was getting slashed by the goblins in the dungeon. Now with this. Well, it was time to go grind. Fina looked at me and said, are you going to try it on, Daddy? I looked around and said, not out here, but after we get inside. I paused and said, and after we have dinner. I'm pretty hungry from the dungeon, and I've got a feeling you two didn't eat very well today. Hestia coughed and blushed. Fina huffed and said, I ate a lot though. Yeah, a lot of junk food. I lightly tapped Fina's head and said, now come on, princess. Let's get you some proper food so that you can grow up big and strong like your dad instead of a shrimp like your mommy. Hey! Hestia pouted and jabbed me in the side. I am not a shrimp. And I'm growing. Of course you are, Tia. I smiled and stored Black Demon away in my inventory along with the crate. After that, I opened the gate and walked inside. Let's go, you two. XXX. Dinner was a quick affair. Mostly because Hestia and Fina were hungrier than they let on. Or maybe because my cooking was just that good. Either way, it didn't take long after I made the food that the two girls in our small family finished eating and turned in for an early night due to a food coma. I sighed as I tucked Fina in with Hestia on the mattress and said, honestly. You two should have a bit more restraint, you know. Neither of the two heard me. Or if they did, they didn't react. Instead, Hestia gently hugged Fina to her chest. Likewise, Fina smiled and leaned against Hestia. It was a beautiful sight. Like that, Fina and Tia really looked like mother and daughter. Which meant that there would be complications later. If it really was impossible for gods to have children, then people wouldn't believe that Fina was Tia's daughter. But with how she looked, her powers, and the fact that she called us her parents. If enough evidence was there, no matter how unreasonable the conclusion, it had to be the truth. Unless there was an alternative explanation. And frankly, there really wasn't one at this point. But there was still a bit of time on that, so I could think on it later. After checking in on Fina and Tia one more time and making sure they were comfortable, I left the room and walked outside. It was just turning into night time. The blue sky had turned a deep violet, and I could see the moon rising. It wouldn't be long now until the night sky emerged and filled with stars. But that didn't matter much. What did was my training. I opened my inventory and checked on the armor. Like all the other items, it floated about in its own little box. But it was also a bit different. Was it because my inventory skill responded to my will? Or was it because of a combination of my skills allowing it? Either way, I could sense that Black Demon would be freely equipable without me having to drag out each piece. Or rather, with just a thought, I could instantly put it on. So I tried it out. Better now than in the dungeon. I focused on that sensation, staring at Black Demon's icon in my inventory. And then... darkness. Instantly, my vision dimmed, obscured by a black visor. My hearing faded as well, the result of the full-plate helmet surrounding my entire head. But as if responding to my will, that obstruction instantly faded. Energy manipulation activated and then let me see and hear my surroundings as if the helmet wasn't there. And then compilation sorted through the information I was receiving and pieced together a comprehensible understanding. At least, that's what it seemed to be for me. I could only guess, since I didn't really have a way of knowing when those skills were activated, but from the fact that it felt like I wasn't wearing anything at all, they were definitely on. No. It wasn't like I wasn't wearing anything, but only that my senses weren't being obstructed. The moment I tried to move, I felt my body immediately weighed down. But that was obvious. After all, this lead armor that Welf made was a literal ton of metal. At least, it sure felt like it. But... perfect. It was just what I needed. I checked my inventory again to see how many health potions I had left. There were 2. Somehow or another, I seemed to have spent most of the ones that my ache gave me. A reason for me to restock soon and help him out, I guess. But this should be enough. I took a deep breath and then nodded. All right. Let's do this. The night was long, and the only surefire way to protect my new family was to gain strength. And the only way to do that was to grind. So, we'll start with burpees. I took a deep breath and then went back to my routine, modifying it with my new weighted armor. XXX. Welf wiped his forehead and then glanced out the window. Morning already, hi. After fighting in the dungeon with Belle the other day, he had a lot on his mind. Mostly about what they would be doing from that point forward. Belle was different. Putting the situation with his daughter and ambiguous relationship with his goddess aside, the guy was insane. Probably literally, but at the least in terms of his abilities. While they were only on the first floor of the dungeon, the fact remained that they had been mobbed by a horde of monsters. Sure, they might have been just goblins and kobolds, but when there were hundreds of them. Even so, they managed to make it through. And mostly because of Belle. I see why he needs some good armor now at least. Welf muttered and then went back to hammering the steel plat email he was working on. It was odd. Monsters shouldn't be showing up in that high amount. But from what Belle said, it was natural for him. Was it because of his relationship with his goddess? The fact that he had a daughter that looked just like Lady Hestia? Or was it because he had just that much potential that the dungeon was trying to get rid of him? Being able to materialize and dematerialize items as he wished, that calm combat awareness and ability that seemed like a veteran with countless years of experience despite being new to Orario. Welf frowned and subconsciously found himself staring at the wrapped sword in the corner of his forge. Blood, hey! Bell had mentioned it. He had just been an ordinary farmer boy until he came to Orario. But after his fauna, he got stronger. And not just by a little bit. The guy said he didn't know the reason why, but if he had to guess, it was his blood. Inherited from parents that he didn't know about. Welf shook his head and then leaned back to stare at the ceiling. What a mess. Rationally, Welf thought that he should distance himself from Bell. From just the little bit that he knew about the guy, Welf could tell that he was more of a bomb than Welf himself was. After all, while being able to make magic swords was enough to start a war, being able to safely store items away like that as well as his combat abilities. Welf had a gut feeling. And his gut had never been wrong. Bell was special. Unlike the other adventurers, and even unlike Welf who had the Krazo blood, Bell was going to end up at a place far ahead of everyone else. And as a result, the enemies he would have to face would be that much stronger as well. Even so. Arg! What am I thinking about? Welf scowled at himself and then hammered the glowing metal on his anvil. It was stupid. Didn't he hate being judged by his talents? Didn't he hate how everyone only saw him for his ability to make magic swords? And didn't he hate how people jumped to conclusions about him and avoided him because it was too much trouble? He was doing the same thing with Bell right now. Just because his life might get more troublesome, Welf was thinking about leaving the party. Hey, bro. You busy right now? Welf flinched and looked towards the doorway. There, a looming figure stood. Pitch black armor as dark as the night sky that gave off a demonic appearance from the unnaturally sleek edges and bulk. A presence on its own that emitted an intimidating aura separate from the person inside. But Welf recognized it, as well as the voice that spoke out. Carefully setting aside his work, Welf turned towards the doorway and said, Bell. That's right. Bell walked into the forge and looked around. Well, Welf assumed that was what he was doing. It was hard to tell considering the guy's entire body was covered in armor and his head wasn't moving. It's a pretty cozy place you've got here. Bell gave an approving nod. Though it's a bit hard to get to. Welf rubbed the back of his neck and said, yeah. Sorry about that. I'm still just a newbie according to everyone else, so wait a minute. He stood up and shook his head. Forget about that. What are you doing here, Bell? Bell tilted his head and said, didn't you want me to tell you how Black Demon fit? Welf paused. I did say that, didn't I? But you didn't have to come here so early in the morning. The sun had just risen a bit ago, and the walk from the church to Welf's forge was pretty far. At least an hour. But to arrive wearing that armor. Welf frowned and said, was there a problem? That was the only thing he could think of. But unlike what Welf thought, Bell shook his head. No. Black Demon's great. It fits well, and it's also extremely heavy. Just the sort of armor I needed to use to train. Train? Welf blinked. Bell nodded. That's right. To be honest, this suit of armor's pretty unwieldy. The individual parts are heavy and the overall weight makes it near impossible to move around properly. Welf winced. I suppose that's true. He had made Black Demon with pure defense in mind, so it seemed like he might have missed a few parts. Bell walked over and then leaned against the wall. After that, he waved his hand and said, don't worry about it. Like I said, it makes it near impossible to move around properly, not impossible. He rolled his shoulder, causing the armor to clink, and said, you did a good job hooking everything together. Even while it's bulky and heavy, the problem with movement comes from the user's lack of strength, not the armor's inflexibility or anything. Welf frowned. That doesn't make me feel much better. Staring at Black Demon and Bell moving it around, he said, if it wasn't you or a high-level adventurer using it, Black Demon would just be dead weight. He sighed and said, that's what I get for focusing too much on one aspect, I guess. Damn it. Welf scowled and said, Garrett was right. He was still immature. It wasn't enough to just focus on a concept. You had to take into account all the other factors as well. Belle shrugged. Maybe. But it's good learning experience. I mean, it must have been a struggle making this, right? Of course. Welf nodded and said, getting the mixtures right, hammering each piece into place, carefully making sure the links fit together. I spent weeks on Black Demon. He sighed and said, but from what you said, it seems like it was a failure. Belle tried to soften the impact, but it was evident that Black Demon was a failure. It looked cool and had good defensive power in theory, but in practice it was worthless. Hell, it would take a high-ranked adventurer to be able to walk around with it, let alone fight. Wait. Welf blinked and quickly turned his gaze back to Belle. What? Belle tilted his head. Welf frowned and said, did you walk here in that? From the church? Belle nodded. Of course I did. I told you, didn't I? This is great training armor. Training armor, he said. And that meant that he walked that entire distance from the church, wearing that. Welf knew that Belle was strong, and his build showed that even without his fauna, Belle was used to lifting heavy things, but Black Demon was on a whole different level. And he just casually walked over to Welf's forge wearing it? No, from how Belle was talking normally and easily moved his body around, it seemed like the guy was already used to it. Welf blinked again and said, Belle. Yeah. Has anyone told you that you're insane? Belle chuckled. Chapter 20, Is it wrong to set up fast travel? I stepped forward and threw a punch at the kobold in front of me. The humanoid wolf monster swung its club out to block, but it broke against my armored fist. And a moment later, the kobold itself broke, pulverized into a mist of blood and gore. I lowered my armored hand and grinned. That felt awesome. I knew it was a good idea to have armor like this. A wry laugh echoed from the side. Welf. He shook his head and said, only you, Belle. He shifted his gaze to the kobold and said, I'm happy that my armor found a proper user. But what kind of monster have I made? Haha. Very funny. I walked over to the kobold and picked up the drops. A magic stone and the usual tail. Afterwards, I took a look around. After catching up for a bit, Welf said that he wanted to see Black Demon in action. Of course, he probably just wanted a demo in his forge, but I was itching to use it, so I dragged convinced Welf to head back down into the dungeon with me. Hestia and Fina were still sleeping when I left this morning, but I left a note for the two of them that I'd be heading out with Welf, so it should be fine. I did feel a bit guilty about leaving the two of them alone, but it couldn't be helped. I needed to get stronger, and fast. If I wanted to make sure my family was safe, then I couldn't afford to be weak. And the quickest way to do that was by fighting. Though, it seemed like the dungeon had other plans. I stared at the empty surroundings and frowned. Weird. There's usually more than this. Welf shook his head and said, I think that you're the weird one, Belle. The dungeon doesn't usually spawn hordes of monsters to fight an adventurer, you know. True. But considering that it had happened 4 times, I thought it would always be the case for me. You sound disappointed. I straightened my body and shrugged. A bit. While it's good that it's less dangerous, you can only really improve when facing a proper battle. Besides, I kind of liked being able to pick up a lot of income in one go. Welf sighed and shook his head. You really are different from most adventurers, Belle. I've only been one for a short while, so that's to be expected. I frowned. But then, should we go deeper? I turned my gaze towards deeper into the dungeon where the stairway should be. Welf walked over and said, it's up to you. I'm good with whatever. You know, being that casual about things makes it easy to become a casualty, right? Welf laughed. True. But I'm partying with a superhuman guy that can move around in that hunk of metal like it's nothing. I think it'll be fine. And besides, I trust you. He grinned and said, after all, you aren't the type of guy to head into dangerous situations and leave his family behind, are you? You got me. I laughed and then looked around again. There weren't any of the usual shadowy presences. In fact, it almost seemed like the dungeon was actively keeping them away from me. And the usual malevolent gaze I felt every time I entered the dungeon was gone. Maybe I had gotten rid of so many monsters that it had to recover? Or maybe there were other adventurers it was focusing on instead since I was so troublesome. I didn't know the answer. But I did know one thing. And that was that today was, surprisingly safe. Let's get going then. I tilted my head towards Welf and said, you mentioned you've been to the 7th floor before? By yourself? Welf nodded. Yeah. It's a bit dangerous, but nothing we can't handle. And even if a horde of monsters pops up, the dungeon is wider too, so we won't get trapped or anything. I think it's more dangerous to be in an open place with a horde of monsters than a small area, but I suppose it's true that running might be easier in that case. So we going deeper then? I nodded. Might as well. I want to try something first. Let's see. I took a look around the surroundings and focused. It was the usual room, a few rooms over from the stairs. A bit out of the way, but not too much. After doing some experimenting with my inventory skill, another idea came to mind. And since I had a rather large surplus of magic stones to work with after yesterday, I wanted to test it out. Quantum magic let me create an inventory skill by basically ripping out a piece of space and letting me claim it. It took a lot of mana to do so, but the fact that it was possible, and the shenanigans I could do as a result showed that there might be more I could do. The fauna in this world was already game-like, and I had managed to make a game-like inventory skill. So then, logically, I should be able to make other things. Like a return teleporter. At least, I thought so. No, I needed it to work. If I wanted to be able to return home every day to spend time with Fina and Hestia, I couldn't afford to not have a return teleporter. So I focused. Bell. Welf's confused voice sounded out. But I ignored him for the time being. The setup was already done. Back at home, I had already managed to store a small pocket of space at the back of the church in my inventory. It was complicated, but the long and short of it was that it worked. So then I should be able to do something similar here. And if I linked the two? I held up my hand and spread out my awareness. The malevolent presence. A malicious mana floating in the air. I ignored them both and slowly spread out my own mana. At the same time, I focused on the dozens of magic stones in my inventory. Quantum magic. I still didn't know exactly what it represented or its limits, but I knew that it had something to do with space, energy, and states. How else was my inventory preserving momentum if that wasn't true? Something in that logic was messed up, but I ignored it. If I was wrong, it didn't matter as long as it worked. And if it worked, I was right. That was all I needed to know. So, binding the space around me to my will. Compiling the spatial coordinates to link up to my inventory skill. Creating a channel via a wormhole that allowed instantaneous movement through space. I felt that malevolent presence look at me. But I also felt confusion from it. As if it didn't know what I was doing. Was it my imagination? I didn't know. But it didn't matter. All of a sudden, I felt something snap into place. A bright flash, followed by a hazy distortion. What the dash? Welf cried out in surprise and stepped back. Bell. I lowered my hand. And the moment I did, I saw it. Like with my inventory skill, a small window appeared. A simple one. A small list with 2 locations stored. The church, and then the 1st floor. It was scrollable, and I could see that there were more deeper in the list, but the number of floors was left a mystery, the list blurring out of existence as I scrolled. But tapping on the 2 places I had activated made my surroundings blur and overlap with those locations. Like I could instantly move there if I focused enough. And with Welf too. But that was for later. I swiped the window away and turned back to Welf. Done. Let's get moving. Welf frowned. Bell. No. Never mind. He sighed and shook his head. It's probably better for me not to know. Do you want to know? I tilted my head and said, I don't mind telling you. No. Welf shook his head again and said, I appreciate you trusting me so much, Bell. But it's better if I don't know the details. He grimaced and said, I'm not that confident in being strong enough to keep that knowledge safe. I nodded in understanding. It was true. Being able to warp around in the dungeon was unheard of. And if word got out, I trusted Welf. He was a good guy, and we got along well. And since he spoke up like that, he also knew his limits well. But because of that, I couldn't tell him. After all, I knew it myself. This was a world where might made right and where the laws in place could be just a formality if you had enough force behind you. Alright, I said. Then I'll just say that it's a safety net for the two of us. If things get hairy, we won't have to fight our way out through a horde. Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that. But thanks. Welf smiled. I appreciate it. No problem, bro. You're hanging around a sketchy dangerous guy like me, so the least I could do is keep you informed. Welf laughed. Sketchy and dangerous, huh? Well, dressed like that I can see it. And who was the guy who made this thing again? Oh right, you. Welf laughed again and then said, should we get going then? Yeah. I think we've goofed around enough. And I'm curious. I held up my armored gauntlet and clenched my fist. Just how far can this black demon hold up? Chapter 21, Is it wrong to enjoy these peaceful days? A shadow flickered in front of me before swiping at my neck. An intangible blade suddenly flared into existence and tried to rip out my throat. But it was stopped by Black Demon. Sparks flew, lighting up the dark corridors. And my attacker froze in shock, revealing a hazy black form with a violet core. Seeing that, I jabbed my right hand forward and clawed out its chest. My fingers clenched around the core and I pulled it back. The war shadow attacking me flickered, turning even hazier. And then it vanished, leaving behind a weird shadow fabric thing. Like with all other drops, I picked it up and tossed it into my inventory. After that, I glanced over to the side. Welf let out a whistle and said, damn. I keep saying this. But you're really good at fighting, Belle. Comes with the territory. And preparation is key. Though. I didn't think it'd be this easy either. We were on the 5th floor now. After donning Black Demon, and since I'd gotten used to its weight, I was literally steamrolling through monsters. While the dungeon tried to send out some hordes to mob me again, it seemed to have stopped trying after I just cleared through them all. And fast enough to where Welf didn't even get a chance to help. Welf walked over to me and gave me a once-over. Everything still holding up? Nothing feel out of place? Nope. I shook my head. Everything still feels like normal. I moved my limbs around, causing the armor to clang a bit. It's a bit nicked and dented here and there, but it's just superficial. That's good. I designed Black Demon to be able to handle up to the 10th floor for rookie adventurers, so it's nice to see it holding up. Though I didn't expect it to do so well against hordes like that. Welf rubbed his chin as he looked at my armor and said, it's holding up surprisingly well. A lot better than I expected considering the abuse it just went through. I lightly clapped Welf's shoulder and said, have a bit more faith in your skills, bro. This thing's great, and you've got the skills to prove it. You just have a bit of a higher standard for the average adventurer. Welf chuckled. True. Seems like Black Demon got lucky to find you then. It would have just been sitting in the dust otherwise. Maybe. I glanced at our surroundings and said, should we keep going then? This was just supposed to be a field trial, but since we're already this far. And since we haven't had many issues, do you want to keep going? Welf hummed. It would be nice if I could get some fighting in too. But we've been out for a while, haven't we? Won't your daughter and Lady Hestia be worried about you? That's true. I nodded. In that case. I returned Black Demon into my inventory. At once, my vision changed. Before, it was a weird hybrid outline thing, kind of like from a cyberpunk futuristic hologram thing. But now it was an actual image, if that made sense. In short, I could see in color again and take full stock of my surroundings instead of just the general details. And when I did, I noticed that the lighting was dim, but an unsettling green color. The walls were that color as well, giving everything a sickly feel to it. But that was all. There weren't any enemies nearby or any dangerous fluctuations that might cause us to suddenly get warped away or fall through the floor. Which I hoped the dungeon wouldn't be smart or ruthless enough to do in the near future, but it was important to account for everything at a time like this. Welf gave me a weird look and said, where do you even keep all of your things, Belle? That's super handy, but do you want to know? I paused. Come to think of it, it would probably help you out too, right? I think I can teach you. Maybe. If storyteller's refrain worked like I thought it did, I should be able to give Welf my inventory spell. It's fine. Welf looked tempted, but he shook his head. I already know enough of your secrets. I'm flattered that you're willing to tell me, but I'm still not confident in being able to protect those secrets. Especially when they're bigger than mine. He muttered the last part under his breath. I heard that last bit but pretended not to. Instead, I drew my knife and looked towards the stairs going up. Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever change your mind then. It's probably good info for my blacksmith pal to know if he wants to make me stuff, right? Welf laughed. True. But I'm not even at that level yet. Well, hopefully you get there before Black Demon wears out. Anyway. Let's head back up and call it a day. Speedrun time. Welf blinked. Speedrun time. I nodded and grinned. You said you wanted to get better, right? What better way than to sprint our way back to the top of the dungeon? As if in response to my intentions, cracks started to echo. Shadows swirled in the walls around us, but only a few stopped. It seemed like the dungeon was being cautious too. I didn't blame it. After all, I did put it out a few hundred mobs in the past few days. Still, this was perfect. For once, there was an average encounter rate of monsters. Still, running all the way back up all those stairs. Definitely a challenge. Welf slowly raised his sword and let out a nervous laugh. Haha. You're joking, right Belle? Nope. I beckoned for him to go and said, lead the way, bro. I'll be right behind you. And I'll let you know how I think you're doing too. I might not look it, but I'm pretty good at analyzing things, you know. Well. Welf tightened his grip on his sword and said, I guess I asked for this. You did. Now. Get ready and let's roll. War shadows popped into existence, immediately rushing towards me towards Welf. It seemed like the dungeon knew better than to throw oil into the fire and feed me experience. Welf let out a battle cry and then charged forward, swinging his sword. I grinned and ran after him. As I did, I focused. Now. Just where was Welf lacking? And how could I help him get better faster? XXX. Hestia blinked, slowly returning back from slumberland to the world of the living. As she did, she realized that she was sleeping in bed with someone cuddled against her chest. Hee hee. Mommy. A cute and happy voice echoed. Fina's. Hestia smiled and brushed the young girl's hair. Morning, princess. Fina slowly blinked and opened her eyes. Mommy. That's right. It's morning now, so we can't be lounging around forever. Hestia patted Fina's head and said, now, get up and get ready, okay? K. Fina mumbled and sat up. Hestia got up as well and stretched. Belle left already, hi. Her first child. That troublesome young man who was too much for his own good. It seemed like he left early to finish some business. Hestia noticed a letter on the table nearby and picked it up. Sorry, Tia. Didn't want to wake you guys, but I headed to see Welf early this morning. We're probably going to be busy on stuff, so I'll be back late. I left you guys breakfast and lunch in the fridge though, so don't forget to eat. Also, tell Fina I love her. Belle. This guy. Hestia sighed, but let out a soft smile afterwards. It seemed like he was taking things seriously at least. Though. Hestia shifted her gaze off to the side. Fina was in the bathroom, humming to herself as she washed her face and brushed her teeth. A sweet tune and a peaceful sight. Standing there, watching the young girl who looked so much like a child of hers while reading the note from Belle. Is this what it's like to be married? Hestia muttered and felt her face heat up. She had never thought about it. No, that was a lie. As a goddess of home and hearth, she did think about how nice it would be to have a family at times. A child she could truly call her own, a beloved husband at her side, and a warm home. But she was a goddess. Even if she found someone she could love, they couldn't have a child. And even if that were possible, gods were immortal. She would outlive both her love and her children in the end. So she had resigned herself to that fact and thought of it as just a fantasy. But. Mommy. Fina looked over from the bathroom and said, I'm done. The young girl wiped her face with a towel and walked over, a bright smile on her face. Your turn. Come on. She grabbed Hestia's hand and tugged her along. Hestia smiled. All right, sweetie. Don't rush, mommy will be right with you. Saying that, she followed after Fina. She knew. Hestia knew without being told that this would lead to trouble later. Fina's existence was something that should not exist. An impossible wish that Belle managed to grant by chance. And so, it was something they should hide. Someone who they should deny to avoid the inevitable chaos that would unfold. Even so. Even if this was a mistake, the fact that Fina came to be would never be one. So. Let's have some fun on our way to work again today while we wait for Daddy, alright? K. Hestia smiled and hugged her daughter close as they got ready for the day. Chapter 22, Is it wrong to bring your bro to a cafe? Gah. You. Sure know how to work a guy. Belle. Welf groaned and slumped against the wall. I tossed him a watered-down potion and nodded. Hey, you're the guy who said you'd do anything to get to level 2, right? Welf chuckled. I didn't say anything. But I guess I asked for this. He sighed and chugged the drink. We had managed to make it back out of the dungeon unscathed. Mostly because it seemed like the dungeon was starting to get wary of me. Unlike before where there were hordes of monsters, there were only a few that chased after us. Well, after Welf. They were extremely persistent though. Fortunately, Welf wasn't a slouch and was also good at responding to quick orders. Welf grimaced and pulled the bottle back. This is a potion? It doesn't feel like much. That's because it's watered down. Why the heck would you water down a potion? Training purposes. And just trust me on this. Or don't and ask the guild for the recent data about potion training regimes. Welf sighed and waved his hand. I'll just believe you. Considering all the other crazy stuff going on with you. I'd like to believe that it's just because of you doing crazy stuff as well. Hey now, that makes it sound like I go out of my way to cause trouble. You're telling me you don't? I coughed and avoided his gaze. As I did, I took a look around. Seems like there's not many people right now. Welf pushed himself off the wall and nodded. Probably because people either headed back for the day or are eating lunch in the dungeon right now. He glanced at me and said, You're the only guy I know who treats this like a normal job, Belle. That's because it is a normal job. I didn't set out to be an adventurer to be famous or something, you know. I paused. Well, at least not at first. I'd definitely have to do that now considering Fina. And my skills. And the fact that Tia was definitely in love with me. Or at least open to trying it out. Welf grinned and wrapped his arm around my shoulder. Obviously. After all, you've got a proper family to take care of, Mr. Family Man. Yet. I shrugged off Welf's arm and then glanced at the exchange counter. Since Babel was fairly empty right now with only a few adventurers milling about talking to the advisors or exchanging magic stones, we wouldn't have to wait long to use the counter. I looked back at Welf and said, might as well go exchange the goods and head back for the day, right? About that. Welf frowned and then looked at the bag hanging on his right side. The overstuffed bag that was filled with magic stones. Are you sure it's alright for me to take all of this? You gave me a lot of potions too, so having all of this. I waved my hand and said, don't worry about it. I'm not the sort of guy to get greedy for things. And besides, without you there to distract a few of the monsters, things might have gotten dicey. Just think of it as, hazard pay. Ha! Hazard pay. Interesting concept. But if you say so. I do. And besides, how else is my pal going to train his blacksmithing if he's out of cash to buy materials, eh? Welf straightened and put on a serious face. I'll do my best then, Belle. I clapped a hand on his shoulder and said, and I'm counting on you, bro. Black Demon's good and all, but I'm looking forward to how much better your next works are. Welf gave me a long look and then let out a soft smile. I won't forget your faith in me, Belle. Hey man, you're the crazy guy who decided to stick around after you saw the BS I put up with in the dungeon. I should be thanking you for putting your faith in me. Welf laughed and wrapped his arm around my shoulder. Alright, pal. We'll just have to keep this up and become the best adventurers in Orario then. That's the spirit. Welf grinned and then stepped back. We made our way to the exchange counter and started changing out our stones. As we did, Welf looked at me and said, "So you just heading back now? Or you planning to stop by and check on your family again?" I do want to see my little princess working along with Tia, but I've got a promise I have to keep too." "Ah." I looked at Welf and said, "You doing anything after this?" "Not really." Welf took his bag of changed valise and placed it at his side. "I was just planning on heading back to the forge and trying out some new ideas." I dumped a bag of magic stones in the exchange counter and then said, "Do you want to grab lunch with me then? You treated me last time, so it's only fair I get you this time." Welf stared at the pile of valise being pushed back. One only about a quarter the size of his. He frowned and said, "I think you're treating me enough with this. But you won't let me pay anyway, right? Looks like you know how I work now, eh?" I swept the valise into my bag. "Well, I made a show of doing that, and then I sent it into my inventory." Welf chuckled. "Considering that we just went through hell and back, I think I know you at least a little bit by now, bro." "Good to hear. Now, cover for me, alright." I started walking away and beckoned Welf to follow me. "You see, there's this waitress girl I met the other day. XXX. Welcome to the hostess of O." Seer blinked and let out a bright smile. "Mr. Cranel. I was starting to think you weren't going to show up." "Of course I'd show up. I'm a man of my word, after all." Seer's smile widened and then she tilted her head, glancing at Welf behind me. "Oh? You brought a friend?" After saying that, her bright expression faded, turning into a frown. Welf let out a wry laugh and said, "Sorry to barge in like this." "Oh, no." Seer smiled. "More customers are better. Though." She looked to me and said, "You'll order a lot to make up for it, right?" I pointedly ignored the sharp divine gaze staring at me from behind the door in the back of the cafe and let out a relaxed smile. "Of course." I glanced around the room and said, "Does it matter where we sit?" Maybe since it was in the middle of the day, there weren't any other customers around. I could see a few waitresses milling about, like a blonde elf, a black-haired cat woman, and a seemingly normal girl with brown hair, but other than them, the place was empty. No. There was someone in the kitchen too. As well as the goddess staring at me with an intense gaze from the back room. Other than that, it was a normal, midday cafe setting. At least, it would be if everyone there except for Seer wasn't sending off waves of mana and pure energy. Judging from how they swamped both me and Welf in terms of power. I wasn't a guessing man, but if I were I'd guess that they were at least level 4, if not higher. Great. I shifted my gaze back towards Seer. She shook her head and said, "Oh, no. Sit wherever you two like." She rubbed the back of her head and said, "We're pretty slow right now anyway, so it doesn't really matter." "Alright." I glanced back at Welf and said, "A booth good for you?" Huh? "Oh, yeah." Welf quickly caught on and said, "That's fine. Follow me then." Saying that, I headed towards a booth in the corner of the room. As I did, I felt that sharp gaze follow me. But I could confirm that it wasn't from Seer. At least, not today. But that made me concerned. I thought that gods couldn't use their powers here in the mortal world, but it was starting to seem like there were a few exceptions to that. After all, Tia's stare didn't reek of obsessive divine energy that seemed to want to dig into my very soul. I resisted the urge to sigh and then sat down. Welf sat down across from me. Seer waved and said, "I'll be right back with the menu dash." I shook my head and said, "Just bring back what's good. My friend and I haven't eaten all day, so we're pretty hungry." "Right, Welf?" Welf looked away from the blonde elf woman and then quickly nodded. "Yeah, I'm good with whatever." "Okay." Seer let out an energetic smile and said, "Then. I'll be right back." She rushed into the kitchen and said, "Mamma mia! I did it! A big customer." I chuckled. Perhaps seeing that I was calm, and probably not a threat, the wait staff went back to their jobs. Cleaning the tables, wiping down the windows. Well, they seemed to do that. But from how their ears twitched and from how I could sense their gaze, even if it wasn't an active one, they were still keeping tabs on us. Understandable, considering that Seer seemed to be just a normal girl. Minus the first time I met her where she definitely felt like a goddess. Specifically, that goddess staring at me in the back room. Note to self, keep Fina far, far, far away from this place. Welf took a look around and said, it's a pretty nice place you found, Belle. More like it found me. But yet, I like the atmosphere at least. Ignoring the factors that were increasing my stress levels, the place was calm and tranquil. Just like a cafe back on Earth. Realizing that made me a bit nostalgic. And reminded me that things were different now. I had to be ready. But it was also fine to take some time off to relax like this. Thanks for treating me out by the way. Welf grinned and said, not every day I get to eat good like this, you know. It's not. I frowned and said, I would have thought you'd be at least eating decent considering the quality of your work. Black Demon's a bit out there in terms of use, but in just raw skill you should be making at least decent money from selling basic equipment, no? Welf sighed. I should be. But. Well, it's complicated. Ah. I nodded. Alright. But don't worry. From here on out, we'll be eating at least this decent every day. Hi. Welf blinked and said, wait. But you have to provide for Fina and Lady Hestia too, don't you? Won't that dash? It's fine. I waved my hand and said, did you forget already? I made a subtle gesture towards my side. Or rather, towards my bag. A very empty bag that had been completely full on the way back up with monster drops. Welf's eyes widened and he chuckled. Right. I keep forgetting that you're different from others. I noticed the blonde elf's ears perk up and I shook my head. Nah. I'm just a bit luckier than most people. If anyone's different from most people, it'd be you. Me. Welf blinked. What do you mean? Not any blacksmith would try out new ideas like you did, Welf. Considering all of this. I waved towards the general area and said, most people would stick to the safe path and just make ordinary things. You aren't like that though. I tilted my head and said, but maybe that's because you're a bit off-kilter. I mean, who in their right mind decides to make something ridiculous like Black Demon anyway? Welf's ears turned red and he said, yeah. I got it. Chapter 23, Is it wrong to think skills are sus? At that time, the blonde elf went to the kitchen and then walked back with a tray of drinks. Well, if you could call cups of water drinks. She placed one in front of Welf and then handed one towards me. Apologies for the delay. And for Seer. I grabbed the cup, smiling. Thanks. The blonde elf woman nodded and turned to leave. But before she did, I reached out to grab her hand. Welf gasped. The blonde elf flinched, quickly pulling her hand back. I realized what I did and then groaned. Sorry about that. Bad habit. Spending so much time with Hestia and Ina made me forget that not everyone was comfortable with physical contact. And people that worked in a place like this even more so. Damn. Maybe I really was becoming a natural ladies' man like Tia said. Definitely gotta reel that back. I might be in an anime world, but I would rather not have to deal with rom-com drama. The blonde elf slowly nodded, a strange expression on her face. It is fine. Unlike certain other patrons, you at least appear to be sincere about your apology. I frowned. Adventurers really were a rowdy bunch, huh? Maybe that explained why the waitstaff working here were mostly powerful people. It was necessary to keep people in line. I shook my head and said, anyway, I meant to ask you to tell Seer that she doesn't need to hold back on what she chooses. If it's too much for us to eat, I can bring it home. It'll save me some cooking time at least. Of course. The blonde elf woman nodded and then walked back in the kitchen. When she was gone, Welf looked towards me and let out an exasperated sigh. Every time I'm with you, I keep realizing that you're different, Palestine. I sipped on my water and said, I'm just me, bro. That's all I can be. Though, I really should have been more considerate. I glanced back towards the kitchen and said, beautiful girls in places like these already put up with a lot. I didn't want to add to that girl's list of troubles. Beautiful girls, huh? Welf let out a sly grin. What? I frowned and said, don't tell me you have higher standards than this. They're all beautiful, you know? Objectively. Ah, but Tia's prettier. Maybe I was biased there though considering she was my goddess, kind, and took me in when I didn't know what I was going to do with my life after waking up as Belle. Welf stared at me and then sighed. Never mind. Anyway, do you have a thing against blondes or something? You kept glancing at that waitress like you were worried she was going to rip you apart. I took another sip from my water and said, did an ex-girlfriend threaten to kill you or something? Your mind goes to weird places, Belle. Did you know that? I mean, considering what I've been through. True. Welf sighed. If that stuff in the dungeon is what you dealt with in your first few days of being an adventurer, I'm surprised you're still functional. So, scary blonde ex. Welf laughed. Nothing like that. It's just. He hesitated and said, let's just say me and elves don't really get along very well. I frowned. Why's that? Do elves hate blacksmithing or something? Or is it the old thing where they can't stand steel or man-made iron so they hate you because you're a blacksmith? Do they hate all blacksmiths? Welf blinked and then he let out a loud laugh. I frowned. Oi! Welf waved his hand. Sorry. It's just. Welf calmed down and gave me a wide smile. You really did come from out in the countryside, hey? Hey, I don't make fun of you because you're a struggling blacksmith. I'd appreciate not being made fun of for being a humble farmer boy before coming here. My bad. It's just. I keep forgetting that you're not a veteran adventurer. Should I take that as a compliment, or dash? Definitely a compliment. But anyway. Just for your information, elves don't appreciate being touched by other people. I frowned, remembering Inna. Is that really true? Welf let out a serious nod. It's a serious taboo. He paused and then stared at me. Well, it might be a bit different for you since you managed to get a goddess's affection, but still, try not to do it in the future, alright? Seeing that he was being serious, I nodded and said, alright. Thanks for the heads up, bro. No problem. Though. He glanced back at the kitchen and said, you really got off lightly there. Most elves tend to react rather violently to being touched. You seem to have personal experience, bro. Welf let out a dry chuckle and said, yeah. I'll just say that elf customers tend to not come to blacksmiths to get fitted for a reason. And the few that did come to me. He trailed off. I waved my hand and said, well, don't worry. I'm sure that you'll be good enough that even some uptight elves will trip over themselves for your wares in the future. Welf smiled. You really have a way of cheering people up, Palestine. I try. Better to have people happy than upset and miserable, right? Welf sighed. If only more people were like that. After that, Welf and I continued on with idle chatter. Mostly about what he did in his spare time, some goals in the future, and then blacksmithing. And that's why I need the blacksmith skill. Welf sighed and said, I wish I didn't, but dash. Why? Welf shook his head. You probably don't realize it, Belle, but developmental abilities just help you do things on a whole nother level. Two blacksmiths with the same ability could make the same item, but the one with the developmental ability would just be better. If it was a sword, it would be sharper. Armor, more durable. He paused and said, if I had blacksmith, I could have made an ordinary set of iron armor and it would have the same performance as Black Demon. I frowned. That doesn't seem right. Welf shrugged. That's just how it is. It's unfair, but that's dash. I waved my hand. No. I don't mean the fairness of it. I meant that it doesn't seem right that just having a skill would let you outperform everyone axiomatically. There has to be a process to it that's letting that happen. Welf laughed. Well, if you figure it out, let me know. Because I'd love to be able to make things on that level without the skill too. I placed my hand on my chin to think. You said that blacksmith lets someone make the same item, but just somehow magically better. Welf nodded. That's right. It's why the Hephaestus familia is so strong, actually. We have a lot of people with blacksmithing in our familia, so others can't compete. I wrapped my fingers on the table. But that doesn't make sense. At a certain level, there shouldn't be any way to improve the process. Skills are built off of excelia, which come from our experiences. So even if they seem impossible, they should still operate according to a certain logic. Like my compilation and energy manipulation abilities. They let me do ridiculous things, but they weren't impossible for others to copy. Someone who trained their memory and visualization skills enough could do compilation, like Ina with photo reading and energy manipulation. I was sure that there were people who figured out how to manipulate mana at its source. So it didn't make sense that a skill called blacksmith would automatically make items better by following the exact same steps. Something had to be different. If skills were born from our experiences and developmental abilities were the crystallizations of our efforts, then blacksmith should be. Here you go. A booming female voice echoed, followed by the sound of dishes slamming against the table. Welf flinched. But he quickly schooled his expression and nodded towards the speaker. Thank you, miss. Mia Grande. The speaker, a tall woman with a brown ponytail and a boisterous air, grinned and looked to me. I hear that you promised Seer to go all out. She laughed and said, you're a brave one, aren't ya? Seer popped out from behind Mia, holding a hand to her chest and letting out an apologetic smile. Mia looked to me and said, Looks like you can eat well enough. But can you pay for it all? I reached for my bag and filled it up with Valis before setting it on the table. I think I should be fine, assuming you don't overcharge me. But since this place is called the Hostess of Fertility, I'm sure you'd be fair on that, wouldn't you? Especially someone as grand as yourself. Mia's expression shifted. It was fast, barely a microsecond. I had to admit, that was impressive. She was clearly someone used to schooling her emotions. Though that probably came with being just as strong as the waitresses she employed. She laughed and said, you talk tough, kid. She glanced at the bag and said, but I guess you can walk it, so I'll let it slide. Seer. Why yes. Seer flinched and looked at Mia. Mia handed her the bag and said, run the total for your friend. And remember to not play any tricks this time or you're washing the dishes all night. Seer laughed. Who do you think I am, Miss Mia? It's Mama Mia, you impish girl. She looked around at the other waitresses and said, and what are you girls doing standing around and eavesdropping? Anya, Chloe, get back to work or you're on dish duty too. Hi. Yes, Mama Mia. After that, the staff cleared out to leave me and Welf to our meal. Well. Welf looked at me and said, that was something. I'm starting to get why you wanted me to come along though. I nodded and started on a pasta dish in front of me. Yep. Anyway, eat up. Can't go home on an empty stomach if you're planning to forge through the night again. Ahaha, you saw right through me, hi. I'd like to think I know you well enough by now as well, bro. Welf chuckled. Chapter 24, Is it wrong to enjoy this family life? Yay. Lunchtime. Hestia smiled as she watched Fina pull out a wrapped sandwich from their lunch basket. Now, Fina. You can't be too eager, you know? You might drop something. Oh. Sorry mommy. Fina apologized and said, I'll be more careful. As long as you are. Hestia patted Fina's head and then picked up their lunch basket. It had been a long morning. For whatever reason, they had a lot more customers recently. And as a result, they were doing well on income. But also because of that, they were really busy. Fortunately, the customers were respectful enough to mind their lunch period, and after closing up shop for a bit, Hestia and Fina could take a break. At the moment, the two were sitting on a bench near the stall, eating the lunch that Belle prepared for them. As usual, it was mostly just sandwiches. But there were a few sweets tucked in beneath as well. Crystallized honey shards. Seeing that, Hestia sighed. Fina looked up and said, is something wrong, mommy? Hestia shook her head. No. Just that your papa is too caring. She smiled and then pulled out a sandwich for Fina. Thank you, mommy. Hestia ruffled Fina's hair and smiled. Of course, sweetie. After that, the two sat together, eating their lunch. It was a peaceful scene. And the food was good too. Almost too good. Hestia had to resist the urge to sigh as she ate the sandwich. It really wasn't fair. Ever since meeting Belle, he had given her everything. He worked hard, he cooked, he even granted Hestia's wish that she hadn't known she had. A miracle brought to life in the form of Fina. A beautiful young child that had her flesh and blood. While Fina wasn't born from Hestia, there wasn't mistaking the relationship there. The appearance alone was enough, but there was her status too. The flames of Vesta. It was a name Hestia didn't think she would see again. And yet to have it embodied in Fina's skill. Is something wrong, mommy? Fina looked up at Hestia, confused. Does the sandwich not taste good? Hestia blinked and then smiled. No. Mommy's just thinking about Daddy. Oh. Fina nodded and then frowned. I miss Daddy. I wish he didn't have to go to work in the dungeon. It's scary in there. Hestia pulled Fina into a hug and nodded. I know, sweetie. I wish he didn't have to do it either. It was dangerous. Even though Belle was skilled, both literally and figuratively with his status, she was worried. He was making strides a bit too quick for her liking. And while he had Welf to help him and was cautious about his adventuring, Hestia was worried that something unexpected might happen. Didn't Belle mention it? The first time he entered the dungeon he was ambushed by a horde of monsters. And from the looks of things, that hadn't changed. The only difference was that he was more capable of fighting back against the monsters and prepared to adapt to unexpected circumstances. So Hestia was still worried. But she couldn't show it too much. Especially not with Fina here. So Hestia put a smile on her face and said, but don't worry. Your daddy's strong. Fina giggled. I know. Daddy's the strongest. Hestia's smile widened as she watched Fina's precious expression. And then a familiar voice called out. Is that you, Hestia? Hephaestus. Hestia's best friend and the person who helped her the most since descending. She was also the one who knew Hestia the best. Which meant... Hold on. Hestia gulped and looked up with a nervous smile. Like she thought, it was Hephaestus. The goddess of the forge was wearing a casual outfit today. Jeans, a loose black blouse. Her short crimson hair shifted in the wind, and the familiar eye patch was still over her right eye. But that didn't hide her shock. Hephaestus's visible eye flicked towards Fina and then back to Hestia before widening in shock. Hestia let out a nervous laugh and said, hello Hephaestus. Fina looked over as well and then smiled. Oh. Are you mommy's friend? Fina waved and said, hi. I'm Fina. Hephaestus mouthed the word mommy and then looked at Hestia. Hestia cleared her throat and said, How have you been? I've been doing well. Hephaestus crossed her arms and said, one of my newest children has been causing a bit of trouble, but it seems like he's gotten back on his feet. You on the other hand? Is that your first child? It was a loaded question. A casual one, like if she was checking on Hestia's progress with her familia. But the real question? Ehehe. Fina tilted her head, confused. Hephaestus sighed and then said, I don't know what mess you've gotten yourself into this time, Tia. But I hope you know what you're doing. I don't. But I don't want to bother you with this. All the more reason I should bother you then, hi. Hephaestus shook her head and said, let's talk later. I'm busy right now, but I'll send one of my kids to get you when I'm free. She paused and said, are you going to Ganesha's party? Hestia nodded. I have to, don't I? Then I'm going to need to work hard to fit that in. You're going to be way in over your head at this rate. Sorry, Heffy. Hephaestus shook her head. That's just the way you are, I guess. But it's fine. That's what friends are for. She looked at Fina and said, be good to your mommy, okay? Of course. Hephaestus smiled and then walked away. Hestia sighed and went back to eating her sandwich. Life was going to get complicated from now on, wasn't it? Well. At least she had Belle, Fina, and all of this good food. XXX. Groceries, food prep. Yep. All that's squared away. I finished sorting out the fridge and the pantries and then nodded. After separating from Welf, I did a bit of shopping to restock everything and then headed back home. I thought about stopping by on Tia and Fina, but considering the commotion I caused last time, I figured I wouldn't today. But that was also in part because I wanted to try some things out. Welf said that the blacksmithing skill would let him create better things with less effort, right? Mumbling to myself, I headed back to the living room and sat down on the sofa, lost in thought. It made sense. If skills were an overlay to make things simpler, then obviously you could make things easier if you had them. But the way he put it made it sound like it was the end all. Like it would be impossible to compete with others if you didn't have the skill. That doesn't make sense though. I frowned. Skills were just drawing out the excelia we had. That was what Tia said, anyway. It was a reflection of the experience we earned, given form. Status was the same. Technically, it was being channeled through divine power by gods granting their blood. But it should be feasible to replicate. Energy was energy, and power was power. If you understood the principles behind it, you should be able to recreate it. Like this. I held out my hand and focused. The faint niggling in my mind about what compilation really was. And also, what the nature of my quantum magic was. Aligning the recollected knowledge, sorting out the information and channeling it directly through mana as a medium to transmute that information into matter, turning will and thought into a tangible form. In this instance, calling up the memory of a notebook, the blank pages, the bound cover. A soft light emerged, and then a composition notebook appeared in my hands. At the same time, I felt a small headache. Like I had been straining my eyes. So it's like that. I was carefully watching the process. And furthermore, that time I didn't let the divine power in my veins do it. I set the book aside and focused again. This time though, I just focused on the image of the book. I didn't think too hard on the process and just focused. And then it popped into existence again. This time without even so much as a bit of strain. So this is the difference. I picked up the first book and compared the two. There wasn't much of a difference, but there was one. The first book I made was a bit sloppy. Kind of blurred. The second though was exactly like I envisioned. I mumbled and made a pen before writing down some notes to pass off to Welf. Skills definitely helped. But it wasn't a miracle. Instead, it was drawing out the potential at an easier rate. If you focused and had the information, you could definitely match someone with the skill. However, it was a matter of efficiency. It was the difference between using a microwave to heat something up and building a fire from scratch and carefully managing the heat. The same result could be achieved, but the first only required a bit of effort from the user. Of course, that didn't mean the effort wasn't the same. After all, someone had to figure out how to make the microwave in the first place. And you had to power it too. But once it was made, the total work that the user needed to do was next to nothing. In contrast, the fire required gathering the materials, starting the fire, managing the heat, and then extinguishing the fire afterwards to be safe. Overall, there really wasn't a reason to do the latter unless you didn't have any other method. But that was the problem. With status and skills, we all had microwaves. But what would happen when those were taken away? We didn't have the knowledge to recreate them. Nor did we have the ability. It was a black box that the gods granted and that we were just using. But even when we were using them, the gods were still the ones that did maintenance. It was a problem. What happened when the gods left? We would be left on our own. Or what happened if gods decided to betray us and seal the status? Or if there were some villains who managed it? Weak. Powerless. I could see it already. So long as we relied on the power of the gods, while we could accomplish great deeds, we were dependent. It wasn't a bad thing. As long as the gods were here, that codependency was good. But in the worst case, I frowned and thought about it. A conversion process, drawing out accumulated experience and crystallizing it using divine blood as a medium. That was what the Falna was. There was no reason why it shouldn't be possible through other means. Divine blood was clearly optimal. My intuition on that was because it was the purest sort of energy and had a weird metaphysical nature. And from how gods supposedly judged and took souls to heaven, that metaphysical nature definitely existed. Then what about mana? It was similar to divine energy. Fina was living proof of that. During her transformation process, I had melded mana and divine energy as one, causing her to turn into her current form as both mine and Tia's child. A mix of half each. So if a person could manifest their own mana and ignite it, control it on their own. If they could channel their will over it, strong enough that it was controlled even without divine aid. We're home. Daddy, are you here? The front door opened and a familiar white figure appeared. Fina. She noticed me and then smiled before dashing over. I laughed and hugged her tight. Hey, a princess. Did you have a good day with mommy? MMHM. We sold lots of potatoes. Good. I sat up and patted her head. My little princess is doing good work then, hi. The door closed and Hestia walked in. She smiled at Fina and then waved at me. Welcome back, Belle. Did we keep you waiting? No. I just got back a bit ago. Hestia looked at my notes and then laughed. Working hard. Hardly working. At least, that's what I'd like to say. I closed the notebook and tucked it away in my inventory. But life is hard. Made some decent money today though. Lots of monsters tried to off me and welf again. Fina hugged me tight. I blinked and then gave her a soft smile. Don't worry, princess. They were easy. But it's dangerous, daddy. Be careful, okay? Of course. I nodded and said, I'll always be careful. Can't leave you and mommy all alone, can I? You'd better not. Hestia took off her work uniform and hung it on a shelf before looking around. Did Welf not come with you today? I thought you boys would hang out a bit. He's welcome to visit, you know. I placed Fina on my lap and said, that guy was eager to get back to work, so I didn't want to bother him. Fina giggled and said, Uncle Welf works too hard. I patted her head and said, he really does. But he's got big dreams, so he's gotta. Just like you, princess. If you want something, you've gotta put in the effort, okay? K. Hestia smiled and then glanced at the kitchen. Did you start cooking yet? Not yet. You hungry? Hestia shook her head. It's fine if you didn't. I just thought you would. You usually do, so. I laughed and said, it's fine, Tia. But I ate out today, so I thought we'd have some takeout for dinner. Hestia blinked. Takeout? Yep. I pulled out the extra dishes I grabbed from the hostess of fertility and set them out on the table. Fresh food, straight from a fancy restaurant in town. Mostly for me to steal their recipes, but that's our secret. I looked over at Fina and winked. Fina gasped and said, Daddy's awesome. I know, princess. I am, aren't I? Hestia rolled her eyes and then sat down on my right. You're getting a bit too full of yourself, honey. And you're as naggy as ever, wifey. Wifey. Hestia blushed. I laughed and then pulled out some plates and spoons. Here. How about we have a nice family dinner tonight? And let me know what you guys like best. I'll work on recreating the recipes later. Hestia shook her head. What a rascal. You're rascal though. Hestia laughed. Chapter 25, Is it bad that I might have inspired something ridiculous? Late at night. Fina was exhausted, so we tucked her into bed early. But Hestia and I were still wide awake. And like always, Hestia was relaxing on the couch reading a book. As for me, I also had a book. But it was my notes, both to review what happened today and what I learned. An adventure log, kind of to save my game. Except this wasn't a game. Fun joke though. At least, I thought so. After writing down some more stuff, Hestia called out. Belle. I looked up and said, something wrong, Tia? No. Just. She looked thoughtful and said, I might need to have you watch Fina for a few days next week. Is that okay? Of course. I set my book down and said, I'd be happy to spend time with our cute little princess. Hestia giggled and said, you really do see her as your daughter, don't you? I nodded. Obviously. It was definitely unexpected, but Fina's clearly my daughter. Well, our daughter, technically. She wasn't born the normal way, but even so. Fina wasn't born normally, but there was definitely that familial bond there. Not only that, but she definitely was my biological daughter as well. Probably. Didn't have DNA testing here to confirm that, but there was a sort of connection there that made me want to protect her against the entire world. If something were to happen to Fina, well, I guess I'd have to see just what happened when you killed a god. And if I could rip out the status of other adventurers to use as my own. Hestia gave Fina a soft smile. And then a strange expression crossed her face. I frowned. Tia. She shook her head and looked back at me. It's nothing, Belle. I'm just happy. She sat up and hugged her knees together. I've gotten everything I wanted since I came here. A family. A child I never thought I could have, And she sighed. I'm just worried. Right now, things are fine. But if anything comes out about Fina, about you. She shook her head and said, the other gods won't sit still, you know. I narrowed my eyes. Then let them move. I'm not afraid to rage against the heavens for the sake of my family. Hestia's eyes widened, and then those clear blue orbs started to tear up. She shook her head and said, you can't do that, Belle. Why not? I looked at her and said, you and Fina are the only things that matter to me. If you two are gone, I'll do anything to get you back. And if that involves clawing my way to heaven and dragging down the ones responsible. No. I blinked. No. Hestia stared at me and said, Belle. I want you to promise me. If dash. I won't promise. Belle. Hestia looked at me and said, listen dash. No. You listen, Tia. I stared her in the eye and said, you aren't just my goddess. You're family. And while I'm not sure if what I feel for you is love, mostly because I honestly don't know what that is. But I care for you a lot. Fina too. And if anything or anyone ever threatens you, I'm not going to hold back. Also. I looked at Fina and smiled. You're not the only one who's gotten everything since we've met. It was pretty unexpected and rushed, but I always did want a cute daughter and a beautiful wife. Hestia's face turned red. Belle. I looked at her and said, that's all I have to say about it. Now, how about we get back to relaxing? It's been a long day, right? Right. Then I'll let you get back to reading, Tia. Okay. A tense but comfortable silence fell after that. And then a few hours later, we went to sleep, cuddled up together with Fina. XXX. Morning, bro. At #$. Welf let out a strangled scream and jumped into the air, dropping his hammer on the ground. By the gods, Belle. He looked at me and said, how do you get here so quietly wearing that thing? I chuckled and then took off Black Demon. Trade secret. Mostly dampening the sound waves with active noise cancellation. An interesting technique that I'd need to try out in the dungeon at some point to see if it helped with stealth. But anyway, how've you been? Did you get any sleep? I got up early again, so after making breakfast for Tia and Fina, I headed over to visit my blacksmithing bro's forge. Mostly to make sure he wasn't doing anything reckless. And speaking of breakfast. Oh yeah. I pulled out an egg sandwich and a glass of water before handing both over. Got you some food. Figured you'd have forgotten about it. Welf sighed and then took the food. Thanks man. But seriously. He took a bite from the sandwich and said, you don't have to visit, you know? You've got your family to consider too. I know. Which is why I'm visiting. I pulled out a notebook and said, if my best buddy gets famous, I can leech off your fame and live a comfortable life, right? Welf finished his sandwich and drained his glass before setting it aside. After that, he shook his head and said, considering all that you've done for me, I don't mind. But I think that you'll have more problems than good times if you go that route, Belle. Probably true. Self-accomplishments are the best way to deter others and show strength in the end, I guess. Welf laughed. That's definitely true. Borrowed power is always a bit. Well, it's better to make things on your own merit. He picked up his hammer and said, what brings you here anyway? I thought we were taking a break from the dungeon after yesterday's fiasco. We are. But I wanted to hand you some useful notes. I held out the notebook and said, I was doing a lot of thinking about what you said regarding the blacksmithing skill dash. Blacksmith. Blacksmith skill. I waved the book and said, I also remembered some different forging tips and ideas that might be useful for you. I'd say them out loud, but I tapped my ears and pointed to the walls. Welf frowned and took the book. When he flipped through, his eyes widened, and then he started reading it again. And again. And then he looked up at me. Belle. This book. He shook his head and held it back. I can't take this. It's too valuable. I didn't blame him. The book wasn't really a book. Instead, it had my memories about a certain wrought iron hero that Welf reminded me about, as well as that guy's process on creating swords. It also had a breakdown of how skills worked, how to achieve the same results, and also how to acquire said skills without leveling up like Welf intended. Also miscellaneous information about blacksmithing, alloys, minerals, etc. that I could remember from Earth. All of it compiled into a neat experience-imparting book that I made as an experiment. And judging from his reaction, it seemed like that experiment was a success. I shrugged and said, "Burn it then. I made it for you, so if you don't want it, destroy it." Welf saw my expression and then took a deep breath. After staring at the book a bit more, he carefully tucked it into his shirt. "I'll guard it with my life. Don't need to be that serious about it, bro. You're the only one who can read it anyway. Mostly because the book would self-destruct in other hands, but no need to mention that. At least, it should self-destruct. It might be more likely that it'd turn into a bomb though." "Nah. Should be fine." Welf shook his head. "Seriously though? The more I hang out with you, the crazier you seem to be. Are you seriously just a farm boy? Former farm boy? Jury's out on my bloodline though." "Jury? Don't worry about it." I leaned against the wall and said, "What are you up to?" "More armor experiments." I could see bits of armor scattered on the ground. A few were similar in design to Black Demon, but sleeker. More refined. I also saw some diagrams on the floor with notes scribbled all over them. Welf nodded and walked back to his anvil. "Something like that." He picked up a pair of tongs and grabbed the hunk of metal on the anvil before sticking it back in the crucible to heat it up. "You're fine in Black Demon, but I'm worried about me." He looked back at me and said, "Still confused on how easy you can move around in that thing, by the way. I tried making a suit for me last night, but I could barely move a muscle. And that was with iron instead of lead too. Again, trade dash. Secret." I know. Welf sighed. "Still. I'm wondering what kind of a mess I got into with you. Not that I mind, but life's definitely going to get more complicated. Especially when I start churning out works on PAR with someone that has the blacksmith skill." "Then don't." Welf hummed. "I'm considering it. And I'm considering making that too with all the chaos we're finding in the dungeon. We might need it if something big pops up." I frowned. "That? What, you got a trump card too that you've been holding back?" Welf was quiet for a bit, and then he nodded. "That's right. I can make magic swords. It's the Krazo blood, you know." "I don't. Are magic swords that special?" "Hi." Welf turned to look at me and said, "You're kidding, right? Krazo magic swords? The ones that can split apart the oceans and cut mountains? You've never heard of them?" I paused to think about it and said, "I think I vaguely remember reading something like that in the notes I saw from Ina. But magic swords aren't that special, right? Can't anyone make them?" Welf rolled his eyes. "As if. The Krazo family can do it. Well, used to be able to do it. I'm the only one left with the skill, but it's a gift from the spirits. Not just any dash." He suddenly cut himself off before looking at me. And then his eyes shook. Hey. Belle. You're joking, right?" I blinked. "About what? I haven't said a joke, have I?" He pointed at me and said, "Don't kid. The way you said that, it sounded like you figured out how to make magic swords without a skill." "That's... You're joking. Right. Well. I noticed a sword lying on the ground and picked it up. If you're talking about forging a magic sword, I don't think I can. But if it's just a magic sword, like a sword that can use magic." I focused. Mana, running through and weaving in the blade. A spell pattern intricately woven within the folds of steel. It was just a theory. Something I thought about when I was considering uses for magic stones. But since compilation was a thing, and since this was definitely simpler than trying to save Fina. A faint hum echoed. At the same time, the edge of the blade I was holding started to blur. An invisible wind blade. Something like this, right? I handed the sword hilt first to Welf. He took the blade and stared at it. Then he placed it on the anvil and raised his hammer, smacking the blade. I blinked. Welf dash. Quiet. He stared at the sword, focused. At the same time, he started hitting the sword again. Was he trying to break it? No, he seemed to be testing something. Wait. Why was that sword glowing now? I focused on the sword and also Welf's hammer. There was an energy spilling out from him. A dark crimson light that was like a cursed flame. But when it hit the sword, that cursed flame turned a pure light green. Similar to the mana I put in. And then he lowered his hammer, leaving behind a bright green blade. One that reeked of mana and energy, but also one that was completely stable. It was like he did what I did, but turned the entire sword into mana instead of just putting the spell in. As if he tempered the steel with the mana and turned it into a mana crystal sword with the properties of steel. Somehow. PFT. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Welf burst out laughing, a maniacal and full-on gut laugh. Welf. He shook his head and ran his hand through his hair. It was so simple. Putting our heart and soul into the blade. We should have trained the blade like a crystal instead. Weaving the energy, refining it. Not just hammering the power in. Of course it would break if we did that. But if we changed the very core of the sword. Are you alright, man? Welf looked at me and then handed the sword back. Here. Take it. And don't let anyone else see it. A serious expression. I nodded and put the sword away. Sure. But what dash? Welf shook his head and said, it's a miracle. Something that shouldn't exist. And something that I'm not going to make again for a long time. He frowned and said, I'm definitely not strong enough to protect it. But should I tell Lady Hephaestus then? Something like this is definitely proof that I can know. I'm still borrowing power. It's not on my own merits yet. That one was a fluke. If I want to make my own, I need to start from scratch. Then can I do the same with armor? Changing the essence by adding bit by bit, resonating with the structure. And if I tune my mana to the base level, threading it like in those notes to create filaments. Welf walked back to the armor he placed in the crucible and pulled it out, putting it back on the anvil. Let's try it. Saying that, he started hammering. Should I leave? Welf ignored me, staring at the armor with intense eyes. At the same time, he threw his entire body into the hammer swing, as if trying to deny the reality in front of him and change it. Yeah. Guess he forgot about me, I shook my head and then placed some food nearby for him. The forge was warm, so it should keep for a while. Though it meant my morning plans were dashed. What should I do now? Oh right. I should probably check in with Ina. Chapter 26, is it wrong to be a bit reckless? Yes. Yes it is. About time you showed up. Ina pushed her glasses up and said, I was starting to think you actually died. Ina's office in the guild hall. I took my usual spot across from her and let out a wry smile. I was busy. There's been a new addition to our family. Oh. Ina smiled and said, did you recruit another member to the Hestia familia? Congratulations. I coughed. It's something like that. She's definitely family all right. Well. Ina nodded and said, make sure to bring her here to register if she's planning to become an adventurer soon. And Lady Hestia will need to update the familia register too. I'll send the paperwork back later. You'll also need to decide on a familia head now that you aren't the only member. Ugh. More paperwork. Ina shrugged. It's part of the job as an adventurer here in Orario. And speaking of paperwork. She slid a piece of paper over to me. Congratulations. I managed to get you listed as a tamer. I made sure to hide the exact monster, but if people start digging you'll need to explain what it is. I still think it's a bad idea to keep a jackbird, but dash. Oh yeah. About that. It's not a problem anymore. Ina blinked. What do you mean? The jackbird isn't with us anymore, so it's not a problem. Ina paused. And then she stared at me. Mr. Cranel. You mean to tell me that I went through all that effort to register you as a monster tamer in the most discreet manner possible, and now it's worthless? I cleared my throat and said, it isn't worthless. I plan on taming more monsters in the future, so it'll work then. Right. I wasn't, but seeing Ina's glare, it looked like I'd have to. Maybe a war shadow, those were useful, right? Ina glared at me more. But then she sighed and leaned back in her chair. What am I going to do with you, Mr. Cranel? I swear, one of these days the stress is going to kill me. Sorry. Ina sighed again and said, it's fine. I'm the one who accepted you as my adventurer, so it's on me. But in any case, I've heard you found a party member recently. She stared at me and said, you haven't been too reckless just because you aren't alone, have you? I remembered the horde of monsters and our speed run exit. Of course not. I've been taking your lessons and concerns directly to heart. You're lying. But I'll believe it this time, I guess. She sighed and said, but please be careful. Adventurers might be called that, but they shouldn't go on adventures. I know. Good. Ina nodded. Then is there anything else you wanted to talk about? Or was this just a social call? Mostly just a checkup. Then get out. Huh? Wait, why are you Have a good day, Mr. Cranel. And please don't visit to give me a headache when all hands are on deck dealing with the Loki familia's recent mess. Okay. After getting shoved out of the office, I frowned and walked off. The Loki familia's recent mess. Was something big happening in Orario right now? Ha. Guess I should do some more prep work, huh? It was still early in the morning, and since Welf seemed like he was going to be busy. Well, he handed me a new sword, so maybe I should go do a trial run. I had the warp point set up, so I had an emergency exit. Plus, if this sword was as magical as it seemed to be, I should be fine. Yeah. Let's do that. With everything decided, I made my way to the dungeon, determined to at least get some light training in. XXX. The dungeon. A place filled with monsters and treasures. The source of livelihood for adventurers, and the fastest way to increase your abilities. It was dangerous, of course. But as long as you didn't push your limits, it was safe enough. Kind of like cave diving underwater. It was inherently dangerous and an untrained person would just be swimming out of their depths and into their deaths. But you were prepared, everything was fine. Proper training, planning for unexpected scenarios, preparing fail-safes. I'd done all of that. I knew all about the first 10 floors, and I was planning to go to stop on the 6th, setting up warp points along the way so that I could leave. Right. That was what I planned. But in actuality, why does crazy stuff keep happening to me? I growled and swung my new magic sword, sending out a blast of wind and a flash of green light. With that, the darkness faded, revealing shadows surrounding me in every direction. Even the ceiling. But they weren't just ordinary shadows. Nope. Wouldn't be that simple for me. Instead of normal harmless shadows, they were war shadows. Long story short, I got to the 3rd floor without any trouble. No hordes of monsters or anything. And then the floor gave out beneath me as I went around looking for training dummies. Thankfully, I didn't fall very far. That, and the magic sword Welf gave me was wind-based, so I managed to stop my fall after a few floors. Which left me in my current predicament, trapped in a room without an exit and surrounded by too many war shadows to count. Blurs of red light. Shadows, streaking towards my body. Before they connected, I equipped Black Demon. Loud clangs. The sound of Welf's bulky creation tanking the hits for me. But at the same time, I could feel the impact and see parts of the armor dent. Before when I fought off some war shadows with Welf, Black Demon held up great. But that was one-on-one. Here, it was one versus more than I could count. I clutched my magic sword and then focused, charging mana. I wasn't sure if this was the right way to use it, but if it was anything like the magic swords I knew. Shining light. The emerald blade, pulsing with power. More clangs echoed. The sound of the sharp war shadows blades trying to find a weak spot to rip me to shreds. It was dangerous. It wasn't like Black Demon was made of adamantite or something. While it wouldn't shatter, if it got enough damage, it would definitely give. So before then. A soft ding. Like the sound of a small bell. My turn. I swung my sword. Emerald light flashed and then howling wind erupted all around me, like a localized tornado. No, not like a localized tornado. It was a localized tornado. The dungeon walls collapsed. The hole I fell through grew wider and cracks spread throughout the floor beneath me. But that wasn't all. The war shadows vaporized, shredded by the screeching wind. If they dropped any items, those were ripped apart as well, along with the magic stones. And before I knew it, I was standing in the middle of an empty stone room, the walls in every direction gouged by those tornado winds. I looked at the glowing green sword in my right hand. Okay. Maybe I have to give Welf's magic swords more credit. The magic sword I quickly made definitely wasn't capable of something like this. Well, not without a lot of careful design work to weave in magic. But Welf just took it and smacked it a few times and he created this? Yeah. I definitely created a monster by giving him that info, hey. If this was what he could make before using that blacksmithing or whatever skill and before all the notes I handed over, wouldn't he be capable of making something like Excalibur in the future? A literal sword of promised victory or some other crazy conceptual weapons. I also see what he meant about me keeping this. I frowned and quickly tucked the magic sword away in my inventory. Yep. Definitely for emergencies only. If it got out that this was possible, especially with how easy it seemed to be to use it. Yeah, bad. Better to keep it out of anyone's hands and leave it to collect dust in a place only I could reach. That aside, I took a look around and frowned. Where am I? Judging from how many floors I fell through, this was definitely the 6th floor. But there wasn't any exit. Instead, it was just a giant room. Even after the walls were ripped apart, there was nothing but stone in every direction. Well, stone and a few shimmering pieces of metal that were sucked into my inventory with auto pickup. Should I just leave? I didn't manage to set up a warp point on this floor, but I could still warp to the others. A one-way trip, but better that than be stuck here. And I could always try again later with Welf. Dodge. I instinctively leaped to the side. The moment I did, a pure chime echoed. Not the sound of bells, like before. Instead, it was the sound of my armor getting split apart. Clang. A chunk of Black Demon's shoulder fell to the floor. And when it did, a shadowy figure emerged in front of me. Another war shadow. It looked similar. A humanoid form with wispy shadows emanating from its body. Except, this war shadow had 2 glowing orbs instead of one big one. Rather than the crimson orb in the middle of its face that looked kind of like a visor, this war shadow had 2 orbs that looked like eyes. One green, one grey. Not only that, it also looked like a proper person. Almost like someone wreathed in shadows rather than a being made from shadows. And it was deadly. Staring at it, every instinct in my body was telling me to be on guard. Not only that, but I could tell. That monster outclassed me. The moment I made a mistake, it would cut me down. The war shadow tilted its head, staring at me. Almost like it was trying to peer through my armor. I felt sweat pour down my neck. Should have left. Definitely should have left. It seemed like the dungeon got pissed off and sent a Reaper-type monster after me. Or maybe it was upset that I broke the walls. Probably that. If something like this popped up when the walls were broken, that would explain why there weren't artificial shortcuts in the dungeon. Speaking of shortcuts, I should definitely use mine and warp out. Except I had a feeling that the moment I tried, that thing would cut me down. The war shadow stared at me, its ominous grey and green eyes scanning my armor. I stared back, taking in every piece of information I could. Yet, I couldn't match it. The energy that thing was emitting felt like a bomb about to explode at any time. At least 100 times more than the mana I had at my disposal, even if I gathered up all the magic stones in my inventory. It was also fast. If I didn't get that subconscious message to dodge, my arm would have been ripped clean off. So I had a problem. I wasn't fast enough to outrun it. That I was sure. I also wasn't fast enough to escape with my warp point before it cut me apart. Not only that, but from the clean and polished surface from where it got cut, Black Demon was useless against it. Silence. Was the monster content to wait for me to act? Or did it know I was cornered? I pursed my lips to think. Running wasn't an option. There wasn't an exit, and there was no way I could escape upwards before that thing cut me down. Warping away was plausible, but I would need to delay it somehow. A few seconds for me to make my exit. But I didn't know exactly how fast it was. Was that just a probing attack? Or was it a full-speed attack meant to assassinate me? If it was the former, I was screwed. The latter, it was possible. But only if I wasn't wearing black demon. I had to move fast, and I couldn't do that in this suit of plate mail. At least, not fast enough to fight that thing. But that was a gamble. If I took it off and the war shadow attacked, I was screwed. But if I left it on, I'd be too slow to dodge another attack. Especially since it would be anticipating me trying to dodge now. Damned if I did, damned if I didn't. So then. Yeah. I had to do that. It wasn't enough to replicate being the king of heroes or the counter-guardian that wanted to save everyone, but the monster in front of me shouldn't have anything ridiculous to block it either. Probably wouldn't kill it like this, but if it was just buying time. I focused. 3 steps. First, unleash a barrage of all the hyper-accelerated projectiles I had. Second, store Black Demon away. Third, warp back home. I understood the steps. I knew what I had to do. And it would work. I knew it would work. That thing was fast, but it was still a monster. And moreover, it was a monster expecting to fight an ordinary human on normal grounds. So. Execute. A barrage of white blurs, echoing like gunfire. As anticipated, the war shadow was unharmed. My projectiles pierced its body, ripping holes through it. But those holes quickly reformed. Still, it was enough. I shredded its legs and arms, forcing it to have to regenerate before it could move. The war shadow tipped over, momentarily losing its footing. Even so, it moved towards me, closing the gap at a rapid pace. I used inventory to quickly phase Black Demon so I could jump back and then brought it back to use as a makeshift shield. Sking. The clean sound of sheared metal. Black Demon was split in half from head to toe and collapsed in a heap. But it bought time. Enough for me to pull open my warp menu, select the church, and overlay my location. I didn't have the time or practice to specify my room, but if it was just the courtyard. The war shadow noticed it had been fooled and charged at me. I stored Black Demon in my inventory again and prepared to chuck it back out to buy another second of time to escape. But it wasn't necessary. The war shadow suddenly paused mid-charge, those glowing orbs locked onto my face. No, was it my face, or was it the church shimmering behind me? I didn't know, but I definitely wasn't sticking around to find out. I chucked a few more things at the war shadow just in case, mostly the pilfered goblin and kobold weapons I had been collecting. And then with that, I stepped back, warping out of the dungeon and back home. The war shadow stared at me as I did, its eyes never moving. As if trying to sear my face into its memory. And then it was gone, the connection between the two spaces severing as I completed the warp. But I didn't move. My heart pounded in my chest. My hands still shook from the close call. Yeah. Definitely needed more prep before I headed back in. Daddy. Fina's voice. I looked back to see her standing at the church entrance, rubbing her eyes. Fina looked at me and said, "Why are you standing outside like that? And why are you all sweaty?" I laughed and wiped my hands on my pants. "Don't worry about it, princess. Now, did you and mommy eat breakfast yet?" Fina walked over to me and then held up her arms. I smiled and picked her up. Fina shook her head and said, "Mommy's still sleeping and I don't know how to make the food warm." "Can you do it, Daddy?" "Of course, princess. Now to heat up some food for my cute daughter, wait for my lovely goddess to wake up, and then forget all about going into the dungeon until I bugged enough for more books and made more preparations. Ah! I also need to remember to plan a date with Tia. Maybe I could ask Welf to babysit for a day? He wouldn't mind, right? XXX. Achoo. Back in Welf's forge, the Krazo blacksmith frowned and wiped his nose with his sleeve. Weird. Why do I feel like I'm about to get dragged into something chaotic? He paused and thought about it. And then he remembered the person he was both contracted with and partying with. Oh right. Belle. Welf sighed and then turned his attention back to his latest work. Now let's see. If I judge the concept of creation right and hypothesize the basic structure, it should be possible to duplicate the composition materials with mana. Then if I induce growth by simulating accumulated years and experience to excel the manufacturing process. Chapter 27, Is it wrong to commission our family friends? What are you doing, Daddy? I lifted up the bisected helmet of Black Demon and said, "Studying, princess." Oh. Okay. Can I watch? Of course. I absently responded and started taking notes in my personal imaginary notebook with my imaginary pencil. It was my turn to watch Fina today. I didn't mind, especially since I seemed to be having a run of terrible luck with the dungeon. The plan was to spend the day hanging out with my cute and adorable daughter. But before that, I wanted to figure out what the hell was going on with me and my visits to the dungeon. To do that, I was sitting down outside in the grass and taking notes on what went wrong. Seriously. Falling through the floor, landing in a monster box room with no way out, then meeting that super boss monster. Did reality have it out for me or something? There's no way I could be this unlucky. Wait. Reality. Luck. I rummaged around my inventory and picked up the copy of my status Tia gave me. After that, I carefully reread the description of Liar's phrase. Reality is nothing more than the lies we tell. Growth is determined according to the user's will. External influences are subsumed and overridden. There were 3 parts to the skill. I had been focusing on the second and third part, but the first. Reality was nothing more than the lies we tell. While I didn't think the skill was OP enough to bend reality itself, when considering the fact that I had quantum magic which seemed to affect probability to some extent and since compilation directly translated theory into practice. Right. I groaned and face-palmed. It really is a double-edged sword. What is, Daddy? Fina hopped onto my back and peered down at the paper. The paper. I laughed and put it away. No. Just thinking out loud, princess. I paused. Though using paper as a sword, well, paper cuts were a thing. And since the edge was so thin, if I could increase the durability of it enough to at least iron. Wait. In this world, metal was cheaper than paper, so that would be pointless. Interesting thought though. I'd have to shelf that somewhere. Maybe bring it up with Welf to see if he could do anything with it. But for now. I put the pieces of black demon I was examining back in my inventory. After that, I stood up and gave Fina a piggyback ride. She giggled and then held on tight. Yay! Are we going on a trip, Daddy? Yep. It's boring staying inside all day anyway, right? Yay! A trip. A trip. I laughed and started walking off. Let's see. We could go shopping, but I was running low on potions, so. Let's go meet one of Mommy's other friends. Oh. Like Miss Heffy. I blinked. Miss Heffy. MMHM. Mommy said she was going to have a play date with her later. Is that so? Heffy. Didn't know who that was, but it looked like Tia was prepping for our future too. I'd have to ask her about that later. And about what I should do with the fact that another goddess seemed to be stalking me. For now though. Mike said his shop was the deserted-looking one around the corner, right? XXX. Wow. Fina looked around the shop and said, it's spooky in here. I had to agree. While there was a small bell that chimed when we entered, the place itself looked abandoned. The counter was unmanned and it was completely empty. Not only that, but a few glass bottles with various monster parts were decorating some shelves in the back next to a closed door. Still. Spooky, huh? I paused and looked up at Fina. Where'd you learn that? Mommy taught me when we were reading stories. She did, huh? Maybe I should look for a few more books then. A low chuckle echoed from the distance. After that, the door in the back opened and Mike walked out. I suppose it would seem pretty spooky like this. The god looked as haggard as I saw him last time. While he was smiling, his robes were still threadbare. In fact, they seemed a bit worse. While they were sewn shut, I could see a few holes that weren't there the last time I saw him. Mike looked at us and smiled. How may I help you and your daughter today, sir? I blinked and said, did you forget about me already, Mike? Mike tilted his head, frowning. And then his eyes widened in shock. Belle. Yep. His gaze shifted to Fina and said, then who is Dash? He suddenly froze. I could practically see the gears spinning in his head. Fina waved and said, hi, Mr. Mike. I'm Fina. Fina. Mike frowned and said, not Hestia. But. I cleared my throat and said, anyway, I'm here to pick up some more potions. Mike looked like he had a lot of questions to ask. But he nodded and said, Of course. He walked up to the counter and said, "Is there anything in particular you wanted, Belle? Judging from your build, I take it the last potions were effective." "More than effective." Mike laughed. "Clearly so. Then, did you want some more? I'm afraid we're a bit short on materials for the moment, but there should be enough to dash." "About that. It's just a question, but how much would it cost to buy some diluted potions?" Mike blinked. "Diluted potions? Why would dash?" Before he could finish, a sleepy voice called out from the back. 300 valis each. Mike glanced back and frowned. Naza. The door in the back opened again and a woman walked out. Long brown hair, purple eyes, paired with dog ears? And was that a tail? Eh? The woman. Dog woman? Anyway, the woman whom Mike called Naza walked out and stared at me. Like Mike, her clothes were a bit worn out. Unlike Maika's plain grey robe though, her clothes were a bit more colorful. A white scarf over a blue and yellow tunic paired with a black skirt. And one that somehow let her tail out. Somehow. Fina waved at Naza as well and said, "Hi, miss. I'm Fina." Naza smiled at her and then looked at me. "Belle, is it? I heard from Lord Mike about your reservations for potions." Maika's frown deepened. Naza. A firm voice. "Belle is a friend dash. And business is business, Lord Mike." Naza pursed her lips. "At this rate we won't be able to pay rent." Mike winced. Even so." Fina blinked and placed her head on my shoulder. "Daddy." I turned to look at her and said, "Yes, princess." "What's rent?" I paused to think about it. "Well. It's complicated. Basically, it's money you pay to live somewhere or use a place." Fina gasped. "You have to pay money for that." "Well, not if you own a place. But it gets pretty expensive." Fina frowned. "Is that why mommy and daddy have to work so hard?" "Partially, yes. I think that Tia mentioned we were living rent-free because she got the church as a gift, but there definitely were other expenses we had to deal with." Naza glanced over at Fina and then lowered her gaze, biting her lip. Did she feel guilty about bringing it up? Mike sighed and then shook his head. After that, he forced a smile and said, "Forget about that for now. You said you needed potions, Belle? Just give me a few moments dash." "Hold on." I cut him off and looked back at Naza. "You said a diluted potion is 300 valis, right?" Naza flinched, caught off guard. But she quickly recovered and nodded. "That's right. 300 each. How much can you dilute it?" Mike frowned. "Belle. I understand cutting costs, but dash." Naza continued. "As much as you want. But don't worry. We won't pass off water as a potion. And you can measure the dilution amount?" "Exactly." Naza nodded. "Of course. We might not be as big as Dion's family, but both Lord Mike and I won't lose at all in terms of potion making. Of course, making such precise adjustments would cost extra." Mike shook his head and then looked at me. "Belle. Diluted potions might be effective to an extent, but in a dangerous and unpredictable place like the dungeon, they aren't suitable. Please, reconsider." I blinked. "Who said anything about using diluted potions in the dungeon? I'm planning to use them to train." "Pardon? Train? But that does not dash." Mike stopped talking, staring at me with wide eyes. "Is that how you used the potions I gave you?" I laughed. "A bit more complicated than that, but basically. Anyway, about those diluted potions. 300 valis each is a bit expensive, but I'll consider that as a service fee. I still want some normal ones though, so." Chapter 28, Is it wrong to make a new friend? "Thanks for the sweets, Daddy." Fina looked up at me with a bright smile as she carefully took a bite out of the crystallized honey bar. When she did, her smile widened and she started humming. I laughed and ruffled her hair. "Anything for you, princess. Though you have to eat veggies later to make up for it. Promise." "Promise." I smiled and then took a look around. After finishing business with Mike and Naza, mostly by double-teaming Mike with Naza to force him to accept payment for services rendered. Honestly, that guy was too nice. It was good that he had someone like Naza in his family to make up for his sincerity with cunning and guile, otherwise he'd be completely impoverished. Though I don't think that my ache would mind as long as people were safe. He was just that kind of nice guy. Anyway, after that was done, I took Fina out for a walk around Orario to both get a feel for the town and to do a bit of light shopping. We were running low on groceries, so I wanted to stock up a bit while I had the time. At the moment, I was holding Fina's hand and walking with her down the main street of Orario, glancing at the stalls we passed. There were quite a few people selling Jagamericans. A good number of gods too. It seemed like Tia wasn't the only divine being who resorted to working to support their family. But there were also gods selling other wares. Some were selling trinkets, a few different food items, like the crystallized honey bar I got for Fina. And a few others were advertising services like item appraisals and fortune-telling. Seeing all of that, I couldn't help but mutter, Orario really is an interesting place, huh? MMHM. Fina looked up at me and said, Orario is super fun. There's so many people and shiny things. I laughed and said, true. But you shouldn't trust strangers or things by how they look. There are a lot of bad people out there as well, you know. Like that goddess who was still staring at me from somewhere high up. Did she have a private room on top of Babel or something? Sheesh. Talk about a super stalker. I know, Daddy. Mommy told me to. Did she now? MMHM. Fina nodded her head and said, Mommy said that I should never take candy or gifts from strangers. And also that I shouldn't talk with strangers at all unless Mommy or Daddy is there. She also said that if I get scared, it's fine to burn people up and run to Mommy and Daddy. Tia. What the heck are you teaching Fina? I mean, it's not wrong, but come on. Alright. Fina nibbled on her candy bar and then said, oh. But I'm only supposed to burn people if they try to kidnap me or do weird things. She paused and then looked at me. Mommy didn't say what the weird things are though. Do you know, Daddy? Pure, innocent eyes. A completely trusting gaze waiting for my answer. Gah. What the heck was I supposed to say in this situation? Fina was definitely too young to have the talk yet, but Tia already started implying it. Though the fact that she implied it. Did that mean that it was commonplace in this city? No, think about that later. For now. I stopped and stared at Fina. Fina stared back. And then I decided. Well, Princess Dash. Mr. Cranel? Is that you? Saved. Ah wait, I really should answer Fina first though. It's complicated, Princess. But basically any person touching you without permission counts. Oh. Okay, Daddy. Fina looked a bit confused still, but I could sort that out later. Now for the person who called out to me. Ms. You know, I never got your name. It was the beautiful blonde elf woman from the Hostess of Fertility. She glanced at Fina and looked a bit confused, but she looked back at me and said, my name is Ryu Lion, Mr. Cranel. And, are you not going to the dungeon today? I let out a bitter laugh. Yeah, I'll pass on that. Pretty sure Miss Dungeon was pissed off at me. I'd let her cool her head for a while first. And in the meantime, I'd prepare more countermeasures. Because damn did I barely make it out last time. Definitely needed to chat with Welf about making a set of light armor instead. Maybe a shield too. And a few other weapons. Compilation turned theory into experience and skill, so I lean into being a jack of all trades who uses trump cards instead of a specialist. I looked back at Ryu and said, what about you though? She wasn't wearing her waitress outfit and we were pretty far from the cafe, diner. Whatever the Hostess of Fertility counted as. Ryu sighed and said, Miss Mia and the others insisted I take a day off. She let out a wry smile and said, it appears that I have been working too often and have been required to take mandatory leave. I nodded and said, you do seem the type. It's important to take time for yourself every now and then though. A tug on my sleeve. Fina. I blinked and looked down at her. Yes, Princess. Who's the pretty big sister, Daddy? Right. I pulled Fina close and said, Ryu, this is Fina, my adorable daughter. Fina, this pretty miss is Ryu, one of the nice ladies who helped make the food I brought back the other day for you and Mommy. Oh. Fina gave a bright smile to Ryu and waved. It's nice to meet you, Miss Ryu. It is nice to meet you as well, Fina. However, she looked back at me and said, Mr. Cranel dash. Bell's fine. Bell, then. She looked at Fina and then said, you were married. I'm not. I paused and added, not yet, at least. Still need to get stronger first. Also save up money, maybe get a few more reliable people to join our familia. I paused and said, say. You wouldn't happen to be looking for a familia, would you? Fina gasped and said, is the pretty elf sister going to join too? Am I going to get an auntie? Ryu flinched. That. She fidgeted and said, my situation is complicated. My apologies. Fina looked dejected and said, ah. Ryu flinched again, pursing her lips. I quickly patted Fina's head and said, now princess. You shouldn't pressure people into decisions like that. Fina blinked and said, but Miss Ryu looks so lonely. If she joined our family, she'd be happy and have fun too, wouldn't she? Critical damage to the heart. With every word Fina was saying, I could see Ryu crumbling. And while I'd definitely appreciate having someone who was definitely at least twice as strong as me right now join our familia to help out in the dungeon, it really wasn't fair to pressure her with Fina. Though I'd have to keep that ability in mind for the future. Fina definitely had a knack for guilt-tripping. But anyway. Maybe. But either way, Miss Ryu is too busy right now. Right. I looked back at Ryu. Thankfully, she picked up on my intentions and nodded. Yes. I am rather fond of my current job. My apologies, Fina. It's okay. Fina smiled and said, as long as Miss Ryu is really happy, I can wait. And you want to join our family, right? You're just busy. Why yes. Yay. Then it's a promise. Wow. Fina is scary. Was this the power of children, or was it that luck stat of hers rolling a natural 20? Either way, I couldn't help Ryu out of that now. So instead, I changed the topic. Anyway, Ryu. Are you out shopping or something? She was wearing a plain white blouse and simple black pants with a small bag tied on her waist. In other words, dressed for a day out in the town and not for business. Ryu nodded and said, yes. I was hoping to see if there were any deals for cooking ingredients so I could inform the others when I returned. Really? That's convenient. I was actually about to take Fina with me to do just that. How about we take a look together? Fina gasped and then ran over to grab Ryu's hand. Yes. Will you come with us, Miss Ryu? Ryu blinked. And then she blinked again. And then she looked between me and Fina and then let out a sigh. After that, she smiled and said, I suppose that will be fine. Yay! I made a friend today. Friend. I shook my head while I watched Fina chat away with Ryu. At the same time, I did my best to avoid the pointed stare coming from the higher floors of Babel that felt like it was trying to dig into my soul. Yet. Definitely needed to do a lot more prep work. XXX. In the commercial district of Orario, on the top floor of the Hephaestus Familia's main shop. Hephaestus's office. There, Hestia and Hephaestus were seated across from each other at a table, both with a cup of tea. Hestia took her tea and smiled. Thanks for clearing your schedule to see me so soon, Heffy. Hephaestus's visible eye twitched and she said, I didn't say anything last time because of how shocked I was, but no. You are not allowed to call me Heffy. Hestia pouted and said, but Heffy is cute. No means no. Hephaestus took a sip from her tea and said, I will accept Faye. I will even accept something like Fafai. But Heffy? No. Hestia sighed and said, you need to lighten up a bit, Heg dash. Hephaestus narrowed her eye. Fafai. Hephaestus scoffed and said, I'll lighten up when we return to heaven. Unlike you, I'm hard at work managing my children to make sure everything is going well. Which is why I'm really grateful. Hestia sipped her tea and then sighed. I've had a lot on my mind, so I'm glad we could talk. I figured. Hephaestus sighed as well and said, considering that your child has been dragging Welf into the dungeon and inspiring him enough to work through the night, it seems that you've got a handful to deal with as well. Hestia paused and said, wait. Welf. Hephaestus nodded. Yes. The newest child in my familia. She sighed and said, "It's a pity. He has the Krazo blood, but he's refusing to use it. If only he would utilize all of his talents." "Oh." Hestia sipped her tea and said, "I wouldn't worry about that." Why not? Bell tends to drag everyone into his own pace." Hestia sighed and said, "Me included. But anyway." She looked up at Hephaestus and said, "Just you wait. I'm sure that Bell will change Welf's mind sooner or later and make him start using all he's got. Mostly because it would take all that Welf had to keep up with Bell. Not to mention that his skill would inevitably make the people around stronger the more they stuck around Bell." Hephaestus smiled and said, "My Hestia? Having faith in a man." She laughed and said, "Is the world coming to an end?" Hestia frowned and muttered, "Maybe. Considering how crazy Bell is, I'm starting to get worried he might cause it." "Hi." Hestia cleared her throat. "And nothing, Fa-Fi. Anyway." She took a quick sip of her tea and pushed it to the side. "First. Do you know how to lock an adventurer's status?" "You know, make it invisible." "Of course I do." Hephaestus nodded and said, "It's just another step near the end. After you copy the status onto the paper, you just dismiss it instead of leaving it on the back." She paused and said, "But why are you worried about that, Hestia? Does it have to do with that girl?" "A little." Hestia crossed her arms and said, "I'm just. Bell and Fina are special. And I'm scared." She looked up at Hephaestus and said, "I'm really scared, Hephaestus. Right now it's fine, but it's only a matter of time until other people start realizing how special they are. At that time, I don't know what I can do. I'm just me. Hestia, the goddess of home and hearth. I don't have any resources, connections, or even powers to help protect my family." "Hestia." Hestia shook her head and said, "I don't want to lose them. But I don't want to hide them away either. I just..." She looked up at Hephaestus with teary eyes and said, "I just want a normal family. I just want to live a happy life with my Belle and my daughter, but..." Hephaestus was quiet. And then she let out a deep sigh. "Hestia. You know that's impossible. Especially if that girl..." She looked at Hestia and said, "Is she really your daughter? Your flesh and blood? She looks like it, and she gives off the same feeling, but..." Hestia nodded. "She is." Hestia sniffed and then let out a bright smile. "My sweet little Fina." Hephaestus rubbed her face. "We're best friends, Hestia. You know that, right?" "Yes." "And you know that I'll be honest with you, right?" "Yes." Hephaestus nodded. "Then I'll just say it. I can't help you." Hestia flinched. Hephaestus pursed her lips and held her cup of tea. "This is big. A daughter between a goddess and an adventurer. Maybe it would be different if the Freya familia were willing to help, but dash. Then shall I?" A casual seductive voice from behind the door to the office. Hestia froze, looking at the door in a panic. Hephaestus stood up and glared at the door. "Freya! What are you doing here? And what did you do with my children?" The door opened to reveal a beautiful woman with flowing silver hair and a surprisingly modest black dress. Freya smiled and said, "Don't worry, Hephaestus. I didn't charm your children to get here. Did you forget? We had a meeting today to talk about Otter's new sword. I just happened to arrive a little early." Hephaestus flinched and then covered her face. "That's right. Arg. I forgot after Welf's declaration last night." Hestia didn't react, her mind still reeling from the realization. Freya was standing there. And since she said she arrived early, that meant she had been there for at least the last few things Hestia said. Which meant she knew. She knew. Hestia quickly stood up, holding out her hands. At the same time, she prepared to use her arcanum. Although she couldn't do much. If it meant that she could keep Fina and Belle safe from Freya. Belle was special. Hestia knew that even without his fauna, he could keep Fina safe long enough to transfer to another family. And take would definitely help. So, even if it meant that Hestia wouldn't be able to see them again, if she got rid of Freya and prevented the largest familia from being a threat to her family. Hestia. Hephaestus's eye widened. "What are you doing?" A stir of divine energy. Wisps of the eternal flame slowly emerging as Hestia's hair flashed crimson. Even so, Freya didn't cower. Instead, she let out a wide smile and said, "Such devotion and resolve." Before Hestia could do anything else, Freya crossed the room and grabbed Hestia's hand. But instead of hostility or guile, the only emotion in Freya's eyes were admiration. Hestia blinked. Freya laughed and said, "I knew I liked you, Hestia. A goddess of family and a goddess of love. I would say that we're quite similar, aren't we? Going to any lengths for the ones we love." Yet. Freya let out a bright smile. Chapter 29, Is it wrong to have my friend babysit for a while? Like this, Daddy. Fina held up a bowl of whisked eggs for me to look at. I smiled and said, "Just like that, Princess." Yay! I did it. Fina giggled and then carefully set the bowl down. "What else should I do, Daddy? I can take it over from here. How about you go play with the toy plushie Miss Ryua bought you?" K. I watched Fina run off to the living room and then start talking to the plushed lion Ryua bought her earlier. Needed to remember to thank her properly for that at some point. Especially seeing how happy Fina was. But anyway, dinner prep. The sun was starting to set, with the sky slowly turning violet as the sun changed places with the moon. Although I only intended to spend a bit of the day shopping with Ryuu, Fina really got along with her. As a result, we ended up shopping the entire time instead after Ryuu showed me which places had the best deals on groceries, as well as generally when to buy certain ingredients. Which reminded me that food expenses were definitely going to keep increasing if I kept making midnight snacks to fuel my training sessions if I kept grocery shopping this much. But anyway, Fina was happy about spending the day shopping. Especially since she made a new friend out of it, even if Ryua was probably humoring her. I smiled and then focused on what we'd have for dinner today. There were a bunch of eggs on sale, so I wanted to try frying some up. I also found some rice and seaweed, so I was thinking about making some egg sushi. Always wanted to try rolling some eggs to make that. But in case Fina or Tia didn't like that, I prepped to make some omelets too. And I needed to remember to see if I could make an item box so that they could eat freshly cooked food whenever they wanted. But that might be dangerous if someone came over, so freezer it was. At least until we moved into a bigger place with better security. "Oh! Mommy's back!" Fina smiled and then ran over to the main entrance of the church. "Welcome home, Mommy!" Tia's laughter echoed and she said, "Thank you, sweetie." I was preoccupied with cooking, but I craned my head back and said, "Heya, Tia. Long day." She let out a deep sigh and walked over to the kitchen, Fina trailing behind her. A very long day. Complicated too. Tia looked at me and then pursed her lips. Wow. For her to look like that, it must have been bad. She didn't find out about me almost dying, right? Even if gods apparently acted like lie detectors, they weren't omniscient. Tia stared a bit longer, making me sweat. But then she sighed and sat down at the table. Glancing over at Fina, she said, "Could you get Mommy some water, sweetie?" K. Fina dashed off to the pantry to grab a cup and then started filling up a cup for Tia. In the meanwhile, Tia untied her hair ribbons and let her hair fall loose. Which made me realize just how pretty she was. And how much prettier she had been since Fina got here. Was that thing about being in love making you prettier true? Her motherly charm? Or was it the rose-colored glasses I had since we were raising Fina together and I knew that Tia loved me? I didn't know. But I did realize that I had been staring a bit too long since I smelled the eggs burning. Gah! I turned my attention back to the eggs and said, "Forgot how fast these cooked." Tia laughed and shook her head. "You should be more careful, Belle." Fina handed a cup of water to Tia and then looked back at me. "Yeah, Daddy. Don't burn the food." "I'll remember that, Princess." XXX. Like usual, Fina went to sleep first because she exhausted herself. And like usual, that left me and Tia up to have a little bit of alone time. I set a cup of cinnamon tea down in front of Tia before taking a seat across from her at the kitchen table. "There you go, Tia." She smiled and said, "Thanks, Belle." Although she looked down at the tea and tilted her head. "Do we have enough money to spend like this?" She glanced over at the pantry and said, "I noticed that you bought a lot more food as well." I waved my hand. It's fine. Welf and I made a lot from our last trip. Tia frowned and said, even so. You shouldn't spend so recklessly. We don't know when an emergency might occur. I paused and slowly nodded. That's a good point. I'll be a bit more careful then. Please do that. Tia sipped on her tea and then smiled. It's sweet. Good. I sipped on my own cup and said, it's my favorite, so I'm glad you like it too. Tia blinked and said, your favorite? Yep. Warm, cozy and sweet. Just like you. Tia froze and then her face started turning red as she let out a happy smile. I felt my ears heat up as well, but didn't back down. Bell. Tea that's. I coughed and said, anyway. How was your day, Tia? Fina and I didn't see you at the food stalls, so did you take a day off? Tia's smile faded, turning into a frown. Seeing that, I frowned as well. Tia. Tia sighed and sipped on her tea. It's complicated. I made a new friend, I guess? And I went to talk with my best friend too. But. She shook her head. Again, complicated. Anything I can help with? Tia scoffed and said, that's only going to make it worse. Honestly, why is the person I love so popular? To even charm that woman. Though I guess it's because Fina's so adorable. Woman? Charm? I paused and ran through the list of goddesses that Tia might be friends with. Fina mentioned Heffy earlier, and Tia said best friend, so she probably met with Lady Hephaestus. Or in other words, Welf's crush. But someone who Tia might be friends with who she might make as a new friend. Was Artemis or Hera around? I didn't get a chance to comb through the public records yet, so I didn't know, but those seemed like possible candidates. Especially if it was someone who was supposedly unflappable. Or maybe Aphrodite. Would explain the goddess who kept stalking me. Though considering the gaze was obsessive instead of lustful. You're doing the thing again, Belle. I blinked and tilted my head. What thing? Tia laughed and said, if you're that curious, I could tell you. Or maybe. She let out a sly smile and said, are you jealous? A little bit. I sipped on my tea and said, we're practically married, but I haven't taken you out on a proper date yet, let alone kissed you or done anything intimate. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a bit threatened, you know. I had the cheat card on my side that was Fina as well as the fact that I seemed to be Tia's type. But nothing was official until it was. Tia froze and then blushed again. Why you? That silver tongue's going to get you in trouble, you lady killer. I flinched and then quickly nodded. Right. I'll rein it in, wifey. Tia rolled her eyes at that, but she let out a bright smile. Anyway. I met with Freya today. I blinked. Freya? Yes. As in the goddess of the strongest familia in Orario. That's the one. Should I start prepping for a preemptive war game to neutralize the threat? It'll be hard, but if we rely on the guild to enforce the rules and if I team up with Welf. It'd be a hassle and I hated asking for favors, but if things had escalated to that level. PFT. I looked at Tia and frowned. This isn't funny, Tia. She smiled and said, I know. But. You did the same thing I did. Hi. Tia waved her hand and said, relax. Freya's weird, but she's good. She paused to think about it and slowly nodded. Yes. She's a good person. Just. She pursed her lips and said, well. She's one of those friends who asks for a lot every now and then, I guess. That doesn't sound like a good friend, Tia. Especially one you just met. Not to mention someone who's in charge of the strongest familia in Orario in terms of finances and raw power. Seriously. While I think the Hephaestus familia had more money because of their business, the Freya familia didn't lose out much. Not only that, but they had the strongest level adventurers in Orario. That I knew for a fact since I had researched the people not to tick off until I got stronger. I looked at Tia and said, what did she ask for anyway? Tia turned a deep red. Was it embarrassing? Did Freya see Tia's success in business and want her for a mascot or something? Tia. Well. That's. Tia mumbled and then took a deep breath. After that, she nodded to herself and looked at me. I stared back. A tense silence. I waited for Tia to answer, not wanting to rush her. And then. She wants you to sleep with her and give her a child. Come again. Her words exactly. XXX. And that's why I need you to watch Fina for a few days. Welf gave me a blank look. Then he pinched his nose and held up his hand. Hold on. So let me get this straight. You want me to watch Fina for a few days while you comb through the entire guild's library of books. Because Lady Freya has offered to sponsor Hestia's, and in turn, yours and Fina's familia, in exchange for you being intimate with her for a night to make a child. And you want to find out if there's any legal traps in it, or if there are any legal loopholes you can use to get out of it. Yes. Welf stared at me and said, you are one hell of a family man. The morning after Tia's bombshell announcement. To sum it up. The Freya familia would back us up in whatever we did, and at the god meetings, Freya would cover for Tia in case people asked questions about me or Fina. The problem was, she was asking for a one-night stand. And a sperm donation. Preferably at the same time. Apparently, Hestia was fine with it. But she insisted that if it was going to happen, she called dibs first. And that it'd be a one-time thing. Which led to my predicament. The first thing in the morning, I bolted to my best buddy's workshop and asked him for help while I sorted out this mess. And went into doomsday prep mode for a few days. Welf sighed and ran his hand through his hair. You said that Hestia can block Freya's charm, right? And that she okayed it? To be honest, I don't really see the problem. I nodded. I see. So should I tell Hephaestus that you'd be okay with cheating on her? Hey. And no need to go that far, Belle. And I'm just saying. If it's all consensual. This is Freya we're talking about. And you get a night with her, no strings attached. Not only that, but your wife's giving you a pass. Like. Is there anything else a man could ask for? Not being in the mess in the first place. True. Welf sighed and said, I guess that's the reason why Hestia fell for you. The goddess of home and hearth wouldn't fall for a cheater. And I guess she's pretty tolerant too. I rolled my eyes and said, anyway, so can you watch Fina or not? Tia's going to be busy with Freya doing some battle prep for a god's banquet or something next week, so we need someone to watch Fina for a while and the only one I can trust is you. I guess. Welf frowned. Though I've gotta be honest, Belle. I don't really know how to take care of a kid. And won't it be dangerous for her to be hanging around here? No worries. I'll leave an item box filled with fresh meals for you too. And Fina's immune to fire and heat so it'll be fine. I found that out the scary way when she started playing with the flames while we were cooking. Welf rubbed his face and said, you're really putting me in a tight spot with all your secrets, Belle. I patted him on the shoulder and said, then work harder to be able to keep mine like I keep yours. It's a bit hard to level up and train, but since you're a blacksmith, you can just become overgeared instead. Overgeared? Welf blinked and said, what's that? Making overpowered items that can cross level gaps and boost your stats. If it's you, I'm sure you can figure it out. But anyway, we good then? Do I have a yes on you watching Fina? Sure? I guess that's fine. Alright. Back in a sec. XXX. Hi Uncle Welf. Fina waved and said, Daddy said I can play with you for a few days. Ah, he said I have to listen to what you say though and be a good girl. She paused and said, what does it mean to be a good girl? I thought I was already a good girl? Mommy says it all the time. Welf blinked and watched as Belle dashed off, disappearing around the corner after dropping Fina off by literally stepping through the wall. Oh. You have Mr. Fire here too. After saying that, Fina dashed off to Welf's forge. Hi Mr. Fire. Have you been eating well? Wait. Fina dash. Fina turned to look at Welf while holding a bundle of flames in her arms. White hot flames that she scooped out from the forge like it was nothing. And white hot flames that suddenly had a smiley face on it. So that's the trouble I was sensing. Welf sighed. This was definitely going to be a long few days. Oh. So Uncle Welf's been feeding you metal to make cool toys? Will you help me make a gift for mommy and daddy then? You will? Thank you. Here, you can eat these. A childish conversation. While Welf was still processing what was going on, Fina put the fire back into the forge and then threw in a few pieces of glittering metal that looked a lot like adamantite. And then that fire spit out 3 glowing golden rings that looked a lot like they were made from orichalcum. Mr. Fire! You didn't have to give me a gift too. Welf rubbed his face. Bell must have some weird bloodline in him. This doesn't make sense otherwise. Fina looked over at Welf and said, "Did you say something, Uncle Welf?" "It's nothing, Fina. But if you're done playing with Mr. Fire, could you stand back a bit? He and I need to get some work done." "Oh. Okay, Uncle Welf. Can I play with those then?" Fina pointed to a pile of scrap materials from Welf's experiments. "Sure. Just be careful to not hurt yourself, okay?" "K." Welf sighed and then picked up the chest plate he left on the anvil before Bell interrupted him that morning. Now, it was hard to add to something that was already completed, but Krazo blood changed that fact. The power of the spirits was something that went over what could be wrought by mortal hands and in turn allowed it to change into something more. In theory. In practice, Welf wasn't skilled enough to do that with anything other than a sword. But if he started back from the initial concept, he could slowly refine it and reinforce the item to the extreme. Imperfections were inevitable, but it was in the imperfection that a greater whole could be created. A synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Or at least, that was what Bell's book said. Welf wasn't sure about that, but... "Look, Uncle Welf!" Fina called out to Welf, holding up a sheet of glowing crimson wool. "Wait! Was that salamander wool? And where did all the scraps of leather and fur go?" She ran over to Welf and said, "Daddy said that other people have a hard time playing with Mr. Fire, so I made this for you. Do you like it?" A bright and innocent smile. Welf took the cloth from Fina and then examined it. "Yep. Definitely salamander wool." After confirming that, Welf blinked and slowly said, "Fina." "Yes, Mr. Welf. Do you by any chance have something called mystery in your stats?" Daddy said not to tell anyone about my status. But... I guess since it's Uncle Welf." Fina looked around and then whispered, "I do. But it's a secret, okay? Alright. So maybe there was something to synergy making something greater than the sum of its parts." Because it was starting to seem like Fina was even more ridiculous than Belle. Chapter 30, Is it wrong to leave a message? The Guild Hall. Specifically, Ina's office. "You, want me to what?" "You heard me. Give me every single court case ever filed, as well as all the information you can get on the Freya familia. Not only that, but if you can, I want summaries of each Denatus as well." Ina blinked and then took off her glasses to massage the bridge of her nose. After that, she glared at me and said, "Do you even understand what that will look like? Or the amount of work that will cause me?" "Oh. Right. I forgot that information wasn't free or instant in this world. God, I missed the internet. But anyway. Yeah, that would be suspicious. A newbie adventurer suddenly checking out everything about the Freya familia and all the court cases in Orario. Then could you get me the general information about the Freya familia? Maybe a historical record of the strongest adventurers too? And after that, all the information you can get about the monsters in the dungeon. Traps too and common hazards no, make that the rare and freak accidents that suddenly caused party wipes. I already had a reputation around the place as being the guy who liked over-prepping after the first meeting I had with Ina. And with the meticulous notes I turned in, there wouldn't be too much suspicion for me doubling down on research." Ina put her glasses back on and then frowned. "What?" Ina sighed. "Nothing. Just... well, I suppose this is better than you rushing into the dungeon right now with all that's happening." I frowned and said, "What's happening in the dungeon?" Ina placed a hand on her forehead and sighed. "A lot." She looked at me and said, "I don't know whether you're lucky or unlucky, Belle, but ever since you've become an adventurer, the dungeon's been acting up. You haven't been the only one attacked by hordes of monsters recently." I blinked. "Wait. I haven't. I thought it was just a me thing. Like I was too op and Dungeon Chan felt threatened. But, maybe it was just bad timing? Well, I'd still assume it was a me thing, but that was interesting. Ina nodded. Right. Recently, a lot of adventurers have been attacked by hordes of monsters. Thankfully, it's mostly the upper floors so it's been manageable. But the other day the Loki familia just returned from an expedition after being attacked by a horde of unknown monsters. And now there's the report about a variant war shadow roaming around the first floors and hunting down any adventurers who make too much noise. She sighed. It's a mess. Well. I let out a nervous laugh and said, all the more reason to study instead of diving in, right? Yet. Let's not head back in before I finish prepping enough to outlast Doomsday. Which includes getting at least one of every type of weapon to account for different attack ranges, practicing swapping weapons mid-swing to conserve and add momentum, trying to fight in melee while doing cover fire. And more Zenkai abuse. Definitely more of those. Should also learn some magic too while I'm at it. Ina smiled. That's right. Other people might be seeking adventure right now, but you should be prepping and take it like a normal job instead of going out in a blaze of glory like a dumb hero. Ina blinked and then laughed before giving me a warm smile. I wouldn't say it like that. But yes. A sudden tingle down my spine. I leaned back a bit and said, Ina. Yes, Belle. This might be a bit rude, but you aren't coming onto me or anything, right? Because while you're a very intelligent and beautiful woman, I've already got someone in mind. Ina blushed and then said, what gave you that idea? Honestly, just when I was starting to respect you. Just saying. Ina rolled her eyes, her face still a bit red. Anyway. All the advisors are a bit busy right now with the mess, but I'll see what I can do. She paused and said, you definitely won't be able to take the books out with you though. Are you fine reading here? Yet. I'm basically planning to hole up here and study overnight for the next few days anyway. What? Ina sighed and said, why do I even bother? Because I'm like an adorable little brother. Ina rolled her eyes. It's a good thing I have a little sister instead then. If you were my brother I'd have grey hair by now. Ha ha ha. Ina shook her head and said, just sit tight then. I'll be back. And like that, it was me alone in Ina's office. The moment she left though, I let out a sigh of relief. Definitely a close one. Is it because I've got two goddesses head over heels for me? That affection there looked like it was dangerously close to turning into a crush. I rubbed my face and muttered, gotta be more careful in the future and nip that in the bud ahead of time when I meet new girls. Damn it, Belle. Why do you have to have such high-class looks? I shook my head and then pulled out my notebook again. Well. Until Ina gets back. Let's see. For a to-do list, gotta figure out a way to fly to avoid pitfalls. Maybe a remote-operated bot or something to check the area ahead for traps. Definitely should try to tame a war shadow ASAP since it'd be helpful for that. Need to get more weapons. Gotta remember to ask Welf about that. Also about making magic weapons. Then there's the issue of making a child with a goddess. It seemed like Freya had gotten a misunderstanding about me, Tia, and Fina. Unfortunately, that was a misunderstanding that was hard to fix. Not only that though, while Tia said she was okay with it, I also got the feeling that she was forcing herself. Not only that, but while she called dibs, she also seemed a bit uncomfortable at jumping to that right away since we hadn't even gone on a date or anything yet. So I need to figure something out. A way to make a child between a person and a god without intercourse. Wait. There was that game or anime whatever where the main characters created star children, wasn't there? Conception or something. Mixing energies in a container that acted like an artificial womb. And all this thinking just to avoid a one-night stand. I sighed. Well. Gotta set a good example for Fina at least. Not to mention how easily relationships can go out of control trying to date more than one girl. Yet. Let's keep it simple, silly. Don't be greedy and appreciate the loving and kind goddess who's practically your wife already and is being both extremely supportive and super tolerant. And also more than a bit self-sacrificing. I tapped my fingers on Ina's desk and muttered, when is she going to get back already? I need that info. XXX. Would you like some tea, Hestia? Freya rummaged in her pantry and said, I have quite a few different blends. Hestia let out a stiff smile and said, I'm fine. Then perhaps some red wine. The silver-haired goddess pulled out a bottle from the pantry and said, "It's not often I have a guest up here. Especially one who's such a dear friend. Well, if you insist dash. I do. Then I guess a little bit of wine is fine." "Perfect. Just give me a moment then." Chapter 31, Is it wrong to defy common sense? While Freya got refreshments ready, Hestia took the time to take a look around. An entire floor of babble, devoted just to Freya's personal use. One far above Orario with the occasional cloud drifting past the window. An astronomical display of wealth and power. The fact that Freya had it all to herself was proof of that, but then there was everything else too. Fancy carpets made from the drops of monsters from the deep floors of the dungeon. A few weapons hanging on the walls that looked to be made of orichalcum. A couple of Krazo magic swords as well. An entire bookshelf filled with grimoires. Just being surrounded by all of the wealth was enough to put Hestia on edge. And that wasn't mentioning the super plush and comfortable chair that Hestia was sitting on right now, or the fancy crystal table in front of her where Freya had already placed a platter of gourmet pastries and sweets. Well, I suppose a bottle of soma should be fine. Freya took out a fancy crystal bottle and walked over with a pair of silver chalices. Good things are meant to be shared among friends, right? Yes. Freya smiled and sat down across from Hestia, pouring out the wine into the chalices. As she did, Hestia watched Freya, trying to figure her out. It was odd. She had heard about Freya from Loki's complaints back in heaven, but Hestia had never met Freya. From the fact that she was a goddess of beauty, Hestia thought that Freya might be like Aphrodite. Haughty, jealous, and mean. But she surprisingly wasn't. There was the fact that Freya insisted on sleeping and having a child with Bel, but she wasn't trying to force it. Not only that, but Freya didn't take any offense to Hestia's attempt at mutually assured destruction to send them both back to heaven. In short, Hestia had to admit that Freya was a bit admirable. And she could see why the Freya familia was number one in Orario. It didn't mean that she accepted her insisting on being with Bel though. Even if it was only once. After all, Hestia and Bel hadn't even done that yet. Or gone a date. Freya slid the chalice over to Hestia and smiled. "You seem to have quite a bit on your mind, Hestia." "Ah." Hestia took the chalice and said, "I suppose I do." Freya picked up her own chalice and swirled the wine around before taking a sip. Charming. But a bit too intoxicating. Hestia took a sip as well and then winced. An indescribable taste. Not sweet, not sharp. Just. Like Freya said, it felt intoxicating. Perfect. Something that reminded Hestia a lot of the ambrosia she had back in heaven. But. Freya laughed and said, "Not for you, I take it." Right. It didn't sit well with Hestia. There wasn't anything wrong with the drink. Objectively, Hestia could say that it was perfect. But it was too perfect. Enough that someone could easily lose themselves in the drink. "I'm sorry." Hestia pushed the chalice away and said, "I'm not the type who can appreciate these high-class goods." Freya waved her hand and said, "It's fine. The home isn't the sort of place for these types of drinks, so I didn't expect you to enjoy it. And to be frank, I don't enjoy it as much either." She set her own chalice off to the side and said, "It feels a bit too much like looking in a mirror." Hestia blinked. "A mirror?" Freya laughed. "Yes. I suppose it's just a tad too similar? But let's set that aside for now." She leaned forward and placed her elbows on the table. "So have you talked about it with him?" Hestia pursed her lips. "I have." Freya's violet eyes lit up and a genuine smile crossed her face. "And? Oh, Bel. Why do you have to be so special?" Hestia recognized that light in Freya's eyes. It wasn't just obsession, but a complete adoration. Like she was waiting on his every word and completely love-struck. She'd seen it before on the followers that Aphrodite charmed. But it was strange seeing it from a goddess. Only more proof that Bel was special. And a reminder of how much she loved him for making it clear that he only wanted Hestia. But Freya blinked and then reined herself in. The light in her eyes and her smile faded a bit, turning back into a cordial expression. "I'm sorry. I got a bit excited there." "No. It's fine." Just. You can be honest. Freya tilted her head and said, we're friends here, after all. Are we really? Hestia looked at Freya, staring into her eyes. She still didn't get it. The fact that Freya was offering to help a new familia like hers. The obvious reasoning was that she was trying to set things up to take either Belle or Fina away. Likely both. Except. Hestia could see that she didn't intend that. Freya sincerely meant her words. And she didn't have any malicious intent. But. Why are you interested in Belle anyway, Freya? That was the big question mark. Freya didn't say it outright, but she implied that she had already been eyeing Belle before she overheard the conversation between Hestia and Hephaestus. Not only that, but she had the power and resources to take him if she wanted. And considering what Loki had said about Freya liking to take people in as trophies, Hestia thought that was the case with her and Belle. That it would be an exchange. A sort of business transaction. But it wasn't. Instead, Freya had offered a friendship on her own initiative as well as an alliance between her familia and Hestia's familia. Not only that, but Hestia had to talk her down from showering them with gifts. Freya reached out with her index finger and started swirling the rim of her chalice. It's a bit embarrassing to say. And it's rude to say it about a taken man as well, but... She let out a bright smile and said, I'm simply in love. Freya giggled and placed her hands over her chest. I'll admit, it started as curiosity. To be able to sense my gaze and then his rapid improvement. As I'm sure you're aware, I adore heroes. From that point, I was already interested. But then... She smiled and said, to resist my charm and to toy with my heart like that. To know all about my little games and play along only to reject me in the end. She let out a soft sigh and placed her hand against her cheek. It's a first for me, you know. Hestia blinked. And then it clicked. By the heavens! Goddess of Beauty had the ability to charm others. While it wasn't always active, there was always a little bit of charm in their very presence. And Belle's skill allowed him to take in the factors around him and incorporate that into his own abilities. Then, if Freya had been constantly observing him, Belle would have constantly been exposed to her charm. And as a result... Freya? Yes. She let out a bright smile. What is it? How could she bring this up? No, should she bring this up? It was good to have someone like Freya on their side, right? And it would help a lot in keeping Belle and Fina safe. But... Arg. This might sound ridiculous. But you've been charmed by Belle. Freya nodded. I know. He's just so lovely, isn't he? But I'm sure you have personal experience considering you were willing to give away your chastity. Hestia blushed. I haven't. I mean... She coughed and said, anyway, I'm being serious. Belle's special. One of his skills. Well, I won't say exactly what it does, but you might have been charmed by it. The same way you would charm a mortal. Oh. Freya tilted her head, thinking. I suppose that would explain Horn and Alan's complaints about me being different. Hestia nodded. Right. So. If you want, I should be able to dash. But I was already aware of that. Freya giggled and said, like I said, it's a first. She placed her hands over her heart and said, it's amusing. I haven't felt this warm in quite a while. I'm a bit jealous, you know? If I had acted a bit faster, it could have been me enjoying that man's love all to myself. Ah. Well. She tried. In any case. Freya lowered her hands and relaxed a bit before looking back at Hestia. What did Belle say about this? Did he accept my offer? He, wasn't too enthusiastic about it. Hestia winced, waiting for Freya to snap. But she didn't. Instead, the silver-haired goddess let out a sigh and said, of course. That man would definitely say that. She laughed and said, his love for you is just that strong, isn't it? An envious but also respectful gaze. Hestia let out a strained smile. I guess so. Freya sighed again and leaned on the table, resting her head against her hands. What a man! So dutiful and caring. Both an ideal hero and a father. Unwavering even in the face of temptation without consequences. Ah, how my heart races! Heavens above! Someone save me! Hestia was ready to deal with a Freya that was actively trying to snatch away her family. She was also ready to deal with a Freya who just wanted a taste of Belle for a business transaction. But this crazy lovesick woman who seemed ready to throw everything away for Belle's sake. Hestia had to wonder again. Was Belle really even human? At this point, she was wondering if he was really a monster of talent or something. Now, Freya spoke up, and said, I hope you don't mind if we talk about a few other things in the meanwhile? For example, how is it being a mother? That adorable little daughter of yours. What was her name again? Fina. And Hestia hesitated, keeping a close gaze on Freya. But seeing that she was genuinely interested and, somewhat stable at the moment, she continued. She's the light of my life. To be honest, I didn't expect to become a mother at all. Or fall in love, but you wouldn't have it any other way. Hestia let out a content smile and nodded. That's right. Even if Belle kept giving her headaches with all the ridiculous stunts he kept pulling off. Do you think I would be a good mother? Yet. A loaded question. Freya waiting eagerly for a response. Well. XXX. Wow. Fina clapped her hands and said, that looks super cool, Uncle Welf. Welf let out a strained smile and said, yeah. It does, doesn't it? Haha. It was around noon. During that time, Welf had continued working on some armor and testing out new designs and theories. At first, he was worried about Fina. Specifically, about what he was supposed to do by watching her. But surprisingly, she mostly stayed quiet and just watched him work. Though considering her father, maybe Welf shouldn't be that surprised. Anyway, he worked on testing out new armor designs and theories. During that time, Fina stayed a safe distance away, watching Welf work. And now he had just finished making a chest plate. A basic concept. Just testing out some ideas on plain iron. No special material or anything like that. Only focusing on the concept of durability and protection while hammering away, trying to will himself to have the best result possible. Welf took his iron chest plate off and set it on the anvil. After that, he went to grab a pick and a hammer to test something. Fina tilted her head and said, what are you doing now, Uncle Welf? Well. Armor's supposed to protect you from danger, so I want to see just how strong this is. Fina's eyes lit up with understanding and she nodded. Oh. I got it. Like Daddy's black armor, right? Right. Like Black Demon protects your dad in the dungeon. Fina paused to think and said, I don't think it did a very good job though. When Daddy was looking at it yesterday, it was all split in half. Welf paused and then turned to look at Fina. What? Black Demon was split in half? How? Fina shrugged. I don't know. Daddy looked really concerned though and said something about a double-edged sword. She paused and said, what's a sword, Uncle Welf? Is it that sharp pointy stick that people carry? It's the sharp pointy metal stick, but yet. Welf frowned. A double-edged sword though. He tilted his head to think and said, I guess I can see that. There should be a lot of metal to block attacks, but it would be slow and hard to move. Even if Belle is fast and comfortable with the armor, he can be faster without it. Was that why it was damaged? Belle did say that he mostly wanted Black Demon for training. Then, did he accidentally go outside of his usual training place and run into a variant monster or something? Knowing his luck, that was completely possible. And in that case, all the more reason to test this, hey. Welf turned his attention back to the iron chest plate. A steel pick and a hammer. Since the chest plate was iron, a good hit should pierce it. Should. But, if Welf's suspicions were right. A loud clang, followed by a shrill screech. Fina jumped up and covered her ears. Ow! Welf winced as well and said, sorry Fina. It's okay, Uncle Welf. Fina shook her head and said, but can you let me know before you do it again? That hurt. I think once is enough for me. That hurt his ears too. But now it was time to check the results and Belle's ridiculousness is starting to rub off on me, hey. Welf let out a dry laugh. Because it didn't make sense. Hephaestus had showed it to him when talking about advanced materials and the reason why the blacksmith skill was necessary. A sword that was unbreakable, no matter what it endured because it had been given the attribute. While it would bend and distort if overused, it would never shatter or rip apart. Unlike the sword's wealth made with his Krazo blood, a weapon would never leave you or break when you needed it the most. But it was also expensive since something could only be given if it was made from orichalcum. Yes. That was supposed to be the case. But Welf stared at the completely undamaged iron chest plate. And then he looked at the completely ruined steel pick. Who the hell were Belle's parents? And how the hell did he know all of that about smithing? Welf would need to do a bit more testing to be sure, but it seemed like he had somehow managed to make iron armor. And if not, then at least a way to turn raw iron stronger than steel. Wait. Then could it be applied to cheaper materials? Copper and tin? Welf set his ruined steel pick and his hammer aside before moving back to start up his forge. But then he heard a small growl from behind him. Turning around, Welf saw Fina blush, holding her belly. Sorry, Uncle Welf. But I'm hungry. Welf blinked and then scratched the back of his head. No, I'm sorry Fina. I didn't mean to make you wait for lunch. She shook her head, causing her white hair to scatter. It's okay. She smiled and said, Uncle Welf looked like you were having fun, so I didn't want to bother you. Welf walked over and patted Fina's head. You're a really good girl, Fina. But you should be a bit more assertive. Like your dad. Assertive? Fina blinked and said, what does that mean? Make people go at your own pace? Or go along with you? Fina frowned. But that's mean. It's not nice to make people do things that they don't want to do. She paused and then said, does Daddy do that? You Well. Welf coughed, doing his best to not think about the time Belle dragged him along to fight 100 goblins the other day. Of course not. Fina's frown deepened as she stared at Welf's face. Really? Uncle Welf, you wouldn't lie to me, right? Mommy said liars are bad people. Let's eat some lunch for now. Belle said that he left sandwiches for us in that box, right? A small and ordinary wooden box in the corner of the room. Belle had brought it in before he dropped off Fina. Welf walked over and opened the lid. Let's see what he dash. Fina walked over and peered into the box. What's wrong, Uncle Welf? Welf stared at the box that definitely went deeper than it normally should as well as the dozens of different food items that looked like they were frozen in time. He blinked, wondering if it was a trick of his eyes, but nope. Still there. Seeing that, Welf sighed and said, nothing, Fina. Just. I guess your dad cares about you a lot, hey? And doesn't care at all about what other people would think about how ridiculous he was being. Anyway. What do you want for lunch, Fina? Oh. The pasta looks good. Can we have that? Of course. Can you set the table up for me? I'll get the food. K. XXX. The first floor of the dungeon. One of the many empty rooms situated in the middle of the floor. An ordinary and unassuming place that nobody would be interested in. Normally. But at the moment, an intense fight was breaking out between a monster and a trio from the Loki familia. Ace. A man who looked like a young boy with blonde hair swung his spear, barely blocking a blinding flurry of attacks aimed at his neck. Use aerial. Lefia, Arc's Ray. Understood. A young swordswoman with light blonde hair and an impassive face stepped back and raised her sword. As she did, wind gathered, slowly wrapping her sword. Why yes, Captain Finn. That came from a young elf girl with blue eyes and orange hair tied in a loose ponytail. An immediate change in the flow of battle. The monster attacking Finn immediately let up and turned towards Ace, moving to strike. But it stopped and immediately spun back, swinging its shadowy blade. A clash of sparks erupted as Finn let out a chain of attacks. And then. Arc's Ray. Lefia finished her chanting, sending a barrage of white lights shooting towards the shadowy monster. At the same time, Ace charged at a blinding speed, her sword aimed at the monster's glowing green and grey eyes. And to finish it off, Finn did the same. But. Hha. Lefia gasped. It disappeared. Lefia's magic spell dissipated on impact, dissolving like water as it splashed against the monster's body. Not only that, but the same was true for the screeching wind around Ace's sword. Her momentum suddenly vanished, her sword stopped far before reaching its target. Only Fin's spear struck. And even then, it only nicked the monster as it dodged at the last moment. And then the monster was gone, sinking back into the dungeon floor and vanishing. Ace lowered her sword and frowned, taking a look around. Luffy Ya looked around as well and said, What happened, Captain Fin? It ran away. Fin checked his thumb. Since he didn't feel any pain, it seemed like the threat was over. His skill was telling him that their target had fully retreated and wasn't coming back for an ambush. But that wasn't an ordinary war shadow. Ace nodded, her frown deepening. Captain Fin. Did that monster seem familiar to you? A little. But. He paused and then shook his head. Whatever the case, the quest was a success. We gained reconnaissance on the variant war shadow. Let's head back up for now. But. Luffy Ya stared at the room and said, we didn't beat it. And if we were struggling, won't other adventurers? A solemn silence. A variant war shadow that couldn't be taken down by a party consisting of a level 6, 5, and 3. There isn't anything else we can do about it for now but report it to the guild. Still. Fin glanced back at the spot where the war shadow vanished and frowned. Could it be that there were still traces of Evilus left in Orario? First the demi-spirit and now this. Let's go. He would talk it over with Riveria and Loki later. For now, he had to get the girls out of there safely before some other unexpected variable appeared. Chapter 32, Is it wrong to turn my friend into a bugged character? Achoo. I sneezed and then wiped my nose with my sleeve. Weird. Have I been staying up too late? Ina looked up at me from her stack of paperwork and then said, considering I've heard Miss Ha say you stayed here through the night these past few days. Yes. She frowned and said, won't Lady Hestia be worried about you? I flipped through my notes again and said, she understands. Though I'll need to spoil Fina a bit. I didn't expect there to be so much stuff to go through. To sum up my findings. Court proceedings in Orario were a mess. Ordinarily, the guild handled all legal disputes like conflicts over loot drops or crimes. However, when things got serious enough or were unprecedented, the gods formed a gathering to decide on it. Those were Denatus meetings, ones where a majority of the gods in Orario gathered to discuss and decide the issue. Though those were also routinely held every few months to talk about things like recent level-ups and official aliases. Which meant that something as big as Fina's true nature would definitely not be decided by the guild, but rather the Denatus meeting. As an aside, I looked into custody of children had between different familia as well in case I did have to go through with the whole giving Freya a child thing. Turns out, family court was even worse here than I remembered it being. Custody issues were a huge problem. Usually ending up in war games if things couldn't be resolved. As in literal battles for the sake of child custody. Fortunately though, contracts were much more stringent in this world. Mostly because they could be enforced by divine authority and binding from that. The only way to break one of those would be a mutual agreement to dissolve it, or by force, which would not be pretty. From what I read, it usually ended up in one party having their stats permanently dropped. And if a god broke their promise, well, it would depend on the nature of their contract. But if a god swore on their name and authority, breaking a contract would immediately expel them to heaven. Of course, gods didn't do that. Usually, gods just made contracts and agreed to have it resolved at the Denatus meetings if something came up, or through war games. So I had my attack strategy. It would definitely be illegal back on Earth. Especially in America. But here, I could draft a contract that would give me full custody rights over a potential child between me and Freya in the event that she did anything that could be construed as a threat to me, Tia, Fina, and any other member or ally of the Hestia familia. Overbroad terms also wouldn't be struck down by the courts here and would instead be tightly enforced, construing any incident to suit the terms like arrogant gods were wont to do. And I could predicate it on Freya swearing on her name and authority. In short, betting odds. Something I was fairly confident enough in relying on to confront Tia's new friend and her offer. I still didn't feel comfortable with it. But if it meant that Tia and Fina could be safe for now until I was strong enough to make it unnecessary. I blinked and looked up at Ina. What is it? She shook her head and said, nothing. Just. She started fiddling with her hair and said, studying suits you. I paused and said, again. To make things clear, I am not interested in dash. Oh shut up. Ina blushed and said, I am not into you. It's not like you're even that handsome or smart. Right. Still, to make things perfectly clear, our relationship is 100% platonic. Barring that, professional, okay. I paused. Though if you're looking for someone wait. He's already got a crush on someone else. Ina rolled her eyes and took a sip from a bottle of water. Anyway. She looked at my pile of notes and said, do you plan on doing more research here, Belle? I stretched and said, I thought about it. But I think it's time to stretch my legs a bit. And check up on my princess. Ina blinked. Princess? Oh, not literally a princess. I meant my daughter, Fina. Ina blinked again and said, you have a daughter? Since when? Aren't you 15? Since the time I mentioned there being a new member to our family. I stood up and started gathering my notes. Wait. Ina paused and pinched the bridge of her nose. You mean that you were being literal when you said new member? And who's the mother then? I tucked my papers under my arm and said, I'd tell you, Ina. But I think you're dealing with enough things as it is. I eyed her stack of papers and various reports. Something about a demi-spirit, rumors about a group called Evilus, the Artemis familia vanishing, and a variant war shadow appearing on the first floor? Yet. Definitely not going into the dungeon anytime soon. Even if I might have compiled all the info on every monster from the first floor to the deep floors, I definitely wanted a lot more trump cards and countermeasures prepared before risking an encounter with that ridiculous superboss again. Ina glanced at her papers and sighed. Yes. I do have a lot on my plate right now. So thank you for once not adding to it. Hey, the only paperwork I really made you stress over was the Tamer certification. Which you still need to use before someone looks into it. Yet. I laughed and said, I'll sort that out. Ina grabbed a chunk from the stack of papers and said, just get out of here before I get another headache, Belle. Alright. Thanks Ina. Love you. Platonically. She rolled her eyes and pointed at the door. Out, Mr. Cranel. I smiled and then left, waving on my way out. XXX. Ha. The climb to the top is stressful, hey. I muttered to myself as I walked along Main Street and headed towards Welf's workshop. Wait. I mean. The climb to the top is a cinch. Success is just taking baby steps to an inevitable victory. Self-affirmations. Very important to boost morale and lead to success through self-fulfilling prophecies. And with my skills, even more important since my beliefs were shaping how my life turned out. The jury was out on whether that was from mild reality warping or if it was just nudging me to the optimal result though. Either way, I had to be careful to think positively. So. Fina probably had a super fun time with Welf. And Welf probably did a lot of research and put all those theories to good use. I crossed the intersection of Main Street and kept walking towards the buildings that the Hephaestus familia controlled. Yet. Everything should be fine. It'd still be awkward meeting with that Freya goddess, but I'd make it work out somehow. As long as it kept Fina and Tia safe, then. A soft thump. Someone bumping into me. Whoops. A man laughed and stepped back. Sorry about that. I frowned and glanced at him. First impression, absolute playboy. Blonde hair covered by a feathered hat. A red scarf over a plain blue tunic and beige pants. Leather boots and gloves. Plus the fact that he was carrying a bouquet of flowers. The man let out an easygoing smile and said, I was lost in thought there for a bit so I didn't see you. I shook my head and said, don't worry about it. I wasn't paying close attention either. Well, then I guess we were both at fault. No harm no foul then, right? Sure. I ignored him and kept on my way, making sure to be more vigilant. But before I took more than a few steps, he called out to me again. I'm Hermes by the way. A bit awkward meeting like this, but nice to meet you. Hermes? Like the god? I glanced back at him and focused. Now that I paid attention, he did have a bit of that divine aura that Hestia and my mystery goddess stalker had. Though he was much more adept at concealing it. Meaning he was suspicious. I waved and said, nice to meet you too. Goodbye. Definitely not worth getting involved with that guy. Ah. Sure. Bye. Now. The crystal candy shop should be along this way too. Gotta grab a bit of that to surprise Fina. XXX. Hermes watched the young man leave with a faint smile. But when that young man was out of sight, Hermes lowered his hat and frowned. Weird. The old man said that Belle should be a weak and delicate-looking boy. That guy was definitely not delicate. Instead of a boy, he was a handsome young man with a trained body. But it hadn't been that long since he arrived in Orario according to his sources. Not only that though. I thought the old man said Belle's mom was the sick one, not that monster of talent. Did he lie to me, or? That face wasn't the one that Hermes was expecting. While the white hair and red eyes were definitely the same as that coward's, the calm expression and slight facial tick when Belle was annoyed was definitely like hers and not the one that coward in Zeus's familia said he knocked up. Then. No. This isn't the time or place for this. Hermes adjusted the bouquet of flowers in his hands and made his way towards his destination. It's interesting though. It looks like I'll need to edit my story about the great feud a bit, Erebus. It seems like your helper was motivated for a different reason than I thought, wasn't she? XXX. Daddy. Fina ran up and gave me a tight hug, wearing a cute red dress and a leather backpack. I patted her on the head and said, sorry I've been gone so long, Fina. It's okay. She looked up and said, I had a lot of fun with Uncle Welf. He even let me try making things myself. And he made me this dress and my backpack too. Did he now? I looked over at Welf, who looked a lot more tired than he had been when I dropped Fina off. And how've you been, bro? Welf yawned and said, tired. Fina turned around to look at Welf and said, that's because Uncle Welf kept staying up late writing notes like Daddy. Welf laughed and said, well, it looks like your dad and I have something in common then. Though I guess if that wasn't the case we wouldn't be so close. Glad to hear it, bro. I paused and then looked at Fina. Did mommy come visit you at all? Fina nodded and said, Mommy and Auntie Heffy came to visit. Oh. And she said that Uncle Welf got a lot stronger too. I patted Fina's head and said, did she now? After that, I looked at Welf. He scratched his cheek and said, all thanks to you, Belle. Although. He frowned and said, at this point, I don't know how I can pay you back. You can start by making me new armor. Black Demon kind of got wrecked recently. Welf laughed. Fina told me about it. I'm already working on something. I'm guessing you want it lighter this time, right? For actually fighting, yet. Also. I turned to Fina and pulled out a small bag of crystal candy. I got this for you, princess. A gift for being gone for so long. Fina gasped and then carefully took the bag of candy. She stared at it with sparkling eyes and then hugged me. Thanks, Daddy. You're the bestest. I laughed and said, I think you mean best, princess. No. Daddy is the best of the best, so you're the bestest. Even Auntie Heffy said so. Really? I frowned and said, how'd I get that reputation? Welf shrugged and said, probably when you taught me how to put in basic ores like copper. I nodded. That makes sense. Wait. I blinked and held up my hand. Back up a bit. What did you just say? Was something that made weapons indestructible. But it required orichalcum. At least it should? Welf laughed. Ha! Now you know how it feels. He jumped into the air and did a fist pump. Yes. I think you need a vacation, Welf. He paused and then let out a sigh. Probably. He stretched and said, feel like taking some quests and heading out of Orario for a bit then? I've got a bunch of new equipment to test run while the dungeon's restricted. I'll get back to you on that. For now dash. Oh. Fina tugged on my shirt and said, I almost forgot. I got a gift for you, Daddy. I blinked and looked down at her. A gift? I smiled and crouched down. Did you make something for me? Fina nodded and reached into her backpack. Mr. Fire helped me make it for you. Ah. Close your eyes. I smiled and did as she said. Okay, princess. Now what? Now hold out your left hand, Daddy. All right? Then dash. A slight warmth wrapped around my left ring finger. I blinked and looked down to see, an orichalcum ring laced with enough fire mana to blow up this building? Huh? Fina smiled and said, I made one for mommy too. The storybooks say that mommy and daddy should wear rings if they're married, so I made some. Did I do good, daddy? Am I good girl now? I pulled Fina into a hug with my right arm and said, you've always been a good girl, princess. And you did great. Yes. She did great. Too great. I looked up at Welf. He shrugged and mouthed your daughter. Ah. Right. Fina was my daughter. Yay. I love you, daddy. Love you too, princess. Now. How about we head home and get dinner ready for mommy? She should be back from work soon, so it'd be a good idea to start prepping. Yeah. I looked over at Welf. You wanna come with, bro? I don't think you've visited our house yet, have you? Welf glanced at his forge, hesitating. I followed his gaze and saw a tiny crystal blade sitting there, glowing a dark crimson, the same color as Welf's mana. Seeing that, I rolled my eyes and said, you can get back to blacksmithing later, bro. Take a break. Yeah. I guess you're right. Welf smiled and then said, just let me grab my stuff and turn on the security before we head off. Gotcha. XXX. Evening, with the sun starting to set. Hephaestus was making the rounds, checking in on her familia to see how things were going. And now it was time to check on the newest and most troublesome member of her familia. Walking up to the workshop, she knocked on the door and said, Welf. Silence. Neither the sound of roaring flames, clanging steel, or even the recent addition of Fina's happy voice echoing. Did he leave? Hephaestus frowned and then opened the door to the workshop. Enchantments flared, the security measures activating to prevent intruders from stealing work products. But they recognized Hephaestus and quickly subsided. Hephaestus looked around and said, they're not here. That was a first. Since he arrived, Welf practically lived in his workshop. And that didn't change even when Fina arrived, although Hestia managed to convince him to sleep in his apartment after seeing Fina curled up by the flames with a blanket while he forged away. It was also the first time Hephaestus saw Hestia ready to pummel someone to death. Though considering that Fina was Hestia's daughter, as impossible as that should be, it made sense. Hephaestus would have done the same if someone treated her weapons the same way. Though. I guess Hestia was right about her bell. She looked around at the works Welf was in the middle of making and let out a proud smile. Welf is definitely improving. And to leave the workshop like this, it seems like he finally found a good friend. There had been more than a few people in the familia try to get along with Welf, like her captain, Tsubaki. But none of them seemed to be able to break through Welf's shell. Hephaestus's smile widened and she decided to do a quick quality check on Welf's works to see his progress. While she had recently updated his status and saw his improvements in combat, she wasn't sure about his blacksmithing. So. Back to the fundamentals, is it? Hephaestus looked at the assorted knickknacks laying around on the anvil and picked them up. Twist-forged bracelets, coat hooks, a spoon and a fork. All of them were made from copper as well. Even so, while they were laying on the floor, the items weren't marred in any way, gleaming even with the dim light. Hephaestus hummed as she examined them all and nodded. Excellent craftsmanship. No excessive flourishes or extraneous features. Simple and clean, as it should be. She had been a bit worried about Welf after he made Black Demon. After all, using such a toxic and soft metal for armor. While it was alloyed a bit to not easily get dinged, it was still something that would be better for display rather than use. She did wonder what happened to it though. The last she heard, Belle had purchased it for training and Hestia mentioned she saw him using it to do some workouts. Hephaestus would have to remind her to have Fina and Belle get a checkup by Machigatte to make sure there weren't any lingering effects though. But in any case, Welf seemed to be doing well and taking blacksmithing more seriously now. Like Hestia said, partying with Belle did a lot to humble him. A faint gleam in the corner of Hephaestus's vision. Something shining in the forge like a crystal. Seeing that, Hephaestus's eye widened. Welf. Did he change his mind about it? He swore he wouldn't ever make another magic sword again, but... Hephaestus reached into the forge and pulled it out. A simple and unadorned blade. Rather than a sword, it was more of a knife. And probably more of a fruit knife than anything else, with a blade the size of a finger. Even so, it was beautiful. A lovely crystalline blade that looked like a carved ruby. A delicate and polished copper handle. Hephaestus held up the blade and examined it before deciding to test it out. Since the blade was so small, it should be fine if she only channeled a bit of mana to test it. So, Hephaestus focused, putting a bit of mana into the blade. And then there was an explosion of blinding light. She flinched and stepped back, covering her eye. And then she heard a cute yawn. One followed by a sleepy young girl's voice. Mommy. Hephaestus froze. Mom dash. She quickly rubbed her eye. Was it an illusion-based magic sword? That must be it. That was the only explanation for Mommy. A small warm body, hugging Hephaestus's waist. Blinking away the spots in her eye, she looked down to see a beautiful young girl with short crimson hair and a shimmering copper-colored dress. A young girl that looked a lot like her. A girl that looked like a younger Hephaestus, but with both her eyes intact. No. That wasn't quite right. Her left eye was the same as Hephaestus's. A bright red. But the right. It was a light grey color that looked almost blue. The same color as Welf's eyes. The mysterious girl nuzzled against Hephaestus and said, "You came to visit again." Thud. Mommy. Wake up. You can't sleep there. It's dirty. Mommy. XXX. Back at home, Welf and I were prepping dinner while Fina was chatting with her imaginary friend Mr. Fire off to the side by the oven. If it was any other kid, I'd be nervous. But Fina was my kid and apparently even more ridiculous, so I just let her have her fun and focused on prepping dinner with Welf. So that's what I wanted to ask you about. Welf handed me a peeled potato and said, "Is that possible?" I set the peeled potato on my cutting board and stopped to think about his question. Well, I've heard stories about items gaining their own ego and even coming to life if the maker puts enough heart into it. I remembered Grandpa talking about Pygmalion sculpting a beautiful woman and loving her so much she came to life. Then there were the various anime and JRPGs where mythical swords could have spirits in them and a mind of their own. Sometimes even turning into a real person. I shook my head and then started cutting the potato before putting it in a bowl off to the side. It would take either a divine miracle or skills reaching the divine though. You're good, but I don't think you're there yet, are you, bro? I paused and said, "Are you?" Because if you are dash. Welf laughed and started peeling another potato. Not yet. Maybe in a year. A year, hey. I laughed and said, "Seems like you're aiming as big as me, hey." Welf's ears turned red and he said, "Why yet? I mean, if you can do it, then maybe." He trailed off and started mumbling. I smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, Welf. I'm sure Fa-Fi will come around to you sooner or later. Though you should be careful, you know." Welf blinked and said, "Why's that?" "Well, you technically have spirit blood from what you've told me, right? Then if you infuse your blood into one of your works and try making it like I suggested, there's a high chance something ridiculous might be born." Speaking from personal experience here. After all, Fina was born because I had the bright idea of making a magic stone from my mana and the ambient mana. Not that I was complaining or have it any other way, but it seemed like crazy things happened when you involved spirits or traces of divine mana. It'd definitely be something that could make you overgeared, but dash I paused, noticing that Welf wasn't answering or paying attention. "Bro? Something wrong?" "Nah. It's probably fine. You made one, didn't you?" Welf let out a nervous laugh. I sighed. What happened to a miracle that would never happen again and something I'm not going to make for a long time? Welf handed me a peeled potato and said, I was just curious, alright? And didn't you say you wanted a bunch of different weapons? I need the experience, you know? Especially since the dungeon seems out to get you. If you say so. But you can't blame me for any ridiculous stuff happening, alright? Obviously. Good. Silence. Welf handing me peeled potatoes while I chopped them up to put in a pot of water to boil. And then a bell chimed in the distance. Fina gasped and then jumped up, running towards the entrance. "Mommy. Sweetie? You're home?" "Yes." "Oh. Are you Mommy's friend?" Welf laughed and said, looks like your wife's brought home a girlfriend, bro. I froze. A familiar obsessive gaze. Only much more subdued. Soft and gentle, though still focused directly on me. The moment I noticed, that gaze vanished and a sultry chuckle echoed. Shortly after, a seductive voice said, "That's right. And aren't you the most adorable little thing ever?" "Thank you. You're pretty too, miss." "Is that so?" "I'm flattered. My name's Freya by the way." "Ah, but you can call me Auntie if you want." "Okay, Auntie Freya." "I'm Fina." "Nice to meet you, Fina." "Now, would you like a baby brother or sister?" Fina gasped. "Really? Can I have one, mommy?" That's... How about we ask your daddy?" "Oh, don't be shy, Hestia. I'm sure Belle would be more than happy to oblige." "Well... So the goddess stalking me turned out to be Freya." "Right. So much for making plans to avoid her." "Oh yeah. Freya was a goddess of war too, wasn't she? Like Athena. Freya wasn't just a goddess of love and beauty. So I was fucked. Probably literally and figuratively. Damn it." Chapter 33, Is it wrong to turn a goddess crazy with love? Freya happily sipped on the cup of tea that Belle offered her. A small dining table near the kitchen. After her arrival, Freya had been ushered there with that cup of tea while Belle went back to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Of course, Freya wasn't alone. Instead, a lively trio were sitting at the table as well. To her right, the goddess that she had recently gotten to know quite well. Hestia, the goddess of home and hearth. Also one of the infamous virgin goddesses who rejected countless advances in heaven, whose current status as such a pure maiden was left ambiguous. Across from her, an adorable little girl who looked just like a miniature Hestia, save for the white hair and mismatched blue/red eyes. Fina, the child of both Hestia and Belle. And next to Fina, there was a young man with red hair and light blue eyes. Eyes that seemed to almost appear the color of steel in the current lighting. Fina looked to Welf and said, "Are you having fun, Mr. Welf?" "Fun?" He glanced at Freya and let out a nervous laugh. "Well. It's a bit." Freya smiled and said, "You can relax. Hephaestus's new child, correct?" She tilted her head and stared at him, appraising his soul. A beautiful crimson color, reminiscent of a bloody flame. Vibrant and lively. Pure, despite the dark hints hidden within. A curious turn of events. From what Freya knew, he should be a Krazo. And because of their history, the blessing should have been lost, or at least diminished. But it was there in his soul, stronger than any she had seen in recent years. I can see why she spoke so highly of you. The potential to outshine the rest. To take magic sword creation to a new level with the blessings passed down by the spirits. Yes, his soul was that beautiful crimson color. A bloody flame that could be a blessing or a curse. And it was pure, untainted by greed like most of the Krazo Freya had met. Enough that she was tempted to take him as well. To nurture that flame and see how bright it could burn. But someone had beat her to it. A tiny spark mixed in with the rest. One that was minuscule, but slowly dyeing the crimson flame a new hue. Changing the vibrant flame to something else. Capturing the essence and transmuting it to a solid crystal, no, to scarlet steel. A metal that was both unyielding and eternal. And the source of that tiny spark causing the change. Freya's smile widened as she recognized the familiar chaotic black and white spiral she saw in Belle. Welf blinked and then he laughed. "Hephaestus talked me up? That's a surprise." He let out a wry smile and said, "I would have thought that I've been nothing but trouble for her." Hestia frowned and said, "Don't look down on yourself too much, Welf. You're a great blacksmith." Fina nodded and said, "Yeah. Uncle Welf makes super cool armor and swords." Welf chuckled and patted Fina's head. "Thanks, Fina. I'll make you something cool sometime too." Hestia glared at him. Welf pulled his hand back and said, "Only if your mom approves though." Fina gasped and said, "Promise." "Promise." Welf smiled at Fina and then shifted his gaze to Freya. "I'm still surprised though. For the goddess of the strongest familia to visit Belle and the Hestia familia." He looked at Hestia and said, "Not to be rude, Lady Hestia, but you don't have much." Hestia gave Welf a blank stare. Welf looked confused and then his eyes lit up in realization. Ah! It's Dash! It's Belle! Welf turned back to look at Freya. Freya ignored him and stared into the kitchen. While she couldn't physically see him, her sight allowed her to see his soul well enough. And what she saw? Yes. A wonderfully chaotic mix of black and white. A duality that shifted at any moment only to return to equilibrium. Not only that, but a spiraling swirl that gave the illusion of emitting countless colors. And an intoxicating swirl that Freya could stare at all day. Lady Freya! Freya blinked and realized that the young Krazo was staring at her. She let out a soft smile and said, "My apologies. I was lost in thought." Hestia let out a sigh. Welf shook his head and muttered something under his breath. But Fina nodded and said, "Oh. Daddy does the same thing." Freya felt her heart rate speed up a bit and then shifted her gaze to Fina. "Does he now?" "MMHM." Fina straightened her back and then tilted her head to the side. After that, she narrowed her eyes slightly and pretended to look side to side. Freya giggled. "My! Aren't you a skilled actor?" Fina smiled and said, "Thank you. Copying people is fun." Freya nodded. "It can be indeed. Especially when you need to get away from everything for a while." Welf frowned. Freya noticed and then looked over at him. "Forgive me for being a bit rude. But may I ask why you are still here?" Welf flinched. "That's... well..." He reached up and tugged the collar of his shirt. "I didn't realize Belle was having guests, so..." He looked over at Hestia and said, "Should I leave?" Freya gave a pointed look to Hestia. Hestia looked hesitant, but then she nodded and said, "I believe that would be for the best, Welf. There are a few things that we need to discuss with Freya in private." "Ah, but if you wait a bit, I'm sure Belle can send you some dinner to take home." Welf stood up and waved his hand. "It's fine. I want to finish up my latest project. Plus I've still got a lot of food left over in the I-. He quickly cut himself off and coughed. "Icebox." Freya raised an eyebrow. My. So it seems that the goddess of the Forge's interest had a few secrets of his own. Anyway." He nodded and Freya and said, "It was a pleasure to meet you, Lady Freya. And see you later, Fina, Lady Hestia." "Bye Uncle Welf." Fina waved at him. Hestia sighed and said, "And I keep saying that Hestia is fine, Welf." He smiled and waved. "I'll remember next time, Lady Hestia." Then he left. The moment he did, Belle walked over, carrying a tray filled with freshly baked bread and a beef and potato soup. He glanced at the empty chair and said, "Did Welf leave already?" Hestia nodded and let out an apologetic smile. "Sorry about that, Belle. I didn't think that you were having guests over." Belle set the food down and said, "It's fine." He stared at Freya and said, "I didn't think that you would be bringing one either." "Freya, right? Goddess of love and war." A dismissive tone of voice, paired with a callous and uncaring expression. Not only that, but to immediately drop lady and purposefully omit the domain of beauty that she was most renowned for. Freya giggled and said, "That's correct. And you must be Belle." She reached out and idly traced circles on the tabletop, saying, "I've heard quite a lot about you from Hestia recently." "Have you?" He sat down next to Fina and said, "I guess that's fair. I've learned quite a few secrets about you recently too, Miss Flevel." Freya stopped tracing the circles and then leaned forward, propping her head up with her hands. "My! And here I thought that I played the part of an innocent waitress perfectly." Belle nonchalantly served a bowl of soup and bread for Fina, purposefully avoiding Freya's gaze as he said, "You did. But it's hard not to know something's off when you stare at me that intently. And be careful to blow on the soup, Fina. It's hot. But I like hot things. And it doesn't hurt." Belle patted his daughter's head and said, "Even so, it tastes better when it's not scalding hot." "Really? Really? Okay, Daddy." After saying that, Fina carefully spooned up a bit of soup and blew air on it until it stopped steaming so much. After that, she sipped on it and then let out a bright smile. "Tasty. Then eat up." "K." Belle slid a bowl over to Hestia as well and ripped off a piece of bread for her. "Here, Tia. And make sure to blow on it before you eat it." "You Thanks, Belle." Hestia took the food but glanced at Freya, a bit worried. But Freya didn't mind. It was fascinating. Despite her beauty, Belle stood there unfazed. Not only that, he was making it clear that he wasn't interested in her at all. In fact, he only seemed to be tolerating her presence while seeking for an opportunity. No. Freya remembered how he had accepted her invite as seer. At that time, he had also brought that Krazo along. A member of the Hephaestus familia with enough potential that they wouldn't take a threat to him lightly. Particularly with Hephaestus's interest in the young man. And he had done the same today. Belle said that he wasn't expecting any guests, but that must have been a lie. She heard from Hestia. Belle usually didn't entertain guests and spent the evenings either with Fina or training. That was why Freya went with Hestia in secret to the church so that she could speak with Belle. And then out of the blue, that Krazo was there. Not only that, but since he left early, there was a witness that could attest to her presence if the situation went awry. And as a Krazo, his words would hold some sway instead of it had been some random adventurer. Clever. Very clever. Belle took a bowl for himself and then waved to the remaining bread and bowl. Help yourself. Freya smiled. Thank you. A complete confidence. In the presence of her beauty, power and the potential ramifications, he didn't fold or cower. He was cautious, yes. But there was no fear in his eyes. Nothing but determination. However, there was a change in his soul. The black. No, the darkness that was in equilibrium with the light intensified, swallowing the light. At the same time, Freya felt hostility. Not outright malice, but something like a drawn blade aimed at her. Determination to rally against the heavens if need be and embrace all the evil in the world. But at the same time, it wasn't all-encompassing. Though the light was swallowed, it wasn't snuffed. And Freya noticed that while it seemed like the light had been swallowed from the darkness's growth. As she carefully observed, she saw that the light had purposefully dimmed. As if saying that this was a situation where a hero should not act, but allowing it all the same. Freya continued smiling and took a spoonful of soup, doing just as Fina and blowing on it a bit before sipping it. The dish itself was plain. A simple meal, consisting mostly of spices, sliced potatoes and meat. Even so, it was warm. Comforting in a way that the most lavish dishes she had tasted couldn't compare. Freya couldn't quite place why that was. And then she realized it. Home. The simple meal was reminiscent of a warm and inviting home. A meal prepared for loved ones to share joy and happiness. And one not prepared for her. Freya quietly took another sip and then confirmed it. So this was how he charmed her. The steps in preparing the meal were simple. There was nothing that seemed to be different. And it was far from the skill that even Ryu had in cooking. But there was emotion in the meal. Somehow, impossibly, the soup itself seemed to almost possess a soul. It didn't. After all, granting life was a domain even the gods above couldn't attain. Instead, it was a wish. For the ones receiving the meal to be happy and live well. For blessings to never end upon the ones that he loved. Freya had heard of master artisans infusing a portion of themselves into their work. And she had met a few in the past. The method for doing so had always been through fauna. A skill or magic. Some ability that imparted the power of the gods into a mundane item to elevate it to a higher realm of existence. A miracle. This wasn't the same. Neither a power wrought by divine blessing nor the ordinary mundane. Instead, it was a wish infused into the meal by an earnest desire and sincerity. Freya. Hestia's voice echoed and she said, "Are you all right? Is there something wrong with the soup?" Freya blinked and realized that her vision was a bit blurry. She blinked again and then let out a soft smile. "No. Nothing's wrong. This is simply delicious." "Yes. Simply delicious." A simple meal with an earnest wish at a comfortable home surrounded by loved ones. Neither the lofty ambitions of a great hero or the wicked schemes of a vile villain. Simply the desires of an ordinary man working to ensure his family was cared for and happy. Lady Freya. These feelings. A voice in her mind. One that sounded similar to her own. Freya placed her hand over her heart, trying to calm its tempo. It didn't work, but she didn't let it bother her. Instead, she let out a radiant smile and said, "Yes. Thank you." She looked up at Belle and said, "Thank you for the meal." Fina smiled and said, yay. She looked at Belle and said, Auntie Freya likes it, Daddy. It seems so. Belle gave Freya a quizzical look. As he did, the darkness inside his soul receded, returning to that equilibrium. The hostility receded a bit as well. Realizing that Lady Freya. Ah! It seems that she has been charmed indeed. How terribly ironic. And yet how wonderfully unexpected. XXX. Bye Daddy. Fina waved at me from the entrance of the church and said, have fun with Auntie Freya. I waved back and said, have fun with Mommy and Auntie Heffy, Princess. And take care, Tia. Tia gave me an awkward smile and said, I will. And. She looked at me and then shifted her gaze to Freya. Seeing that, I did the same. A beautiful woman with the perfect golden proportions put on full display with her form-fitting sleeveless dress. A woman who was the ideal image of a goddess that master artisans would use as their models. Lustrous silver hair, smoky violet eyes and an enigmatic but enticing smile. Objectively, I could understand why Welf acted the way he did when I brought up what Tia suggested. I could also understand why the Freya familia had a history of powerful adventurers leaving their familia to join hers. Rumors had it that was because she charmed them. But seeing her in person, I had a feeling it was more because she was just that entrancing. Someone who you would want to devote yourself to in order to earn even the slightest bit of attention. Subjectively, and in my personal opinion, she was weird. Freya let out a calm smile and waved at Tia. Don't fret, Hestia. I won't become a homewrecker. I value you and your lovely family too much to do that. See? Weird. The way she was acting was completely at odds with all that I read about her. And it was at odds now with the way she had been staring at me before too. Tia pursed her lips and then slowly nodded. I'll trust you on that, Freya. Because we're friends, right? Freya nodded. The best. Unless you don't wish to be. Fina looked up at Tia and said, Mommy? Are you not best friends with Auntie Freya? Tia patted Fina's head and said, Of course I am. But we just recently became friends, so Mommy wasn't sure. Oh. Fina nodded. I understand. It's like me and Pira. Pira. MMHM. Fina held onto Tia's hand as they walked away and said, She's really nice. She's younger than me, but Mr. Fire likes her too. And she looks a lot like Auntie Heffy. That's wonderful, sweetie. I'm glad you made a friend. Me too. Their voices drifted off into the distance. And eventually, I heard the sound of the gate opening and closing. Which meant it was just me and Freya. It was late. Freya wanted to have a private conversation with me, so Tia said she was going to take Fina to visit Hephaestus and spend the night there. The implication was clear. Tia still seemed conflicted, but she left the decision in my hands. As if saying that she would abide by whatever I decided to do. I turned to look at Freya. She stared back, simply smiling without saying a word. Let's talk inside. Of course. I led Freya back to the dining table and sat at one end, beckoning for her to take a seat across from me. She did. Silence hung in the air. Freya seemed content to simply sit there and stare into my eyes. No. She would occasionally tilt her head, as if listening to someone talking to her. A normal person might just think it was her thinking. But I could see it. A vague ripple whenever that happened, kind of like light distorting in a haze. So I kept my guard up. Even if Freya wasn't acting like how I expected, this was still the goddess of the strongest familia in Orario. One that also held the currently highest-leveled adventurer. Seeing that she had no plans on talking, I decided to talk. So Tia told me that you're interested in me. Freya smiled and said, I believe I expressed a bit more than just interest. But yes. How about we start with introductions first? We didn't really get a proper one earlier. I held my hand out and said, I'm Bel Cranel, Fina's father and Hestia's. Well, for the moment I suppose I'm officially just the captain of her familia. Freya's smile widened and she reached out to grab my hand. Surprisingly, it wasn't soft. Instead, it was a bit calloused and rough. The hand of a woman who wasn't afraid to take action herself if necessary. Of course, since she was Freya, the goddess who I at least knew primarily because of her magic and as queen of the Valkyries in pop culture. Needless to say, I kept my guard up. Freya noticed and her violet eyes seemed to sparkle with amusement. After that, she said, "It's my pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cranel. I'm Freya." I raised an eyebrow. "Just Freya? Well, I suppose I have a litany of other titles to go by if need be. But you aren't a man who would appreciate them regardless of what they are, would you?" I ended the handshake and said, "Of course I would appreciate them. After all, I needed to know which were true in this world and which weren't." Freya laughed and said, "Well then. Like you said, I'm a goddess of love and war. I suppose some have called me a goddess of beauty as well, but I've grown a bit tiresome of that title recently." I gave her a blank stare and said, "Is that so?" Freya laughed again before her face settled into a warm smile. Again. Weird. Also starting to wonder if I might be subconsciously projecting tropes into reality. I mean, with how a goddess seemed to have just fallen in love with me at first sight. Wait. Tropes. Reality. Lies. Note to self. Start keeping track of flags. And go out of your way to avoid treating this world like an ice sky. But anyway. I laced my fingers together and rested my hands on the table. After that, I said, "What do you want from me, Freya? Tia said that you're willing to help and support our familia. But the price for that dash..." "Ah!" Freya interrupted and held up her hand. "You're mistaken." I blinked. And then I narrowed my eyes and said, "Mistaken? Yes. Whatever your decision, I still intend to help Hestia and her familia." Freya smiled and said, "I truly do have respect for her. While I've met many a god and goddess who dared to bare their fangs at me, she was the first to do so with such a pure and self-sacrificing intent." "What? Tia? TCH. It seemed like we needed to have a chat about that later. But I put that thought aside for the moment and focused on Freya. And that impressed you enough to become friends with her? Most people would be turned off at getting threatened with murder." Freya laced her fingers and rested them on the table like I did. After that, she tilted her head and said, "I suppose. But I'm not most people. Yet. I'm starting to see that." Freya smiled. Another long silence. This time, Freya was the one who broke it. "You must think me an easy woman." I suppressed my knee-jerk reaction to deny it and instead tilted my head, keeping a composed expression. This wasn't a big deal, after all. We were just talking. Things were going to be fine. Just had to keep thinking that. Freya continued and said, "I suppose it's true in a way. I rather adore heroes." She placed her hands over her heart and said, "Souls that shine above the rest. Men and women who separate themselves from the common adventurer. When I see them, I can't help but feel a bit greedy." Right. It was a bit of a weird mindset for a normal person to wrap their head around, but I figured it was kind of like a gacha game player. Even if you had a few SSRs, when a new banner came up, you would always want to dump everything to get it. And since this world was all just a game to gods, I guess that was a fitting analogy. Freya was just an F2P gacha gamer. F as in fuck and not free though. Much more effective at getting the guaranteed pull than throwing money at them when it was reality and when you were that beautiful. But with you Freya cut herself off and said, "I suppose I'm getting a bit ahead of myself." She looked at me and said, "Belle. Is it fine if I call you Belle? Are you really Tia's friend?" "Of course." An immediate response. And one without a hint of deceit or ulterior motive. I could be wrong, but my gut was telling me that I was right. And so I was definitely right. I'd better be right. But anyway. Then it's fine. I nodded and said, "If you're really her friend and not just putting on a show, I don't mind you calling me Belle." Freya let out a brilliant smile. And with it, her ideal beauty changed. It couldn't be improved. Freya was the definition of beauty itself from an objective standard. And so it was marred. That perfect beauty that seemed aloof and unreachable softened just a bit. But because of that, it made her look more real. A person instead of a goddess. Just like Tia was to me. Dangerous. Freya was definitely dangerous. The saying that all was fair in love and war seemed to apply even more to a goddess that reigned over both. Still, I kept calm. The mood and atmosphere was a bit weird, but Freya wasn't being pushy or acting like an obsessive person would. Maybe that gaze I felt earlier was just her being curious about how ridiculous I was treating being an adventurer as a working man's job instead of seeking glory. Hopefully. Let's keep thinking that. Freya nodded and said, "Thank you, Belle. Then. I'll be honest with you. Think of it as interest on the gift you gave me as seer." Gift. Oh. Oh. Damn it, me. Note to self, stop flirting. Stop raising flags. Your skill will make them happen. Freya leaned on the table, propping her head up to stare at me. I want you. And after seeing your beautiful daughter, I want one as well. This isn't a price or a favor I want you to perform. Instead, it's a gift. At the least, I'd like you to think of it like that. No obligations necessary. I stared at her. She stared back. To clarify. You're saying that you're giving me a one-night stand. And that you want me to make you pregnant. Freya blushed and tugged on the collar of her shirt. Putting it like that is a bit. Well, it's blunt but also true, I suppose. And, yes. I do. Also to clarify. You do know that Fina wasn't born because I had sex with Tia, right? Pardon. I blinked. Oh. Well. Guess that cat's out of the bag now. Silence. And then Freya burst out laughing. No wonder she seemed so upset. Her laugh turned into a giggle and she brushed a tear away from her eyes. She hasn't even become your woman yet. Of course she would be prickly with me offering that. She shook her head and said, "What a cute little goddess Hestia is. I need to spoil her a bit when we attend Ganesha's party." So. I tilted my head and said, "Is that it then?" Freya tilted her head as well. "What is?" "Fina wasn't born because I had sex with Tia, so dash." "Oh." Freya waved her hand. "I don't mind waiting. Like I said, I'm no homewrecker." She paused and said, "At least I wouldn't do that to sweet Hestia. However." She stared at me with bright eyes and said, "I am very interested in how you had a child with Hestia. And also in having a child with you in the same manner." "Great. Okay. So the first and important hurdle had been passed. Then. She was Hestia's friend, but she was also a woman with the resources to bury us if she wanted. So. I'll do it." "Wonderful. Then dash. But you have to sign this first." I pulled a contract that I prepared earlier and placed it on the table, as well as a pen. Freya blinked, looking curious at how I did that. But then she focused her attention on the contract. I started to explain it and said, "It's harsh. If you breach any terms dash." Freya immediately signed the contract. Not only that, but she bit her thumb, drawing blood. After that, she pressed it against the parchment and said, "I swear to abide by this contract with the weight of my full authority as a goddess of heaven." A flash of pure gold light. The sign of heaven itself acknowledging the contract. And also a sign that Freya would suffer the greatest loss if she broke it. I blinked and then stared at Freya. She stared back, smiling. "So. How do I make my own adorable child? And can I choose? I would love to have a daughter as cute as Fina. And I would love it if they could grow up as sisters as well. Don't you think so?" She paused. "No, horny. You can't have him." Did she just say? No. Never mind. Even if Freya seemed to be actually crazy, the threat had been neutralized. So. Well. I scratched the back of my head and said, "If you're serious about dash." "I am." "Then I'll need a few things from you. A bit of your essence and mana first of all. After that. XXX. Otter stepped into the dungeon, mentally reviewing what his goddess had commanded. A newborn monster that seemed to be hated by the others. Not only that, but the cutest one that he could find. She has changed. The odd request was typical. Throughout the years, Otter had been commanded to do various tasks for Freya to cultivate adventurers she fancied. However, the manner in which she requested this one was different. Slightly bashful. Hopeful and eager. Rather than the typical composure that seemed in control of everything, she seemed to be wishing for something outside of her reach. The others had noticed. Alan in particular was wondering why their perfect goddess had suddenly become flawed. But as for Otter, He let out a faint smile and rested his hand on the hilt of his heavy sword. I am happy for you, goddess. Yes. Otter was happy. Because for once in his life, the goddess he devoted himself to. The one who had seemed so distant from the world and impossible to understand. She let out a real and sincere smile. But for her now. A monster hunted by other monsters. One that is also cute. Otter didn't know much about cuteness. But from what he had seen girls and young women adore, the traits should be small and defenseless. Then. A jackbird would be ideal, but it's impossible for me. He was simply too powerful. Such a delicate creature would flee the moment he appeared, even if he assured it he was friendly. No. It had to meet a minimum level of strength. Then, instead of truly being small and defenseless, it should have the appearance of it. So. An Almiraj should fit the criteria. One of the weakest monster in the middle floors that even a level 1 adventurer could hold their own against. Moreover, one that was small and defenseless looking. A deceptive appearance, but one suited to his task. With that decided, Otter set off to the middle floors, determined to fulfill his goddess's request. Chapter 34, Is it wrong to mod the game? Hephaestus had a strange dream. She remembered going out for the usual rounds to check up on her familia members. Nothing out of the ordinary. And then she remembered stopping by Welf's workshop. She had been worried about him. The young Krazo seemed to be squandering his talent away by trying to prove that he could stand on his own without his natural gift. Instead of incorporating into his work, he was throwing it away and pushing himself. Even after Hephaestus showed him great works that other master smiths had made, and even some of her own, he still seemed determined to reach that level without his skill. An inordinate amount of pride and determination. But it wasn't enough. One of the essential aspects of blacksmithing was harmony. If you were at odds with yourself, you would never be able to draw out the most potential to create a masterpiece. Like how an impurity could result in a crack that fractured the entire work, denying yourself would eventually lead to self-destruction. So she had been happy to see that Welf changed his mind. Returning to the basics and carefully studying them. Even starting to create a tiny magic sword. Magic sword? Yes. It was a magic sword. One that Hephaestus picked up to examine, and then... Mommy's waking up. Mommy? Hephaestus blinked and then opened her eyes. When she did, she saw an adorable face staring down at her. And one that looked far too similar to her own. Hephaestus blinked again and then closed her eyes. Maybe she was still dreaming. Mommy! Don't go back to sleep. A different voice called out. Hestia's. I think your mommy needs a bit of space, Pira. Why don't you go play with Fina for a bit? Oh. Okay. Yay. Let's play with Mr. Fire, Pira. A young girl's voice. One that Hephaestus had become familiar with recently as Welf helped babysit her. Fina. So. This probably wasn't a dream. While Hephaestus would be the first to admit she had a few strange dreams now and then, usually involving swords, she knew for a fact she wouldn't have a vivid dream like this. So. Hephaestus opened her eyes again to see Hestia looming over her this time. Hestia let out an awkward smile and waved. Hello, Fafi. Are you awake? I guess I am. She sighed and slowly sat up, taking a look around. It was Welf's workshop. It looked like she was laying on a makeshift bed of sorts made from various cloth materials. Seemingly scraps, but now that she examined them, was it all salamander wool? Since when could Welf afford that? Hestia sighed and then glanced back, frowning. What ridiculous thing did Belle do this time, Welf? Hephaestus followed her gaze to see Welf awkwardly standing there, glancing back at the young girl who looked just like Hephaestus. Welf cleared his throat and then scratched the back of his head. It wasn't Belle's fault. I just... Well... He let out a nervous laugh and said, it's complicated. He looked over at Hephaestus and said, Lady Hephaestus. Are you alright? Hephaestus stood up and nodded. I'm fine. But reverting to calling me lady. I take it you're responsible for this. What could she call it? How could she even describe it? A young girl who called her mommy. One who looked exactly like her. One who she could feel was her daughter through and through. Whose presence radiated her own authority and divinity, but changed ever slightly. Instead of a forge, she felt like molten steel. A blade yet to be formed, still glowing from the heat. Situation. Yes. Situation was the best word to describe it. Welf cleared his throat again and said, You could say that. Though I wasn't expecting you to come in here and see my progress without me. Hephaestus blushed and said, I just wanted to see how you were doing. HOH. Hestia immediately turned to look at Hephaestus. Hephaestus felt her face heat up and she cleared her throat. In any case. She watched the young girl play with Fina and frowned. Who is she? Hestia let out a happy smile and said, Isn't that obvious, Fa-Fi? She's your daughter. Impossible. Hephaestus shook her head. I have no children. Hestia frowned. In the back, the red-haired girl paused and slowly turned to look at Hephaestus. As she did, her crimson and steely grey eyes started to water. A familiar expression. One that Hephaestus had seen herself countless times when she was rejected in the past. The red-haired girl sniffed and rubbed her eyes. Does Mommy not want me? Hephaestus flinched. That. Before she could finish, Fina reached over to pat the girl's head. Don't worry, Pira. Your mommy's just confused. My mommy and daddy were two when I was born. Really? Really? Fina let out a bright smile and then tugged the red-haired girl. No. Her name was Pira. Fina tugged Pira over towards the fire and said, How about you try getting Mr. Fire to help you make something too? Here, Daddy gave me some metal to play with last time. You can have it. Oh okay. A nostalgic scene. One that reminded Hephaestus of something that happened back in heaven. Hephaestus had been eating a poorly prepared meal. Something she threw together to eat before heading back to work. And then Hestia saw her. Carrying her own home-cooked meal, Hestia took her by the arm and said that it wasn't right for her to eat like that before going out of her way to make more food for Hephaestus. The two were different and the events were different too. But seeing those girls sitting together like that. Hestia looked over at Hephaestus with a knowing smile. Hephaestus looked away, feeling. She wasn't sure what she was feeling. So instead of thinking about it, she turned to Welf and said, What did you do, Welf? He cleared his throat. Well. It's complicated, but dash. Explain it. In detail. Welf's face turned red, but then he took a deep breath and nodded. All right. Looking back at Hephaestus with determined eyes, he said, I used everything I learned to create a sword. A magic sword. One that embodied everything that I thought represented you. Beauty, determination, skill, resolve. I wanted to make something that even you could be proud of. Something that reflected your life's best work, or at least a small fragment of it. It's just. He looked over at Pira and tilted his head. I didn't think that I'd manage to create a soul weapon. Silence. And then Hestia let out a deep sigh, covering her face. I knew Belle was a bad influence, but I didn't think he'd start getting to you too, Welf. Hephaestus blinked, still trying to comprehend what Welf just said. Her brain refused to process the first part, but it managed to process the last part. And so. Welf. Why yes, Lady Hestia. Come over here and take off your shirt. Hestia gasped. F-Fi. There are children here. Welf turned a deep red and crossed his arms. You Lady Hestia. That's. I'm not quite. I mean, if you. No. Think of the others. Hephaestus felt her face heat up. She glared at Hestia and said, It's not like that. I'm just updating his status. Oh. Hestia pouted and said, And I thought I was going to see something spicy. Go watch Freya with your man then, Tia. Hestia flinched. Hephaestus noticed and then quickly lowered her head. Sorry. Hestia sighed. No. It's fine. I guess that was a bit much. Sorry, Hephaestus. That made Hephaestus feel even more guilty. But before she could apologize, Hestia waved and said, I'll give you two some privacy and watch the kids. With that, she walked over to play with the two girls. Hephaestus sighed. Welf looked at Hestia and then shook his head, walking over to Hephaestus. Sorry for the mess, Lady Hephaestus. He took off his shirt and then sat down in front of Hephaestus, baring his back. I didn't know it'd end up like this. Hephaestus reached into her shirt and pulled out a small knife before pricking her right index finger. It's fine. Today seems to be a first for a lot of different people. Like the fact that Freya was willingly going to another familia's home to chat with an adventurer without the intent of charming them or starting a war game. Now, let's see just what you've been up to. Hephaestus muttered and then placed her hands on Welf's back. "Ba dump." A surge of information and emotions. Updating the fauna always resulted in that. Since it drew forth the experiences that a person had and transmuted it into power, for the god updating the status, it was an intimate experience where they could see the record of everything their child experienced. And this time was no different. Except a myriad of blacksmithing techniques. An eightfold process that wrought steel from the depths of one's heart and bound the illusion into a blade. Swords that were crystals trained by the heart alone, embodying a pure concept instead of simply being a tool of war. Tossing aside pride and arrogance. Accepting every flaw while seeking to draw out every strength. Steel forged not for battle nor war, but for existence itself. Aiming for an ideal that can't be attained in one's lifetime, acknowledging it, but advancing regardless. A path with no clear end. And even at the end, all that would remain. Countless tools. Thousands of blades. A point where all paths crossed, where all desires flowed, where life and death blurred as one, forged into a paradoxical reality. And that was. Hephaestus flinched and drew her hand back, staring at Welf's status in shock. Dash. Welf Krazo. LV1. Strength, B700. Endurance, C600. Dexterity, B700. Agility, C600. Magic, B700. Wrought iron, I. Magic. Will or wish, instant cast. A blacksmith's flame consumes all materials. Induces ignis fatuus through a disruptive wave of flames. Skills. Cross blood, the user can create. Swords. Allows the incorporation of various materials and resources during creation. Lesser effect in creation of the items that are not swords. Will of rebel, a bell signals the start of humanity's advance. Magic and skills have a chance for positive mutations. Limits are removed. It becomes possible to spontaneously learn magic, skills, and develop mental abilities. Dash. What's wrong, Lady Hephaestus? Welf turned around, trying to see his back. Did my status change? Hephaestus let out a deep sigh and covered her face. Why did Hestia always make her life more difficult? XXX. The morning after my chat with Freya. Nothing happened except chatting about the details on how we'd make Freya's daughter a reality. True to her word, Freya kept it civil and didn't cross the line to making things weird after she found out me and Tia hadn't even gone on a date yet. Instead, she took the time to chat and just get to know me. Things like my family, what I liked, didn't like. Stuff about Hestia, like her favorite colors and if she liked to wear dresses or not. And Fina too, like what she enjoyed doing. It was, surprisingly casual. I could clearly tell that Freya was still interested in me, but she was keeping it carefully controlled and just focused on having a good time chatting. Considering she was a goddess of love, it must have been a Herculean feat of effort, so I bumped her up a few notches in my book of people I respected. Still thought she was a bit suspicious though. Especially since she kept muttering no horny every now and then and refused to clarify what she meant when I asked. But she was nice. Friendly, and fairly smart too. Then again, that was expected of a goddess who ruled over war as well. It wasn't like she was Aphrodite who was all looks and love and no brains. Anyway, at some point early in the morning, Freya left with a cheerful farewell and was escorted home by a tall guy with trained muscles and a red bandana. Someone who was so strong I had to force myself to not react to the clearly mortal danger standing in front of me. But anyway, it was just me at home after that. The sun was still a few hours out from rising, so nothing was open except for Babel and the dungeon. And there wasn't enough time for me to get a good night's sleep either. Not to mention that it would wreck my sleep schedule if I did sleep. So instead of lounging around, I decided to take a walk. Get some fresh air and sort things out in my head. Tia and Fina probably weren't going to be back until later in the morning, if at all today, so there wasn't any point in just staying at home. So with that decided, I made sure to leave a note in case my family came back early, locked everything up, stored the more important things in my inventory, and then headed into town. It was still dark. While the sky was starting to lighten up, for the most it was still just like night out. As a result, there weren't many people around. The few that were walking around were shady sorts of people wearing robes and acting like two-bit thugs. For the most part, at least. I saw a few normal adventurers walking around and yawning, probably doing late-night shifts. I also saw a few people who didn't look like adventurers but were just as tired. Ordinary people walking around and carefully clutching a bag of valise to their chests. Everyone's just trying to make it in this world, huh? I mumbled and continued on my way, leaving them to their own devices. I forgot about it, but I was lucky. The people who had a fauna and a familia were actually the minority. While it seemed like a lot of people were like that in Orario, that was only true because the dungeon was here. In the outside world, there were other gods that gave fauna as well, but the majority of people were just ordinary. No divine blessings and simple mundane, human skills. People who would be helpless if monsters broke out from the dungeon and rampaged. That was why quests were a thing. While it was a way for adventurers to earn money without risking their lives in the dungeon, it also served a dual purpose of helping the ordinary people out. But a world where ordinary people had to live by the whims of the superhuman. It bothered me. I hadn't seen it personally, but my gut was telling me that there was a dark underbelly to this world. It was just too easy to exploit normal people when the other party was superhuman. And while the guild kept things in check here in Orario, in the outside world, let's not think about it too much. It was better to pretend that everything was fine. At least for the moment. The powerless would only hurt those that needed salvation if they tried to reach out. And right now, well, I wasn't necessarily powerless, but all I had was borrowed power. Freya would help keep Fina safe and gloss over any weird stuff about me. Welf was there to help me get new equipment and party in the dungeon. But I was reliant on them both. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, friendship and allies were a sort of power of their own. But it was good to be able to stand by yourself at times. And right now, I stuck my hands into my pants pockets and kept walking, strolling down Main Street. Should I try and research into making more items with my skills? Or what they did? Compilation, energy manipulation. And then there was quantum magic, inventory, and both liar's phrase and storyteller's refrain. My gut was telling me that I could probably make some ridiculous things with them. But after seeing the guy that came to pick up Freya, it was a qualitative difference. Like when I faced off against that variant War Shadow, I could tell that nothing worked. Before I even opened my inventory, I would have been cut in half. Running away would be useless, and I didn't have anything decisive to use against someone on that level. An unsurmountable gap due to stats. Right. Like how normal people couldn't face adventurers, within adventurers, people at lower levels couldn't face people at higher levels. Well, maybe if the gap was just 1 or 2 levels, but past that? Impossible. It was a rule born through the qualitative difference of levels. That didn't mean it was impossible to win. Just that a fair fight was impossible. After all, poison, blackmail, hostages, cruel and malicious tactics could be used to force people to weaken themselves. Especially those with a righteous heart. And while Bell originally came here because he thought adventurers were like heroes, the truth was that they weren't. Maybe the more powerful familia had the luxury to act as heroes and save others, but for the most part, adventurers were scummy, saved every penny, and would resort to nefarious tactics to get even. Which was why the guild was in place. Law was used to maintain order among people who would otherwise create anarchy. Still, I sighed and looked up at the sky. Life's tough. I'd had a run of good luck. And if my skill worked the way I thought it did, that would keep going as long as I believed it. But skills weren't omnipotent. And I couldn't underestimate the ridiculousness that were higher-leveled adventurers. Even if Liar's phrase made it so that my beliefs became reality. Or even if it twisted reality to fit my beliefs, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a person out there with a skill that was ignore all external influences that could negate my ability. Just like a game. You could set the crit rate to 100% and dodge every attack. But if it was a scripted event, you could only rely on your raw stats to get past it. And if your stats weren't up to par, you'd lose. Period. Do I need to think up some other ways to improve then? I had the luxury of not needing to worry about skill. As long as I found the right book or studied something enough, compilation let me turn that knowledge into direct application. The potion training regime definitely helped, but improving my physical body had a cap. I lowered my gaze and continued walking. Maybe if I reinforce my body with mana. I caught a glimpse of it when I was helping Fina, but it should be possible to thread mana through the body. And like how I reinforced her mana core before she evolved. Wait. Mana core. The Falna was essentially a mana core but using divine energy. It was just another energy processor. So if I used something else as a mana core. Obviously, I couldn't put something like that in my body. But I had a bunch of those lying around in my inventory, didn't I? And if my inventory was linked to my mana already, then it should be possible to. A sudden impact on my side. Ah! A soft female voice. I blinked and looked over to see a young woman with long blonde hair. She had a rapier sheathed at her left side and was wearing what looked to be practical armor. There was a breastplate, vambraces, knee guards and plates to cover her waist. But then the only clothes she had on other than that was a thin white shirt that fell to her mid-thighs and practically put everything on display along with tall blue leggings. The young woman. No. She was fairly young, actually. Probably around my age. So girl was more fitting. Anyway, the girl bowed her head and said, "Sorry for bumping into you." I shook my head. It's fine. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings. And I needed to remember to stop doing that. Or rather, start doing that. Long thinking sessions needed to be done in the safety of my home or when people were around to watch my back. The blonde girl shook her head and said, "I should have been more aware." She frowned and muttered, "Perhaps Lefi was right. I might need more rest." I frowned and said, "More rest? Are you headed to the dungeon then?" The blonde girl nodded. Of course. Training is important. And the less monsters that remain in this world, the better. A natural response. But my frown deepened. Mostly because I noticed something off about the girl. She was strong, first of all. But that wasn't really important. Instead. By any chance, are you part dash? Ace. Another girl's voice called out. Shortly after that, an elf girl with bright orange hair ran over, panting. I knew you'd be out here. She grabbed the first girl's hand and said, "The captain said no sneaking off to the dungeon." Lefi. No. Now, get back home and... Oh. The elf girl blinked, having just noticed me. Sorry. Did my friend bother you? I stared at Ace. Especially at how her body was definitely at least half mana in the same way that Fina's whole body was. But then I shook my head and stuck my hands back in my pant pockets. Nah. Just curious. Take care on your way home, ladies. With that, I turned and walked away. As I did, I heard pieces of their conversation drift towards me. Why are you in such a rush these days, Ace? That variant war shadow is still on the loose. And you saw how it looked at you last time. If you go in the dungeon dash, I will be fine. You won't be. Even if it's just the first few floors, a lot of adventurers have been going missing, you know? And also. As I walked off, their voices trailed away, becoming inaudible. Still. Yep. Definitely need to stay away from the dungeon for a while. That sounded like a whole boatload of death flags right there. That, and story triggers. Definitely not touching that with a 10-foot pole anytime soon. Still need to train though, so. I paused and then started walking towards the guild hall. It's about time I look at those quests. Who knows? Maybe there would be some good rewards that could help me out. A grimoire or two would be nice. Or even some valuable item drops to pass off to Welf to make new equipment. Wait. I paused and then opened my inventory. After that, I stared at the giant pile of magic stones tucked away in a corner of that inventory. And then I focused. If there was an inventory system, then crafting was obviously a thing too, right? And the slots in my inventory looked an awful lot like a popular block survival game, so. A giant headache. An entire stack of magic stones vanishing, along with a flood of information. Equivalent exchange. Energy converted into mass through factoring out light. Will, intent, and thought coalescing to manipulate the form of the dark matter, filling it once again with light to turn into a new form. Yet, that should work. It didn't sound entirely right, but this was magic, so a bit of flubbing was allowed in exchange for more cost. And so, a soft chime, like bells echoing. And when that chime happened, inventory has evolved to crafting system. It is possible to create items through synthesizing stored resources in your inventory. Quality is determined by the corresponding developmental ability. When lacking the corresponding developmental ability, only the lowest ranked item will be created. Okay. Could someone give me a help menu? Because I could really use that right now to explain what the hell is up with me and my skills. Also, since when could I see system messages? This wasn't a game. Was it? But, I'd think about it later. Now, about those quests. And about potentially using magic stones to spam high-level spells along with spamming physical items. Chapter 35, Is it bad that the world got corrupted? Monster drop turn-in, monster subjugation, escort missions. I frowned and muttered, this really is just like a game, isn't it? They were familiar tasks. The sort that you'd expect to see as a level 1 player in an MMORPG offered as repeatable quests to get just a little bit more extra cash or EXP. In the guild hall, there was a giant board where they put up vetted requests from reputable sources. By reputable, it was mostly people that went through the proper guild procedures and paid the appropriate filing fees, but it was literally a single Valis, so that wasn't much of an obstacle. Even so, there weren't too many quests up. Mostly because the ones with big rewards had already been taken, and the one at the very top was impossible. I stared at the faded and untouched flyer and frowned. It was a subjugation request. Similar to a few of the other ones nearby. But the problem was the content. Slay the one-eyed black dragon. I didn't think that they'd actually have a copy of the quest out here. It was one of the 3 great quests said to be issued by the world itself. The last one, actually, and the one that even the great familia of the past like Zeus and Hera failed to complete. Was it to inspire adventurers that there was a challenge remaining even after everything else? A warning that something lurked in the background? Or was someone just too lazy to take it down? I didn't know, but I did know that I wasn't going to mess with that anytime soon. Dragons were a pain in the butt to kill, no matter what the setting. Even on the lowest difficulty where they didn't have any magic and were just strong lizards, you'd still have to get up close and personal to something that barely had any weak points and could blast you with fire. And considering that this was a world with magic, plus the fact that the freaking Zeus familia failed to kill it, the same familia that I read had a lot of level 7s, maybe a few level 8s, and probably more than a few trump cards. Yet, better to let someone else deal with that. At least until I figured out anti-dragon weaponry and gathered an army. For now. Let's just not think about it and tempt fate. Let's see. I looked back to the other quests that were more reasonable and started flipping through them. Find the source of the mysterious scorpion swarm. That sounds interesting, but it's pretty far. Apparently, a few villages bordering a large forest to the north of Orario were being overrun by mysterious black scorpion monsters. There were a few adventurers helping out already, but no one had actually investigated the source of it. The black scorpions were said to only be around as strong as kobolds though. Which meant that it was definitely a tempting mission to try things out. But I'd have to see if Welf wanted to come with first. Always bring a buddy. I learned that lesson after my recent trip to the dungeon. If Welf had been there too. Actually, he probably would have been killed. Okay. Always bring a buddy after you've doomsday prepped them along with you. I made a mental note of that quest and then looked at some other ones. Herb gathering, kobold subjugation, a few merchant escort missions. And that was about it. There were a few more random ones about turning in monster drops, but other than those, nothing. I crossed my arms and frowned. The kobold subjugation request wasn't that far away. If I started jogging now, I could make it there in a few hours. And after that, I could just warp back home, so it'd work out just fine. Not only that, but the herb gathering quests were in the same area too. And I was really curious about just how my inventory system got upgraded. Tia and Fina would probably be out all day, and Welf was probably going to be grinding his blacksmithing skills as usual. Freya. Well, she was preoccupied now. And she also definitely was on our side, so that was a plus. Which meant I didn't have anything to worry about today. Not only that. It's been a while since it's just been me, myself, and I, right? I smirked and then grabbed the quest reports before making my way up to the nearest receptionist to confirm them. The receptionist was a pink-haired young woman. The same that I met the first time I was registering, and I think also Ina's friend. Her name was Miss Ha, right? I smiled at her and placed the flyers on the counter. Haven't seen you in a while. Miss Ha grabbed the flyers from me and sighed. That's because I've been busy. My adventurer's been bugging me about all sorts of books to help her decipher some poems or whatever. Aren't you not supposed to tell me that? Miss Ha waved her hand. It's fine. A bookworm like you is smart enough to keep things secret. That's true, but still. Oh. Miss Ha snapped her fingers and said, hey. Maybe you can help me out. Wait a bit. Before I could respond, Miss Ha ran back and rummaged around her desk. A few seconds later, she ran back and placed a piece of paper on the counter, pointing at it. Here. Let me know if you can figure out what this means. I still think this is breaking client confidentiality. Miss Ha waved her hand and said, I'll take responsibility for it. And Cassie's looking for any help she can get, so. She clasped her hands together and said, please, Mr. Smartypants. People usually don't call others names when asking for help. But sure. As long as you file these for me first. I pointed to the requests. Sure, sure. I'll get right on it. After saying that, Miss Ha took the flyers and walked into the back. As she did, I stared at the paper she left on the counter. A poem, huh? And she wants me to interpret it. Dash. For whom does the bell toll? Cursed blood, burning anew. Fallen moon, love shot through. For whom does the bell toll? A fool, a hero. The one, the zero. For whom does the bell toll? Drunken madness breeds innovation. Heroism thriving within devastation. For whom does the bell toll? The liar, the play? Or the storyteller, today? Dash. Well. That's ominous. Was it a riddle? The fact that the line for whom does the bell toll seemed to indicate that it was. Analyzing it. The line after for whom does the bell toll seemed to be describing someone. The person for whom the bell tolled was probably described by each of those lines. So. Cursed blood burning anew, and a fallen moon love shot through. Well, the obvious allusion to the moon would probably be Artemis. And love shot through. A parallel to Orion maybe? But that didn't explain the first part. Maybe a bastard child of Artemis cursed by the moon? A werewolf? Then the next line. The fact that fool and hero were paralleled by 1 and 0. Maybe saying that he was a fool for trying to be a hero since he lost everything? That would explain the line after that too then. Drunken madness breeding innovation, followed by heroism breeding devastation. It sounded a lot like the person would get a lot stronger in seeking revenge, only to lose everything and finally be a true hero. But that last line didn't make any sense. The liar, the play? Or the storyteller, today? It seemed to be talking about 3 different choices then. Does the bell toll for the liar or for the play? And if not those, then does it toll for the storyteller today? So then was the liar going to fail or was the play going to fail? And if not them, then would it be the storyteller today, meaning would it be the one who was writing the poem? Summing it all together. Here you go. Miss Ha slid a few sheets of paper over and said, got them all approved for you. Contact information for the quest giver are on those papers, and all you need to do is come back with them signed off for the reward. Now. She clapped her hands and said, any luck on figuring that out? I took the papers and then stared at the poem one more time, frowning. It's an interesting story at least. Hi. Miss Ha blinked. Story? But it's a poem, isn't it? Well, yes. But it's also a story. Reading it all together. It's a story about a person cursed by the moon succumbing to madness and seeking revenge before becoming a hero afterwards when they lose everything. That should be the first few lines. I frowned and said, the last one though. I'm not sure. It seems to be asking about whether the liar will end or if the play will end. And then if none of them end, whether the storyteller will end. Hold on. Miss Hu ran back and said, write that down for me, please. And thanks. I'll make Ina get you a present sometime. Oh okay. XXX. After writing down my thoughts on the weird poem/story/riddle for Miss Hu, I headed out for the day. Is what I initially planned. But before then, I stopped back at home to prepare. I swung the sword I made with my crafting system and then held it up to examine under the sunlight. So I guess I start off with stone then. I was going to be fighting monsters, so it was important I was properly equipped. I could buy some new equipment or bug Welf about it, but I couldn't always rely on that to be an option. Welf was partying with me now, but we were still in different familia. And while I'd love for him to join our familia, he was also very much in love with his goddess, so that wouldn't be happening anytime soon. There wouldn't be a problem working together in the future since we were buddies, but there were times I'd have to be operating by myself. And in that situation, I needed a way to deal with situations like where my equipment broke. Learning blacksmithing myself was an option, but it wasn't that efficient. Not to mention Welf was definitely much better than I was in that field. No, it was better to leverage my own abilities. So, crafting. But this is weird though. The sword I crafted was made of stone, but it wasn't the normal sort of stone you could dig up or find laying around. It was light, a bit shiny, and also a complete matte grey color. Almost like it was 3D printed out of a resin or something instead of stone. Actually, maybe it was 3D printed at least. Not sure about the resin bit. Time for a durability test. I walked over to a chunk of broken rubble laying in the church courtyard and then swung the sword. A clean slash. And the result? A clean cut in the rubble and only a minor chip on my sword. Which showed that it definitely was some sort of stone since metal didn't chip like that from a slash. A stab easily pierced into the rubble, but it also cracked the base of the sword. And after that, a slash had the sword snap in half, as well as crumbling into white powder. Including the handle in my hand. I brushed the white powder off my hands and frowned. I'll need to be careful about it, but this should be fine. As for armor weight. All that armor really did was add a layer of protection between you and the incoming attack. The problem was that the opponents I'd be facing could probably punch straight through armor unless it had the attribute and couldn't break, or if it was practically a mech suit like Black Demon. But in the latter case, I was a sitting duck. And I also couldn't rely on the armor to be able to tank everything. No. The best way for me to fight was different from most people. After all, I had this inventory skill that was really more like summoning magic. And so, I picked up the chunk of rubble into my inventory and then held my finger on its icon. The moment I did, a scrollable list of things I could make showed up. Short sword, long sword, broadsword, spear, armor sets. But like how I didn't have to follow the grid box of my inventory, I didn't have to use the list to craft either. Instead, I stared at the icon and focused, imagining what I wanted to make. A giant slab. Basically a shield, but really just a hunk of rock, shaped in a rectangle. A second after I had that thought, it popped up in my inventory. So the next step. I thought it might work, but this is really freaking weird. I stared at the giant stone monolith blocking out the sun and then imagined it moving around me. And it did. Like some sort of guardian spirit, where I willed it, the monolith moved. Of course, it wasn't sentient. I was still the person in control. But like this. My inventory stores momentum, so if I chuck this out and someone smacks it, I can both block and save that force by pulling it back in. So like that, the longer I use it, the more force I can store up, so. A whole slew of interesting battle tactics were starting to play out in my mind. Not only that, but since I had a bunch more weapons to work with too. Yeah. This should be good for now. Now it was time to put theory to practice. After crafting a few more weapons, I picked up my things, left another note for Tia and Fina, and then headed off to exterminate some kobolds. XXX. Hestia stared at Pyrrha, happily examining some weapons behind Hephaestus's desk. Then Hestia looked at Hephaestus, who was giving her a death glare. Well, not really a death glare. It wasn't like Hephaestus wanted to kill Hestia or anything. But Hestia was sure that the only reason Hephaestus wasn't reaching out to shake Hestia's shoulders was because Pyrrha was in the room. Back in Hephaestus's office. After last night, Hephaestus demanded a private talk, practically dragging Hestia with her back to her office. At least, that was the intent. But Pyrrha wouldn't let Hephaestus go without crying, so she came along as well. As for Welf, well, he was stuck with babysitting duty again since this latest mess was mostly his fault. And also because it seemed like Hephaestus really didn't know what to think about him at that point. Hestia didn't blame her. While Hephaestus seemed a bit interested in Welf, from the bit of teasing that Hestia did to test how Hephaestus felt, it wasn't the same level of affection that Hestia had towards Belle. Or even the level that Freya had towards Belle. That was another weird thought. And something that Hestia didn't want to think too much in detail about until later. But anyway, Hephaestus. Hestia stared at her longtime friend and said, "What did you want to talk about, Fafi?" Hephaestus. Hearing that, Hestia frowned and then straightened in her chair. "What is it, Hephaestus?" Hephaestus stared at Pyrrha, a complicated expression on her face. And then she stared at Hestia and said, "Tell me. That Belle of yours, who is he, really?" Hestia paused to think about it. The obvious answer, and the one that came to mind first, was that Belle was her husband. But that wasn't true, and she also wasn't sure about that. At least, she wasn't sure how Belle felt about it. Especially with Freya now. But Hephaestus wasn't asking about that anyway. Instead, "I don't know. And he doesn't really know either." That was the truth. Hephaestus frowned. "Is he human?" Hestia frowned as well and tilted her head. "I think so." Belle certainly implied that he was human. He certainly looked human. Not only that, but when Hestia met Belle, he was definitely a normal human boy. It was only after he received her fauna that he started to change. "Yes." Hestia nodded and said, "I'm sure he's human." "Then how do you dash?" "Mommy. Look." Pyrrha walked over and held out a shining copper dagger. "I made a pointy stick too. See?" Hephaestus gave Pyrrha a strained smile and said, "That's wonderful, dear. Here." She placed it in front of Hephaestus and said, "You can have it. I'm going to make more." After saying that, Pyrrha ran back into the corner of the room and sat down, carefully staring at the other pieces that Hephaestus made. Hestia watched Pyrrha and then smiled. Looking back at Hephaestus, she said, "Your daughter's cute, Fafi. She takes after you a lot, you know." Hephaestus let out a deep sigh. "And that's the problem, Hestia." She pursed her lips and said, "You're fine because you have a small familia. But me?" She waved her hand around and said, "What am I going to do? All of Orario will know if I go anywhere with her. Not only that, what am I going to say to my children? The heavens blessed you with a miracle." Hephaestus slammed her hand on the table. Hestia flinched. Hephaestus was mad. Seriously mad. Something completely out of character since she was usually so serene and composed. Mommy." Pyrrha's scared voice echoed from the corner of the room. Seeing that, Hephaestus flinched and took a deep breath. After that, she smiled and said, "I'm sorry, dear. Keep playing." "Okay." A soft mumble. Pyrrha went back to looking at the weapons that Hephaestus made. But she also kept glancing back at Hephaestus and Hestia, worry clear in her innocent eyes. Hestia gave Pyrrha a reassuring smile and said, "It's fine, Pyrrha. Your mommy's just a little excited." Pyrrha pursed her lips, just like Hephaestus did earlier. But then she slowly nodded and went back to examining the weapons. Hephaestus leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms, frowning. Hestia didn't say anything, waiting for Hephaestus to speak. But as the silence stretched on, Hestia spoke up. "Is it that bad, Fafi?" Hephaestus let out a deep sigh and ran her hand through her hair. "No." She glanced back at Pyrrha and smiled as she saw the girl expertly trace out the edge of a sword and check its balance. "Like you said, it's a miracle. But..." She turned back to Hestia with a stern gaze. "There are consequences for that miracle. Consequences you're prepared to bear, but I'm not." She held out her hand and started ticking things off. "Education, supervision, meals. You're free to provide all of that to your daughter. But I can't." That was true. Hephaestus was already busy enough with her familia business and the children she accepted into her familia. Adding a true child on top of that. But Welf can dash. He can't. Before Hestia could even start making an excuse, she was cut off. Hephaestus shook her head and said, he might be a blacksmith, but he's already become entwined with your bell. It's inevitable for him to go into the dungeon. And when he does, he won't be able to watch Pyrrha. Hestia paused. Hephaestus blinked and then said, what? Don't tell me you're going to say that I let Welf take Pyrrha with him into the dungeon. Well. It was something that Hestia had been thinking about lately. Like Hephaestus said, there was the issue of supervision. It was fine for Hestia when she or Belle was free. But what about when they weren't? Right now, it was okay. Hestia was just working a simple job selling Jagamericans and Fina could come help her. Not only that, but Belle was only traveling in the first few floors of the dungeon, so he could come back every day. But what about later? When Belle dove deeper and deeper and took longer to come home. Hestia wanted to keep Fina with her, but she knew that her daughter would miss Belle too. Not only that, but her daughter was strong. Her abilities and her skills. Hestia didn't know exactly what they did, but she knew that Fina could use an ability similar to the flames that Hestia had as Vesta. A fragment of the purifying eternal flame. Not only that, but whatever wound she was dealt, Fina could heal from in an instant. Fina was still young. But she was strong. And in the years to come, if she took after Belle even a little, Hestia didn't doubt that her baby girl would go follow in Belle's footsteps to try and help the family by being an adventurer. Even if Hestia didn't want her to. So Hestia was thinking about it. In order to make sure her sweetie knew everything involved with being an adventurer and wouldn't charge in blindly later. Hephaestus shook her head. I won't say anything about you and your family, Hestia, but I won't let my daughter go to such a dangerous place. Not when I've already lost so many children to the dungeon. Hestia was quiet. What could she say to that? Hephaestus was quiet as well. But at that time, Pyrrha walked up to tug on Hephaestus's shirt. Mommy. Hephaestus blinked and looked down at her before smiling. Yes, dear. Are you worried that I'm going to get hurt? She tilted her head and said, is that why you don't want me to go with Daddy into the dungeon? Hephaestus nodded. That's right. She placed a hand on Pyrrha's head and said, it's easy for a little girl like you to get hurt or worse in the dungeon, so dash. But I don't get hurt. Hephaestus blinked. What do you mean? I don't get hurt. Pyrrha reached out to grab the dagger she left on Hephaestus's desk. And then she slammed it into her hand. Pyrrha. Hephaestus jumped out of her chair, her eyes wide with panic. Hestia jumped a bit too, surprised at Pyrrha's actions. But she wasn't surprised at what happened next. Pyrrha held up her unblemished hand and the crumpled copper dagger. See? She raised her head up high and said, Daddy made me unbreakable. Oh. And I can make pretty things just like Mommy. As if it was the most natural thing in the world, Pyrrha held out her hand and wrinkled her brow, staring into space. And then, from thin air, flowing metal emerged before turning into a sword. One just like the sword hanging on the wall behind Hephaestus. See? Hephaestus paused and slowly turned around to stare at the sword hanging on her wall. Then she turned back to look at the sword Pyrrha was holding. Then she turned to look at Hestia. Hestia shrugged. Well. That's one less worry, right Fafi? You are so lucky that you're my friend, Tia. Otherwise I'd blacklist you and your familia until the end of time. Ehehe. Hephaestus let out a deep sigh and then said, tell Freya we need to chat. All three of us, before Ganesha's party. Hestia blinked. But how am I dash? Figure it out. You owe me that much at least. GRK. Fine. I'll figure it out. Somehow. XXX. Is something wrong, Uncle Welf? Welf was quiet, silently folding a glowing sheet of metal in half before hammering it down flat again. Fina tilted her head and said, are you worried about Auntie Heffy? Welf flinched, causing the metal to fall on the ground. That's dash. Fina picked it up and placed it back on the anvil. Be careful, Uncle Welf. You said it yourself, remember? You have to pay extra close attention around hot metals. Welf sighed. Right. Just. Man. Something he never thought would happen. A child. A daughter. His. Cute and adorable. Not only that, but one who looked just like the daughter of the goddess he admired. More than that, one who was the daughter of the goddess he admired. A miracle. Welf didn't know how it happened. But it seemed like Belle had been right. Playing around with using his blood as a catalyst and forging something with all of his emotions made something ridiculous. A child. A daughter. His daughter. And not only his daughter, but one who was clearly Hephaestus's as well. Except, she was troubled. But of course. Welf wasn't like Belle. At best, he was an apprentice to Hephaestus. At worst, he was an arrogant parasite who didn't know how to be grateful and humble until recently. Having a daughter with someone like that. No. It was his responsibility. So. Are you thinking in your head, Uncle Welf? Oh. Did Daddy teach you to do that? Welf blinked and then laughed, realizing that Fina was right. He reached out to pat her head and said, "Yeah. I think your dad's rubbed off on me more than I thought." Fina smiled and said, "Of course. Daddy's the bestest." Welf laughed again and said, "Yep. Your dad's definitely the bestest. The best example of how to take responsibility. Not quite the best example of normal, but a good model of what to strive for in terms of other things at least. And among those other things." Welf glanced at Fina and said, "Hey, Fina." "Yes. Do you think you can make me a little bit of dash?" He paused and then shook his head. "No. Never mind." Fina tilted her head. "Uncle Welf." Welf walked over to his chest filled with raw ore. "Right. Like Belle, he had to take responsibility. Even if Hephaestus turned him down, he had to try. If not for his sake, then for the girl he brought into this world unawares. And if Hephaestus turned him down, he'd just have to work harder. So that his adorable daughter would be acknowledged by her mother. So that no one could say he wasn't qualified to stand beside either his daughter or her mother. So that no one would see his daughter as something that tarnished Hephaestus's name. A clump of gold ore. Pyrrha was a miracle. Something that was born through a combination of his emotions and Hephaestus's divinity when she tried to use the magic sword he created in her image. But it wasn't something he made. Like Belle said, it would take either a divine miracle or skills reaching the divine. He didn't have the latter, so it was the first. But in order to stand beside Hephaestus, in order for Pyrrha to be able to show up in public with her mother, Welf set the ore down on the anvil and held out his hand. "Oh." Fina smiled and said, "Are you going to use magic fire to make something?" "I'm going to use everything. So you should stand back, Fina." "Right. Everything." It was impossible for human hands to reach the level of the divine. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't match up to someone who had the skill in their fauna that enhanced their abilities. Ordinary people couldn't be adventurers because of that fundamental difference. And adventurers couldn't reach the level of the gods. They could become heroes that the gods respected. They could accomplish great feats that would be recorded as myths and stories. But a human couldn't reach the level of the gods. If they could, then the gods would never have come down to the world to begin with. That was reality. The logic that Welf and everyone in this world knew. Everyone except Belle. Right. Because to that guy. To the crazy bastard that called Welf his brother. To the one who treated adventuring as a routine job and remained calm even in a hellish scenario of being mobbed by hundreds of monsters, nothing was impossible. So Welf could do it. Just once. If he squeezed everything out, he could prove it. Create something that no one could deny. Not a masterpiece. Not a magnum opus. No, that wasn't enough. The impossible. A divine miracle. Something beyond what his blood could make. Something beyond what a master smith could make. More than even the best smith in all of the Hephaestus familia. Yeah, right. You think someone like you can do it? A selfish bastard who got her own goddess sent back into heaven just because you didn't want to make magic swords. Welf hesitated. That was true. If he just accepted his ability back then, goddess Phobos would still be here. She would never have had to sacrifice herself. But seems like you're aiming as big as me, huh? Another voice echoed in Welf's mind, erasing his inner doubts. Bells. The moment he heard it, Welf heard another sound. A solemn bell, tolling in his mind. And with that bell, a chant. Different from the one he usually used, but similar. Burn in, false works. Crimson flames spread out, wreathing the gold ore. Wow! I didn't know Uncle Welf was like Mr. Fire. A voice filled with childish wonder. Welf ignored it and focused in front of him. It was possible. Even if it was a lie, he'd make it possible. Judging the concept of creation, hypothesizing the basic structure. Even if reality didn't accept it. Even if it only existed in his mind's eye. Welf grabbed his hammer and then swung it down at the molten gold. It should have splattered. You couldn't work gold when it was melted down into liquid. But it didn't. Lies that became the truth. Dreams that became reality. Skills he didn't have, borrowed for just this moment. And as Welf continued to hammer, he started muttering words under his breath. This body is made of XXX. I cut down a stray kobold running at me with a stone sword before switching to a spear and stabbing through the heart of another. After that, I frowned and looked back towards Orario. Why do I feel like I did something wrong? I was in a small forest by some nameless village where the kobolds had taken residence. And up until now, things were going swell. I got to test out new fighting styles, experiment with a stored momentum strategy that reminded me of a certain devil hunter who wouldn't cry, and also relax a bit fighting without being afraid that the dungeon would throw something insane at me. So it was great. And then something felt off. It wasn't anything tangible. Well, there was a shiver running down my spine, but I didn't feel or see anything that would cause that. No weird god staring at me or malevolent energy like in the dungeon. I frowned and muttered, did I raise a flag somewhere? I didn't remember doing anything wrong recently. Unless it was that poem? I frowned and then started harvesting magic stones from the kobold corpses. They were smaller than the ones in the dungeon, and the corpses didn't disappear when I plucked the magic stones out. But I expected that. Surface monsters were weird. Or maybe I should say that the dungeon monsters were weird. Having the corpses linger around was definitely more normal. Although there was the problem about disposal. Wait. I stared at the corpses and tentatively stuck them in my inventory. After that, I tapped on crafting, and then... I stared at the pile of stone slabs stacked in my inventory and said, weird, but convenient. I guess all matter gets transmuted according to my skill level no matter what it is? Is that because energy conservation is a thing and the inventory is a closed system, letting me do lossless conversion? Nothing but more questions the more I used my abilities. And questions about who I really was. I mean, I definitely was reincarnated here somehow. But I was starting to get the sense that it wasn't me causing all these crazy shenanigans. At least, not completely. Bell Cranel. Just who exactly were your parents? And your grandpa? No response. Then again, I wasn't expecting one. I shrugged and then started heading off towards my next location. Let's see. Gotta pick up some herbs. Good thing I read those encyclopedias. And I need to break this habit of talking out loud. XXX. She stared at the young man venturing deeper into the forest. He was different. Those eyes were the same as that bastard she hated. But the face and the hair color. She wasn't sure. There were many things that she wasn't sure of. Was he or was he not? Was it a coincidence? Did her wish cause her to come back to watch over him since she couldn't? Was she even still the same now that she was like this? She didn't know. But she did know that she had to know. So she followed. Erasing the noise, she sank into the shadows and followed him. So that she wouldn't regret it this time. XXX. Freya's room in Babel, overlooking Orario. She hummed to herself as she stared into a glistening crystal vial. It's a bit much, but better too much than too little, right? Blood, mana, and all sorts of other essences that Freya could scrounge up from her. There were more that she had stored away, but she figured that she would bring those dirtier essences only if Belle thought this wasn't enough. Oh, I just can't wait to see it. Freya let out a sigh and then flopped onto her chair, staring at the ceiling. What should the name be? Obviously, I should use his name in part, so... Bella? No, too simple. My daughter's name should have a bit more flair. Bella. Bella's. Ballet? No, using a demon's name is too much. Then, since it's like a wish come true, Bellatrix? Stars, but with Belle's name in it dash. You seem pretty excited. A heroic and masculine voice. Freya paused and then looked over at the person who spoke to her. A tall man wearing a full-body suit of black armor, matched with a dark red cape. Freya slowly sat up, elegantly smoothing her dress. After that, she smiled and said, I am. It's a first for me, you know. Should I be jealous? The man laughed and said, you kept me as your private trophy all this time and now I'm being neglected. Freya's smile widened and she said, of course not. You're a trophy and not a toy. You were never meant to be played with. True. He rolled his shoulders and said, so I should just continue standing here gathering dust like a trophy, huh? Freya tilted her head. You're saying that after you so fearlessly snuck out a while ago without your helmet. It's been over 7 years. In any case, I never took my helmet off back then. And I wanted to pay my respects. The armored man paused and then tilted his head. Though I have to say, it was a first time that I had a Jagamerican I enjoyed. But I suppose it was also the first time I met a goddess's child. Well, it won't be the last if I have my way. Freya stood up and carefully stored the crystal vial away. After that, she looked at the armored man and said, now be a good trophy and stay there until Otter gets back. You two can go discuss about raising more heroes later. As you say, Lady Freya. With that, the armored man walked back into the corner of the room and went still, as if his soul left his body. At the same time, a small crystal cage sitting on a shelf lit up, glowing a mix of grey and dark brown. Freya watched it and hummed. The sage made so many interesting trinkets. She paused and said, should I give some to Belle? It's not fair to receive such a lovely gift without giving anything in return. And he clearly doesn't value what a hero would. The only beauty in his eyes is cute Hestia. Belle was the sort of man who appreciated useful items more than trinkets. Then, I should ask Hestia if he has magic yet. There's no point leaving my grimoires to gather dust when my Belle can put them to better use. Chapter 36, Is it wrong to get fed up with life? Thank you for accepting the quest, Belle. Although I certainly did not expect you to be the one fulfilling it. Machigatte gave me a bright smile as he took the herbs. You're welcome. Though if you needed some herbs, you could have just asked me instead of putting up a quest, you know. I tucked away the completed quest form in my bag and said, it's better for you guys to have inventory to sell and things for me to buy. Naza walked out with a rack of potions and nodded. You heard him, Lord Machigatte. Machigatte sighed. It pains me to ask. But I understand. He looked at me and nodded. If there are any other items we need in the future, I will make sure to request them of you. I smiled and then took a look out the window. I was in Mayaka's potion shop, turning in all the herb-gathering quests after having turned in the kobold subjugation quest. I hadn't paid much attention when I was grabbing them, but it ended up that all the herb-gathering quests there were for Mayaka's familia. So after grabbing everything and warping home, I headed off to finish up my errands for the day. Naza brushed away a strand of her light brown hair with her left arm and then set the potions onto the counter, sliding them towards me. Here's your reward for the quests. 6 regular potions and 6 mind potions. Don't worry. Since it's you, they're full capacity. I picked up the rack of potions and raised an eyebrow. That seems to imply that you're selling inferior goods to other people. Naza. Machigatte turned on the dog woman and frowned. You're still doing that? Don't worry, Machigatte. She smiled and pointed at me. Thanks to our regular customer here and his notes on potion doses, I've figured out the exact minimum amount for normal recovery. The average adventurer won't be able to tell a difference. And we can save 2 potions a batch. Mayaka's frown deepened. Still, he didn't scold Naza and said, and you're certain? Completely. I have a batch in the back already. Oh. Naza turned to look at me and said, did you want to pick up your order while you're here too? I nodded. If that's not too much trouble. Naza smiled and then headed into the back room, rummaging around a bit. After that, Machigatte sighed and said, well. At least Naza is in better spirits these days. I made a show of tucking the potions into my bag before really putting them into my inventory. But while I was doing that, I looked at Mike and said, really? Mike nodded and said, Neza is usually lethargic and indifferent, but recently she's been caught up in research and smiling a lot more as well. For that, I have to thank you, Belle. I frowned. Not sure how I've been helping with that. But you're welcome. Maybe there was more value to the notes on potion dosage than I thought? Or maybe that bit about regeneration preventing proper muscle growth sparked a bit of inspiration. I didn't know what did it, but if it helped Mike out, that was good. After all, he was one of Tia's few friends and was a genuinely nice guy. After that, Neza came back with a box of potions. She slid them over and said, there are your diluted potions, as well as a few normal ones. If you don't mind, I've also put some experimental potions in there as well for you to test. I grabbed the box and looked inside. Experimental. 6 normal potions, shining a soft red. 6 potions that I assumed were the diluted ones, considering how faint the red was. And then 6 potions that were a weird orange color? Neza nodded. You're trying to improve your physique with potions by enhancing your natural regeneration, right? I looked up and said, right. But in doing so, you would have had to eat a lot. Since the potion is diluted, there isn't enough energy in itself to make up for the healing. Hey. Was that the reason I kept chewing through our groceries with all the meals I made? Normal dosages of potion had inherent energy to make up for the body's regeneration? Neza pointed towards the orange potions and said, those should fix that problem. It's the same dose you've been using, but I've added other things too. If everything works as intended, it should be even better at improving your physique. And if it does? She looked at Mike and smiled, excitement clear in her eyes. Mike's eyes widened and he placed his hand on his chin. Then there would be a simple way for rookie adventurers to improve. Perhaps even ordinary citizens, if the dosage was controlled. He looked at Neza and said, Neza. This potion. It'll make us rich. We can finally pay off the debt. Mike blinked and said, I was going to say that it would help a lot of people. That too. I chuckled and then carried the box. Well, I'll let you know how it goes. Neza pointed at me and said, don't forget. I won't. Mike waved and said, thank you again, Belle. And say hello to your daughter and Hestia for me. Will do. XXX. It was lunchtime. After checking back home and seeing that Tia and Fina were still out, I decided to swing by the hostess of fertility. Partially because I wanted to take it easy for a bit. But mainly because I was there for a proper recruitment drive. My gut was telling me that things were going to get hectic soon, so I needed to make sure that our family had allies. Freya was already on our side, meaning that we had things covered when it came to the gods. But for the small-scale things, Welf wasn't a part of the Hestia familia. As cool of a guy as he was and as good a friend he was to me, he was still an outsider. When the shit hit the fan, he'd prioritize his goddess and familia first. And if he didn't, I'd kick him in the butt to make him do that. You didn't turn your back on family, after all. They were the ones who would pick you back up after you fell and support you all the way. No, I needed someone else. A person I could trust to watch my back, as well as someone fairly strong. And the person that came to mind. Welcome to the hostess of O. Belle. A cheerful and bright voice. A familiar one too. Although, completely unexpected after our chat the other day. I blinked and instinctively said, FRE-. Ahem. I mean, Seer? You're still working here. Right. It was Seer. Or rather, Freya playing as Seer. The silver-haired waitress gave me a bright smile and said, did you come in for lunch again? Or did you come to see me? Technically both. I gave a hesitant response and glanced around the room. Ryua was standing off to the side, idly wiping down the tables. Sitting across from her, there was a brown-haired cat girl, folding napkins and carefully stacking them. Standing behind the counter, wiping down some glasses, there was another cat girl, but with black hair. And next to her, arranging plated behind the counter, there was a young woman with medium-length brown hair and brown eyes. The full staff of the hostess of fertility, all wearing the usual green maid outfit. And all stupid strong as always. No, they felt stronger than usual. Was it because I got more training in? Or did I get a buff after barely surviving against a dead-end encounter with that variant war shadow? Either way, I could more clearly tell just how strong each of those waitresses were now. And all of them were at least 3 times as strong as I was. Not only that, but Ryu was the strongest one there. At least, out of the waitresses. But the owner? Well, if it isn't our VIP spender. Mia Grande walked out from the back and let out a bright smile. All by yourself today. She was stronger than everyone combined. Though, considering that the place had Freya moonlighting. Or would it be daylighting? Either way, since it was a place where Freya played around as a ditzy and flirty waitress, that made sense. And also made me really start doubting my ability to kill higher-level adventurers. I wasn't sure, but I had a feeling that they'd be able to do some crazy stuff like grab the projectiles I shot out of the air and send them back. Definitely need to remember to work on melee too. Don't want to pull a Goldie and lose because I suck at close range. I smiled at Mia and said, yeah. My goddess and daughter are spending the day together, so I figured I'd grab some food here instead of cooking at home. Silence. Not only that, but all of the waitresses suddenly turning as one to look at Seer. Freya. No. Don't want to slip up in public, so definitely calling her Seer. Anyway, they stared at Seer with mixed emotions. Mostly concern though. Mia seemed a bit hesitant as well. But as for Seer. That's great. She grabbed my hand and pulled me over to a table. You sit right there and we'll get you your food, Belle. You don't mind if I pick, do you? I can't cook as well as you do, but I know what's tasty here. A bombshell. I saw the brown-haired cat girl mouth can't cook as well before giving me a sharp glare. The black-haired cat girl narrowed her eyes, somehow suddenly sharpening a knife. The brown-haired young woman next to her cracked her knuckles. Ryu was the only one who acted reasonably and gave me an apologetic smile. If I was being honest, it took a lot not to just carpet bomb the place and run away. Now that I had an appreciation for just exactly how far the gap was between me and higher-leveled adventurers, I was getting paranoid about things going wrong. But I stayed calm. After all, like Mia said, I was a VIP here. I sat down and smiled at Seer. I'll trust your judgment then. Seer let out a bright smile, her face blushing a bit, and said, leave it to me. Mamma mia. The works. Mia laughed and headed back into the kitchen with Seer. Excited today, are we? I can't disappoint my hero, can I? Since when was I your hero, Freya? From the kitchen, Seer's voice called out and said, Anya, Chloe, Lenoir. Help me out. Ryu, keep Belle company for a bit, okay? Ryu flinched and quickly looked up. Pardon. The brown-haired cat girl laughed and said, we'll leave it to you, Ryu. And with that, it was just me and Ryu out in the dining area. Did Freya already know why I came here? Or did she figure it out from just that bit of information I gave her? Either way, she was scary. Definitely wouldn't want to be on her bad side. It's a super good thing that she's not a full yandere or anything like that. A bit overly affectionate at times, but like a big fangirl instead of crazed stalker. At least now. Tia was a good influence. She should hang around Freya some more and try to calm her down. Probably better for everyone around. Ryu looked over at me and blushed. I blinked and then quickly held up my hands. For the record, I'm not interested. Excuse me. Ryu tilted her head, looking confused. Never mind. Anyway, I won't bite. And I've got some stuff to talk with you about, so do you mind coming over? Ryu hesitated and glanced back at the kitchen. But then she nodded and walked over to sit across from me. As she did, she said, spending your time here around all these women. Won't your wife and daughter be concerned? I waved my hand and said, it's fine. There's only room in my heart for 2 girls anyway. Ryu blinked. 2. Yep. My wife and daughter. Who else? Ryu blushed. I had assumed. And never mind. Oh. She looked fun to tease. No. Bad Belle. No raising flags. I set aside the thought of teasing Ryu a bit to see just how much she would blush. Instead, I crossed my hands together and looked at her. So Ryu. Did you consider Fina's question yet? Ryu blinked, confused for a moment. But then she realized what I was talking about and frowned. You mean joining your familia? I nodded and said, I know you said you had your circumstances and liked your job here, but if you're really looking for a new familia, we'd love to have you. It's just me and Fina at the moment, but it'd be nice to have someone around we could trust. Ryuu's frown deepened and she said, you trust me? Of course. I smiled and said, you got along with Fina and even gave her a gift. Not only that, but you're her first friend. Obviously I trust you. Fina took after Tia a lot and was good at reading people. And while I didn't want to brag about it, I was fairly good at reading people too. Ryuu. She had some baggage. I was sure of it. But she was also someone who wouldn't turn her back on friends and family. And there was the obvious plus side of her being stronger than both me and Welf combined. That'd help a lot in the dungeon. Ryuu stared at me, a mix of emotions crossing her face. But after a while, she said, I can't. Can't, or won't. Ryuu hesitated and then said, can't. She shook her head and said, I'm honored that you would trust someone like me to join your familia. But with my past. She paused and then said, I don't want to bring trouble to your family. I think that won't really be a problem in the grand scheme of things. Especially considering that things were absolutely going to hit the fan when the next Denatus occurred. Plenty of gods had seen Tia with Fina now, and while it seemed like there hadn't been a commotion. Knowing gods, both from my knowledge and Belle's, they were just waiting to pounce. But if that's what you think, it's fine. Ryuu gave me an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Belle. Don't worry about it. I waved my hand and said, it's a big commitment anyway. Ryuu stared at me, biting her lips. I blinked. Is something wrong? 1 month. She looked me in the eye and said, if you give me a month, I will be able to transfer to your familia. But currently, it would be difficult. Just to clear things up, you don't have to force yourself. And also I'm really not interested, so if you're just trying to cozy up to me with that, please stop. A bit confident in your looks, are you, Belle? Just worried. I tugged my collar and glanced out the window. Got a feeling I'm going to be at the top of Orario's most wanted in the near future, and not for a good reason. Especially whenever I sorted out Freya's daughter. Well, Freya and my daughter. That was a weird thought to have. Ryuu smiled. I carefully kept a neutral expression. Seeing that, Ryuu chuckled and said, relax. I am aware of boundaries. And I'm nowhere near as bold as to try and chase a married man. Good. Now if only a certain other woman was the same. Ryuu sighed. My apologies for Seer. She frowned and said, I'm not sure what came over her. She's usually not this inconsiderate. Don't worry. I waved my hand and said, I hashed things out with her the other day. Ryuu raised an eyebrow. Would that be when she learned of your cooking ability? It would indeed. FR freaked me out when she forcefully invited herself to family dinner, but things went well. Fina likes her a lot actually, and Tia's good friends with her. Ryuu blinked. Truly. You can ask her yourself later. Good ol' passing the buck. Freya was better at playing make-believe than I was anyway, considering how she was cosplaying as a normal and cute young woman when she clearly wasn't. Normal, that was. She definitely pulled off the cute young woman part well enough. And I was going to keep thinking that to not tempt fate about what could happen if I thought otherwise. But anyway. I focused my attention back on Ryuu and said, setting aside the familia talk for a moment. Would you be open to some contract work? Ryuu blinked. Contract work? I nodded and said, there's a quest I want to take. It seems innocuous, but I'd feel better if there was someone I could trust by my side. Ordinarily, I'd ask Welf, but having someone stronger than me in case things go south would be great. Especially someone with more experience. There was only so much I could learn from books, after all. And while compilation turned theory into experience, there was only so much that theory could do in contrast to direct experience. Especially since real life wasn't as neatly tailored as theories tended to be. Ryuu was quiet and then slowly nodded. I suppose I can do that. When do you plan to take the quest? Probably tomorrow. It seems pretty urgent. But if you're busy dash. Ryuu shook her head. It will be fine. She frowned and said, Mamma Mia and the others have been pressuring me to take more days off again in any case. You went back to work as soon as you finished shopping with me and Fina, didn't you? Ryua blushed. XXX. Tada. Seer waved at the food on display in front of me and said, "It's all yours, Belle." I stared at the feast laid out on the table and slowly nodded. Thanks. A tray of gourmet sandwiches. Ice sorbets. Soups, a roasted duck. Creamy pasta, salads. It was a weird assortment of really elaborate food that definitely seemed more fitting for dinner than lunch. And also one that looked like it'd take a hefty chunk out of my savings. Not that it mattered that much. Especially considering that I had a feeling money issues would become a non-issue as soon as I leveled up and could learn a developmental ability like metallurgy. Still. Don't worry. Seer sat down next to me and said, "It's my treat this time. It's the least I can do." I looked at her and said, reading my mind, "Hi." Seer laughed. "Maybe I just know you that well now, Belle. I think it's more like your eyes are cheating, but sure." Seer's light grey eyes widened, flashing violet for a brief moment. But then she let out a faint smile, just like Freya would, and said, "And you're as incredible as always, Belle." The restaurant was closed for the moment, probably Seer's doing. With that, the other girls had left as well to take their own lunch break and give Seer and I some privacy. Though I had a feeling that Ryua was going to use that time to prep considering the determined look in her eyes after I hashed out a bit of the details on the quest. The only person left in the place was Mia, who was sitting in the back and doing her best impression of a statue, pretending to ignore everything. I raised an eyebrow and then looked at Seer. "So does she know? And do the others?" Seer giggled and said, "Well, Mia's an old friend, so don't worry about her. The others don't know though." She smiled and said, "It's just our little secret." Gotcha. I picked up a sandwich and said, "I'll just pretend to ignore the fact that the intimidating and intelligent woman I met likes to moonlight as a carefree and flirty waitress." Seer blushed and then poked me in the arm. "That's not fair, Belle. And it's not fair how convincing you pull off cute and innocent." "Seriously?" Seer smiled and then grabbed a sandwich for herself. I raised an eyebrow. "What?" She pouted and said, "It's coming out of my paycheck, so I'm eating too." She paused and then said, "No, Horn. You can't take my spot here. You can't turn into this, remember?" I blinked and said, "You know. I've been meaning to ask, but... do you have a split personality or something? Not that I'm judging, but I'd like to know what I'm getting myself into here." Seer giggled and said, "No. I just have an imaginary friend." I stared at the energy distortions and said, "An imaginary friend who talks to you through mono waves from?" I followed the path and said, "I think your room up in Babel." Seer paused and then stared at me with shining eyes. "Belle. You know that if you keep surprising me I won't be able to control myself, right? And the moment you can't, I'm going to bonk the horny out of you with divine prejudice." Seer giggled again and then nibbled on her sandwich. "I'm just joking. Like I said, I wouldn't do that to cute Hestia. You'd better not. I'll be very disappointed that such a competent woman fell to her base instincts." Seer's eyes widened and then she gave me a faint smile. "Really? You keep charming me over and over again, Belle. Still love Tia more. And that's what I love about you. A man who prioritizes and loves his family above all else. You do realize that means you're the definition of a homewrecker, right? Give it time. I'll bring Hestia around." A calm and level response. A faint, but confident smile. I frowned and said, "Forcing is no good. Emotional manipulation isn't allowed either." "Fine." Seer sighed and said, "I'll take my time." "Okay." So Freya was still scary even though she was on our side. Point taken. Seer looked at me and said, "Anyway, what were you and Ryua talking about? You seemed really close to each other, you know." "We were talking business. Obviously, the Hestia familia is still small, so I'm trying to find some trustworthy people to join, or at least ally with us." So that's what it was all about. Seer tapped her finger on her chin and said, "I'll see what I can do about that. But for now." She smiled and said, "Let's eat." "Yes. Though to be clear, this isn't a date." "Phooey. You saw through it." I have become hyper-aware of women vying for my attention or potential drawing their attention, yes. Humph. Well, at least I won't have to worry about anyone charming you. There's a lot I want to say about that, but I'd rather not tempt fate. So yes. Seer laughed. I sighed and kept eating my sandwich. XXX. A peaceful lunch, chatting about various things and arrangements. Seer. Or rather, Freya, had confirmed that she was just looking for a cute little thing to become her daughter. It seemed like it was difficult though because the person she sent is a bit too strong and she wanted me to help out. Of course I refused. Mostly because my gut was telling me that something was happening in the dungeon that would lead to a lot of trouble. Which was weird since I usually didn't get those feelings. And it also meant that my skills were warning me about something. Compilation was picking up a lot of subconscious clues and trying to steer me out of trouble, probably. It felt a lot like superstition, but when my skill turned that sort of stuff into reality, or at least pointed it out when it was reality, I decided to listen to it. Anyway, I took a rain check on Freya's request and said I'd help her with that after a bit more prep work. After all of that, I headed home. The plan was to work out and test Naz's new potion if Tia and Fina still weren't back yet. But as expected, my plans recently seemed to be having a habit of falling apart. Which was good, since it made me get into the habit of making backup plans for every letter of the alphabet. But as to what led to my plan breaking down. I arrived at home and reached to unlock the gate. But then I noticed that it was already unlocked. Not only that, but slightly ajar. That was cause for suspicion, but I didn't see or sense anyone malicious nearby. All I could see was Tia, Fina, Welf, and a weird mana that was a rose gold color. They also weren't moving, just sitting inside roughly where the kitchen table would be. As a side note, I could sense an insanely powerful presence on the rooftop of a nearby building staring at me. But it wasn't hostile, and I could also sense Freya's divinity off them, so I let them be. Though she definitely worked fast on clearing up my worries about leaving Tia and Fina unprotected. Waving at the presence to acknowledge them, I closed the gate behind me and then turned towards the church. After that, I called out and said, "I'm home." Silence. And then Tia's voice answered. "Welcome back, Belle. Could you come over here?" A serious tone of voice. Hearing that, I frowned and quickly walked inside. When I did, I saw Tia, Fina, Welf, and a red-headed girl with mismatched eyes, just like Fina. And one of those eyes was the exact shade as Welf's. I paused and looked over at Welf. But he didn't respond, only staring off into space with a devastated expression. The red-headed girl was quiet as well, her eyes red and puffy. I slowly turned to look at Tia and said, "Let me guess. Bro here somehow caused a child to be born between him and his goddess, and there are problems." Tia sighed. "That's putting it lightly. But yes. XXX. Hephaestus stared at the sword in front of her. The sword that Welf forged while saying that he would take responsibility for everything. The sword that he forged to prove that he could stand by her side. As she stared at the sword, she remembered his words. It doesn't matter how you look. I admire you for the way you are, the determination you have, everything. No matter what, I'll accept it all if you'll have me. A cool and unyielding response. One that didn't change even after she showed him the grotesque deformity under her eye patch. Not only that, but a determination to go against the whole world if he had to. Hephaestus had to admit it. That alone was enough to win her heart. But then there was his resolve to throw everything away and raise their daughter by himself if he had to, so long as Hephaestus acknowledged Pyrrha. Hephaestus was in love. Yes. She was in love with him. Him and her daughter, that was a heaven-sent miracle. But on seeing the sword he presented her to declare his love, Hephaestus realized that love wasn't enough. Or rather, if she truly loved them, she couldn't be with them. At least, not until she had the time to sort everything out so that her selfish love wouldn't take down her entire familia with it. "I'm here, Hephaestus." A boisterous female voice. After that, a woman walked into the room. Light brown skin, long black hair and an eye patch over her left eye, leaving a single red one visible. Her clothes were an outfit from the Far East, with white wrappings around her chest and a red hakama paired with sandals. Tsubaki Kalbrand, the captain of the Hephaestus familia. Hephaestus looked up at her once and said, "Thanks for coming, Tsubaki." "Of course." If you're calling, it's gotta be something important, right? So what is it? A new recruit? Some crazy new technique that the rookies are trying out? Or she paused, suddenly noticing the sword Hephaestus was holding. And then her crimson eye widened in shock. Hephaestus let out a strained smile. I see that I don't need to explain it. Lady Hephaestus. Tsubaki immediately dropped her boisterous attitude and turned serious. What is that? He called it Eternal Love. A silly name. Welf always had such a ridiculous naming sense. But Hephaestus couldn't fault the name for this. Tsubaki blinked and said, someone made that? Someone from our familia. She paused and said, wait. That name. Don't tell me. Yes. Hephaestus picked up the sword and held it up to the light. Welf Krazo. The man who won my heart. The father of my daughter. And the man who will send Orario into chaos with his skills. The Krazo were infamous for magic swords. Powerful tools of war that had razed forests, cleaved mountains, dried up seas. Welf had that potential within him. But he denied it. Hearing that made Hephaestus disappointed, but she didn't press him. If that was what he desired, she let him be. But recently, he changed his mind. Starting over, he worked slowly and methodically. Going back to the basics over and over, he carefully perfected his technique. And then, when using the gift his blood gave him, he accidentally created Pyrrha. A miracle born from happenstance and serendipity between Welf's earnest wishes and Hephaestus's divinity. So she should have realized it then. Maybe if she did. Maybe if she didn't react so harshly to Pyrrha, Welf wouldn't have squeezed out his potential to try and make a miracle. Because he tried. And he succeeded. It wasn't a magic sword. The blade didn't have a shred of mana in it. Even so, it radiated power. Like its name of Eternal Love, the sword was an ideal and emotion wrought into physical form. A blade that didn't have any power of its own, but would grow exponentially in the hands of a person fighting for the sake of the one they loved. A concept bound into the illusion of a blade. And something that every god in the world would scramble to obtain. Hephaestus channeled a bit of mana into the sword. When she did, crimson flames spilled out. The same flames that she could call with her arcanum no. Her arcanum itself, but changed ever so slightly to fall beneath the divine and into the realm of possibility for the lower world. Arcanum without the divine. In other words, a weapon that gods could use to channel their arcanum with impunity without invoking heaven's wrath. A loophole. Since it was a sword that reached the realm of the divine through mortal hands, it allowed the use of divine powers while remaining mortal. The accumulation of the efforts to reach that level were acknowledged by the world itself, and so even arcanum was within the realm of possibility. Hephaestus let out a bitter laugh and said, of course. The man who I love would be the one I can't afford to hold close. Lady Hephaestus. Tsubaki looked at Hephaestus. Do you mean that Welf isn't with our familia anymore? Hephaestus didn't answer, only staring at the blade. But then she looked at Tsubaki and said, you've seen it. Can you make a sheath to conceal it? Tsubaki fell into deep thought, staring at the sword. Maybe. But I'll need to dash. No. Tsubaki blinked. Sorry. I said no. Hephaestus held the sword close to her chest and said, this is the proof of my husband's love. I won't let another woman touch it. So can you make it, Tsubaki? Tsubaki sighed and scratched her head. I've gotta do my best if my goddess is that serious about it, don't I? Good. Then drop everything else and work on it. Everything. Everything. Even the Loki familia's requests? Those Amazons just got their weapons melted fighting unknown monsters and want us to fix them. Say that Freya sent in urgent requests and let Loki take it up with her. If you say so, Hephi. Hephaestus paused and stared at Tsubaki. I mean, Lady Hephaestus. Tsubaki quickly bowed and walked out. As she did, she muttered, sheesh. Puberty must have hit the kid like a truck. Or is this the power of love? A man's dream? TCH. Hephaestus ignored Tsubaki's grumblings and just stared out the window towards the direction of Hestia's church. I'm counting on you to keep him safe until he can stand on his own feet, Tia. After that, she shifted her gaze to Freya's room in the distance and said, and you'd better keep your promise, Freya. You said you'd protect all the members of the Hestia familia, so I swear to the heavens if you break it. Hephaestus pursed her lips and then sat back down at her desk, carefully holding eternal love and feeling its gentle warmth. XXX. A private room off to the side that I recently renovated. Fina was in the living room doing her best to cheer Welf and Pyrrha up. As for me and Tia. So let me get this straight. I pinched the bridge of my nose and said, Welf wanted to marry Hephaestus, so he went all out and made a sword that reached the level of the gods, called it eternal love, and then handed it over to her. But then she said that she couldn't love him back because he was too weak and said to come back when he was either strong enough to look down on the other gods or had allies that would let him do that. Not only that, but Hephaestus said that since Welf was the father, she couldn't acknowledge Pyrrha. Then she even went out of her way to have both transferred to our familia. Tia nodded. That's right. And Welf's been shell-shocked since you guys got back. Plus Pyrrha's been crying the whole time and only stopped when I got here. Yes. What kind of god-tier misunderstanding drama is this bullshit? I get that I'm short on common sense because I'm literally from the boonies, but come the fuck on. Arg. I rubbed my face and said, is it because of me? Is it contagious? It must be. My skill must subconsciously be making everyone drop the ball. Am I a Gary Stu? Is my skill making me a Gary Stu? What the hell is this bullshit? Is it gonna turn out that I somehow have all the powers combined now because I'm somehow one half Hollow, one half Quincy, and one half Shinigami? Tia blinked. Are you okay, Belle? No. No, I'm not. And so I'm going to go to my room and make plan A through Z. Then I'm going to give a what the hell hero speech to Welf and smack him in the head. Then I'm going to hug Fina and say that she's been a fantastic girl for doing her best to cheer everyone up. Then I'm going to hug Pyrrha and say that she's wonderful and that her mom is just going through a rough time but loves her lots. Then I'm going to have a chat with Freya about seeing if I can go power grind with Otter. After that, I'm going on a trip to righteously murder a bunch of stupid scorpions. And when I get back home, I pointed at Tia and said, you. Me. We're going on a date, I'm going to kiss you at the end of it, and then we're going to cuddle all night. Got it? What? Good. Then I'm going to get to work. Because fuck this noise. I agree. Right. Now, off to Munchkin my way to be able to deal with threats on PAR with a level 4 adventurer in case Dungeon Chan goes and does a dungeon break or something. Also to develop anti-army weaponry and tactics because the world's obviously going to send one my way soon just to troll with me at this rate. Maybe experiment if I can't use my inventory like an intangibility sort of deal to dodge attacks. Chapter 37, Is it wrong to sequence break? You seem to be in a terrible mood, Belle. Ryu adjusted the green hood of her cloak and looked at me. Was there trouble at home? She frowned and said, if it is because of me. I adjusted the stone swords hanging by my waists and then checked the spear strapped to my back. After that, I glanced back at Ryu and shook my head. It's not because of you. But there has been trouble at home. On the plus side, we have some new members. Ryu smiled. Truly? That's some good news. Kind of. On the downside, that happened because my friend created something ridiculous. Ah. Ryu frowned. By your friend, do you mean the one you brought with you last time? That's the one. He's kind of in a rough spot right now, but that doesn't really matter at the moment. Welf would be fine. I already gave him a pep talk and tossed him a few of my crafted items to examine. I also made a basic forge for him out back too, so he had plenty to keep him busy. Tia was staying home today to help him and Pyrrha calm down too, so everything would be alright. In the meantime, I was going to go on that quest to go figure out what was causing the commotion with all the black scorpion monsters. And since I had a reliable partner to work with who was much stronger than me, it should be a quick way to figure out how to close the gap. I would have preferred working with Otter, but apparently the guy was still in the middle floors and would take a few days to get back even if he dropped everything right away. Still, Ryu was a good person to learn from. Except. I blinked, suddenly noticing Ryu's outfit. Instead of her conservative green waitress outfit, Ryu had changed into, frankly, a very revealing outfit. Thigh-high boots with short shorts. A weird white shirt with strange cut gaps that made it look like someone tried making an origami snowflake and got inspired to turn it into a shirt. Long leather gloves that almost went to her shoulders. Paired with her green cloak, it technically covered everything. But it was also clearly suggestive. Ryu. Yes. I don't mean to be rude, but... is that outfit even effective? Or are you just wearing it for fashion? Ryu tilted her head and said, is something wrong with my attire? No, just, never mind. She looked comfortable wearing it. And I guess I had seen worse, like that blonde girl the other day dressed like a lewd knight. After looking at Ryu's outfit, I double-checked my own. Pretty basic. I had a black shirt on and black pants, along with a pair of black boots. Mostly because I didn't know how to get stains out, so I chose darker clothing to not worry about that problem. Over those clothes though, I made some armor pieces with crafting and wore them as well. A matte grey breastplate, greaves, arm guards. Essentially just enough to cover the parts that mattered. Including a cup guard. Always gotta remember the cup guard. Paired with my weapons. I probably looked more like a guy cosplaying as an adventurer than an actual one. But in any case. I started walking and said, thanks for coming along, Ryu. After all the crazy happening since I started adventuring, it's good to have someone reliable watching my back. Ryu walked beside me and nodded. Of course. I'm more than happy to help one of Seer's friends. Moreover, I believe Fina would be disappointed in me if I allowed her father to be hurt. She probably would. I nodded and then pulled out the quest flyer I grabbed from the guild hall this morning. So the quest details. It looks like the Artemis Familia went to investigate the disturbance at first, but the guild lost all contact with them. Their strongest member is level 3, so it'll probably be a bit dicey. I lowered the flyer and looked at Ryu. You're almost level 5 though, so you should be fine, right? Ryu blinked and then frowned. How do you know that? I stopped walking and said, what do you mean? You're about 4, almost 5 times stronger than me and I'm a level 1. Basic math means that you have to be around level 5 then, right? Ryu's frown deepened and she said, Belle. Can you see another adventurer's status somehow? No. But I can roughly gauge how strong you are. I paused and said, I take it that's not normal. No. And you say you're merely a level 1. She gave me a once-over and said, you don't carry yourself like one. Have you been fighting before you became an adventurer? Nope. Just a farm boy living in the mountains with my grandpa. Weak enough to almost get killed by a pack of goblins when he was younger, actually. Ryu blinked. Just how long have you been in Orario again? I paused to think about it. Roughly 2 weeks? Give or take. Time was kind of a blur these days, so I wasn't entirely sure. But it should be around that. Has anyone mentioned to you that you are crazy? Ridiculous? I would say incredible, but those apply as well. I've been called that a few times now too. Which is that trouble I was mentioning to you before. But let's keep walking. Since you're going to be joining eventually, I'll fill you in on the details now so that you aren't shocked later. Details? Yeah. Especially since it looks like the place is pretty far, so we'll be making multiple trips. I paused and then double-checked the quest flyer and reviewed the maps I read in the past. And then I stopped walking. Ryu turned to look at me. Belle. I may have miscalculated the distance of the trip. The quest flyer said the forest to the north of Orario. From that, I was under the assumption that it meant the north side of Orario the city. But from the description in the quest flyer, it seemed like the forest was on the north side of Orario as in the continent. But the continent wasn't called Orario. I sighed and tucked the flyer away. Seems like there was a mix-up in the quest details. It looked like the person recording it was either rushed or got bad info, but I definitely wasn't going to be able to get to it in a day. Unless... I paused and then swiped my hand through the air, looking at my inventory. Specifically, I examined the crafting menu again. The message for crafting never said I couldn't make whatever I wanted. Only that it would be the lowest rank if I lacked a matching developmental ability. Say. I looked at Ryu and said, would you happen to know wind magic? Ryu nodded. A little. But if you are thinking of flying there, I am sorry to say that I am not to that level. That'd be convenient, but it's fine. Hypothetically, would you be able to conjure enough wind to make, say a boat, move? Ryu paused. It should be possible, yes. Great. Then let's do this. A lightweight frame with smooth ball-bearing joints and wheels, along with a suspension system. An engine was too complicated, but a sail was definitely within the realm of possibility. And besides, Liar's phrase was making me out to be a Gary stew anyway, so this should definitely work even if I didn't know how. Just gotta pretend that I'm the center of the universe. Right. So then, I tapped on the collection of various resources I randomly picked up. Rubble, magic stones, monster drops like cobalt fur. After that, I crafted it. A giant drain of mana, as well as a headache. For a split second, a flood of information filled my head. Blueprints, schematics, half-remembered memories of physics and calculations, making sure that the load on each joint and the necessary friction calculations were carried out to not turn it into a shattered mess on the first run. And then it appeared. Something that looked like a Formula 1 race car but with a giant sail. Not only that, but there was a pedal system to make it run even without the sail. Okay. That's done. Now to put on a show in case anybody was watching. I held my hand out and said, Earth, gather to form the vision within my mind. Shut, the gate of imagination. Open, the door to the mental realm. I summon you. Land Rover. Bebel. Come. I slammed my hand on the ground. At the same time, I threw out the land boat, wagon. Sail wagon? Sail wagon. It landed on the grass, bouncing a few times before coming to a halt in all its matte and 3D printed looking glory. Ryu slowly turned to look at me. I walked over to the front of the wagon and sat down, resting my hands on the steering wheel and placing my feet over the pedals. After that, I looked back and said, So, think you can blow the sails here with your magic? Bell. Yeah. Are you truly a human? Yep. Just one who doesn't rely on the world's normal common sense. Apparently. But anyway, let's get going. Even if we can't make it all the way there, we should be able to go far enough to set a good checkpoint. XXX. The room of prayer, hidden deep beneath the guild hall. There, Auranos sat atop his throne, carefully keeping watch over the dungeon as he had for the past 1,000 years. His silver hair fluttered from the ambient divine power flowing through the room, only contained by the hood of his black cloak. An intimidating appearance of an old man dedicating himself to the task of protecting the mortals from the dungeon's numerous monsters with his divinity. He narrowed his eyes, carefully staring at various parts of the dungeon before muttering. There has been a change. The dungeon and the monsters within were restless. They had been since a strange young man had entered a few weeks ago, but this was different. Although he had captured the dungeon's interest, something else was causing the monsters to stir. Is it connected to Artemis's disappearance? He shifted his gaze north, staring at a ruin hidden within a dead forest. Antares. Has its seal broken? Lord Auranos. A voice called out in the dark chamber. Neither male nor female, but a strange synthetic blend that echoed with both. With the voice, a hooded robed figure emerged. He or she was thin, and the hood cast a dark enough shadow to prevent any light casting on the person's face. Auranos looked over and nodded. Fels. Have you found the Xenos that escaped? Fels shook their head and said, It has vanished without a trace. For a moment, I believed I caught its tail pursuing that boy, but... My apologies. Auranos shifted his gaze back into the distance and said, It's fine. Zeus has his own plans involving that boy, so there is no need to be concerned. But what of the other matters? Fels shook their head and said, The malicious presence is still unknown. I have my suspicions, but that party has hidden very well. As to the matter of the young girl that appears to be Lady Hestia's daughter, Lady Freya has taken active measures to stall my efforts. Forgive me. Auranos tapped his fingers on his throne. For her to move. Did she figure something out from the prototype you gave her? The jewel fetus was inert and soulless. Even were she to use it to attempt to create a spirit with another goddess's blessing, it would not have resulted in anything. I will trust your judgment, but this is Freya. Hera herself had to convince that goddess to descend from heaven to watch over the mortal realm. Auranos paused to think and then shook his head. We will leave that matter to her. It seems that she has her own schemes as well and they should not interfere with our plans. He nodded and said, if that is all. Fels raised their head and said, there is one other matter. Speak. Loki's child. The Sword Princess. If my conjecture is correct, then the malicious presence's purpose should be XXX. Hermes lowered the pair of binoculars he was using to track Belle and then let out a low whistle. Yep. Definitely Althea's kid alright. There's no way that sort of monstrous talent could have resulted from anything other than her blood. Though. He tucked his binoculars away and frowned. Did that coward actually manage to knock her up? How the hell did he stay alive long enough for that to happen? Or maybe Materia had a soft spot for that guy and wanted to have his child but couldn't. Then Althea stepped in? Arg. I should have asked better questions back then. The messenger god shook his head and then crossed his arms to think. He was standing on top of one of Orario's various buildings, using the height to get a better vantage point. He originally wanted to use the opportunity to see if he could catch the god plotting in the shadows, but he caught Belle pulling off that ridiculous feat of conjuring a machine out of thin air and setting sail with a familiar pretty elf woman behind him. Zeus would definitely be proud of the kid. But Hermes frowned. Is this all right? They had already made plans and plotted the trajectory of Belle's growth, but it seemed like he was defying all of their expectations. Not only that, but his ridiculous actions were going to have side effects. A useful traveling machine like that. Asfi could replicate it. And if she could, others would be able to. Faster than a chariot, relying on the winds to sail, and with mechanisms to account for the rough terrain. Hermes let out a dry laugh and said, I'm starting to think we're creating a monster instead of a hero, Zeus. A natural and relaxed demeanor. Although the manner was a bit exaggerated, Hermes could tell that Belle was barely strained creating that machine. Not only that. Hermes traced out the direction Belle was headed and then tapped his chin. Artemis did ask for some help. I haven't gotten the chance to make the exhibit yet, but Belle's already on his way. And if I'm right with him being Althea's kid, he should be able to solve that somehow. The problem is with the fallout. The messenger god glanced towards Babel. A sharp gaze stared back. Hermes chuckled and tucked his hands into his pockets. Well. Since that kid's charmed Freya, it should be fine. And if he managed to charm that righteous elf, he can't be that bad. He placed a hat on his head, turning invisible, and hopped off the roof. I'll just watch for a bit. Whether we get a hero or a monster on our hands. Well, the real hero should come out either way when the dust settles. The priority was getting someone who could kill the one-eyed black dragon. If a person like that could be born. It's a pity, Erebus. You had the right idea, but the wrong timing. If a ridiculous person like Belle had been around when that incident occurred, just how strong would he have become by the end of it? Then again, if that incident hadn't occurred, he probably would never have arrived in Orario, so. Hermes shrugged and started walking off. For now. Ganesha's party was only a few days away and the Denatus wasn't long after that. Might as well spend the time gathering up some more useful information. Just in case. XXX. I jumped off my sail wagon and took a look around. A dry and dead forest with cracked earth in every direction. In the distance, a crumbling ancient ruin with a weird glowing seal around it. And surprisingly, not a black scorpion monster in sight. I frowned and glanced at the sky. I underestimated Ryua's wind magic. She was definitely being humble and saying she only knew a little wind magic. If it wasn't for the fact that I was prepared for ridiculous things to happen all the time now, I would have panicked and crashed us when a sonic boom erupted behind us and sent us flying across the land. Though I had to give credit where credit was due. For something that was supposed to be of the lowest rank from my crafting system, the sail wagon held up pretty well. Crack. Or not. I glanced at the wagon that dissolved into white dust and blew away into the wind. Ryua brushed off the dust on her clothes before looking at me with a frown. I'm sorry, Belle. I waved my hand and said, it's fine. That thing lasted longer than I expected it to anyway. It was nice to confirm that everything I made had a set durability to them though. Also to confirm that it was possible for it to keep maximum utility until the very end. Would it be possible to overdrive them then? Flood the crafted items with mana for the ability to perform at a rank above before exploding? Something like a certain nameless archer used with his projectile swords? Something to take note of for the future. But for right now, it looks like we got here with time to spare. The sun was setting, bathing everything with an orange hue and making the surroundings look even more eerie. Still, while creepy, it was still visible. And judging from the position of the sun, we had at least a few more hours left of daylight. I glanced back at Ryu and said, "What do you think? You're the more experienced adventurer here, so should we check out the ruins or head back for now?" Ryu tilted her head. "You mean set up camp?" She looked around and said, "I don't believe this would be the best place for that. Especially as there are no signs of those black scorpions appearing." She frowned and said, "They may be lying in wait for an ambush when we least expect it." I agree. Which is why I asked if we should head back. Ryu stared at me. I stared back. By head back, do you mean head back to Orario? Yeah. In another of those land boats. It's a sail wagon, I think. But no. I meant I can teleport us back and then we can save the time traveling here overland the next day by just teleporting here tomorrow morning. Then we'd have a whole day to explore instead of just a few hours. Ryu frowned and then slowly said, "Belle. Are you aware that just the suggestion that such an ability exists would be enough to send the gods into chaos trying to obtain you in their familia?" Of course. Again, the reason why I'm going to be at the top of Orario's most wanted list soon. Also why I asked if you wanted to join our familia. Could honestly use the help, you know. Ryu stared at me again and then her frown deepened. What? I am beginning to think that you are not quite sane, Belle. I laughed and said, "Sanity's overrated anyway. Who needs common sense and expectations when it's just going to lock you up into something you don't want to do?" The people who changed the world for better or worse were always called insane by the people of that era anyway. Putting that aside for now. I stared at the ruins and said, "Your call. Advance, or retreat?" Ryu stared at the ruins as well and then rested her hand on the wooden katana she had resting at her left side. After that, she looked at me and said, "How confident are you at staying alive? Long enough to get us out alive as long as there isn't something insane like a demon or a fallen god in there. In that case, well, I had something in mind. It had been on the back burner since I first had the thought about potentially losing Falna, but I had a working prototype of it now. After all, if Welf could use blacksmithing to make an insane sword that reached the level of the gods, I should definitely be able to use an even more cheat ability to do at least the same. And the proof of that was quietly sitting in the corner of my inventory, kind of like a glass box that said "break in case of emergencies." Ryu tilted her head again and said, "I'm not sure whether you're exceedingly arrogant or exceedingly confident. I wouldn't wish for the former, but the latter is a terrifying thought. You'll get used to it." I pulled my stone spear off my back and said, "So we're advancing?" Ryu nodded. "It would be best to at least take a cursory examination before nightfall. Stay close." With that, Ryu started running towards the ruins. Much faster than I could follow. At least, that would have been the case beforehand. But now, taking a page out of your book, Shiro, I muttered and then focused. Drawing in the ambient mana. Using it to fill in the gaps in my body, threading it between my muscles. Drawing out Hestia's blood that was mixed with my own to create the Falna. In theory, it should work. Falna permitted the impossible, and what I envisioned was perfectly rational. Therefore, it fell short of being impossible and well within the parameters of what should be permitted. Right. I just had to believe that. And in believing that, it would come true. And that truth would be all the proof I needed to make it work. So. Ding. A soft bell echoed in my head. With it, power suddenly welled up in my body and I kicked off the ground, swiftly closing the gap between me and Ryu. Although every step felt like my body was cracking, but... Wait. I quickly pulled out the experimental potion Neza handed me and drank it. A sweet and savory taste, like an orange-infused gravy. At the same time, I actually heard cracking. The sound of my breaking body slowly being put back together. It also hurt. A lot. But definitely not as much as the ridiculous training regime I did before. I put the empty potion vial back in my inventory and kept running. Gotta remember to give Neza a 5-star approval rating later along with a positive product review. But anyway. I caught up with Ryu a few seconds later. Mostly because she realized that she was going at a speed a normal person couldn't follow. But then she saw me easily following her and shook her head before speeding up again. I followed and said, "You know. There's no need to rush." Ryu glanced back at me and said, "Says the ridiculous man who is keeping pace with me despite being a supposedly new adventurer. Just what sorcery are you using to accomplish this?" "Strictly confidential." I winked and said, "I'll let you know when you become part of the family." Ryu's face turned red. My eyes widened and I said, platonically. "As part of the familia. Not like that. Way too much trouble." Ryu chuckled and she said, "I am beginning to think you are the bane of all women in Orario, Belle. You and me both, girl. You and me both." There were a lot of things I could say about the situation, but I didn't want to raise any flags, so I kept my mouth shut. Instead, I focused on the ruins. It looked pretty generic. Well, I could say that because I played a lot of RPGs and games with elaborate set pieces. The ruins actually seemed to be a temple of sorts. There were white marble pillars with ruins etched on them that formed a rectangle around an altar. And in front of that altar, there was a crack in the ground, leading into a dark abyss. I could also see a weird mix of energy emanating from that abyss. Something dark and malevolent that reminded me of the dungeon. But also something radiant and silver, reminding me of moonlight. Ryu came to a stop first and took a look around. I came to a stop next and frowned. Just in case, I set up a checkpoint here with my handy fast travel menu, which gained a new tab labeled Side Quests the moment I did that. Now, was that because I felt like this was a side quest, because the system counted it as one, or because my powers were giving me hints on what to expect? Again, really wished I had a help menu to sort this stuff out. But tried making that earlier and it didn't work at all, so. Rib. Anyway, emergency exit and return secured. Now for the current situation. Hi. I swept my gaze across the surroundings again and said, "Weren't there supposed to be a bunch of scorpion monsters?" Ryu nodded. "That is what the quest flyer said. But I do not see or hear any monsters nearby. Do you?" "I don't ei. Are you my Orion?" A faint female whisper. Desperate, but also hopeful. I paused. I mean, I usually talk to myself in my head, but that voice sure didn't sound like mine. "Help me. Please. Belle." I groaned and ran my hand through my hair. This world's really making me out to be the main character, huh? Ryu blinked. I shook my head and said, "I've got a feeling this is going to get ugly. And that this is going to get worse if we leave right now." Like a cold hand wrapped around my heart. I knew that turning back right now would mean chaos. That's something I wasn't prepared for would happen if I turned my back on this. On the other hand, I also knew that whatever was down there was something far beyond my ability. At least, right now. And as if to affirm my thoughts, my warp menu popped up without my prompting, showing me the tab with the warp spot I just established. Except the name was different. Now, instead of side quest, the name had turned into Great Quest. Like one of the 3 great quests issued by the world. Son of a bitch. Pardon. Just lamenting at the consequences of being a hero, Ryu. Also, take this. I pulled out the wind magic sword well forged me and handed it to Ryu. She took it and her eyes widened. A magic sword? No, the mana pulsing through this. A safety net. It won't break, so use it as much as you want. Now, let's speedrun this before it gets worse. I started to run forward, but then I paused and cleared my throat. After you, Ryu. She looked at me and then laughed. But then she nodded and said, "Stay close." With that, we jumped into the darkness. Chapter 38, Is it wrong to change the story? This had the makings of big plot event written all over it. Carefully following behind Ryu, I held one of my stone swords in my right hand while I prepared to summon the slabs in case of an ambush. A disturbingly moist atmosphere, as well as a disgusting warmth in the air. While the path ahead looked normal with the ball of light Ryu held to illuminate our way forward, it felt like we were walking into the bowels of a beast. Silence. Neither of us spoke, both focused on our surroundings and the current situation. Ryu advanced with the ball of light floating in her left hand while she held my wind magic sword in her right. Her ears also twitched occasionally, as if listening to things in the distance. Did elves really have better hearing, or was it just a habit? Maybe she trained her hearing while adventuring or had a related skill. Something to look into later. But whatever the case, Ryu was more experienced at keeping track of immediate dangers and signs of traps. Because of that, I shifted my focus to analyzing the situation instead with my own unique perspectives. First of all, it turned out that this situation wasn't as simple as it appeared. Granted, I already knew that since it seemed like a flag from the start, but I didn't think it was this big of a flag. For the Warp Point tab to change to Great Quest, something important was going to happen. From the setup, I had a feeling that it was the awakening of a great sealed monster who had either trapped a princess/goddess. Especially since that voice called me Orion and asked to help. Now, normally I would ignore this. After all, I was walking straight into danger and the unknown in a place that I had zero information about. All the prep work I did beforehand to account for the dungeon's variables were worth nothing here. It was practically suicide. However, I had a reason for this madness. First, Ryu was here and equipped with the insane wind magic sword Welf made. Considering that she had magnitudes of mana more than me, I was confident she could rip this place apart in a pinch if it was needed. Especially since she seemed to intuitively know what the sword was capable of. Must be an elf thing. They were supposed to be in tune with nature or something, right? Right. Anyway, that was the first reason. Second. This entire development reeked of a setup by a malicious god or some dark organization. Especially since it involved the disappearance of an entire familia. I didn't know exactly what they wanted, but it was definitely meant to lure someone out. Wasn't me though. After all, no one could predict the trump cards and things I had locked in my head except for me. Although I might seem ridiculous for a fresh adventurer, I was still just a fresh adventurer. As a result, nobody would account for me being able to interfere in their plans. Especially crossing Orario at practically Mach speed and having fast travel. If I had to guess, this quest was probably meant to lure out someone from the Loki or Freya familia. Freya and her familia were obviously preoccupied at the moment. The Loki familia though. If I remembered right, they had been recently involved with a failed expedition. This was probably related to that. Either way, my gut or maybe compilation was telling me that leaving this alone was a bad idea. I didn't know exactly what was going on here, but I felt like leaving it would cause the dungeon to act up in some way. Especially if it was labeled as a great quest by my skill. So if I left now, odds were high Orario would get overrun by a dungeon break or something, and that was definitely not something I wanted to deal with. Third, and most importantly, this trip was meant to vent some steam anyway. And what better way to do that than to throw a wrench in a hidden god/organization's plans? Nothing here could hurt me. I didn't see anything strong enough to beat Ryu, and I also didn't see any signs of crazy anti-physics magical barriers. I had battle plans easy to fall back on, and in the worst case scenario, I could grab Ryu and run. So, there were only benefits to this excursion. Aeon, that's a flag. Alright. Remember the protocol. We purposefully trigger flags in order to guide the narrative and then break out of it. And the first thing to do in this situation. Don't you think it's too quiet, Ryu? I looked around, staring at the lack of any sort of ambient energy except for Ryu's light and said, this atmosphere's too eerie. Ryu pursed her lips and then said, I agree. But dash. A sudden squelch in the distance, followed by the sound of something dropping to the floor. At the same time, a crimson light emerged up ahead, quickly racing towards us. It felt weak, about the same level as a goblin. But what the heck? I tilted my head and stared at its mana core. Like all monsters, it had its mana gathered at a spot on its body. And because this place wasn't like the dungeon with all sorts of weird ambient energies, I could clearly see it. A pulsing crimson crystal-shaped core in the middle of the creature's body. But that core? Is that divine mana? It was similar to how Tia and Freya felt. But it was different too. Twisted. In a vague sense, it was like Fina's mana, which was half of mine and half of Tia's. But that monster's mana felt like it was parasitizing divine mana and corrupting it instead of harmonizing and synthesizing to make something new. Ryu didn't respond to me. Instead, she swung the sword in her right hand. A flash of green light, followed by the sound of screeching wind. For a split second, I could see the creature's body in full. It was definitely a black scorpion like the quest flyer described. And beyond the scorpion, I could see other things. Stuff the quest flyer didn't describe, but stuff that drew up some unpleasant memories. Oh God! Please tell me we're not dealing with an aliens situation here. Ryu lowered her sword and turned back to look at me. Alien. I shook my head and said, just. Whatever you do, make sure to not let them pounce on you. Or get near your lower body. Or your mouth. Or your behind. I paused and said, actually. Scratch that. I stepped in front of Ryu and said, throw some light down there, would you? She blinked but then nodded. I can do that. But what dash? We're speedrunning this. Run in, blow the place up, and run out. Ryu blinked again and then said, are you confident in your abilities? Just be prepared to let it rip with that sword when I give the cue. Now. Soft cracks echoing in the distance. Not only that, but a few squishy sounds emerging as well from the darkness far ahead. I swear to God no, I swear to the heavens, if there's some X-rated stuff up ahead, I'm going to pull a Welf and create a paradox blade to rip this place in half. Not sure how it's going to happen, but by the root of existence, I'll make it happen. Kindly light the path for us, Ryu. Ryu stared at me again, but then nodded and did a quick chant before shooting a ball of light up ahead. When it did, I saw a horde of scorpions race forward, covering the walls, floor, and ceiling. Just like a scene out of The Mummy or something. Ryu paled. I did my best to not flinch. Instead, I swept out my arm and unloaded my stacks of stone swords I crafted just for a situation like this. Explosions. Shrill screeches, echoing in the confined space. Bits of black chitin flying all over the place, as well as purple smoke. Not only that, but my inventory quickly filling up with crimson shards of magic stones which I promptly crafted into more stone swords. And for good measure, I threw out the stone slabs behind us, using them as a makeshift shield to prevent a back attack, and a back attack. I glanced at Ryu and said, let's go. I'll lead the way this time, but tell me if you see something wrong. Are you certain that you're human, Belle? Honestly, no. I never did read past the first few chapters of Danmachi. Maybe it turned out that Belle was secretly the grandson of Zeus or something and was part god. That'd be an interesting twist. Would also explain a lot about what I could do. Either way. I turned my attention back forward and said, let's hurry this up. I need to make dinner for the family still. Oh. Did you want to come over? I glanced back at Ryu and said, Fina would be happy, and Tia needs some more friends too. Ryu stared at me and then sighed. Both Seer and myself have become wrapped up with a troublesome man, haven't we? Again, I'm taken and I would very much like for this to stay platonic. Harem antics were bad civ IRL. Never worked out very well. Also wasn't fair for everyone involved. Ryu laughed and then threw out her light ball, making it float in front of us. I think you will have better luck slaying the one-eyed black dragon at this point than to keep all your relationships with women platonic, Belle. But you can rest assured. She smiled and said, I will respect your wishes. And I'm going to need to take active steps to break that flag in the near future, hey. Pardon. I sighed and said, nothing. I turned back around and continued with my Gate of Babylon barrage. Totally unrelated to a certain king of heroes. Walking forward, I recollected the broken blades and crafted new ones before going on my way. Let's just find the source of this mess and get rid of it already. Hopefully it was just a giant cursed monster and not some crazy boss that had devoured a goddess or something and could use arcanum with impunity. Wait. Didn't Welf make a weapon that could do that? The whole shooting around divine level attacks and stuff. That was why Hephaestus sent him off to join us, right? I sighed. Well. Can't say I'm happy to see that my paranoia was justified, but I'm definitely happy that I prepped Plan G. Now, hopefully. Actually, let's just shut up and stop raising flags. Yeah. That's the smart thing to do here. XXX. Waves of scorpions. Not only that, but scorpions that seemed to grow stronger the more of them were killed. Thankfully, they weren't face-hugging monstrosities. They were still pretty grotesque though. I shredded another batch of pulsing hives with a barrage of stone swords, shuddering at the chitin and gore flying all over the place. Really need to pick up some proper magic. Times like these made me want to burn the place to the ground with righteous fire. Maybe I should look into making a flamethrower at some point. No. Bad idea to introduce guns and modern weaponry into a fantasy world. Next thing I know, I'll have to be facing enchanted railguns or something. Hard pass on that. Ryu flicked off a bit of scorpion blood that splashed on her cloak and frowned. Odd. I gave the area a once-over before glancing back at Ryu and saying, what's odd? Even monsters on the surface should vanish when their magic stone is destroyed. But these are persisting. I glanced up ahead at the swirling mass of distorted mana behind a pair of looming double doors. Probably because of whatever's waiting behind there. Ryu glanced towards the doors and then slowly nodded. It appears so. After saying that, she looked at me and said, shall I take the lead? If it is a powerful enemy, it will be dangerous for you. While your ability to fire swords as arrows is useful against these weaker monsters, if the foe is higher leveled, you will be instantly cut down. Oh, I'm well aware of that fact. That's why we're not fighting. I swept all the random scorpion shell bits into my inventory next to the glittering fragments of ore that fell from the dungeon walls in my pitfall incident. Ryu blinked. We are not. Nope. I opened up my fast travel menu and got it ready. After that, I checked the ring that Fina gave me. It was plain. My adorable little princess wasn't the best craftsman. But she had definitely packed all her emotions and feelings into it. Not to mention her literal divine talent. A scary amount of fire mana was sitting in it. Since it was Fina's, it wouldn't hurt me. And I could already feel it responding to my will. After making sure of that, I looked back at Ryu and said, we're going to hit hard and get out of here. You know how to use that sword to its max, right? Ryu glanced at the wind magic sword I loaned her before nodding. I should be able to. Alright. Then. I walked around to her left side and held out my right hand. Ryu stared at me, looking down at my hand. It's going to be tough getting out of here if I'm not holding on to you. And since you're using your right hand. You don't mind, do you? Ryu stared at me and then sighed before grabbing my hand. Perhaps I should expedite my plans to join your familia, if not just to have Lady Hestia scold you more. Can't help being a super charming guy. I smirked for a bit before wiping it away and focusing. I held out my left hand, focusing on the mana in the ring. Now. Wind and fire make for a big explosion. It should be enough to get rid of whatever's inside there. You lead with the big wind slash, I'll follow up with a surge of flames, and then we bail and head back just in time for dinner. Sound good? Coming from anyone else, it would sound ridiculous. Ryu tightened her grip on the magic sword, causing it to start glowing a light green hue. But considering every other thing about you, I suppose it is fine. Well, hopefully things get less ridiculous soon. I glared at the door and said, seriously want to just have some nice and calm days with the family. And that date with Tia. Still owe her one, along with a good cuddle. Ryu raised an eyebrow and said, you are quite a cruel man, aren't you? Well, I've always been partial to the idea of world domination considering how dumb the populace can be. But that's a conversation for later. Ready? The light on the magic sword amplified, turning almost blinding. After that, Ryu nodded. I am. Are you? A soft chime echoed in my head. I wasn't sure if that was because a skill was being activated or if it was just my imagination. But I felt the ring on my finger start heating up and vibrating, as if itching to show off its might. Ready as ever. Now, I'll blow the door open on 3. After that, we execute. Understood. I nodded and then pulled out one of the giant slabs, aiming it at the door. 1. Ryu stepped forward, aiming the sword at the door. 2. I started looping the giant slab for more speed and didn't stop until it turned into a grey blur. And then. 3. A giant explosion. The stone slab flew forward, piercing through the doors. A shrill and ominous roar, like something straight out of Dark Souls. For a split second, I caught sight of a black and red scorpion creature with all sorts of weird pulsing tendrils. But just for a split second. Ha! Ryu swung the sword. A surge of light and wind flew out, aimed at the creature. Seeing that, I flung out my hand and released the flames itching to. A sudden screeched note, a bird cry. With it, pure white flames flew out to join the winds that Ryua released. Flames that were definitely carrying traces of divine power that perfectly melded with the maelstrom Ryua caused. And one that was quickly eating up all the other mana in the vicinity, including the corrupted mana. Ryua's eyes widened and she instinctively pulled me close, stepping back. As she did that, I opened up my fast travel menu. The mana was pulsing, threatening to explode. Seeing that, I instinctively reached out and tried calming it down with energy manipulation. It paused. Just for a brief moment. With that bought time, I warped back to the church. Bright light. Heat and harsh winds. An explosion. For a split second, I thought we wouldn't make it. Especially as I saw a large glittering boulder fly towards us. And then I was standing in the church courtyard, hugging Ryu. Ryua blinked, still tense with her sword raised. We both stood there for a while. I wasn't sure about Ryu, but I was definitely dumbstruck at the combination attack there. Fina. Princess. Your fire is scary. Please don't use it on people. Daddy. I flinched and immediately jumped away from Ryu. After that, I checked the surroundings. The familiar church courtyard, tinged orange from the setting sun. My adorable daughter sitting on a boulder nearby, hugging a lion plushie. And Tia sitting next to her, holding an open book. One that she closed when she saw Ryu standing there. I sighed. Freaking MC aura. Out of the plot and right into the rom-com antics. XXX. The depths of the corrupted Elsis ruins. Once upon a time, it had served as a seal, keeping the terrifying monster known as Antares sealed away and its powers suppressed. But recently, it had managed to regain its power and break free from its bonds. Not only that, but in the process, it wiped out the entire Artemis familia and devoured Artemis herself to use as its core. A threat to the world itself. With having taken in Artemis as its core, Antares was a monster that could freely use arcanum and divine powers in the lower realm with impunity. Unless a god was willing to act as a sacrifice, Antares would be unstoppable. A quest that ended in tragedy. There was no way around it. Even if Antares was slain, Artemis would have been slain as well, killed instead of simply sent back to heaven. And in one timeline, the result was just that. Cranel managed to slay Antares with the help of Artemis, who managed to sneak away a tiny portion of her power to seek her Orion who would be able to defeat Antares. But at the end, Artemis's death was unavoidable. No matter how much Belle wished otherwise. But here, within a sea of pure white flames and swirling emerald winds, a beautiful young woman slowly stood. Her long blue hair shifted as she did, swaying along with her pure white dress. She looked around the rooms, her eyes staring absently at the flames before focusing on something. A faint ripple still left floating in the air. Faint voices echoed from somewhere beyond it. One was familiar. An energetic and bright female voice that tugged at her heart. Another was vaguely familiar as well. A male voice that was a bit nonchalant but also confident. And the one belonging to the man who freed her. Hearing that, the young woman reached out her hand and stepped forward. And then... what the hell? The surroundings changed. The flames and swirling winds vanished, replaced with fading sunlight and a gentle breeze. Artemis. Belle. Explain yourself. What do you mean explain myself? I don't even know what the hell's going on in my life anymore. Arg. The beautiful young woman blinked and then turned towards the voices. A shorter young woman with silky black hair and bright blue eyes stood next to a tall man with pure white hair and crimson eyes. She didn't recognize them. But... She tilted her head and said, Artemis. Is that my name? Silence. And then the man covered his face with both his hands and groaned. Godfu. Belle. Freaking damn it. I should have realized something like this would happen when that monster looked like a knockoff Zelda boss. Artemis blinked and then tilted her head. Zelda? Is that my name? Belle lowered his hands and then groaned. No. Just. He turned to the short young woman and said, could you help sort her out, Tia? I'm going to go cook and let off some steam. XXX. Back at the Elsis ruins. Or rather, at the smoldering mess of what used to be the Elsis ruins. There, a pair of robed figures stood. One of them, a masked man with more masks hanging from the front of his robes, tilted his head in thought. The other, a woman bearing a crimson mask with black geometric patterns reminiscent of tree branches, bowed her head and said, "Apologies, Master Inayo. It seems that an unexpected variable emerged." The man waved his hand and said, "It's fine, fine." He rubbed his chin and said, "This is interesting." He stared at the few white flames lingering around the edges of the ruins and said, "An amusing side project resulted in such an unexpected finding." He crouched down and reached out to the white flame. "Master Inayo." Inayo waved her off and then scooped up a clump of dirt that still held the flame. It has dimmed, but it burns pure, just like the eternal flame. And yet, it is clearly mortal in nature. Although the white flame suddenly surged in strength before dying down, turning back into a small ember. Inayo chuckled and then held up his hands. Emerald vines sprang forth from his sleeve before wrapping around the ember. After that, the vines shimmered and turned into a crystal, leaving a glowing white ember encased within. He stood up and then said, "Ein." The masked woman bowed her head. "Yes, Master Inayo. I will be occupied for a while experimenting with this new toy. You are free to do as you please until I send for you again." "Understood." Inayo stared at his new crystal and said, "With this, the orgy I planned will be quite the sight to behold." He chuckled and then started walking off. Chapter 39, Is it wrong to wish for peaceful times? What the hell did I do to piss off fate so much? I grumbled to myself as I chopped some celery on a cutting board before sliding it into a bowl. If anything, I should be the one pissed off. After all, I got randomly thrown in this world as Belle without knowing anything about the plot. Hell, I barely remembered anything about my past life too, since it seemed like whoever or whatever tossed me here wiped those bits and just left me with random knowledge. Ryu handed me a bowl of peeled potatoes and said, "Perhaps because you seem to break the standard of common sense, Belle." I took the bowl from her and started quartering the potatoes. While Tia was dealing with the bombshell, naked and all, that had just arrived outside, I was prepping dinner in the kitchen with Ryu. And speaking of Ryu, I looked over to her and said, "Thanks for helping out today again, Ryu. It was a giant mess, but it was fun. If that is what you consider fun, I may need to speak with the other girls at the Hostess of Fertility to help arrange a date for you and Lady Hestia." Ryu sighed and said, "Honestly, I worry how Fina will turn out in the future with you as her father." "Hey!" I pointed my knife at Ryu and said, "I'm a great father. I pray that remains the case." I went back to chopping the potatoes and said, "I don't appreciate you raising more flags. But I guess I appreciate the sentiment. Having supportive friends was always a good thing. Especially if said friend cared about my adorable princess as well. Speaking of friends, I wonder how Welf was doing? Hopefully he wasn't feeling too crushed. It wasn't his fault that he made a super crazy miracle sword that could potentially disrupt the entire power balance of Orario. Ah, wait. He was a Krazo. Those guys did that naturally. So maybe he should just own it? I mean, I accepted the fact that I was basically the MC of a wish fulfillment story with the way things were going, so I could pretty much see how things were going to go. Until a curveball like that naked goddess popping up as the quest reward, probably, showed up. Actually, that lined up a lot with how these stories went. Always had to introduce a new harem member after a big fight with a boss, right? I sighed and set the quartered potatoes off to the side before walking over to fill a pot with water. Let's just stop thinking for now. Less chances of tempting fate that way and more chances of the good old Gary Stu plot armor and reality warping to play out in my favor. Now, Tia and Fina probably just ate a bunch of Jagamericans again, so I definitely needed to cook something more nutritious. The celery and potatoes were good for roasts, but I could make a stew too with some of the leftover boar. And I could bake some fresh bread. I blinked, caught off guard by Ryu suddenly speaking out. "Something wrong, Ryu?" Ryu shook her head. "No. Just..." She tilted her head and said, "You should absolutely stay away from the red light district, Belle." I snorted. Obviously. I have a problem with ordinary girls already tripping over themselves when they meet me. I'm not about to tempt girls who make a living out of seduction. That is not quite what I am concerned about. I waved my hand and said, "Don't worry about it. For now, help me pick out some herbs to add to this stew." Fina and Tia need to eat healthier. Especially Tia. She's been growing a bit more since I started cooking for her, but she's still got a lot of malnutrition to make up for. XXX. In the depths of the dungeon, a certain Boaz adventurer stood in the center of a field filled with magic stones. Crouching to the ground to pick one up, he carefully stared at it and said, "Strange." The magic stone was from an abnormal monster that he had killed. A sort of plant-slash-goblin hybrid that emerged while he was searching for a monster that would fit his goddess's criteria. It was true that his task was to find monsters that were behaving differently, but this... Should I report it to the guild? Otter took a look around at the other magic stones lying on the ground and frowned. They were different. Magic stones were typically a vivid solid color, but these were a strange mix. Almost as if something else was mixed in, and from how those monsters had looked, it seemed like something might have been mixed in. Otter shrugged and started collecting the magic stones. Even if the guild didn't do anything about the report, his goddess would find it interesting. Knowing her intellect and capabilities, something like this would definitely be useful. For now though. Otter stared at the empty fields and said, "I should return." It was an impossible task for him. Loath as he was to admit it, he was too strong. The cute monsters that would suit his goddess ran away from him in fear, and even if he captured one, Otter felt that it would be wrong. After all, this strange monster he pursued was for the purpose of his goddess creating a child. It wouldn't do to return with a monster that feared for its life. Moreover, Otter was curious. Belle Cranel. Her goddess had mentioned that her beloved sought to learn from Otter. Moreover, she mentioned that he was an extraordinary adventurer who possessed incredible skills despite being a fresh adventurer. "Are you worthy?" Otter finished grabbing the strange magic stones and started walking back towards the entrance, thinking about the mysterious man who had entranced his goddess. Otter had no issues with it. His love for Lady Freya was more than mere adoration or romantic love. It was an unshakable piety that wished for nothing more than her happiness. A true and pure affection, unlike the selfish sentiments of the others in his familia, save for Horn. To take Lady Freya's hand is to wage war on the Freya familia. To this day, none have been successful. And to this day, Lady Freya has yet to experience happiness and fulfillment. Otter tied the bag of magic stones on his belt and then said, "I hope you are not another of Lady Freya's passing phase, Belle Cranel." XXX. The Cranel family dining room. Well, the place that I'd like to call the Cranel family dining room. On paper, it was still just the Hestia familia's dining room, but I'd be working on that soon enough. Anyway, it was the dining room in the church. After a long cooking session with Ryu as a very handy helper by virtue of her experience at the Hostess of Fertility, a full-course dinner was set up and laid out at the dining table, along with plates and chairs for everyone around. And tonight, everyone included a lot of guests. Of course there was me, seated at the head of the table with Fina on my lap and Tia to my right. The core of the Hestia familia would obviously be here. But there were a few extras tonight, and probably from this night on in the foreseeable future. First, sitting across from me was Welf. My best bro was still looking a bit down, dark circles lining his eyes. But it seemed like he had regained a bit of his vigor and determination back since his eyes were bright. It probably helped that he had his cute daughter sitting with him as well, Pyrrha shyly sitting on Welf's lap and doing her best to hide her face beneath her crimson bangs. Either way, it looked like things were going well on that end. I'd probably need to talk with him soon to make sure things were completely on the up and up, but I had a feeling he'd be fine. Now, to the second guest. Ryu was still here, sitting on the left side of the table. Since it was late, and also since she helped cook, I felt bad about sending her home, so I forcibly invited her to stay the night. Mostly by having my adorable daughter's innate ability to charm people and wrap them up around her little fingers. Puberty was going to be a giant disaster, but that was a problem for future Belle, not me. Anyway, Ryu was here too and slowly getting used to everyone. It seemed like she was serious about planning to join our familia since she was going out of her way to try and fit in, chatting with Tia and everyone else. It was nice. Having an experienced adventurer to rely on in unexpected situations like our latest quest was invaluable. And speaking of unexpected situations, I glanced over to the right side of the table, staring at our last guest for the night. A beautiful woman with long blue hair that was the same shade as the sky. Pure green eyes that reminded me of the deep forest. and a woman wearing one of Tia's spare dresses that was far too small for her build, leaving nothing to the imagination. Especially since they were already almost too small for Tia. Artemis. That was who Tia said she was. One of the remaining virgin goddesses in the Greek pantheon, a dear friend of Tia's, and also a goddess who had gone missing a while ago along with her entire familia. At least, that was who the woman should be. And Tia swore that she was Artemis. That Tia would never mistake her dear friend for anyone else. Except that the woman was human. Even now, staring at her, I didn't see a shred of divinity floating around her. Even if she might be hiding it, I had become more than familiar with divinity from the various gods that I had encountered where I could at least pick out a thread of it. But there was nothing. The woman had a lot of mana, that was for sure. And she was also unnaturally beautiful, just like a goddess would be. But she didn't have a single bit of divinity in her. Or memories, apparently. Honestly, I was starting to wonder if this entire world was just a giant Vimmer page or something and the devs were trolling me. But that was a line of thought I wasn't willing to entertain now or anytime soon. So, putting that aside, I focused on everyone seated at the table and then said, "Thanks for being here everyone. It's always nice to have guests over and make things more lively, so please, enjoy this humble meal." Tia rolled her eyes and started grabbing some food. "Humble meal," he says. She filled a bowl with some stew and ripped off a chunk of bread before setting it in front of Fina. After that, she served Artemis some food before grabbing some for herself. "At this rate, we might as well open up a restaurant with how well you cook, Belle." Ryua cracked a smile and said, "Should I warn Mamma Mia about a potential competitor?" I rolled my eyes and carved a piece of roast poultry for myself. As if. Even if I get along with Freya, I'm not about to get between Miss Mia and her money. I'd seen how she strung up adventurers who didn't pay for their food and tried to dine and ditch. Even if I was fairly confident I could get out of that mess due to being Freya's crush, I'd lose out on being able to get good food. And good recipes. Welf laughed and said, "You've got that right." He started getting some food for Pyrrha and said, "Getting between a dwarf and their gold never ends well." I looked over at him and said, "Miss Mia is a dwarf." Ryua started serving food for herself and said, "Yes." She carved some poultry for herself and then said, "I heard she was much smaller in the past before she reached maturity." So the typical fantasy archetypes weren't always accurate in this world. Dwarves were usually tiny in fantasy depictions, but since this was reality, it looked like there were bound to be exceptions. Another thing to keep an eye out for. Although I turned to look at Ryu, remembering how easily she used magic and everything. Ryu looked back at me and tilted her head. "What is it, Belle? Do elves look young forever? Or do some people just take better care of themselves?" "Rude." Ryu frowned and said, "I will have you know that I am only 21 years old, not however old you might be thinking, Belle." I coughed and said, I definitely wasn't thinking anything like that. Damn it. What was with all the elves around me actually being a normal age? First Ina and now Ryu. Did I pick up harem aura as a developmental skill or something since I last got a status update? Ryu smiled, clearly amused. But then she said, "If you say so. And to satisfy your curiosity, yes to both. We elves typically retain our appearances from when we reach maturity to the time of our deaths. However, like any other living being, if we forsake our health, we will show signs of aging as well. Though it may take longer in comparison to others." "I see. So that meant that I might come across an old and fat elf sometime. What a weird world this was. Although. Wait. You're only 21 and you already got wrapped up in all sorts of shady messes." Ryua calmly took a bite from her poultry and said, "As if you are one to talk, Orario's most wanted man." Welf shook his head and said, "I still can't believe how easily you interact with women, bro." Fina slurped a spoonful of stew and then said, "That's because daddy's the coolest." "Right, mommy." Tia looked at me and sighed. "Unfortunately." She puffed her cheeks and said, "It's not fair." "Don't worry, Tia." I reached out to pull her into a one-armed hug and said, "That's what all the other women will think when I take you out on a date tomorrow." "D-date? Tomorrow?" Tia's face started to turn a deep red. I laughed and then pulled my arm back before she fainted from embarrassment. Ryua gave me a blank look. I ignored it and then stared at the other guest at our table who hadn't spoken a word yet. Well, technically Pira hadn't either, but I was more focused on the mysterious guest who nobody expected. Is the food alright, Artemis? Artemis looked away from her food and stared at me, blinking. After a moment, she smiled and then said, yes. It smells quite pleasant. Although. She tilted her head and stared at the food in front of her. How do I use these? She picked up a spoon and knife and said, are these necessary? No. But it makes things easier. Artemis frowned. Do they? It seems a bit complicated when I can simply use my hands. Tia suddenly stood up and crossed her arms. Absolutely not, Artemis. Yet? But dash. No buts. Here. Tia scooted over to Artemis's side and then held Artemis's hand, placing the spoon in the blue-haired woman's palm. You use the spoon to scoop up stew like this. I see. And then I drink it dash. No. It's still hot. You have to blow on it first. Geez. What are you, a kid? Sorry, Hestia. Tia paused, a sad expression crossing her face as she looked at Artemis. No. It's fine. Here. Just watch how I eat and copy me, okay? Okay, Hestia. It was a wholesome exchange. But at the same time, it was a bit sad. Artemis, at least, the Artemis sitting there wasn't anything like the one Tia remembered. I could see that in how Tia interacted with her. Instead of the goddess of the moon, the woman there was a blank slate. Someone who looked like Tia's best friend, but wasn't. Or maybe she was and had just forgotten everything. That might be worse. I felt a small tug on my shirt. Fina. She looked up at me and then at Tia. After that, she leaned up and whispered, is mommy okay? She looks really sad when talking with Miss Artemis. I patted Fina's head and then whispered back. She'll be fine, Fina. Mommy's just. Well, it's a bit complicated right now. Okay, Daddy. I smiled at Fina and then focused on my food. A wholesome dinner spent with friends and family. A comfortable night after a day's hard and chaotic work. Now, here's wishing that tomorrow would result in a more manageable day, and if not that, then here's wishing that future me could deal with that future mess. Chapter 40, Is it wrong to wish the genre was slice of life? Are you sure that it's fine for us to leave everyone at home like this, Belle? Tia tugged her shirt and glanced back towards the church. I'm worried about everyone. I placed my right arm around Tia's shoulders and smiled. Don't worry, Tia. Welf can handle anything that pops up. And now as an official member of the Hestia familia, it's part of his job as my sorta kinda blood brother. Even though it might be temporary, Welf was family now. Plus, he needed to get a taste of being a responsible adult sometime too. Better now in this brief calm before everything exploded. Which would probably be soon considering that Ganesha's banquet of the gods was tomorrow. Tia said that she, Freya, and Hephaestus were going to have a battle plan meeting in the evening to sort that out though, so things will be fine. Well, even if they weren't, I had escape plans stored away as well as a break in case of emergency trump card too. Being self-aware meant being always prepared. Anyway, that wasn't important right now. What was important was enjoying a proper date with Tia. Though maybe I should have did a bit of research and planning on what exactly to do on this date of ours. At the moment, Tia and I were walking along the eastern main street of Orario, heading towards the commercial district. Since it was early morning, the sun had just peeked out over the horizon, leaving a few hints of orange still in the sky. And also because it was early morning, there weren't that many people out yet, mostly just adventurers coming out after a long night in the dungeon, or adventurers heading in for a long day. Like that lewd blonde swordsman and her elf friend I could see in the distance there. And the fact that I noticed them for a second time meant there was definitely going to be a third. Need to put a mental pin on that development there. But that aside, it was a beautiful and peaceful morning. Tia was wearing her usual white one-piece dress. Instead of her blue ribbon though, she was wearing a crimson one that Fina made for her last night. It was a simple outfit, but considering how beautiful Tia was, it was enough. Especially since she had decided to skip the twin tails today and let her hair trail behind her. In comparison, I was kind of underdressed. A black long-sleeved shirt paired with a black leather belt and grey jeans. A set of combat boots. It was a really colorless outfit. Well, I was muscular and tall, so I guess it didn't matter too much what I wore. Handsome guys could wear whatever, and that was doubly true for muscular guys. I was objectively both, so, yeah, probably fine. Still, I was a bit self-conscious about ruining the mood too much by having a dark color scheme going, so I grabbed Tia's blue ribbon on the way out and tied it around my wrist. The plan was to put it around my arm like a certain first-class soldier, but I underestimated the gains I got. Tia sighed, drawing me out of my thoughts. I glanced over towards her and saw that she was looking a bit sad? Frustrated? Upset? I frowned and said, "Did I do something wrong?" Tia shook her head. "No. It's just..." She leaned against me a bit and said, "Everything is happening so fast. I'm worried about what the future holds for our family." Ah. That was a good point. Tia held up her left hand, staring at the orichalcum ring around her ring finger. "It's been like a dream since I've met you, Belle. And it's one I don't want to wake up from. But..." She lowered her hand and looked at me. "Can we keep going like this?" I didn't give an immediate response. This was serious, so I didn't take it lightly. Objectively, we were in a bad position. Because my skill was an absolute cheat, things spiraled out of control pretty fast. Having Fina, Freya, Welf accidentally creating Pyrrha with Hephaestus, Freya, rescuing a missing goddess who had somehow turned into a mortal, and Freya. For the short term, our greatest source of trouble would be our greatest ally. Since Freya was somehow deeply in love with me and not in a crazy Yandere way, we had a strong umbrella to weather the upcoming storm. But in the long term, Freya and her familia might be the strongest in Orario, but it was also the most unstable. After all, the majority of her children were people that were madly in love with her. And from the reports I read on the familia, it was common for fights to break out even among Freya familia members due to Freya favoring one person or another. The only one who didn't get involved with that was Orario's current strongest adventurer, Otter. But considering that the bulk of the Freya familia were around level 4, 5, or higher, I knew my plot developments. Ain't no way I wasn't going to get hunted down by a horde of powerful jealous men at the rate things were playing out, even if the affection there was one-sided. Especially if the affection there was one-sided. Then there was the fact that there definitely seemed to be some crazy shenanigans happening in the background, what with that variant war shadow on the loose, the entire situation revolving Artemis, and that ominous story/poem thing that Miss Ha had me evaluate. Yep. If this was a light novel or anime, we would be right around the climax of the arc where the big bad revealed himself after ruining everything. In a game, this would definitely be around the part where the boss showed up and nuked the starting town to force the player to go explore and hunt the guy down. I wasn't about that life though. Unlike Belle, who originally wanted to gain fame and be a hero, I just wanted my cute daughter and goddess to live happy and carefree. Being an adventurer was just a 9-to-5 job for me. Unfortunately, I was apparently the MC and life was telling me to go earn my happy ending. So, I hugged Tia tight and said, "I won't lie, Tia. Things are going to be rough." Tia sighed and lowered her gaze. "I thought so. But don't worry." I grinned and said, "Unlike most hapless adventurers, I'm a genre-savvy MC. This story of ours will have a happy ending." I bit back the urge to promise that. Had to be extra careful with my words in case something was listening and decided to turn me into a liar. Tia tensed and then looked up at me again. After staring at my face, she laughed and then said, "It's not fair, you know? I'm the goddess here." She leaned away from me and lightly tapped my chest. "I should be the one comforting you. Well, every day with you is comfortable, so I think you're doing a great job, my beloved goddess." Tia blushed and then reached up to pinch my cheek. "You shameless flirt, you." "Oh ow ow. Fine. I'll tone it down." "Humph." Tia lowered her hand and then said, "You'd better. It's too easy for you to make girls misunderstand when you talk like that." I rubbed my cheek and then nodded. "I know. But I'm being perfectly sincere when I'm talking like that with you, Tia." "Humph." Tia slipped away from my arm and then turned back to look at me. As she did, she let out a deep sigh and said, "Where did that cute Belle I met disappear to? This roguish man who took his place is going to be the death of me." I laughed and said, "Well, this rogue already stole your heart, so it's a bit too late to complain, right?" Tia stuck out her tongue. I smiled back and then held out my hand. Come on, Tia. Let's go have a bit of fun before things get too wild. Tia rolled her eyes and grabbed my hand. You're going to jinx it, you know. That's the point. Had to make sure to get as much of a proper date in as I could before life dragged me back into whatever plot was brewing in the background. And also because if I did that, I could direct the plot. Because if I knew my tropes, then the end of this date should get pretty exciting. Or annoying. Now to keep thinking positively and win that coin flip. XXX. A tiny forge in the back of the run-down church that the Hestia familia used for their home. One that Belle had recently created for Welf's personal use. It wasn't very large. For the most part, it was just a small shed with stone walls and a few open-air windows. There was basic forging equipment inside that Belle personally made for Welf, along with some interesting materials for Welf to experiment with. Stuff like bits of adamantium, random enchanted ores, and shards of what looked like broken magic swords. As always, Welf had a lot of questions about his friend, even more now that they were in the same familia, but he put them off for later. Right now he had to focus. And the reason for that? Good morning, Papa. Pyrrha rubbed her bleary eyes and then walked into the forge. Welf paused in the middle of surveying his surroundings and then smiled. Good morning, Pyrrha. He walked over to his daughter and then kneeled down to hug her. Did you sleep well? Pyrrha nodded and then snuggled against Welf. Fina's bed is comfy. Why yet? I bet it is. Considering that Fina got inspired by making salamander wool when Welf was babysitting her, he had a feeling that she might have made some more ridiculous things in her room while nobody was watching. Wait. Welf blinked and then peered past the entrance, searching the area. Where is Fina anyway? Is she still sleeping? Pyrrha shook her head and said, Fina is talking with Miss Artemis and Miss Ryu. Pyrrha yawned and said, I wanted to watch Papa work though. Can I? Welf shifted his gaze back to his daughter. Pyrrha looked up at him with her mismatched eyes, hesitant. It was a question with an obvious answer. Even if Welf didn't expect Pyrrha to enter his life, he wouldn't turn away from her. But he could see how Pyrrha doubted herself. How she thought that she might be a bother. Seeing that made Welf feel a giant stab of guilt in his heart. Because he was rash, Pyrrha was born when neither he nor Hephaestus was prepared. And because Welf had rushed to prove himself to Hephaestus, both he and Pyrrha were forced out to Hestia's familia. It wasn't with malice. Welf knew that Hephaestus, that Fafi was too kind for that. Instead, it was just out of consideration. So as to not breed resentment between the rest of the Hephaestus familia and Welf. So that the familia Hephaestus so carefully nurtured wouldn't collapse and disappear overnight. Welf could understand that. And he knew why she told them to leave and to not come back until he could stand on his own 2 feet against all of Orario. But Pyrrha didn't. To her, it must have seemed like Fafi had abandoned her. That Pyrrha was someone she didn't care about. Thankfully, Belle was a smooth talker and managed to convince Pyrrha that Fafi was just really busy. But even then, it seemed like Pyrrha subconsciously thought she was being a burden on her parents. And that was probably worse when seeing Fina happily go around with Hestia and Belle all the time like a proper happy family. Papa. Pyrrha's soft voice broke Welf out of his thoughts. He let out a bright smile and hugged Pyrrha close. Of course you can watch me work, Pyrrha. Even if I'm busy, I'll stop it for you. So, don't feel like you're a burden, alright? Pyrrha tensed and then quietly said, Is it okay, Papa? I'm really not being a bother. Of course not. Welf leaned back and placed his hands on Pyrrha's shoulder, staring into her eyes. It was like seeing a younger Hephaestus. Pyrrha looked almost exactly like her mother. But that expression. Welf remembered when he was younger. All the struggles his father and grandfather went through by failing to use the Krazo blood. How he wanted to do everything to help them out. And how their gazes on him changed when they learned he could create real Krazo magic swords. Pyrrha looked just like he did back then. Lost and not knowing how to make her parents happy. Filled with love, but not knowing if her parents felt the same. Welf let out a soft smile and then said, It doesn't matter what anyone else thinks or what you do. Papa will always love you and support you, okay? You're the most important thing in the world to me, so don't be afraid to hug me or watch me work if you feel lonely. Pira's eyes started to tear up, but she smiled and nodded. Oh okay papa. Welf brushed away Pira's tears and then grabbed her hand. Here. Why don't I teach you how I do my work? You're still a bit too small to blacksmith, but I can teach you about the different materials. He led Pira over to a pile of ores and started pointing them out. This one here is iron. It's the most common material, but it's a bit harder to work with starting out. This one here is copper, which is the easiest. XXX. And that's how I met mommy and daddy. Ryu gave Fina an awkward smile and said, you have a very colorful imagination, Fina. Fina turned to smile back at Ryu and said, thank you, Ryu. Mommy always says imagination is important. Oh. And daddy says so too. I'm sure they do. Especially Belle. That man seemed to be a terrifyingly powerful alchemist or magician, so Ryu didn't doubt his emphasis on visualization. Fina giggled and then walked off to the side, dancing on the grass and just enjoying the sunlight. Ryu watched Fina play a bit before shifting her gaze to her surroundings. Since Belle was gone for the day to take Lady Hestia out on a proper date, and since it was starting to seem that the Hestia familia had more secrets and potential enemies than even she did, Ryu delayed returning to work. Miss Mia and the others were already insistent on Ryu taking a break regardless, so a little longer shouldn't be too much trouble. Although Ryu could already hear the other girls pestering her about where she spent the night. It would be a bit embarrassing and annoying to clear up, but Ryu was willing to go through that to keep Fina and the others safe. That was the least she could do for Belle considering the trust he had shown her. Ryu still thought that Belle was insane though. Honestly, trusting an elf like her to protect him. Well, that was probably why Seer liked him so much. And it likely helped that he was an objectively handsome man with a trained body. But that aside, Ryu turned her attention to the other person out there in the church courtyard with Fina. Sitting on a rock was a beautiful woman with green eyes and flowing light blue hair. One that Ryu clearly recalled meeting at least once while roaming around outside of Oraria with the Hestia familia. Artemis noticed Ryu's gaze and then tilted her head. Is something wrong, Miss Lion? A polite tone of voice. Also unmistakable for the goddess of the hunt that she had met in the past. But it's nothing, Lady Artemis. Lady Artemis. Artemis furrowed her brow and said, I still find it hard to believe. Myself? A goddess. She shook her head and said, Hestia keeps insisting, and while I feel that she's telling the truth. A pained smile crossed her face and she placed her hand over her heart. I just can't accept it for some reason. Ryu was quiet. She didn't know the circumstances, but she could guess. The Artemis familia's disappearance, the terrifying monster in that ancient ruin that was only destroyed because of Belle's magic items. It was pitiful seeing Lady Artemis like this. Having forgotten everything but the fact that Lady Hestia was her friend, having lost her divinity and turned into an ordinary mortal. If something like that had happened to Lady Hestia. If back then the nightmare had defeated them and then continued onwards, would Lady Hestia also? Hey, Miss Lion. Ryu blinked and then realized that Fina had grabbed her hand. Smiling, Fina said, let's play a game. You too, Auntie Artemis. She tugged Ryu and led her towards Artemis. Ryu let out a sigh, but then put on a smile. What do you want to play, Fina? Artemis stood up, brushing the back of the retailored white dress she wore and then smiled. Yes. What is it that you wish to play, Fina? Hee. Fina winked and then said, let's play hide and seek. I'll hide first, K? Count to 10. And with that, Fina vanished in a white blur. Ryu blinked, looking at the spot where the young girl had just been standing. And then she let out a deep sigh. It seemed like Belle's entire family was outrageous, wasn't it? XXX. I knew something like this was going to happen. A cozy and wholesome atmosphere. Idle chatting and getting to know each other. Walking around Orario hand in hand after getting some Jagamericans from Tia's friend Take. We were having a great time. And the mood was slowly turning more pink as well, so I was prepping for the perfect moment to kiss the girl like in The Little Mermaid. It was a perfect plan. I had scoped out a place earlier and saw that there was a giant clock tower open to the public. Considering the view, it would be the best place to close out the date before we headed back and Tia got ready for her girls' night out with Freya and Hephaestus. Unfortunately, on the way there we ran into a wall. Well, a figurative wall. What? Loki held out her arms and said, did you get so caught up in your lovey-dovey time that you didn't see me, shrimp? Tia narrowed her eyes and said, shut up, you cutting board. No one asked you to butt in. And like you're one to talk. She pointed to the pair of girls standing behind Loki and said, taking out your familia members and making them wear lewd dresses like that. Don't you have any shame? Says the shrimp who's showing off those lumps of meat all the time wearing that thin white dress. Isn't a virgin goddess supposed to be modest? Humph. Tia leaned back and crossed her arms. Isn't a goddess supposed to be female? I don't see anything up there that makes you seem like one. Loki's eyebrow twitched. Ha. Well, this was definitely another way to get Tia's mind off her worries. Though. I shifted my gaze and stared at the two girls standing behind Loki. One was that blonde female knight who had been wearing that lewd armor outfit. The armor was gone now, but that really didn't help resolve the lewd problem. She was just wearing a thin one-piece dress that left nothing to the imagination, especially since the sleeves were cropped off to give a clear side view of her assets. As for the other girl, she was the same elf that had dragged the knight away after I bumped into her. Although now that I had the time to look at her up close, she seemed more like a half-elf than a regular elf like Ryu. Her ears weren't quite as long and pointy, plus her mana felt a bit impure in comparison. Though, that didn't mean it was bad. Instead, it kind of felt fluid. Like it could turn into a bunch of different things. Whatever the case, she was strong. Although she didn't seem like it at the moment since she was wearing a dress that was way too much white lace and conveniently showed way too much skin while only covering the essentials. The elf girl noticed me staring and then shifted behind Loki. You Lady Loki. Loki blinked and then glanced back. After that, she turned towards me and said, oh ho. She grinned before turning towards Tia and saying, well, even if I might lack feminine charm, it looks like you do too, shrimp. Your date's already checking out my girls. Tia snorted and said, Belle's probably just wondering how to report that harassment to the guild. She turned to me and said, right, Belle. I gave a serious nod, considering it. Yet. That half-elf doesn't seem too fond of wearing that dress. Plus, I'm fairly sure that it's against the laws to take advantage of a naive demi-spirit like that by making her wear such a revealing dress. Silence. I blinked, wondering why everyone got quiet. And then I realized why. Oh yeah. Didn't Tia mention something about gods and spirits not being able to have children? Since that was the case, it was probably a big secret, so. A gust of wind blew towards me, paired with a flash of gold. Belle. Tia screamed and tugged me to the side. Ace. At the same time, that elf girl screamed and reached out towards the knight. Loki's eyes, narrowed the entire time she was talking to Tia, widened in shock and surprise. As for the knight. No, Ace, she was rushing towards me with anger? Desperation? Worry? A mix of emotions, but none of them good. Especially since she had drawn the sword at her side. A dangerous situation caused by my big mouth. But I figured something like this might happen. The blade swept across my body. Tia screamed again and flickers of crimson started showing up in her hair. But before things got too out of hand, I pulled her close and said, relax, Tia. I'm fine. Ace stood in front of me, her hand still outstretched. But her sword was gone. For a moment, she stood there, confused. But then the half-elf dragged her back and said, what are you doing, Ace? Ace blinked and bit her lips, staring at me with an unreadable expression. She shifted her gaze back to her now empty hand and frowned. I pulled out her sword from my inventory and handed it over, hilt first. Good reflexes, but you should be careful, Miss Ace. You could seriously hurt someone like that. And get your familia into a lot of trouble for attacking another adventurer in broad daylight. Isn't that right, Lady Loki? Loki stared at me with sharp eyes and then shifted her gaze towards Tia. Tia stared right back, her blue eyes flashing with crimson sparks. Wait. That wasn't a trick of the light. I tossed the sword on the ground in front of Ace and then pulled Tia into a full embrace. Relax, Tia. I'm fine. It's not fine. She glared at Loki and said, your child just attacked my Belle for no reason. How are you going to answer for that, huh? Loki pursed her lips and stared at me again. But then a relaxed smile crossed her face and she closed her eyes. My bad. She stepped back and wrapped her arm around Ace's shoulders. Ace here is still a bit immature. She gets all prickly about her private information being let out, you know? I'm sure that your date there would be the same, right? Tia growled. Seeing that, I decided it was time to change things up before things escalated further. So. Up we go. I swept Tia into a princess hold and spun around. BB Bell. Tia blushed and she turned to look at me. What are you doing? Put me down. Nah. I started walking away and said, I still owe you a kiss and cuddle time. Plus, daylight's burning, so I think it's time we sped things up. Bell. I smiled and said, hold on tight, Tia. Wait. Hold on, I'm not Kai. Alright. So Deadless Street had a lot of hideaways, right? Time to go do the rounds, set up some checkpoints and then cheekily warp back home so that Tia can get ready for her meeting. Although. Sheesh. Looks like I need to bug in soon about some general knowledge about the world. Being from the Bunas is really setting me up for some dangerous flags these days. But that's later. Right now, it's time to spoil Tia a bit.